Chapter 531. Demons and Buddhas are all buried, and the heavens will settle the matter. Rahu? Didn't Rahu give me the task of planning Lingshan? He is Rahu. So who am I? All he said were my words. Bo Sun was confused. Lix-eared Macaque was confused along with Bo Sun. Lu-eared Macaque was worried about one thing. Why don't you let me replace Ping Zhang? If I don't take action, Ping Zhang's journey will be over soon. Rahu's task to him was to replace Ping Zhang the Great Sage. He has been working hard on this matter. But Ping Zhang the Great Sage's actions were too fast. The speed of the journey to the west was even faster. He felt that in the time it took him to sleep. The journey team had already walked from the Tang dynasty to Lingshan, and his master Rahu was now in danger of death. Brother in Black Robe, what do you think I should do next? Lu-eared Macaque humbly asked Brother in Black Robe for advice. The black-robed elder brother is the disciple recognized by the demon ancestor Lu Ho. When Lu Ho is not around, the black-robed elder brother is in charge. The black-robed elder brother glanced at the six-eared macaque, and there was sympathy in his eyes that the six-eared macaque did not see. This silly monkey was born to replace the great sage of balance. It is destined to be a tragedy. Unless the elder brother Chansheng needs a scapegoat next, the six-eared macaque will have no room to play. But with the style of the elder brother Chansheng, the possibility of needing a scapegoat is still very high. So the black-robed elder brother decided to keep the six-eared macaque alive. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Six-eared, you should stay here until you are useful, and we will talk about it later. You have unlimited potential, and the future is yours. The six-eared macaque was very nervous. The black-robed elder brother. Is the teacher okay? Don't worry. It's definitely okay. Maybe they are about to take over Lingshan now. The Black Robe has great confidence in his brother and sister-in-law. He is a die-hard Chansheng party member, and has become the first protector under Lu Ho. He is also Lu Ho's direct disciple. How can Lu Ho win? How can Chansheng lose? He is only thinking about one thing now. When can he remove the disguise and return to his own camp? At this time, the Black Robe received Ji Chengxing's message. His face immediately became subtle. Okay. Now there is no need to remove the disguise, but you can directly clear yourself. However, the venue has to be changed to Lingshan. Wait. Pasun actually jumped out. Brother Jiao, you bring the remnants of Luoho to Lingshan to help senior sister eliminate Pasun, the traitor of the Heart Demon clan. The Black Robe Jiao Demon King is hard to say, as one of the incarnations split from Luoho. Pasun is obviously the ancestor of the Heart Demon clan. But now, the orthodox Rahu is in Chansheng. Chansheng Emperor said that Paksun is a traitor. So he must be a traitor. Giant Scorpion. Ing Yao. Nine-headed insect. 6 ears. Go. Come alive. The remnants of Rahu gathered instantly. What's the matter? The demon ancestor summoned us personally and asked us to suppress the Buddhist Ganara Bodhisattva together. Then, we will take over Lingshan. A moment later, at the foot of Lingshan, the remnants of Rahu stood behind Rahu and looked at the Kanara Bodhisattva opposite with murderous intent. When Kanara Bodhisattva saw the remnants of Rahu shrouded in black fog, surrounded by the real Rahu, and prepared to attack him together, the devil's heart began to explode. Who are you? Rahu laughed. I am Rahu, and I will not change my name or surname. Kanara Bodhisattva roared, shut up. I am Rahu. Li Chongqi laughed out loud. She really couldn't help it, and broke the spell directly. But it doesn't matter. Kanara, you are obviously a Buddhist Bodhisattva. How can you prove that you are Rahu? I fucking... Pasun's devilish heart was broken again. I still have to prove that I am myself. The nine-headed insect had just become a disciple of Rahu, and he had not made any achievements. He felt that he needed the protection of the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor had killed many people before, and he also admired him very much. At this time, seeing that Kanara Bodhisattva actually wanted to touch his new boss, he was immediately furious. Demon ancestor, why waste time talking to him? I will take him down for my master. Rahu said calmly, you may not be a match for Kanara if you fight alone. Black Robe, Ing Yao, Lu Er, come together. Let me see your current strength. Yes, demon ancestor. The Rahu army attacked in full force. Kanara Bodhisattva is also a being hovering in front of the Daluo gate. After being completely occupied by Pasun, he can be regarded as a quasi-Daluo. However, facing the full attack of the Rahu army, he is still somewhat powerless. Moreover, The real Rahu is still roaming the battlefield, ready to take action at any time, and can't turn the tide. After confirming that his men had the upper hand, Li Chengxi did not rush to act, and first sent a message to Ji Changsheng, junior brother. As expected, Poxin couldn't help but jump out. It will take me some time to deal with him, so you can just complete the process of obtaining the scriptures first. After you and Junti leave Lingshan, I will start to take charge of Lingshan. Received. Under the heaven-defying means of the Taoist, Luoho has been replaced by Ji Lao Mo from the source. 99% of Rahu's secrets are now open to Ji Changsheng. The remaining 1% should be what Hong Jun does not want to open to him. For example, Hong Jun was beaten by Rahu in various ways. Ji Changsheng gave his adoptive father face, and did not want to explore the past. He was more focused on the present and the future. Bo Sun was trying to replace Kanara Bodhisattva, and Ji Changsheng certainly knew about this. So he and Li Changxi had no intention of letting Bo Sun go from the beginning. As they expected, after Rahu jumped out to take over Lingshan, Bo Sun could not help it. He controlled Kanara Bodhisattva to meet Rahu as soon as possible. Then he threw himself into the trap. So now he is besieged by the real Rahu army. Not to mention that Kanara Bodhisattva himself has not broken through Daluo. Even if he is a Daluo strongman, plus Bo Sun, today must be his death. Rahu was killed, and Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi did not mind killing another Bo Sun. At this time, Jidu Xingjun was secretly accompanying Li Changxi to protect her, ready to kill Poxin at any time. Of the three bodies of Luoho, only Jidu, who had been on their side from the beginning, was left. The Heart Demon clan was destined to become history. After Ji Changsheng confirmed that Poxin was no longer a threat, he immediately rescued his chief teacher, who was missing limbs. Teacher, I miss you so much. When Emperor Xiaoyan saw that Master Sanzang was so miserable, his tiger eyes crossed out, and 2 lines of hot tears were left in his monkey eyes. Teacher, you have suffered. Master Sanzang gritted his teeth. Where is Daping? I will cut him into pieces, and I will kill him 100 times. When killing Madame Baigu, Master Sanzang only killed her 3 times. It takes 100 times to kill Daping, which shows how angry Master Sanzang is now. However, no matter how angry Master Sanzang was, he didn't dare to say that he would kill Pangdu 100 times. It can be seen that Master Sanzang still maintained his rationality in his anger. He is indeed the reincarnation of a saint. Ji Changsheng comforted, Teacher, I have already driven Daping away for you. Just drove him away. Master Sanzang was very dissatisfied. Why is Daping still alive? Ji Changsheng was too lazy to pretend. Why is Daping still alive? Don't you know it yourself? Teacher, don't tell me you can't see anything. Then I will be very disappointed in you. Master Sanzang was furious. Evil disciple. How dare you talk to me like this? Ji Changsheng scratched his ears. Are you talking to the young master of Zishu Palace? Master Sanzang. This sentence really scared her. Teacher, did he agree? Ji Changsheng turned his body to let Master Sanzang see the Lion Camel Ridge, which was now a sea of blood and corpses. After the battle just now, the corpses of demons and Buddhas in Lion Camel Ridge now began to surpass human bones. The breath of corpses and bloody seas was overwhelming, and the name of purgatory on earth became more and more true. Junti Saint was of course well informed, but such a large bloody scene in Lion Camel Ridge was indeed rare in Junti Saint's life. At this time, morning sickness happened. Master Sanzang was stressed. To outsiders, it seemed that Master Sanzang was scared and vomited. Ji Changsheng silently took 3 steps back and took a photo of his dear teacher as a souvenir. If Junti dared to make trouble for him in the future, he would send this photo out and make Junti lose face. After the morning sickness, the pale Master Sanzang was a little shaky. Ji Changsheng did not help her. He kept the proper distance from the opposite sex. Then he explained, I just massacred Lion Camel Ridge in the name of my adoptive father. Except for a few demons such as Daping who escaped. All other demons were killed. The 3 burials master took a breath. She did not forget that Tai Bai Xingjun came to warn her before, saying that there were 48,000 demons with names in Lion Camel Ridge. Now it seems that at least 47,000 have died. And those remnants of the demon clan. Most likely, they were all buried in Lion Camel Ridge. This is a real big deal. Even if her original body came in person, it would be difficult to do it so neatly. However, the 3 burials master immediately realized that this matter might be led by Ji Changsheng. But it was definitely not done by Ji Changsheng himself. Did Tathagata fight with Da Ping? The Three Burials Master asked. Ji Changsheng gave Master Sanzang a thumbs up. Teacher is still teacher. With a sharp eye and a keen eye. It's not hard to see that many Buddhas and Arhats I know from Lingshan died. Master Sanzang said. She basically pieced together the truth of the matter. After she was captured by the golden-winged eagle, Ji Changsheng went to Lingshan to seek help from Tathagata Buddha. The Tathagata Buddha may have been hindered by Hong Jun. So he led a group of elite Buddhists to Lion Camel Ridge. Originally, he wanted to make a show. But who would have thought that the golden-winged eagle would have such a great background? So an encounter battle that neither side expected started. And then, now Lion Camel Ridge is a river of blood. Ji Changsheng reaped the benefits. Golden-winged eagle successfully escaped. And Master Sanzang was actually not surprised. Where is Tathagata? Asked Master Sanzang. Ji Changsheng told the truth. I sent him to hunt down Da Ping. Teacher, let's take this opportunity to go to the west to obtain the scriptures. With the scriptures in hand, it will be convenient for us to carry out the next plan. Master Sanzang said subconsciously. Tathagata is not in Lingshan. What scripture should we obtain? Facing Ji Changsheng's contemptuous eyes, Master Sanzang patted his head. Master is stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. Please forgive me. Disciple. They went to Lingshan to obtain the scriptures. Just a name. Did anyone really care about the scriptures? In the prosperous Tang dynasty, Buddhist scriptures were still needed to teach Earthling to govern the world? What an international joke. The Saint Junti needs Tathagata Buddha to teach him Buddhism? This is even more ridiculous. The so-called going to the west to obtain the scriptures was a scheme organized by Ji Changsheng, the purpose of which was to help the two saints in the west repay their debt to the heaven. Master Sanzang was stupid for 3 years after pregnancy, and almost forgot his real purpose. Chasheng. How is the repayment progress now? Almost 95%. Only one last step left. Which is today. The eyes of the monk Sanzang lit up. Good. Great good. This last step. How to do it? Simple. Sacrifice the entire Lingshan. Ji Changsheng said calmly. Tathagata. Randing. Methreya, ahem. Methreya brother is to be determined first. Anyway. Sacrifice the Lingshan foundation. And the debt to the heaven will be almost repaid. Teacher. Let's go through the formalities. The monk Sanzang hesitated for a moment and decided not to go down. You go and do it. After all, Lingshan is my foundation. And I know many Buddhas. If they ask for mercy, I can't refuse. After a pause, Master Sanzang sighed. I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to see such a tragedy. Ji Changsheng sighed. Teacher, what you said is like the master is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see the poor. So he drives away all the poor people within a radius of 10 miles. Master Sanzang glared at the evil disciple. Magnanimous. And did not bother with Ji Changsheng. Okay. I will go by myself. And you can take these few wordless scriptures with you to show off to Erfing. Ji Changsheng casually conjured up a stack of wordless scriptures. The kind that only had book covers. And the inside of the book was all blank paper. Master Sanzang flipped through it briefly and nodded to Ji Changsheng with satisfaction. Disciple. You are indeed intelligent. If you want to preach the scriptures, you must preach the wordless scriptures. In this way, the final right of interpretation will always be in the hands of the person who preaches the scriptures. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to pay attention to Master Sanzang. He greeted Wang Xuanzi, who hurried over. Marshal Wang. Long time no see. Wang Xuanzi told the truth. Great sage. It's not long no see. We just met in Jisai country yesterday. Ji Changsheng. Was it yesterday? So many things happened that I can't remember clearly. Wang Xuanzi looked at the sea of blood and corpses on Lion Camel Ridge. Even though he was well prepared, he was still shocked by the bloodiness of Lion Camel Ridge. But his reaction was much better than that of Master Sanzang. It took only 3 seconds for Wang Xuanzi to stabilize his mind. He bowed and asked, Great sage. You asked me to come here? Not to help you eliminate the demons in Lion Camel Ridge. Right? He was ready to cooperate with Ji Changsheng to kill demons. But when he arrived, he found that almost all the demons on Lion Camel Ridge were dead. The few who have not yet died are not far from death, and cannot form any resistance. Ji Changsheng nodded and said, The demons in Lion Camel Ridge have been dealt with. I called you here to tell you that you can send a message to the Tang Emperor. Send my master back to the Tang dynasty. And then send the army to destroy Tianzhu. Wang Xuance's pupils flashed with excitement. Great sage. Where is the Tathagata Buddha? He is dying soon. Don't worry. The Tang dynasty only needs to worry about how to deal with the territory of Xinyouzhou later. Changsheng Emperor is more concerned about the throne of the Emperor of Heaven now, and does not care about the land and population of the mortal world. If there is a benefit, he prefers to digest it internally. Now the Tang dynasty is the strongest country of the human race, so of course, he will help the Tang dynasty digest it. Wang Xuanze became more and more excited. Your Majesty has made a decision to set up the Anxi Protectorate, ready to accept the territory of Xinyouzhou at any time. As long as Tathagata dies, the Tang army can move in immediately. Ji Changsheng thought about it, and thought that it would take half a day to take over Lingshan, help his chief master and uncle pay off their debts, and deal with Lingshan's internal affairs. So he said to Wang Xuanze, then come tomorrow. I will clean up today, and you will take over the territory tomorrow. Everything is up to the great sage. I will prepare now. Wang Xuanze is eager to fight. He knew that the great Emperor Changsheng helped the Tang dynasty solve the problem of Lingshan. The Tianzhu kingdom in the mortal world still needs to be dealt with by the Tang army itself. But Tianzhu has never been a problem for the Tang dynasty. Without Lingshan, Wang Xuanze was even too lazy to ask for help from the Tang dynasty far away in Nanshan Buzhu. He felt that he could pacify Tianzhu. The Tang dynasty established itself in the prehistoric world with its military power, and the generals established themselves in the Tang dynasty with their military achievements. Wang Xuanze also saw his own ladder of progress. Ji Changsheng glanced at Wang Xuanze and guessed what Wang Xuanze was thinking. But he did not stop him. Without the protection of Lingshan, Tianzhu kingdom, except for being rich, it is not worth mentioning. Wang Xuanze, a ruthless character who fought in the sea of blood and corpses. Destroying Tianzhu kingdom is not a fantasy. Nowadays, the strongest human race country in the prehistoric fairyland naturally has a god general of the level of destroying a country by one person. Otherwise, how can he take charge of one of the 4 continents of the prehistoric fairyland? Ji Changsheng just reminded, after the reincarnation of Tathagata, I will send you a message. Without Tathagata, you can do whatever you want. If there's a problem with Tathagata, try to be conservative. I understand. Great sage. Rest assured. Ji Changsheng nodded. You are a general who has fought 100 battles. And you really don't need my reminder. Okay. You pick up some materials needed by the Tang dynasty, and I will take the rest away. There are a lot of corpses left on the battlefield of Lion Camel Ridge, which are of great use to Ji's party. It is also very useful for the 2 saints in the west. If corpses are used well, they can also be a huge fortune. The 2 saints in the west are very short of money. Ji Changsheng was polite for a while, and Wang Xuanze wanted to pick up money immediately. But he immediately saw the 3 burial masters staring at him coldly, and his IQ instantly went up. The Lion Camel Ridge was conquered by the great sage and the master, and has nothing to do with the Tang dynasty. I will not accept the reward without merit. The Tianzhu kingdom should be my spoils of war. I will take my leave now. The 3 burial masters nodded with satisfaction. Ji Changsheng. Okay. Go ahead. After Wang Xuanze left, Ji Changsheng casually complained, Teacher, he won't take much. Let him take some things so that he can get along with the Tang Emperor when he returns. It's not a big deal. Why are you so stingy? Although the Changsheng Emperor has no money, he really doesn't care about money. He is always generous when dividing money. Regarding this kind of prodigal behavior, Master Sanzang concluded, you are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. And you don't know the difficulty of starting from scratch. Ji Changsheng laughed. You are not starting from scratch. Master Sanzang couldn't refute it, so he could only continue to argue. These are all the properties that my senior brother and I took to repay the debt to the heaven. After paying off the debt to the heaven, if there is any left, you can divide it up and do whatever you want. The saints naturally don't care about money. The Jain saint now cares more about freedom. The Zhuidi saint now cares more about Jain. They all have a bright future. I will go back to the banana cave to recuperate first, and the rest will be left to you. Master Sanzang also prepared to retreat. She is now missing arms and legs, and her image is extremely indecent. This is also one of the reasons why she is unwilling to go to Lingshan. Although Zhuidi Saint can be regarded as the saint who cares least about face among the 6 saints, that is only compared with the other 5 saints. Zhuidi is not Haotian. She still has face in her heart. Especially Jane, must be paying attention to Lingshan now. Master Sanzang doesn't want to be seen by Jian Saint in this indecent image. But she needs some time to recover now. Damn Pan. Da Peng. It's not so easy to recover from the injuries he caused me. Master Sanzang gritted his teeth when he said this. Ji Changsheng didn't take it seriously. The injury was certainly not a minor one from his father-in-law's attack. But the one who was injured was Juanti's reincarnation. So the injury would not be fatal. Give the teacher some time, and he will recover. Okay. Teacher. Go back to Suiyun Mountain, and have some hot beef. I don't eat beef. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Wine and meat pass through the intestines. But the Buddha remains in the heart. Teacher. You are obsessed. Master Sanzang. Let's talk about it separately. Bo Sun is in a miserable situation. I am really Bo Sun. You are a piece of shit. The nine-headed insect and the six-eared macaque fought the most vigorously. One was a new disciple of Luoho. The other was created by Luoho and has not done anything yet. They both have the most sense of crisis. Kanara Bodhisattva has become their token of surrender. If Bo Sun had not completely controlled Kanara Bodhisattva would have knelt long ago. One-on-one. Kanara Bodhisattva may not even be the opponent of the nine-headed insect or the six-eared macaque. With Bo Sun, Kanara Bodhisattva can gain the upper hand. But the Luoho army still has experts. So Poxin could only be beaten helplessly. While the six-eared macaque was killing him. He sneered, Poxin Demon King is the body of Daluo. You dare to pretend to be Poxin Demon King? It's ridiculous. Poxin was very angry. You are an idiot. Luoho never made a move. And Poxin realized that there was a Daluo lurking in the dark. The most important thing is that Poxin finally controlled Kanara Bodhisattva. Once he withdrew his will and left the body of Kanara Bodhisattva. The hard work of the past 10,000 years would be destroyed immediately. There is also the possibility that he will be caught by the Daluo lurking in the dark. This is something that Poxin absolutely cannot accept. But if he doesn't run away, he may be beaten to death. Bo Sun didn't want to accept this either. So in the end, Bo Sun had no choice but to choose the only way he could survive. Surrender. Demon Ancestor. I surrender. The Luoho army stopped instantly. Li Changshi was happy. Didn't you say that you are the Demon Ancestor? Bo Sun gritted his teeth. I want to alienate you. I am indeed Kanara. In order to protect Lingshan, I resorted to this desperate measure. The demon had to bow his head under the eaves. You wait. There is a long way to go. Let me seize the opportunity, and I will definitely set things right. Bo Sun decided to endure the humiliation. The nine-headed insect sneered. I have long seen that you, a bald head, have bad intentions. Unfortunately, you actually play tricks in front of the inner demons like us. You are no different from running naked in front of us. There are so many points in this statement that the people present can't complain. First of all, the nine-headed insect is not an inner demon. Secondly, Bo Sun really didn't play tricks at the beginning. However, the confidence of the nine-headed insect made Bo Sun more uncomfortable. Li Changshi also admired him more. Kanara, do you want to surrender to me? Bo Sun gritted his teeth again. Yes. I want to turn from darkness to light. He is a man who knows the times. Li Changshi narrowed his eyes. What a pity. He came too late. Ji Du had been working for Ji Changsheng for a long time. Well, not too early. He started working for Ji Changsheng a few days ago. But coming a few days earlier determined the different fates of Ji Du and Pasun. It is enough to leave a Daluo-level demon in Ji's party. There is no room for two demons in one mountain. Even if it is a male and a female. Moreover, there is no basis of trust between Pasun and Ji's party. Even so, Li Changshi still accepted Pasun generously. 1,000 gold coins to buy horse bones. The door of the seat is open to all Buddhist disciples who are willing to surrender. Li Changshi said in a deep voice, but you need to give a token of surrender. Bo Sun was sure in his heart. He was not afraid of the surrender. He was originally a demon, and he had no burden to kill Buddhist disciples. Please give orders. Demon Ancestor. Go and kill Randing. Bo Sun? You might as well let me die. Li Changshi patiently explained. Randing is now exhausted and may die at any time. With your current strength, it is more than enough to kill Randing. After Randing dies, offer his relics to me, and I will believe in your sincerity. Bo Sun was relieved. Report to the Demon Ancestor. I don't know where the ancient Buddha Randing is now. It's in Lingshan. There were frequent wars before, and Randing felt that Lingshan was the safest. Li Changshi's tone was smiling. Randang originally chose to heal his wounds in his own cave. But Rahu went straight to his lair. And there were several Rahu. Randang was directly stunned. Randang thought about it. Since the cave was not safe, the safest place was Lingshan. He did not dare to go to the heavenly palace. After all, it was Haotian who injured him. He did not dare to bet that Haotian was really in seclusion. So Randang chose to return to Lingshan to recuperate. As the past Buddha among the three Buddhas, the ancient Buddha Randang certainly had a cave in Lingshan. What a pity. Randang certainly could not have thought that the safest Lingshan would actually have problems. Paksan knocked on the door of the cave of the ancient Buddha Randang. Ancient Buddha. I am Kanara. Lishan. The Tathagata Buddha chased to this place, but did not find any traces of the golden-winged pung eagle and the mother of Lishan. Ji Changsheng asked him to hunt down the golden-winged pung eagle and the mother of Lishan, but only told him the targets to hunt down, and he had to work hard for the rest. Tathagata also wanted to try hard, but he couldn't grasp the movements of Lishan Lamu at all. Just as he was about to retreat, his eyes suddenly fixed. The corner of his eye twitched fiercely. His fist hardened instantly. Rahu. Damn Rahu. If this is the real Rahu, Tathagata Buddha is willing to take Ji Changsheng's surname. The bloody battle at Lion Camel Ridge is over. Why is Rahu still there? Tathagata Buddha was speechless. Who are you? You are of course Ji Changsheng's killing Rahu clone. Ji Lao Mo said proudly, I am Rahu. I will not change my name or surname. Tathagata Buddha. Hack you. Ji Changsheng. It must be you. Detective Ji is now starting to have someone to succeed him. Tathagata Buddha has also learned some of Ji Shen's experience in investigating cases. At this time, the Buddha Tathagata also reacted. It seemed that the Daoyu group said that Ji Changsheng had cultivated one chi into 3 pure ones, and one of the incarnations was the incarnation of Rahu. Ji Changsheng was not angry when the Buddha Tathagata exposed his true identity. He just smiled and said, Tathagata, I will tell the Saint Tai Ching about your desire to hack my uncle. I believe he must be very happy. The 3 words grass mud horse were held back by the Buddha Tathagata. This is really not worthy of scolding. Uncle Ji Changsheng might forgive him. Ji Changsheng's mother will definitely beat him to death. The Buddha Tathagata braked in time. Even though he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood, Ji Changsheng. What do you want to do? Ji Lao Mo corrected. Say it again. This seat Rahu. Then he said the real purpose. Please ask the Buddha to reincarnate. Buddha Tathagata said in a deep voice. Didn't you ask me to hunt down the mother of Mount Lishan? I have never given such an order. What does the order from the great saint of balance have to do with my killing of Luoho's clone? Ji Changsheng made himself very clear. And seeing that you are like this, you can't find the mother of Mount Lishan at all. It's better to be a stepping stone for me to improve. Ji Changsheng smiled. The 2 saints of the West have to repay the loan from the heavenly Tao. And the harvest along the way is almost the same. The gap is not big. In fact, if the 2 saints of the West pay a little more out of their own pockets, Ji Changsheng estimates that it will be enough. But as a filial disciple, Emperor Xiaotian doesn't want the 2 saints of the West to use their private money. He hopes to sacrifice all the most valuable 3 Buddhas in Buddhism. The past Buddha Randang has lost his resistance. Now Buddha Tathagata is about to go to reincarnation. Only the future Buddha Maitreya is left, who has some resistance. Eternal Emperor is nostalgic and has not yet decided whether to take action against the future Buddha. Let's see what the 2 saints of the West mean. Anyway, the past Buddha and the present Buddha must not be left alive. Tathagata Buddha knew that he was going to reincarnate, but he didn't want to die at the hands of Ji Changsheng. Now, he began to regret why he didn't die at the hands of Pengu. At least it sounds good to say it. Ji Changsheng. Even if I die, I will never be defeated by you. Ji Changsheng laughed again. Silly child. I have told you so many times. This seat Luoho. The next moment, Luoho attacked brazenly. Today is destined to be the big day for the return of the demon ancestor Luoho. After the demon ancestor Luoho shined in the early morning. At noon, demon ancestor Luoho killed like crazy again. Kill Rahating. Annihilate Tathagata. Bloodbath Lingshan. Demonic flames raging. Grab all the limelight from Pengu who just returned. Lingshan. Ji Changsheng and Li Changshi both saluted to the guide saint. Then Ji Changsheng said, Uncle Master, try to repay the loan in advance. It should be almost done. Guide saint was unusually excited. Okay. Cha Sheng. You've worked hard. This is what a disciple should do. Anyway, I can't miss the benefits. Guide Saint patted Ji Chongqing's shoulder heavily and looked at Li Chongqi, the successor of Tain, with a complicated look. Then he decisively began to repay his vow and pay off the debt to the heavenly Tao. The two saints in the West will regain their freedom today. Chapter 532 Zero-Sum Game. The opportunity to become a saint. Brother, do you think you can succeed? Sister, you killed Randang and sacrificed Poxin. And I dealt with Tathagata. Add to that the gains along the way, and the ones that the teacher and uncle paid off before. It should be almost done. But it's a pity. What a pity. It's a pity that Poxin is too stupid. Ji Chongqing sighed faintly. If Poxin was not so stupid and took the initiative to jump out, this time to pay off the debt of heaven, there might be a lack of a Daluo. In that case, dear brother Methrayaw might be in the sight of the saint of reception. Methrayaw and Xuandu's plan is a secret. But the secret is not difficult to find out. If the three Buddhas are gone, Li Chongqi's obstacles to taking over Lingshan will be directly reduced to zero. Even though Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Guanyin Bodhisattva are Daluo, they have no idea of taking charge of Lingshan. So they are not to be feared. The real opponent is only the three Buddhas. If Methrayaw is left behind now, Ji Chongqing estimates that Methrayaw will still be dissatisfied with Li Chongqi, just like he is dissatisfied with Tathagata Buddha. Methrayaw's way of cultivation is rebellion. He and Tathagata may not have any personal grudges. In Ji Chongqing's view, Methrayaw will rebel against whoever sits in Tathagata's position. But Ji Chongqing is still reasonable. Methrayaw has not yet had a conflict with Ji's party. So Ji Chongqing can't do anything to provoke his cheap senior brother. Unless there is no other way. Such as the Western two saints paying off the debt of the heavenly Tao. Only Methrayaw is missing. Then it has nothing to do with him. It is the Western two saints who want to take action. It's a pity that Pasun filled this hole. A Daluo level inner demon, or split from Lu Ho, is not much less valuable than Methrayaw. After Li Chongqi understood Ji Chongqing's meaning, she frowned slightly. It seems that I should keep Poxin. No. Poxin is more threatening if I keep him. Ji Chongqing quickly got rid of his regretful mentality and comforted him. Kanara Bodhisattva is one of the few masters under Daluo. But he can't stop Poxin's control. If Poxin is alive, it will be a time bomb. We can see bombs like Methrayaw, but we can't defend against bombs like Poxin. Poxin must die. And we won't lose. Li Chongqi nodded and adjusted her mentality. After I take over Lingshan, the advantage will be mine. With the home advantage, Methrayaw is not my opponent. If the rebels can be opponents of the official, they will not be rebels. In the eyes of Li Chongqi and Ji Chongqing, the future of the rebellion is not bright. On the contrary, their plan is very imaginative. After the two saints in the West paid off the debt to the heavenly Tao, Lingshan is still Lingshan. And the foundation is still the foundation. But it just changes the owner. It's no different from paying off a mortgage. You paid off the mortgage, and the money went into the bank. The bank will continue to make money with the money, and the money will not disappear out of thin air. The two saints of the West paid off the debt to the heavenly Tao, and the foundation of Lingshan will belong to the heavenly Tao in the future. The heavenly Tao does not want the foundation of Lingshan to rot, so it does not affect Li Chongqi's entry into Lingshan. It's just that the controlling shareholder of Lingshan has changed from the two saints of the West to Heavenly Tao Bank. But the two saints of the West don't care about this matter. Ji Chongqing and Li Chongqi don't care even more. The son doesn't feel bad for selling the father's land. Anyway, they got it by trickery and robbery. As long as they get the benefits they deserve, they don't care what Lingshan will become in the end. Of course, Ji Chongqing and Li Chongqi were aware of the fact that they would try their best to prevent the Bank of Heavenly Tao from defaulting on debts and bad debts. Otherwise, if they angered Han Jun, they would suffer. While Ji Chongqing and Li Chongqi were whispering, the bitter face of the Saint Jia Yin finally relaxed. The aura on his body became more ethereal and free. Unrestrained. About a quarter of an hour later, the laughter of the Saint Jia Yin spread throughout the Western world, and then spread to all the heavens and worlds. After being in a cage for a long time, I can return to nature again. The aura of the Saint Jia Yin soared into the sky. All the creatures of all races in the heavens and worlds were bathed in the Buddha's light. The saint smiled. All races were happy. On this day, countless creatures received the greatest fortune in their lives. The seriously ill person in bed suddenly recovered. The sleeper who had been sleeping for a long time woke up slowly. The scientist who had been thinking hard broke through the threshold. Even the number of people who ascended to the prehistoric fairyland increased 1,000 times that day. Although this was because the base number was too small. Of course, the most important thing was that the arms and legs of the Three Burials Master grew back. The Three Burials Master was moved to tears. Brother, you really have me in your heart. Bio Palace? The Three Pure Ones frowned at the same time. Yuanshi said in a deep voice, Jia Yin's aura is still growing stronger. Tai Ching Saint nodded. He has been bound for too long. Once he regains his freedom, his realm will rise. Jia Yin, who is free from his constraints, has a lot of room for imagination in the future. How many people were dragged down by loans? Once the loans are paid off, there is a vast world and a lot to do. For Jia Yin, this is even more true. The Western religion was the former glory of Jia Yin, and also his biggest constraint. Now, his magic power has not been damaged, and the constraint has become smaller. There are all benefits and no harm. If nothing unexpected happens, Jia Yin will usher in a period of rise. And so will Junti. Nu and Yang Yang made the same judgment. Fortunately, now the two Western saints are my allies under the operation of Changsheng, and Jia Yin is about to visit her in person. This is good for Nu and Yang Yang. More importantly, the two Western saints owe Changsheng karma now, and they can't pay it off within 100 years. Although the two Western saints also helped Ji Changsheng a lot, especially Junti Saint, who systematically taught Ji Changsheng a lot of knowledge and made up for Ji Changsheng's big shortcomings. The heart monkey of Pingjian Dasheng. The blood of the blood monkey comes from Nu and Yang Yang, and the achievements come from Junti Saint. It can be said that one is the grace of birth and the other is the grace of raising, and there is no difference between the two. But overall, Ji Changsheng gave more to the two Western saints. The loan from Heavenly Tao has been suffocating the two saints of the West. Ji Changsheng helped them solve the biggest problem, and they have too much to pay back. That is, Ji Changsheng has the protection of Noah. Otherwise, the favor will turn into hatred. And the easiest solution for the two saints of the West is to kill Ji Changsheng directly. The creditor dies, and the debt is naturally eliminated. But it is impossible now. With the protection of Noah, Ji Changsheng himself is not easy to kill now. If one hair moves the whole body, the two saints of the West can only pay slowly. This cause and effect involves the two saints of the West, Daozu, Heavenly Tao, and Ji Changsheng himself. And even the Yuan-Tu sword cannot cut it. The two saints of the West have no choice but to admit it. Of course, they definitely won't lose. Ji Changsheng won't lose even more. Noah didn't lose either. Chasheng, this little guy, really has all the small wins, medium wins, and big wins in his grasp. But one side will always lose. Noah looked towards the direction of Xixia Palace. Once the two Western saints regain their freedom, Hongjun will lose the most. The two Western saints pay back money, but at the level of saints, money is not worth mentioning at all compared to saints. Hongjun doesn't care about money at all, but he cares about the two saint puppets, or thugs. But now Hongjun is not as angry as the outside world imagines. He is more of a sigh. Ji Changsheng actually did it. He originally thought that he could rely on the loan from the Heavenly Tao and eat Jian Junti for a lifetime. Things have come to this point today, which is out of control for Hongjun. But Hongjun is Hongjun after all. Ordinary people think that the emperor eats dumplings every day. The world also thought that Hongjun needed the two saints of the West. Only strong people of the same level can truly understand each other's needs. Unfortunately, there is no strong person of the same level as Hongjun in the Panga universe today. All speculations about him are just the imaginations of those inferiors. After being in a cage for a long time, I can return to nature. Return to nature, looking at Jia Yin, who was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and Subhoodie, who was also in ecstasy. Hongjun laughed dumbly. Where is their absolute freedom? They still don't know what they have lost. Hongjun promised 7 saints back then. Jia Yin Junti was not outstanding at the time. At least the 4 emperors of the demon clan, the demon master Kunping, the Tian Star Lord, including the top-ranked ancestor witches, were not inferior to Jia Yin Junti back then. Why did Jia Yin and Junti stand out and get Hongjun's favor? Because only they kneel the most roundly and lick the most exaggeratedly. The two saints of the West are of course very powerful now. But in Hongjun's eyes, the core competitiveness of the two saints of the West is not their strength, but the higher score of their kneeling and licking and ability to do things. So Hongjun made the decision to lend money to the two saints of the West, giving them a chance to counterattack. If the two saints of the West no longer kneel and lick, and want to be upright saints, Hongjun's reaction is like this now. He smiled. When the two saints of the West owed money to the heavenly Tao, Hongjun was reluctant to take action against the two saints of the West, which was equivalent to hitting himself. Now, Hongjun has no psychological pressure to take action against the two saints of the West again. When you don't owe the bank money, it also means that the bank will no longer be responsible for you. Ji Chongqing's current core competitiveness lies in the fact that he still owes a lot of investment. Jia Yin and Junti thought they had landed. They will have to resist the storm on the shore by themselves in the future. Hongjun's voice turned cold. During the conferred God's tribulation, the three pure ones were defeated miserably, while the two saints of the West won a great victory. The biggest reason for this was the internal strife among the three pure ones, while the two saints of the West were united. But there is another reason that cannot be ignored. Hongjun was biased. Hongjun was helping the two saints of the West beat the three pure ones, especially at the end, when Hongjun even personally went to the battlefield. These favoritisms only existed when the two saints of the West were his puppets. Now the two saints of the West have regained their freedom. They will receive the same treatment as the three pure ones, lose trade protection, and compete fairly in the market. When the tide recedes, we will soon know who is swimming naked. Hongjun is no longer concerned about this. Compared with the two saints in the West, Hongjun is now more concerned about Pangu. Compared with Pangu, Hongjun is now more concerned about whether he can go further. As long as his strength can go further, all problems will no longer be problems. And recently, he has seen an opportunity. As for the crisis that the six saints will bring to him when they join forces, Hongjun said softly, "Collect." In an instant, the faces of the six saints of the heavenly Tao changed slightly at the same time. 6 groups of humming purple air uncontrollably separated from their bodies and floated in front of each of the 6 saints. However, Hongjun's eyes twitched slightly at this time. The humming purple air of Tai Ching and Nua is fake. They have been completely refined by them. What emerges is just an illusion. They are quite giving me face. Is the humming purple air useful? This question can be replaced by another question. Is the establishment useful? When you earn more than the establishment in a job outside the establishment is useless. But if you don't earn as much as you earn outside the system, then the system is useful. Humming purple qi is equivalent to the same system issued by Hongjun. It contains his understanding of the way of heaven, and the power of the way of heaven that he personally stripped away, which can increase the combat power by 10% with his permission. No side effects. At most, Hongjun retains the authority to take back the humming purple qi. In terms of moral quality, Hongjun is actually relatively high. However, when Hongyun increased his combat power by 10% on his own basis, he was still killed by the demon Master Kuimping, and the mark he left inside the humming purple qi, which was theoretically indelible. He now realized that it had been erased by the Tai Ching Saint and Nua Nyong. It's just that the Saint Tai Ching and the goddess Nua have high emotional intelligence. When he wanted to take it back, they created one for him. It can hide from my perception and completely digest the power of the heavenly Tao. Tai Ching really has the potential to replace me. Nua controls the way of life and death. It seems that when she created humans, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds beyond my judgment. Hongjun thought silently. The current situation is unexpected, but reasonable. It doesn't matter if 2 balls of humming purple air disappeared. It's just a compilation. He can create it at any time if he wants to. A ball of humming purple air appeared in each of his left and right hands. And Hongjun spoke again. Go! The next moment, the 6 humming purple air began to look for the owner again. The first ball of humming purple air fell into the stomach of the 3 burial master. But it was obviously not for the 3 burial master, but for the Tathagata Buddha who had just reincarnated into the child's body. The second ball of humming purple air fell on the head of the Xuandu master who had just returned to the 8th scenery palace. The third group of humming purple qi was stripped from the body of the Jian saint by Hongjun and fell into Ji Chongqing's hands. The fourth group of humming purple qi unexpectedly fell into Li Chongqi's hands. There were 2 more groups of humming purple qi, flying in the dark, and no one knew the direction. Only Hongjun knew who received the humming purple qi in the end. Tathagata, Xuandu, Ji Chongqing, and Li Chongqi were the lucky ones who received the new humming purple qi. But the 3 lucky ones, who are still alive now, all changed their faces slightly. They just came into contact with the Hongming purple chi and immediately learned 3 pieces of information. First, Pangi Universe can accommodate up to 7 saints. Second, from now on, every time a new saint is born, an old saint must fall. Third, the old saints all know this information, which is the unshakable iron rule of Pangi Universe. Welcome new forces to challenge the old overlords. Zero-sum game. Opportunity to become a saint. Before Ji Chansheng could react, he found that his strength began to surge. He paid off his debt to the heavenly Tao and made great contributions. This was the reward he deserved. And Hongjuan's voice rang in his ears, "My dear son, don't say I didn't give you the opportunity to become a saint." One saint. For another saint. He was able to promote Jia Yin Juandi back then. Now, he can also promote newcomers. Chapter 533, The Lord of the Eternal Tribulation. Creates Daluo. Things are constantly developing and changing. There are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends, only eternal interests. And no one can give more benefits than Daozu. This time, Daozu simply didn't bother to think about it, and directly put the biggest chip on becoming a saint. Conspiracy is always a minor one. This time, Daozu is doing an open conspiracy. Unless you give up becoming a saint, you have to kill the previous saint. Who is willing to give up? There must be other ways. Ji Chansheng has never been used to making choices among known options. I thought that because of the appearance of my father-in-law, my adoptive father would be more humble. Now it seems that my adoptive father is still as arrogant as ever. Without asking him if he agrees or not, he directly gives it to fate. At the same time, it gives a huge cause and effect. It is exactly the same as when Ji Chansheng went through the Daluo hard demon tribulation before, giving benefits to himself. Ji Laomo is very happy. The other side of the benefits is a huge cause and effect, which Ji Laomo doesn't like. He thought Hong Jun would accept the previous lesson. Now it seems that he has to reflect on himself. I was also arrogant. I actually thought that my adoptive father would become humble because of me. Ji Chansheng reflected on himself. I took myself too seriously, always falling into the same pit. This is the norm. After suffering a loss once, you will never make the same mistake again. Only in your imagination. When he lost money in the stock market, didn't he continue to give money? Moreover, who can confirm that Daozu is making a mistake this time? Even if these new generations who have the hope of impacting the saints reject the olive branch thrown by Daozu, what will the original 6 saints think? Will they be relieved? This time, Daozu really came up with a brilliant trick. It's still the dark forest theory, but the trick doesn't have to be old. As long as it works. Ji Chansheng and Li Changxi both looked at the Saint Jia Yin, who was no longer laughing. Jia Yin's face also returned to bitterness. Teacher, you really don't want me to have a good day. Ji Chansheng was shocked. Uncle Master, you just got rid of all your debts. And you want to provoke my godfather? This is not the way to seek death. Sage Jia Yin naturally knew that he said the wrong thing, but he didn't take it seriously. Teacher's meaning is very clear. He let go, and he will bear the consequences. My danger does not come from the teacher, but from you. Wrong. It also comes from other saints. Li Chengxi corrected Jia Yin's view. For example, if Saint Taiqing wants to help Master Xuandu become a saint, he may choose to kill you. Sage Jia Yin. It seems to be true. Hong Jun just appointed 7 saints. For every new saint promoted, a saint will fall. But this does not mean that the 6 old saints are allies. Saint Taiqing is closest to Master Xuandu. Master Tontian is closest to Buddha Tathagata. Lady Nua is closest to Emperor Chansheng. If they have a choice, they will attack their former saint companions. Hongjuan's move not only provoked a conflict between the old and the new, it is also an all-round contradiction among the saints. Ji Chansheng frowned and asked, Uncle Master, there can only be 7 saints in the Pangi universe. Is this true? Saint Jian looked serious. Teacher, what you said must be true. In other words, if the 8th saint breaks through by force, the saint's external disaster may be directly initiated by the teacher. Ji Chansheng. Good man. The external tribulation that Hao Qian went through to become a saint was already a huge deal. If Hong Jun went down personally, there would be no 8th saint. This is true or not? Li Changxi also frowned. Teacher, if you do this, aren't you afraid of forcing other saints to rebel? The corner of Jane's saints I twitched. You are not too sinister. And the teacher is quite easy to call. Is there anything in this world that can scare the teacher? Jian sighed. There are still some. Ji Changsheng remained calm. When my father-in-law was revived, my godfather was a little scared. But now, he looks like he has recovered. If he hadn't recovered, Hong Jun would not have played like this time. Because although playing like this also gave a huge reward, it would not be grateful. But Hong Jun still played like this. It shows that he doesn't care about the saints below and Pengu joining forces. Wait, has my godfather's strength improved again? Or has he found another opportunity to improve? Ji Changsheng was surprised and delighted, otherwise. The contrast is too great, and it is difficult to explain the reason. The Saint Jiayin was shocked. This guess is very likely. Hong Jun did not want the 6 saints to join forces against him before. But this time, Hong Jun did not seem to care about this. No. There is also Haoyan. Jiayin suddenly thought of the great heavenly venerable, who was still in seclusion to heal his injuries. With Haoyan here, the saints cannot join forces to oppose the teacher. With the teacher's strength plus a saint, he may be able to suppress everything. The Saint Jiayin said. Ji Changsheng fell into deep thought. During the Witchlich catastrophe, Hong Jun was always afraid that the 4 emperors of the demon clan and the 12 witch ancestors would join forces to kill him. Previously, when he deduced the great catastrophe of the conferred god in the Wahuang Palace, the result of the deduction was that the 6 saints joined forces and successfully sealed Hong Jun after 3 of them died. Although this deduction may not be correct, the conclusion that can be drawn is, Hong Jun is very afraid that the strong men of the same status below him will join forces to kill him. As long as all the strong men of the same level below Hong Jun join forces, Hong Jun seems to be in danger of overturning. But now Haoyan has also become a saint. In the past, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao joined forces, and might have the power to override the chairman. But now it has become 7 saints. Haoyan is Hong Jun's ironclad direct line, and his vote will definitely follow Hong Jun. In this way, the threat of the 6 saints to Hong Jun has not increased but decreased. Ji Changsheng and the Saint Jian looked at each other. The Saint Jian obviously thought of this level. Saints are not fools. Except for Tontian sect master. What Hong Jun feared. The saints have figured out all these years. But some things, even if you know, you can't do it. And when Haoyan became a saint, for various reasons, the 6 saints chose to stand aside and watch. The face of the Saint Jian became more bitter when Haoyan became a saint. My junior brother faked his death, and I lost the bet with Tontian and was forced to retreat. So I couldn't do anything. Ji Changsheng said faintly, I plan to let the teacher and uncle retreat from the world. The Saint Jian reminded, before setting up this plan, you reported to the teacher. And my godfather is watching in Zishu Palace. And he can grasp the changes in the development of the situation at any time. Before Haoyan became a saint, I just beat Tontian and made him confined. As for the Saint Tai Ching and Yuanshi Tianwang, Haoyan took care of it himself. It must be admitted that the value of the great heavenly venerable is very high. He is not a puppet who is supported by Hong Jun. His own ability is also very strong. Because of Haoyan's origin, my mother has no need to attack Haoyan. Noah repaired the sky, giving Haoyan a chance to be reborn. And thus the current Haoyan. It was not Hong Jun who gave Haoyan life, but it was actually Noah who gave Haoyan life. And Hong Jun taught Haoyan to grow up. Noah saved Haoyan's life. And this favor is no less than Hong Jun's teaching and recognition of Haoyan. And because Noah is too powerful, Haoyan will probably never be able to repay Noah's life-saving grace. So he will always be inferior to Noah. And even if he becomes a saint, he will only be a helper to Noah, not a trouble to Noah. Ji Changsheng got the favor of Noah by filial piety. Haoyan was destined to be no threat to Noah by his birth. Then Noah certainly had no reason to block Haoyan's way. In this way, Haoyan's tribulation of becoming a saint seemed to be grand. But in fact, the most difficult 6 levels had been solved in advance. Among them, Haoyan himself dealt with the Saint Tai Ching and Yuanshi Tianwang, the 2 saints of the West and Tontianjiazhu. And now it seems that Ji Changsheng helped him to deal with them. Ji Changsheng thought of this, and his face was gloomy. I was actually calculated. It's not calculated. There is no calculation. Cha Sheng. Don't take yourself too seriously. And don't take yourself too lightly. The Saint Jian shook his head. Ji Changsheng. The guide saint said, the teacher would not have put so much effort into plotting against you. Nor would he have thought that your trip to Baibotan would cause so many problems later. It is obvious that Haoyan is not ready to become a saint. Which means that the teacher does not want Haoyan to become a saint in the near future. You were too rude. You went to Jisai country and framed by Boden. After a 9-headed monster ran away, you exposed the relationship between Xuanwu Shinjun and Haoqian, and finally exposed Haoqian's trump card. Who could have thought of this? Ji Changsheng couldn't refute it. No one can plan this kind of calculation in advance, because there are too many Daoyu involved. And the teacher doesn't have that ability. If the teacher had this ability, the universe would have been peaceful by now. At most, the teacher is one step ahead, and based on your operations, he has achieved his own goals. Winning in chaos is your specialty. But it is not just your specialty. Master Uncle is right. Changsheng has learned from it. Ji Changsheng calmed down again. He is not a saint, and he can't always stay rational. Just now I thought wrong. Now think about it. This is the case. If my godfather could calculate my operation, Pangu would not be revived. This is irrefutable. Hongjun is not Haoqian. He doesn't practice the way of forbearance, and he won't seek humiliation. In Ji Changsheng's Daoyuo Heart Demon Tribulation Illusion test, Ji Changsheng killed him twice. Let him lose face in front of Tai Ching Saint and Nguyen Yongyang. He also resurrected Pangu, the former great enemy. This is masochistic behavior, not Hongjuan style. So Ji Changsheng's will is very independent. It's just that he has set up the stage. And he is not the only one who can perform on the stage. With Hongjuan's strength and resources at hand, as long as he sings a little more attentively, the effect will be better than Ji Changsheng's. There is no way. Hongjun has a huge advantage. Ji Changsheng calmed down his mentality. The matter is done. And now we can only learn from the past and learn lessons. The important thing is to grasp the present. As long as we kill Haoqian, won't a saint be vacant? Always talking about the 6 saints of heaven. Ji Changsheng has not forgotten that there is a new saint in the Huangji Palace. If you want to become a saint, you don't have to focus on the 6 saints. However, the Saint Jian immediately poured cold water on Ji Changsheng's idea. The teacher will always keep an eye on Haoqian. And Haoqian has also said that he will not come out for 10,000 years. If you want to kill Haoqian, the difficulty is not much different from killing Pangu. That's not necessarily the case. As long as your thoughts don't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Ji Changsheng was not scared by the difficulties. Among the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, the easiest to deal with is Tontian Patriarch. And the one with whom Ji Changsheng has the most distant relationship is Tontian Patriarch. If Ji Changsheng really wants to become a saint and take action against Tontian Patriarch, he actually has a certain degree of confidence. But if he takes action against Tontian Patriarch, the goodwill of the Saint Tai Ching and the Yuanshi Tianwang will definitely be gone. And they may even turn against him. This is what Hongjun wants to see happen. It's not what Ji Changsheng wants to see happen. Compared with Tontian Patriarch, killing Haoqian is more in line with Ji Changsheng's will. It is definitely difficult. But there is definitely no chance. The importance of the Queen Mother has been raised again. She is not only Pangu's weak spot, but also Haoqian's weak spot. She must be grasped well. In fact, there is a simpler solution. Ji Changsheng complained, Pangu universe can accommodate up to 7 saints. Which is absolutely nonsense. My godfather didn't count me at all. After Haoqian became a saint, there are now 7 saints. According to this theory, there is only one way for latecomers to become saints, which is to kill the old saints first. But the loophole is also here. What is Daozu? How many saints can be released by killing Hongjun? From the perspective of the 6 saints joining forces, they only sealed Hongjun. If Hongjun is really killed, it is not an exaggeration to release 6 saints. Of course, it is more difficult to do so. The look in the eyes of the Saint Jie towards Ji Changsheng was full of admiration. Changsheng, you are much braver than me. He regained his freedom today. So he spoke wildly. The treason hidden in Ji Changsheng's words far exceeded his previous wild words. Ji Changsheng didn't care at all about this. He now basically understood the temperament of his adoptive father. He and his uncle were cut from the same mold. And in the general direction, they ruled by inaction. As long as there was no serious disruption of order, the adoptive father would not care. Ji Changsheng could naturally grasp this scale. Besides, his status was different now. The adoptive father still expected me to be the catfish who led the charge. And he was reluctant to kill me. Ji Changsheng continued to complain. The adoptive father has great confidence in me. If he does this, the 3 pure ones and the teacher may be afraid of me. What about me? Asked the Saint Jian. Ji Changsheng pointed at Li Changxi. You are afraid of my senior sister. At this time, Li Changshi was looking at the Saint Jiayin with the eyes of a hunter looking at his prey. The illusion of Taiyin Star Lord and the dream of the Saint Jiayin can be replaced with each other. Li Changshi seriously suspected that it was because the Saint Jiayin was disobedient that the Taoist wanted to support her to replace Jiayin. So he gave her a ball of Hongming purple air. Otherwise, theoretically, it would not be her turn to become a saint. What she has to face is the Great Luo Tribulation. The Saint Jiayin also noticed the look Li Changshi gave him at this time, and suddenly laughed dumbly. You are not Taiyin. Don't have too many unrealistic ideas. The teacher gave you the Hongming purple air purely to harm you. Think about Hongmen back then. Sometimes it is not a good thing to master the Hongming purple air. With your current strength, you are not qualified to have the Hongming purple air at all. Li Changshi agreed with the view of the Saint Jiayin. But she didn't care. I can't do it now, but I will be able to do it soon. The Saint Jiayin was startled. Then he heard that Li Changshi's aura began to surge. It is worth mentioning that Ji Changxing's aura has gradually stabilized. And now, he has reached the level of an old-fashioned quasi-saint. That is, today. Luo Ho went on a killing spree in Shaolin Temple and reclassified the standards of Daluo strongman, Daluo, quasi-saint, and saint. Daozu jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements. So Luo Ho did not count him. According to this latest standard, Ji Changsheng has now reached the quasi-saint level in terms of aura. Previously, Ji Changsheng planned the journey to the West project for the 2 saints of the West in order to get a share of the heavenly Dao loan of the 2 saints of the West, judging from the heavenly Dao debts owed by the 2 saints of the West. As long as Ji Changsheng can eat 1/10 of it, it will be enough for him to be promoted to Daluo. But in the end, Ji Changsheng ate more than 1/10. Distribution according to work. The rewards and punishments of the heaven in this regard are fair. And Ji Changsheng had already been promoted to Daluo before this. So the superposition of the 2 sides allowed Ji Changsheng to save countless years of hard practice in the Daluo realm. After Ji Changsheng got the benefits, it was Li Changshi's turn. In the project of picking the scriptures from the West, Li Changshi also made great efforts, and was definitely a hero hidden behind the scenes. Moreover, after the battle in the Banana Cave of Suyin Mountain, the 3 burials master stayed in the Banana Cave to take care of the fetus. And Li Changshi even went into battle in person to help the journey to the West plan progress. Distribution according to work must include Li Changshi's share. Taiyin inheritance plus heavenly Dao dividend plus own hard work plus Buddha inheritance. Li Changshi now has the qualifications to challenge Daluo. The Saint Jiayin naturally felt this. However, he still gave a friendly reminder. Your current strength is similar to that of the Changsheng Jiao Demon King, who failed to challenge Daluo for the first time. If you forcefully challenge Daluo, you will fail 90% of the time. It is better to hone it again. Li Changshi smiled. Ji Changsheng also smiled. Master, you go to the Wat Palace to visit my mother first. I will take care of some things and then come. Panga's revival has made the alliance between the 2 saints of the West and Nguyen Yang more solid. Ji Changsheng is also happy to see this happen. The Saint Jiayin also reacted at this time. Yes, Changsheng. You replaced Luo Ho? Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Yes. From now on, I am the master of the catastrophe. Whether it is under Daluo or the catastrophe of Daluo, I have the final say. The face of the Saint Jiayin changed slightly. No wonder the teacher wants to give you a ball of Hongming purple air. Ji Changsheng now really has the qualifications to challenge the saint. Although he is only 30 years old and his foundation is laughably shallow. However, Ji Changsheng now has complete control over the evolution authority. He has an ability that even saints don't have. Creating Daluo. Although Daluo has a basic threshold. But how to play on this basis is not decided by the saints in the future. It is Ji Changsheng who has the final say. Those who are stuck at the door of Daluo. In theory, as long as they hold on to Ji Changsheng's thigh, they will have the opportunity to go further. But why did Ji Changsheng help them? The Saint of Reception looked at Ji Changsheng deeply. Changsheng, from now on, you will be a complete success. Apart from the high-end saint-level combat power, from now on, Ji's party will even surpass the saint's disciples in terms of the number of Daluo. Ji Changsheng acted calmly. Master, don't worry. You have broken the cage and gained freedom. I have no influence on you. Good. Jian was indeed not too worried. He never cared about power. If the 2 saints were determined to be lone rangers, no one would dare to provoke them. If they were determined to be the overlord of a place, then their foundation would be their weakness. Of course, the consequence of being a lone ranger is that many things have to be done personally. Emperor Xiaotian was about to go online at this time. Lingshan will always be the Lingshan of master and teacher. Master can directly tell me anything in the future. Whether to do it or not is another matter. Let's show our attitude first. Of course, Jian Saint would not think that Ji Changsheng was his puppet. But he still liked Ji Changsheng's attitude and nodded again with satisfaction. Great. Before leaving, Jian Saint glanced at Li Changxi again. Then he left a long sigh in the wind. Li Changxi curled her lips. Junior brother, did you see that Jian was really my loyal licker in my previous life? Ji Changsheng. I think Jian licks Taiyin. Not you at all. But I won't say it. Leaving the killing Luoho clone to suppress Ling Shan. Ji Changsheng held Li Changxi's hand and quickly appeared on Taiyin's star. Li Changxi's breath surged again. Back to the home court. Taiyin's Star Lord strength has reached a higher level. It is already officially impacting the Daluo realm. The first two of the three Daluo tribulations were handled by the Changsheng Emperor, while Ji Changsheng was launching the Thunder Tribulation. He said to Li Changxi, Senior sister, your Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation will be set by me. The difficulty of the Heart Demon Tribulation is divided into 3 levels, and I will definitely choose the easiest one for you. But even the easiest level has a basic threshold. Li Changxi nodded. The previous failure experience of Ji Changsheng and Jiao Demon King has made Li Changxi understand the doorway. Then she heard Ji Changsheng say, the Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation I set for you is to let you go back to the past as Taiyin Star Lord and defeat the Guide Saint. Li Changxi's eyes lit up. Ji Changsheng directly revealed his cards. Sister, in the past, Taiyin Star Lord was able to suppress Jiayin. But it was not necessarily because he was stronger than Jiayin. It was very likely that Jiayin did not fight with all his strength in front of the goddess. Jiayin's strength is still very strong, and he should maintain a certain respect for her. Therefore, the safest way is for you to use the identity of Taiyin Star Lord as the 6th leader of the demon clan to capture Junie first, and then force Jiayin to play a fake match with you. Li Changxi's eyes brightened. She was a mental patient, and even a little embarrassed. Junior brother, isn't it a bit too much for us to operate in secret like this? Ji Changsheng smiled. If you have the power, but don't use it, that's an idiot. I fought hard to get back the authority of Luo Ho. Senior sister, you are the most important person to me. So of course, I have to open a back door for you. Senior sister, go and cross the tribulation. Ji Changsheng wanted to make senior sister a benchmark and let Li Changxi be the image spokesperson of the Lord of the Longevity Tribulation. From now on, anyone who wants to be promoted to Daluo must first come to see the Lord of the Longevity Tribulation. Chapter 534 A Changxi's Life Experience. The temptation of becoming a saint. Whether Daluo is in chaos or not, Changsheng has the final say. The first secret operation after Changsheng's Calamity Master officially took charge of Daluo Calamity was given to Li Changxi. The referees and players were all his own people. And Ji Changsheng didn't know what Li Changxi had to lose. In fact, she did not lose. But an accident still happened. Li Changxi, in the Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation, she went back to the past and fought against the Jian Saint as Taiyin Star Lord. At this time, the witches and liches have become powerful. The demon clan heaven has been established. And Taiyin Star Lord has firmly sat on the 6th seat of the demon clan heaven. With high power, Ji Changsheng has done all the preparations in advance. Li Changxi only needs to act step by step to become Daluo naturally. And it is basically a smooth road. If other Daluo masters knew that Li Changxi's Daluo tribulation was so simple, they would definitely be unbalanced. This kind of Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation is naturally not difficult for Li Changxi. However, before she was ready to deal with the Saint Junie, Zixia Palace started preaching again. Taiyin Star Lord still went there. Although it was only in the Heart Demon Tribulation, it was still a good supplement for Li Changxi to listen to the Taoist preaching once. In the final analysis, Li Changxi's real strength and foundation are still very shallow. The Saint Jian said that her current level is equivalent to Ji Changsheng and Jiao Mong when they first attacked Daluo. Ji Changsheng and Jiao Mong failed in their first attack on Daluo. Li Changxi did not participate in the 7 Great Saints' Oath of Brotherhood, so she did not have such a heavy cause and effect. But if it were not for Ji Changsheng's help to go through the back door, she would not be able to do it with a 99% certainty. It is likely to fail. Daozu's preaching is a great supplement to Li Changxi's foundation. This is indeed the case. After listening to Daozu's preaching, Li Changxi directly entered the state of enlightenment, and felt that all her inheritance had a tendency to merge into one. After a long time, she opened her eyes. Then she found that the Zixu Palace was empty. Only Daozu was sitting on the main seat of the futon, looking at her with deep eyes. Li Changxi looked around and quickly stood up and saluted. The disciple has entered the state of enlightenment, and I don't know the time in the outside world. I have delayed the teacher's time. Please punish me. She acted as Taiyin Xingjun at this time, so she naturally couldn't be killed by Hong Jun before defeating the Jian Saint. Although Li Changxi is a mental patient, she is very well behaved in front of every thigh, looking at the Taiyin Star Lord who was respectful to him at this time. A smile flashed in Daozu's deep eyes. The Taiyin back then was far from being so polite. Li Changxi was shocked and looked up at Daozu. She exchanged glances with Daozu. Li Changxi understood instantly. Daozu conveyed a lot of information to her through his eyes. Teacher, is it really you? The you Li Changxi was talking about was Daozu in reality. She believed that Daozu also understood her subtext. Daozu nodded slightly. It's me. Li Changxi's face changed slightly. She cursed in her heart. Hong Jun, this guy, intervened when his junior brother was going through the Daoyuo hard demon tribulation. But why did he jump out when he was going through the Daoyuo hard demon tribulation? What about Luoho's control of the Daoyuo hard demon tribulation? Facts have proved that Daozu always holds the greatest authority. Daozu obviously saw through Li Changxi's thoughts. Daozu was unexpectedly patient with this mental patient. I value order. Since I have given Changsheng the authority of the Great Tribulation, I will not interfere too much in his behavior. But this time it is you who is going through the tribulation. You are different. Li Changxi told the truth. Disciple does not understand. Daozu said bluntly, without you, there would be no Ji Changsheng now. You are very important to Ji Changsheng. Li Changxi understood this time, and said modestly, my junior brother and I are mutually accomplished. Indeed, we are mutually accomplished. Daozu did not deny this. But Ji Changsheng is walking very fast now, and you are about to catch up with him. This time, I want to help you. Teacher, why do you want to help me? Li Changxi remained alert. This old Deng has no relationship with me, and he doesn't have a crush on me like Jia Yin does. So why is he so nice to me? Han Jun smiled. If I help you, it's like helping Ji Changsheng. If he owes you, it's like he owes me. If you owe me, it's like he owes me. The more you owe me, the more reassured you are, and the more reassured I am. Li Changxi blinked. This is a bit confusing, but she understood. Everyone says she has mental problems, but when she should be smart, she is very smart. So, teacher, how are you going to make me owe you a huge cause and effect? Daozu smiled and said, you always think you are Taiyin Star Lord. Have you ever thought about the inside story? Li Changxi said proudly, I am Taiyin Star Lord. Teacher, don't think of shaking my Tao heart. Daozu laughed dumbly, yes. You are indeed the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord. Taiyin Star Lord has fallen now. For Daozu, the dead Daoyuo can tamper with the database at will without changing the general trend. He said that Li Changxi is the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord. So Li Changxi is the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord. It is decided by the heavenly Tao and cannot be changed. You are not mentally ill. You are Taiyin. And Taiyin is you. Pangda can't change what I said. In front of Daozu, the long river of time and space rippled again. Li Changxi saw a scene that had happened in Zixu Palace through the long river of time and space. Taiyin, you mainly cultivate the power of Taiyin, and the moonlight of Taiyin covers the world. With the help of Yoguang Luohuan, plus your status as a demon clan heavenly court, you are enough to be ranked as a saint. If you are interested, this group of Hongming Purple Air is yours. If you are not interested, this group of Hongming Purple Air belongs to your direct competitor Jane. Taiyin Star Lord turned proudly. I am enough to become a saint by my own strength. Thank you for your appreciation. Teacher, I don't want to rely on external forces. So, Taiyin Star Lord fell. Jian Saint became a saint. But before Taiyin Star Lord left, Hong Jun suddenly said, Taiyin, after endless years, I will give your reincarnation a chance to choose again. The long river of time and space closed. Daozu looked at Taiyin Star Lord again. Jia Yin wants freedom just like Taiyin did back then. Taiyin, the opportunity has come to you again. Jia Yin plus Junti back then got a loan from me. You plus Ji Changsheng now are just like Jia Yin and Junti back then. What will you choose? Chapter 534 Bi Chengxing's Day. Accelerating Universe. Li Chongqi's first reaction was, Lao Ding. How dare you? Of course I dared to take out a loan. And my loan is not equal to has to be repaid. The inequality is solved in seconds. Why should I pay back the loan I took out based on my ability? This Lao Ding trusts my character too much. When I owe you 1 trillion, I am the boss. How dare you kill me? But Li Chongqi quickly realized that Lao Ding is the Taoist ancestor after all. The story of Emperor Su Tian that Ji Changsheng told her may not be applicable to the Taoist ancestor. What's more, according to the story of his junior brother, Emperor Su Tian had such a huge debt, and he couldn't escape in the end, and once sang tears in the iron window. The 2 saints in the West owed so much to the Taoist ancestor, but they didn't dare to be deadbeats. She probably didn't have the ability to get a no-liability loan from Hong Jun. So Li Chongqi calmed down and asked in a deep voice, Teacher, what do I need to pay? Actually, there is nothing to pay. I don't even care whether you pay back the money or not. Hong Jun said truthfully, if I have to say, it is to give up some freedom. Jia Yinjuanti's yesterday is your and Ji Chengxing's tomorrow. Li Chongqi said truthfully, this business looks very cost-effective. Although in Jia Yin's view, he has lived a very depressed life for countless years. But Tiandao Dai is a besieged city. The saints inside want to get out. The Daoyuo outside want to get in. All the Daoyuo, one by one. Who is not envious of the 2 saints in the West? Love is precious, but freedom is more precious. If you are a saint, you can give up both. Li Chongqi felt from the bottom of her heart that this business was not a loss. Hong Jun also thought Tian's talent was equal to Jian's. Tian's power was more than 1 level higher than Jian's. If Tian had agreed, Jian would have died, and the one who survived would have been Saint Tian. Without my help, Jian and Juanti would have survived a near-death experience. Unfortunately, after achieving success, they often exaggerate their own efforts and are unwilling to admit that they are just pigs on the vent of the wind. Li Chongqi said frankly, Teacher, you compare Jia and Juanti to pigs, which is really a bit too much. They are much better than pigs. In the group of Daoyuo back then, Jia and Juanti was just an average person. There are often good horses, but there are not often good horse trainers. They can achieve what they have today. And my credit accounts for at least 90%. But in their cognition, my credit may only account for 40%. Hong Jun's tone was slightly mocking. There is only Jia and Juanti of the era. But there is no era without Jia and Juanti. Soon, they will realize this. Tian, you didn't realize this back then. Now, do you still hope to create your own era with your own hands? Li Chongqi didn't want to at all. Becoming Daoyuo, Li Chongqi is confident. Becoming a saint, Li Chongqi has no confidence at all. The previous life has proved that she did not succeed on her own. In this life, Li Chongqi is not stubborn. She just doesn't dare to agree to Daozu directly. Because Daozu is not a fool. It is impossible to give her a loan from the heavenly Dao for no reason. Teacher, you just said that you don't even need us to pay back the money? Li Chongqi asked. The 2 saints of the West have worked hard to repay the debt to the heavenly Dao over the years. Is this how she and Ji Changsheng please Hong Jun? They don't even have to pay back the money? Why does Li Chongqi not believe it? But Hong Jun's explanation convinced her. It is the heavenly Dao that lends you saintly power. And I am just the final decision. You treat the heavenly Dao as a company. And I am the chairman of the heavenly Dao company. I make the decision and give you a low interest or even interest-free loan. And you and Changsheng will become my people. If you pay back this loan, the heavenly Dao company will not lose money. And the company's financial report will look good. For example, now that the 2 saints of the West have repaid the heavenly Dao debt, the strength of the heavenly Dao company has increased. And I, the chairman, have also become a little stronger. Li Chongqi's heart trembled. That's right. The 2 saints of the West repaid at least the power of the 4 saints. As the heavenly Dao grew stronger, the most direct beneficiary was Hong Jun, who was in charge of the heavenly Dao. Hong Jun did not lose. But from another perspective, Hong Jun lost. As the chairman of the heavenly Dao company, I made money. But in fact, as an individual, I did not make money. Company assets and chairman assets are 2 different things. The expansion of the company's market value is also different from the expansion of my own cash flow. Jia and Juanti paid off the loan. And the human and material resources I can use on the books have become less. If they don't pay back the loan, I can use them and their resources at any time. Li Changxi understood. Daluo strongmen can look up and down the past and the present, and understand that this economic concept is a basic operation. I understand. Teacher, you really don't want me and Cha Sheng to repay the loan. Just like you don't want the two saints of the West to repay the loan. Dao Zu is in charge of the Heavenly Dao. But Dao Zu is not the same as Heavenly Dao. He has an independent will. It's just that in the general direction. He implements lawful justice, and is about 90% in sync with Heavenly Dao. He hopes that Heavenly Dao Company will grow stronger, and that Panga Universe will be better. But Dao Zu also has selfish motives, because the individual interests of the chairman and the overall interests of the company are only consistent in most of the time. But there are always a few times when they are inconsistent. However, Dao Zu does not completely agree with Li Changxi's words. In fact, I don't particularly mind that Jiang Juanti paid off the debt to Heavenly Dao. Otherwise I would have stopped them. Teacher, do you mind? Of course I don't mind. It's just a little trouble. I was able to promote them back then, and now I can replace them. It's just that this time I chose you and Cha Sheng. One day in the future, you and Chan Sheng will want freedom like Jiang Juanti. And naturally there will be new people to replace you. Dao Zu's tone was very calm, but his words were unquestionable. The Heavenly Dao is in my hands, so I have the final say on who to lend money to. If you don't want to lend, there will always be Daluo who is willing. I was the first to ask Tain, and Tain refused, but Juanti agreed. If Juanti doesn't agree, there will still be other Daluo who agree. No one in this universe is irreplaceable, except me. Li Changxi smiled slightly. Teacher, you do have the capital to say so. But aren't you afraid that if you lend us the power of the saint, we will lose control directly? Or is there something to control us in the Heavenly Dao loan you lent? This is what Li Changxi is most worried about. Hong Jun gave Li Changxi a reassurance, before Tai Ching refined the antidote for the meteorite pill. I could indeed control the life and death of the saints to a certain extent. Now, there is no power that can decide the life and death of the saints. As for you saying that I am worried that you will lose control, Han Jun reminded slightly. It seems that you did not take the reminder of Hongming Purple Chi seriously. Li Changxi immediately thought of the reminder of Hongming Purple Chi. First, Panga Universe can accommodate up to 7 saints. Second, from now on, every time a new saint is born, an old saint must fall. Third, the old saints know all this information, which is the unshakable iron rule of Panga Universe. Li Changxi frowned and said, Teacher, forgive me for being blunt. The saying of the 7 saints is probably a figment of the imagination. Dao Zu called himself Dao Zu, but at the beginning, he only claimed to have achieved the Dao fruit of Hunyuan Daluo saint. Pangu is now revived, and it is hard to say whether he has the strength of a saint. But as long as Pangu is given time, the strength of a saint is set in stone. Then there are already 9 saints. How can it accommodate up to 7 saints? Hong Jun pointed to the sky. This is the current rules and regulations of Tiandao Company, which cannot be changed. Li Changxi frowned more and more. Teacher, aren't you considered a saint? No. My current strength has far exceeded the original Hunyuan Daluo saint realm. You can be considered a Taoist ancestor. This realm is already transcendent. As for Pangu, you think he is. He does not have the strength of a saint now. If he must become a saint. Speaking of this, Hong Jun smiled. Then he must kill a saint first. This is the current rule of Tiandao. Unless his strength is stronger than mine. If Pangu's current strength is stronger than Hong Jun, he will not hide his head and show his tail. Li Changxi didn't understand. Teacher, you made such a rule. Aren't you afraid that all the saints below will join forces to rebel? First, this rule was not made by me. It is an iron law formed spontaneously by the Heavenly Dao. Hong Yun's death was certainly due to Kuiping's sneak attack. But part of the reason was that I wanted to test the authenticity of this iron law. Li Changxi's eyes flashed. This news had not been spread to the outside world before. Hong Jun distributed the sainthood that year and issued 7 saints. But with Hong Jun, there are 8 saints. However, Han Yun, who got the sainthood, was ambushed by the demon master Kuiping and died soon after leaving Zixia Palace. There are still 7 saints. After that, no strongman became a saint. Until yesterday, Haotian became a saint again after endless years. But Hong Jun has transcended. So now there are still 7 saints. Li Changxi thought to herself that Dao Zu had no reason to lie to her. After all, she was not worth Dao Zu's deception. Mental patients also have self-knowledge. It is unnecessary for an ordinary person to worry about the billionaire setting up a trap to deceive him all day long. Second, it is impossible for all the saints to rebel against me together. Haotian doesn't dare to do that. So Hongjun is fearless. Li Chengxi didn't ask what to do if Haotian died. Haotian's turtle vitality may not be lower than that of the 6 saints before. And with Haotian's tolerance of everything, it is hard to say what danger he will encounter. Even if he encounters it, there are Daozu to help. Unless Haotian can be killed in 1 second. But killing Haotian in 1 second is itself a super high level difficulty. Li Chengxi also realized the real reason why Hongjun didn't need to control her and Ji Chansheng. So if my junior brother and I want to become saints, we must first kill 2 saints? That's right. In addition, after borrowing the loan from the Heavenly Tao, to a certain extent, I will personally help you and Ji Chansheng. Just like I once personally helped Jieyin and Juanti. At the end of the conferred God tribulation, Hongjun personally went to the scene and forced the 3 pure ones to eat the meteoric pill. Although nominally it was because Tantian Jiaozhu was determined to destroy the world at that time. But the other 2 parties, Jieyin and Juanti, did not receive any punishment at all. Hongjun was completely taking sides. So it is really good to borrow more loans. When you encounter problems, the creditor will definitely help you. But from now on, Jieyin and Juanti will never be treated like this again. Hongjun's preference will be given to the next strong man who borrows money from the Heavenly Tao. There are currently only 2 ways to become a saint. First, like the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, you can really change your fate by your own strength. And no one can stop you, including me. Second, with my help, you can also become a saint. And no one can stop you, including Pangdu and other saints. Hongjun did not force Li Chengxi to make a choice. His tone was very calm. Tying. I explained it clearly enough. You choose it yourself. Teacher, I hope to return to reality and discuss with my junior brother before making a decision. Li Chengxi actually tended to agree. Don't be a fool to give money. Although this is in a sense a stand on the side of Daozu, it is easy to arouse hostility from other camps, such as Pangdu, such as Sanqing. But progress is more important. As long as you can make progress, follow Daozu. If Daozu blocks her progress in the future, just follow Daozu. This choice is not difficult to make at all. It's just because it was Daozu who lent the money, and his strength and means are unimaginable. So Li Chengxi has a stable hand. And she was wondering about one thing. Teacher, why don't you talk to my junior brother about such a big thing? It's difficult for her to make the decision for Ji Chansheng. But Ji Chansheng can make the decision for her. And Li Chengxi is very confident in her junior brother. It is important for people to know themselves. Li Chengxi asked herself why she was not as decisive and rational as her junior brother in handling such a big matter. Hearing Li Chengxi's question, Hongjun's dignified and solemn image almost broke. I don't want to see that evildoer now. Li Chengxi? It seems that he hasn't told you everything he did in the Daoyuo Hard Demon Tribulation illusion. Very good. It means he doesn't want to die yet, and knows the importance of it, Hongjun said. In fact, the matter is not as complicated as Li Chengxi thought. Hongjun was telling the truth. He didn't want to see Ji Chansheng now, because Ji Chansheng killed him twice in the Daoyuo Hard Demon Tribulation illusion. Or he gave Ji Chansheng the opportunity to create it. Daozu also needs to save face. In front of Li Chengxi, he can still maintain his tall and majestic image. In front of Ji Chansheng, Hongjun can hardly imagine how Ji Chansheng secretly criticizes him in his heart. Just turn a blind eye. However, Hongjun certainly can't take the initiative to tell Li Chengxi the real reason. Face issues are the most concerned issues for all powerful people after reaching a certain level. Except Haotian. De Tianzuan is really awesome. In terms of bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, De Tianzuan has completely surpassed Daozu and the 6 saints. And the gold content is directly maxed out. In short, Ji Chansheng knows why I didn't find him. I'll give you 1 day to think about it. If you don't contact me after 1 day, I'll regard it as you giving up and go find the next person to lend money to. Hongjun's tone returned to normal. There will always be Daoyuo who want to improve. Tying, opportunities will not always favor you. Hurry up. I know. Li Chengxi didn't have a big sense of crisis. If it was in the past, Daozu only gave her 1 day. Li Chengxi would be very nervous. It's different now. Since she met Ji Chansheng, Li Chengxi realized that 1 day can be so rich. Leaving 1 day for Ji Chansheng is definitely enough. Disciple will go to cross the tribulation first, and contact the teacher after 1 day. Go. The gate of Zixia Palace closed. Before closing, Dao Zu's last sentence made Li Changxi's heart move. It's a good opportunity to adapt to the feeling of killing Jiang Xuanti in advance. This time, it was her Daoyuo hard demon tribulation. If she accepts Hongjuan's heavenly loan, the next time she attacks the two saints of the West, it is very likely to be in reality. After all, the three pure ones are one, and even Hongjun will feel weak if he attacks the three pure ones. Ji Changsheng will definitely not attack Nuwa. If they want to become saints, they can only target the two saints in the West. With Hongjuan's favoritism, she and Ji Changsheng have the strength of saints, and they have a great chance of success in killing Jia Yinjuanti. As long as they are willing to accept Hongjuan's olive branch, the era of saints will experience earth-shaking changes. Li Changxi has no psychological pressure to attack the two saints in the West. I just don't know what my junior brother will think. My junior brother is still a good person in essence. Xuanti Saint is Ji Changsheng's teacher. Jia Yin Saint has never shown any malice towards Ji Changsheng. Based on Li Changxi's understanding of her junior brother, Ji Changsheng may not be able to do it. So she shook her head and temporarily put her wild thoughts behind her. No matter what the reality is, she must try it once in her Daoyuo hard demon tribulation illusion. No more accidents happened. After the thunder tribulation and the inner demon tribulation were over, Li Changxi officially promoted to Daoyuo. The moonlight of the moon covered the world. At the same time, in all the heavens and the worlds, whether it was day or night, the moon was shining brightly, overshadowing the sun and the stars, and became the only one in the sky at this moment. The vision when promoted to Daoyuo cannot be concealed at all. So in theory, every strongman will attract external tribulation when promoted to Daoyuo. There are always famous Daoyuo strongmen who don't want to have another strongman of the same level to share resources with them, or strongmen who have long had grudges, while the tribulation person has not yet adapted to the strength of Daoyuo. Make a last-ditch effort. Back then, Master Xuandu was the only disciple of the Saint Tai Ching, but he still couldn't escape the external calamity. Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, as the disciple of the Saint Jian, was also suspected of being blocked by a saint when he was going through the calamity. More recently, there was the Eternal Emperor, who was also so big and scary when he went through the external calamity in the Little Lane Temple. Li Changxi shouldn't have been spared. But when the strong men from all walks of life sensed that Li Changxi was about to reach the Daoyuo realm and was only short of the external calamity, almost all the heavens and the worlds were silent. Li Changxi asked Ji Changsheng in a daze, "Hey, junior brother, why didn't anyone come to trouble me? Where is my external calamity?" Ji Changsheng smiled and said, "I beat them all down before. Almost no one escaped." Ji Changsheng was flattering himself. First, it was Hao Tian who beat up the Daoyuo's strong men. After Hao Tian finished beating them, Master Xuandu beat them up again. There was also the pursuit of Luo Ho. So the powerful Daoyuo warriors, who are still alive now, are really powerless. They don't want Li Changxi to successfully advance to Daoyuo. But they have no way at all. At least today is the golden period for overcoming the Daoyuo tribulation. Li Changxi stretched. What a pity. I still want to weigh the world's strong men, and let the world know that the King of Taiyin Star has returned. Ji Changsheng continued to smile. Yes. It's a pity. Hao Tian and Luo Ho have already shown their power, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi deliberately didn't hide their words from others. Hearing their conversation, all the Daoyuo warriors secretly cursed them for being shameless. The Daoyuo group once again started the anonymous spit mode. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Everyone knows that Luo Ho of Shaolin Temple is Ji Changsheng in disguise. It's too late to say anything. The great Emperor Changsheng has already become a great figure. Speaking of which, today is simply the golden period for becoming Daoyuo. If you choose to become Daoyuo today, at least you don't have to face external disasters. But you have to face Ji Changsheng. In my opinion, Li Changxi's foundation is not enough to be promoted to Daoyuo. Did Ji Changsheng reduce the difficulty of Daoyuo disaster for her? It should be. From now on, whether you can become Daoyuo or not is up to Ji Changsheng. The Daoyuo group fell silent. On the Taiyin Star, Li Changxi also deliberately asked Ji Changsheng this question, Junior brother, thank you for reducing the difficulty of the hard demon tribulation for me. Will the authority to control the Daoyuo hard demon tribulation be transferred from Luo Ho to you in the future? Ji Changsheng said seriously, senior sister. You are still affected by the hard demon tribulation. The one who is in charge of the Daluo hard demon tribulation has always been the demon ancestor Luoho. What does it have to do with me? Those who want to be promoted to Daluo still have to find Luoho to pay homage to the mountain gate. Li Changshi rolled her eyes and asked tirelessly, then how should they find Luoho? Ji Changsheng sighed faintly. The demon ancestor is now in his heyday and has taken over Lingshan. Those who want to be promoted to Daluo in the future can naturally find Luoho in Lingshan. Alas, the world will be troubled from now on. Emperor Changsheng started the mode of worrying about the country and the people. Li Changshi's cold face is now overflowing with smiles between her eyebrows. The Luoho of Lingshan is of course her. Ji Changsheng was giving the benefit to her and letting her be the one to receive the gift. There is a basic threshold for impacting Daluo. For example, Mu Xian, even with Ji Changsheng's desperate support, can't reach the threshold of Daluo. So anyone who is sure to go to Lingshan to give gifts will not be a small character. Then the price they offer will definitely not be low. Ji Changsheng's light words may create the future Pangi universe's first richest man. Li Changshi naturally felt the love of his junior brother for himself. Junior brother is saying that if you want to make progress, find Luoho. Buddha is 1 foot taller, and the devil is 10 feet taller. The world will be troubled from now on. Sorry, I just remembered something happy. Ji Changsheng and Li Changshi talked and laughed, removed the projection to the heavens and the world, and disappeared from the sight of a group of Daluo strongmen. But the information they revealed will definitely spread throughout the circle of strongmen in the heavens and the world in the shortest time, setting off a new round of storms. Bio Palace? Because there were so many things happening today, and one after another. Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang didn't have time to say goodbye. They chose to stay at the third brother's house to eat beef. While eating beef and singing, Li Changshi became a Daluo. The 3 pure ones looked at each other. Tontian Patriarch frowned and said, Xiao Changsheng will become the most powerful force now. Even though he may not be very smart, Tontian Patriarch knew how rare it was to become a Daluo. Even the Jiejiao, which was so strong back then, did not have more than 2 digits of Daluo. Second brother, Xiao Changsheng's Daluo may surpass your Yushu Palace tomorrow. Don't you feel ashamed? Tontian Patriarch asked. Yuanshi Tianwang's fist hardened again. He ate a piece of beef fiercely. Then he said, this is a good thing. Changsheng is the robbery master, and my other disciples have the hope of Daluo. He has a good relationship with Ji Changsheng. He believes that Ji Changsheng will be willing to give him this face. But Tontian Sect Master laughed out loud. Forget it. They can't even reach the minimum threshold for promotion to Daluo. Trash is trash, and they are not qualified to take shortcuts. Yuanshi Tianwang. Tai Ching Saint quickly interrupted Tontian Sect Master's suicidal behavior. Otherwise the 2 brothers would fight again. But this time Tai Ching Saint voted for Tontian Sect Master. Second brother, your other disciples are indeed not ready to impact Daluo. Tai Ching Saint tried his best to choose words. Send them to our big world first. I will try my best to improve their foundation, and then see if they can impact Daluo. Emperor Changsheng wants to promote a county magistrate. At least you have to have the appearance of a pavilion chief. If you can't even be a pavilion chief, Ji Changsheng can't force things to happen. Daluo strongmen should not be so arrogant. Otherwise they will be worse than dogs. The 12 immortals of Yushu were the scum who were wiped out by the 3 goddesses. Leaving aside Fairy Yishao, they can still wipe out the 12 immortals of Yushu. They are indeed a bit too useless. Letting them advance to Daluo is simply lowering the gold content of Daluo's strongmen. Although Ji Changsheng certainly doesn't care about this. But the Saint Tai Ching has now recognized a fact. The second brother really can't teach his disciples. Let him do it himself. Let's see if there is any unpolished jade among the 12 immortals who is delayed by the second brother, since the eldest brother said so. Yuanshi Tianwang certainly didn't dare to object. Just do as you say, big brother. The Tai Ching Saint sighed. Now it seems that I have delayed you. Yu Linglong's background is similar to that of Li Changshi now. The Tai Ching Saint is confident that he can help Yu Linglong improve her strength quickly. But he is not able to make Yu Linglong really reach the average level of Daluo. So the Tai Ching Saint asked Yu Linglong to continue to study. But plans are not as fast as changes. If he had known that the authority of Daluo Hard Demon Tribulation would fall into Ji Changsheng's hands, Yu Linglong could certainly use the back door. He has worked hard to teach for countless years. But he can't resist the easy operation of the Changsheng Tribulation Master. Although passing the Daluo hard demon tribulation and passing the difficult mode are helpful for the strength and potential after becoming Daluo, such as Duobao and Xuandu, who passed the most difficult hard demon tribulation, which directly increased their gold content and even had the potential to impact the saint. But the requirements of the Tai Ching Saint for Yu Linglong are not that high. If you can become Daluo with a 90% certainty, you won't lose face for the Tai Ching lineage. And Ji Changsheng has proved with facts that progress and foundation are actually not related. The Tai Ching Saint is very worried. If Yu Linglong comes out of retreat and finds that Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi have become Daluo first, will her Tao heart be broken? For the Tai Ching Saint's worries, Yuan Shi Tianwang, who has a group of useless disciples under his command, and Tan Tianjiaozhu, who is now a commander without troops, both expressed that they were hurt. Brother, you are a little Versailles. You even use Versailles now? The Tai Ching Saint was a little surprised. It's very up to date. Brother, I'm not an idiot like my third brother, who doesn't know how to improve. Xiao Changsheng is so fast. So of course, I have to keep up with the times. Brother, who are you calling an idiot? The great Qing Saint was very pleased, and felt that his two younger brothers' IQs had improved a little. It was good enough to improve, and he didn't expect too much. After talking to Yu Linglong in the Yuanshi Great World, the great Qing Saint asked Yu Linglong to decide whether she would continue to study there, or come out to find Ji Changsheng through the back door. Then his tone turned serious. After losing the Hongming Purple Qi, has your strength been affected? He himself was not affected, because he had already refined the power of the heavenly Tao in the Hongming Purple Qi. But these two useless brothers were not affected. However, Yuan Shi Tianwang and Tan Tianjiaozhu both shook their heads. Yuan Shi Tianwang said, Brother, I just didn't dare to refine the Hongming Purple Qi, for fear that there might be a trick in it. I never rely on that thing. I didn't use it when I fought with my third brother during the conferred God tribulation. Tan Tianjiaozhu, what? Hongming Purple Qi can be refined? With the 4 swords of Juxian in hand, I am directly invincible. Who cares about that useless Purple Qi? The 3 pure ones didn't become saints by relying on the system. They became saints first, and then Hongjun gave them the system. They really don't care whether Hongming Purple Qi stays or goes. The Saint Tai Ching was relieved. That's good. There is actually no backup plan for the teacher in the Hongming Purple Qi. The effect is to increase the combat power by 10%. Now all other Daluo do not have the strength of a saint. The teacher used the Hongming Purple Qi to tempt them to stir up internal conflicts among the saints. First find out who the Hongming Purple Qi fell into, and then we will make a plan later. Tom Tian Sect Master said, I saw Duobao got a ball. Xuandu also got a ball. And Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi also got a ball. But there are 2 balls of purple qi that I didn't see. Yuan Shi Tianwang was curious about another thing. 7 balls of primordial purple qi. Why did the teacher only take out 6 balls? It was used by Haotian. Tai Ching Saint said, the ball of purple qi that Hongyun disappeared that year was given to Haotian by the teacher. Isn't it in Xuandu's hands? Yuan Shi Tianwang frowned. Kuiping was killed by Xuandu. I thought it was in Xuandu's hands. Xuandu has some of Kuiping's Dao fruit, but not Hongyun's primordial purple qi. I suspect that Hongyun was tricked by the teacher that year. He may just be a test subject of the teacher. After Hongyun died, the teacher should have taken back the primordial purple qi. Pangi Universe can accommodate up to 7 saints. This thing is very likely true. Tan Tianjiaozhu and Yuan Shi Tianwang were moved. That is to say, if Duobao wants to become a saint, he has to kill one of the second brother or Jian Jundi first. Tan Tian Sect Master frowned. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed Haotian yesterday, even if my eldest brother was unhappy. He promised the Saint Tai Ching to confine himself to the Bio Palace, so he held back and didn't make a move. Yuan Shi Tianwang forced himself to ignore the provocation of his stupid third brother, and his face was a little ugly. Haotian took the last place to become a saint. If he had known this earlier, he would not have agreed to Haotian's request, and should not have stood idly by. But knowing it earlier is worth 1,000 gold. The Saint Tai Ching said helplessly, I just figured it out. Yesterday I didn't realize the series of chain reactions brought about by Haotian's becoming a saint. After all, the teacher has mastered the way of heaven, and his information resources are far superior to ours. For the time being, we can only deal with it as it happens. The 3 pure ones don't have a god's perspective. Judging from the information they had yesterday, it was not so difficult to let Haotian become a saint, and Haotian might not succeed at that time. It's no use regretting now. They don't have the strength to regret. They can only accept the reality and plan to fight back. Yuan Tianwang's voice became cold. Then we have to find a way to kill Haotian. Haotian is the one who is least likely to betray the teacher. Haotian has a turtle-like temper. It's hard to kill him. Right? Tantian Jiaozhu. A tough guy. Has no confidence. I am sure I can kill Haotian. But the premise is that Haotian must leave the heaven. And the teacher must not rescue him. Both of these things are difficult. Protect yourself first. Tai Ching Saint said, if my judgment is correct, the heavenly Tao allows a maximum of 7 saints to exist. And the Father God will become very dangerous. Yuan Tianwang and Tantian Jiaozhu felt depressed at the same time. Yes. In this case, if the Father God wants to become a saint, he must kill a saint first. It's probably not as easy as taking action against Jiang Junti. Panga faced Jiang Junti. There was no suppression from the bloodline. And they themselves were not compatible. The opponent Nua Nyang was even more so. But Pangdu's attack on the 3 pure ones was more effective than the others. The 3 pure ones are now facing wolves in front and tigers behind. And the situation is not optimistic. Second brother. Third brother. Let's try not to separate for the next period of time. The great pure one said in a deep voice. He decided to stay in the Bio Palace temporarily. Play a defensive counterattack. Taiyan Star. Li Chongxi just informed Ji Changsheng of the information about the conversation with Hong Jun. After Ji Changsheng digested it, the first point he grasped was something Li Chongxi had not expected. Godfather said that he would not occupy the holy position? Li Chongxi nodded. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the situation is not so unsolvable. It is not just the option of killing the 7 saints. There are other options, such as helping other saints become the next Taoist ancestor. Li Chongxi slapped her thigh. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of this? The Taoist master can transcend. And so can other saints. For example, the saint of Tai Ching. For example, the goddess Nua. Even Pangu. As long as they don't occupy the saintly position. The saintly position is not empty? Who stipulated that there must be fighting and killing? Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, Father deliberately blurred this point. Or rather, Father felt that other saints could not reach his level. So he ignored this point. But we can't ignore it. Killing a saint is to be an enemy of the saint. Helping a saint to transcend and reach the level of the Taoist master will gain the friendship of the saint. These 2 directions. Different choices. Naturally different results. Let Ji Changsheng choose. He will definitely choose the latter. After all, it is well known that the great Emperor Changsheng has never liked fighting and killing. Compared with the difficulty and negative impact of killing saints, helping Tai Ching and Nua to improve is definitely a better choice for us. Ji Changsheng made the decision. Li Chongxi nodded. The Saint Tai Ching and she both have the surname Li. So they are a family. Nua and Ji Changsheng are mother and son. So they are also a family. A family must work together. Of course. This can also avoid being enemies with the 2 saints in the West. But it is also difficult. Brother. It is not easy to do this. Right? It is definitely not easy. Otherwise my godfather would not be so confident. But it is also not easy to kill the saint. So we should choose the lesser of 2 evils. That's the truth. Brother. Do you have any ideas? Yes. Ji Laomo's cultivation talent may not be the best. But his ability to respond is definitely the best in the world. And he may not lose to Hong Jun. It is impossible for us to help the saint transcend directly. We are powerless. But there is a guy who should know how to help the saint transcend. Li Chongxi reacted instantly. Pangu. Yes. Pangu. Will Pangu not help me? It's up to us. His wife and children are in my hands. So he must sit down and negotiate with me. Ji Changsheng calmly analyzed. As long as we choose to help the saint transcend, the 6 saints will still be our allies. With the 6 saints as a backing, Panga can't kill me. In addition, his wife and children are in my hands. I have even gained the upper hand in the game with Pangu, and can talk to him directly. If we can't reach an agreement, I will suppress him directly and search his soul. The latter is the last resort. After all, it is Pangu. It is definitely not that easy to suppress him. Searching his soul is even more difficult. However, Ji Changsheng retains this option. We strive for peace, but we will never promise to give up the use of force. Li Chongxi blinked. It seems to be the case. There is something to talk about. Junior brother. Can you find Pangu? Ji Changsheng smiled. I just don't want to find him. Pangu doesn't really think he is hiding well. Right? Ji Laoimo was very worried about Pangu at first. But after calming down and analyzing, he realized that Pangu was not a fatal threat at all. At least not for him, for the time being. Because Pangu didn't dare to kill him directly. When Pangu dared, Ji Changsheng didn't know how he had grown. What's so scary about him? I have one last question. Li Changshi said, if the Pangu universe can only accommodate 7 saints, then it should be able to accommodate even fewer transcendent beings. Junior brother, are you sure that other saints can still transcend? Of course I'm not sure. But it's none of our business. Ji Changsheng said objectively, it is very likely that once other beings transcend, they will fight to the death with my godfather. But it is better than us fighting with the saints. And another possibility is not ruled out. Once transcended, maybe there will be no burden on the Pangu universe? Saints are still a burden to the heavenly Tao universe. But it is hard to say whether Hong Jun is a burden to the heavenly Tao. In recent years, Ji Changsheng rarely saw Hong Jun asking for anything from the heavenly Tao. If the transcendents can achieve energy self-sufficiency, and even feed back to the Pangu universe, it is not impossible. Because the current strength of Daozu exceeds that of Pangu in the past. In theory, there is a possibility that Daozu will look down on the resources of the Pangu universe. Then it may be a happy ending in the end. Although Ji Changsheng does not think that Hong Jun would like to see other saints transcend. But again, what does this have to do with Ji Changsheng? It doesn't matter if the transcendences fight each other. Ji Changsheng's current goal is the saint. We don't need to consider the things that come later. We need to make progress by grasping the main contradictions. As for the subsequent impact, we will talk about it later. Senior sister, you go to Lingshan to preside over the overall situation. I will communicate with the 6 saints, and then go to Pangu to negotiate. Li Changshi nodded, and looked into the depths of the reincarnation. Junior brother, you have 1 day. Ji Changsheng smiled. 1 day is enough. Give Emperor Changsheng 1 day, and he can move the entire Pangu universe. Chapter 535 Mother-in-law. You don't want your husband to lose his job, do you? Godfather is still willing to give us 1 day to make a choice. Godfather is still too strong. Arrogance is deep in his bones. Ji Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Daozu actually knows Ji Changsheng's work efficiency very well. So he didn't give Ji Changsheng too much time to consider. Only 1 day. But for Ji Changsheng, 1 day is still too long. It's really enough for him to do a lot of things. Li Changshi also smiled. I think the teacher has already valued you very much in his heart. After all, he only gave you 1 day. That's the reason. For such a major matter, it is normal for Ji Changsheng and Li Changshi to consider for 3 to 5 days. Daozu only gave 1 day, which means that he also thinks that it will change if it's too late. But it's not too late. And it can change. Sister, I'm going to the Hua Palace. The Saint of Jane is now meeting with Noah in the Hua Palace. Ji Changsheng happened to be in the Hua Palace, a place that Daozu could not monitor. And he was looking for the 6 saints to hold a meeting. His adoptive father was very strong. But in the current situation, no one could be omniscient and omnipotent. After a while, Hua Palace. Ji Changsheng first saluted to Noah, and then asked in surprise, Teacher, why are you here too? Subhuti glared at Ji Changsheng unhappily. Why? Am I not worthy of coming to Hua Palace? The 2 saints in the west wanted to strengthen their cooperation with Noah. At the same time, after losing the Hongming Purple Qi and the Tianao loan, they also lost the protection from the Zixia Palace. They needed to make friends with Noah to give them a greater sense of security. Although they themselves did not feel that there would be any danger, the saints were very confident. But it was always right to be safe. The 2 saints from the west came to the Hua Palace together, which further demonstrated their respect for Noah. Ji Changsheng sighed lightly, and then saluted to the guide saint, and said with emotion, Master, you are really good at concentration. I can't adapt to the teacher's current demeanor. He glared at me at every turn. His eyes were full of anger. This is not the reaction of male creatures. Junti has now chosen his gender, and officially began to transform into a female body. From now on, there will be 2 female saints. The gender balance among the saints has also begun. Speaking of the 6 saints, the Taiching Saint and the Tontian Sect Master have not yet finally chosen their gender. But most people assume that they are male. The one who really chose male was Yuanshi Tianwang, who married and had children. And Pangu, who also married and had children. Han Jun did not choose his gender either. The guide saint assumed male, because his goddess Tien Xingjun was female. For Ji Chongqing's complaints, the guide saint's face became more bitter. He didn't want the brotherhood to deteriorate. Nua quickly paved a way for the saint to receive the guidance. And waved to Ji Chongsheng. Stop talking, and come sit next to me. Ji Chongsheng sat down next to Nua obediently. And then continued to ask, Mom, how did you talk with my teacher and uncle? It was good. Anyway, it was nothing serious. Nua's tone was very casual. She and the two saints in the West didn't actually have much common interests. But there were no conflicts. It was just because the situation was chaotic. And it would be beneficial for both sides to cooperate. So their cooperation was unlikely to have any close connection. And there would be no substantive conversation. It's nothing more than drinking tea and chatting. Which is not very nutritious. Ji Chongsheng provided them with nutrition. I have an important matter here. And I need to inform everyone. Mom, please call the three pure ones over as well. Nua and the two saints of the West looked over together. With some strange looks in their eyes. Ji Chongsheng repeated, Mom, I know the importance. Call the three pure ones over. It's about the change of Hongming Purple Qi and the saints. We must reach a consensus internally first. Otherwise it is easy to cause unpredictable consequences due to communication problems. It's really important to have a mouth. Many tragedies are caused by poor communication. Ji Chongsheng refused tragedy. Nua naturally trusted her good eldest son. Seeing Ji Chongsheng's insistence, Nua did not hesitate too much and directly sent a message to the three pure ones. A moment later, the three pure ones each broke through the air with a wisp of divine thought, transformed into a body in the Hua Palace, and nodded to Nua and the two saints of the West as a greeting. At the level of the six saints, a wisp of divine thought is actually equivalent to an ordinary Daluo. The main body can also sense it at any time. Nyang Nyang. What's the big deal about calling my brother here? Taiching Saint asked proactively. Nyang Nyang Nua pointed at Ji Chongsheng. It's not me. It's Cha Sheng. He said he has something to talk to us about, which is related to the Hongming Purple Qi and the succession of saints. Three Taoist friends. You take a seat first. The three pure ones took a seat and looked at Ji Chongsheng together. Ji Chongsheng was relieved to see the six saints coming together. And first asked, Uncle, Daozu didn't notice you coming to the Huahuang Palace. Right? Taiching Saint nodded. Teacher can't pay attention to us. And there's no need to pay attention to us. That's good. Mom, we are talking about things in the Huahuang Palace. Daozu can't figure it out. Right? Of course. Nua was very confident. If Hongjun knew everything that happened in the Hua Palace, she would really help other saints to beat Hongjun to death. A sense of security is very important to all saints. After confirming that there would be no leaks, Ji Chongsheng told all the olive branches that Hongjun had thrown to Li Chongxi. After listening quietly, the six saints did not express surprise. Junti Saint even laughed out loud. I guessed it. The teacher took out the 6 balls of Hongming purple air, which clearly showed that he wanted to support the new saint. Cha Sheng, you are definitely one of the best choices in the teacher's mind. It's not because of how good Ji Chongqing's cultivation or talent is. It's purely because Ji Chongqing's ability to do things is too good now. And his network of relationships is too strong. Pushing Ji Chongqing out to fight can maximize Hongjun's interests and shake the pattern of the Six Saints Alliance to the greatest extent. These are not difficult to guess. But what is difficult is how to do it after guessing. Cha Sheng, what are your plans? Nua asked proactively. Among the saints present, she has the closest relationship with Ji Chongqing, so it is most appropriate for her to ask this question. After all, this is related to Ji Chongqing's progress. Ji Chongqing told the truth. Since Daozu has thrown out an olive branch, I am of course ready to accept it. My uncle said that my talent is actually average. Just an ordinary Daluo level. Similar to my teacher. If I don't take some shortcuts, Daluo is my limit. And there is no hope of becoming a saint. Xuanti Saint glared at Ji Chongqing again, with a reproachful look. What do you mean by I am similar to you? Other saints are still not surprised by Ji Chongqing's choice. It is also no secret that Chongsheng Emperor is obsessed with pursuing progress. In fact, Hongjun threw out the Hongming Purple Qi and the Tiandao loan. And Ji Chongsheng was ready to take over the Tiandao loan. These two things are obvious. They are all playing an open card. The six saints still looked at Ji Chongsheng. They knew there must be a but. Otherwise Ji Chongsheng would not have called them to the Huahuang Palace. But, I don't intend to be an enemy of the elders. Ji Changsheng began to state the key points from the information revealed by the Taoist. I found a way that does not hurt the harmony, and does not require fighting and killing. What method? Tao Tian asked. He did not think of any method. Could Ji Changsheng be smarter than him? Speaking of it, the Daoyuo strong can look up to the past and the present. As long as they can calm down and accumulate wisdom and learn humbly. There will be no fools in theory. But there is always a gap between theory and practice. Being able to look up to the past and the present and summarize experience and wisdom is one thing. And being willing to bend down to learn is another. The internet on Blue Star is highly developed. And education in many places is not backward. The learning threshold is not high. But there are still so many fools that there are not enough scammers. The second fools in Daoyuo are a minority. But it does not mean that there are none. Of course they have the opportunity to learn. And they can't help but learn. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice, the Taoist ancestor has transcended. So he does not occupy the saintly position. Then I just need to help all the elders transcend like the Taoist ancestor. And there will be no conflict of interest between us. I become a saint. Everyone transcends. And we all have a bright future. The 6 saints all fell into contemplation and did not speak. It was still Nuwa who broke the silence, Changsheng. It is not so easy to transcend. The realm of the teacher is not something we can achieve if we want to. Although we have been making progress over the years. When it comes to transcendence, at least I can't see the way forward at all. The Saint Jian said slowly, I am also like this. I can't get in. Ji Changsheng looked at the Saint Taiching, uncle. Do you have a way? The Saint Taiching said seriously, I have some guesses. But I dare not try. He imitated Hong Jun. How Hong Jun transcended. The Saint Taiching saw more clearly than other saints. However, what Hong Jun can do does not mean that he can do it. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, of course it is not easy to transcend. But I think there is a guy who should know how to transcend better than all the elders. Li Changshi was able to react instantly. And the 6 saints and 5 saints present also brightened up instantly. Only one leader, who did not want to reveal his name, asked in confusion, Who can know transcendence better than me? Ji Changsheng did not expect that he would have to announce the answer himself. And said helplessly, Pangu? Tao Tian Sect Master's eyes lit up. Yes. Father God must know transcendence better than me. Tao Tian Sect Master did not feel ashamed to be inferior to Pangu. It's not like he can't beat his second brother. The other 5 saints also had an idea. It was the first time they considered the problem from this perspective. It's not because they are not as smart as Ji Changsheng. But because Pangu just revived today. They were still wary of Pangu. In just half a day, they didn't even think about using Pangu to make further progress. Moreover, they were already saints. Every small step forward was very difficult. Their urgency for progress was not as strong as Ji Changsheng's. So they wouldn't keep thinking about such problems. They wouldn't adjust their thinking back and forth in just half a day. Ji Changsheng was still chatting and laughing with his father-in-law in the morning. And when he returned at noon, he had already met Pangu in battle. Now he wants to talk about cooperation with his father-in-law. The whole process of changing his mind happened within one day. This is really not something a normal saint can do. It can only be said that Ji Laomo is not very human. He jumps sideways without even a reaction time. And has no psychological pressure at all. Nguyen Yang Yang also nodded slowly. Pangu should indeed know more than us. And is a good choice. But he may not be willing to help. It's not up to him. The one who spoke was Jiayin. Jiayin Saint was opened up to a new world by Ji Changsheng's words. An idea popped up instantly. Pangu's death back then was closely related to the joint attack by the surviving innate gods and demons. If we hadn't taken advantage of Pangu's weakness after the creation of the world, Pangu would not have died. Facts have proved that Pangu can create the world. The universe he created can support at least 1 transcendent and 7 saints. In this case, let's just let Pangu open up a new universe. Judy Saint's eyes flashed with a hint of intoxication. Senior brother is awesome. Jia-in Saint shuddered. The 3 pure ones looked at each other. Ji Changsheng was also very straightforward. Master, you are really a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. The guide saint defended. I am not a human being. Ji Changsheng. The guide saint continued. Take good care of Pangu. Let him open up a new universe every once in a while. Maybe all the disputes will be resolved. Let Pangu suffer. And everyone will be happy. What do you think? Ji Changsheng smiled. In theory. Master, your idea is inhumane. But it is indeed feasible. In theory? Cha Sheng. Do you think it won't work in reality? The guide saint naturally heard the subtext in Ji Chongsheng's words. Ji Chongsheng shrugged and said, Master, Pangu is the god of creation. He wants to save face. It is impossible for him to work for us for free. And let him keep fighting. I guess he would rather die. As long as the rich and powerful are willing to fulfill their original oaths. Everyone has the hope of realizing that ideal world of great harmony. But it doesn't matter. The ideal country will always exist only in the ideal. And the reality is that the polarization is getting bigger and bigger. The superiors would rather die or be ruined than share the benefits with the people below. The same is true for Pangu. It is really easier to kill these big guys than to let them cut their meat to feed others. His wife and children are in your hands. Jia Yin reminded. Obviously. The two saints in the West are both ruthless. Ji Chongsheng was not surprised by this. He said in a deep voice, This is my bargaining chip for negotiation with Pangu. But it is not enough to make Pangu completely a puppet for the time being. Uncle, respect Pangu, the creator god. We negotiate with him. And we can't negotiate to the point of collapse. According to Jia Yin, Pangu is completely treated as a tool. Unless Pangu has masochism and is a congenital working saint. Otherwise, Pangu would rather overturn the table than do this. Fellow Taoist Jia Yin's suggestion is indeed too disrespectful to the Father God. The Great Purity Saint said. He couldn't listen anymore. After all, Pangu and the three pure ones still had a nominal father-son relationship. Some things could only happen once and never again. Not to mention that the Father God has no power to create the world now. Even if he did, he would lose a lot of vitality if he created a new universe. Right? The Great Purity Saint asked. Nua nodded. It is true that his vitality would be greatly damaged. After creating the world, Pangu would lose at least 70% of his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been killed by our sneak attack. Pangu, who was at the peak of his complete form, could fight 3,008 gods and demons alone and still have an absolute advantage. If it weren't for the fact that the creation of the world consumed too much of his vitality, he wouldn't have fallen to this end. If that's the case, Father God won't fall into the same pit twice, let alone let Father God fall countless times. We can't treat Father God as a fool. Tai Ching Saint shook his head and said, In addition, whether the teacher will let us leave Pangu Universe is still a question. The 6 saints are in Pangu Universe. And they are the core assets of Pangu Universe. Once they leave, it means the loss of core assets. Hong Jun, the chairman of Tiandao Company, may be held accountable by Tiandao Company. He may not agree. Jian Saint was silent. He was convinced. If Hong Jun and Pangu disagree, his idea will be useless no matter how perfect it is. At this time, Ji Chongsheng helped the Saint Jia Yin to save his dignity. Uncle, I think the idea of the Saint Jia Yin can still be tried. The Saint Tai Ching thought for a while. The demolition effect? Ji Chongsheng gave the Saint Tai Ching a thumbs up. Uncle is uncle. As mentioned before, as long as Daluo learns with an open mind, they can look down on the past and the present. Needless to say, there are negative examples. There are obviously positive examples. The Saint Tai Ching has been keeping up with the times. If the 3 pure ones did not have Tai Ching, they would have been suppressed by the Taoist ancestor in a minute. What is the demolition effect? A certain Tontian sect master, who did not want to reveal his name, spoke again. He really didn't know. Ji Chongsheng explained, when making requests to the other party, you can first make a larger and more difficult request, and then make a smaller and easier request to him. In this way, the other party will agree to your second request because of the guilt caused by rejecting the first request. For example, if you say that this room is too dark and you want to open a skylight here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will come to reconcile and be willing to open the skylight. Tontian sect master didn't understand. The room is too dark. Why can't we open the skylight? Ji Chongsheng, do you have 100,000 whys? Go ask Mr. Lu Sun. How can I give you the answer? Ji Chongsheng ignored the stupid uncle. When talking to Pangu, I can first put forward the request of my uncle. And when Pangu is furious, I will take a step back and ask Pangu to help the elders transcend. If he still doesn't agree, then we can only use courtesy before force. Ji Chongsheng said sincerely, we will definitely talk with the vision of peace first. But if Pangu refuses to drink the wine, we will not give up the use of force. The current 6 saints have a high success rate in suppressing Pangu. It's just that it is difficult to suppress all of Pangu's divine thoughts. and it is inevitable that there will be fish that slip through the net. It can seriously injure Pengu's vitality, which is definitely within the range of the Six Saints. Ji Changsheng has a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, and it is completely no problem for him to take the initiative at the negotiation table. Yes, the Saint of Tai Ching approved Ji Changsheng's proposal. Changsheng's direction is right. The teacher released the Hongming Purple Chi again this time, which obviously has bad intentions for us. I am surprised and relieved that Changsheng can keep his original heart and be harmonious. The Saint of Tai Ching nodded to Ji Changsheng, putting aside his character. Changsheng is indeed sensible. Ji Changsheng was instantly dissatisfied. Uncle, why should we put aside his character? The Saint of Tai Ching also ignored Ji Changsheng's dissatisfaction and continued, if Changsheng's plan works, it will be the best choice for all of us saints. The information provided by Changsheng is consistent with my guess. The heavenly Tao only allows 7 saints to exist at the same time. This rule is true. The method proposed by Changsheng is currently the most likely solution that will not hurt the harmony. I hope that fellow Taoists will agree that we will advance and retreat together. Otherwise, casualties will easily occur. I agree too. Saint Jiayin immediately expressed his opinion. He was still sober. If the saints really fell out, the most dangerous ones would definitely be the 2 saints in the west. Although Nua was a lone ranger, the 3 pure ones were reluctant to attack Nua. One reason was that Nua was too strong, and another reason was that Master Tantian was really confident when facing the 2 saints in the west. Although Jiayin was not afraid of Tantian, he did not want to fight with the 2 fools. His agreement was equivalent to the agreement of Saint Junti. Of course, Nua had to support her eldest son. I think it's okay. In addition, I will not be the first to try to transcend. Fellow Taoist Tai Ching can go first. Nua told the truth. I have no idea of dominating the universe. Nor do I have the idea of fighting with my teacher to the death. Of course, I don't want to try the danger after transcendence. So fellow Taoist Tai Ching can go first. And I won't compete with you. The main point is that no desire is strong. The Saint of Tai Ching smiled bitterly. The queen is really straightforward and pure. Ji Changsheng thought that his uncle really had high emotional intelligence. My mother is clearly a lazy person. Although Ji Changsheng hoped that his mother would become a Taoist, he certainly could not urge her with her attitude. So he could only work harder. If all the elders have no problem, then I will go to Pangu to talk. Tantian Patriarch was shocked again. Do you know where the Father God is? Ji Changsheng. You don't know? Tantian Patriarch? Is it me or Xiao Changsheng who has a problem? Ji Changsheng was also shocked. Uncle. Heavenly King. You didn't tell your brother? Yuan, your Heavenly King coughed lightly. We really don't know where the Father God is. At most, Panga can be contacted. But for such a matter, the Saint Tai Ching and the Heavenly King Yuan sure felt that there was no need to tell the Master Tantian. What could Ji Changsheng say? He could only admire the deep brotherhood of the 3 pure ones. I don't know where Pangu's true body is, but it's very simple to negotiate with Pangu. Isn't Pangu everywhere? The entire prehistoric fairyland, except for a few caves and blessed lands that were completely refined by the Daluo strongmen, is Pangu's home ground. Pangu is everywhere as long as he wants. Contacting Pangu is so simple. Of course, Ji Changsheng wanted to suppress Pangu if he couldn't reach an agreement, so he had to find a big head that Pangu possessed. It was the object of possession that Pangu could not easily abandon, or could not abandon. This was still very simple. Please, elders, place a wisp of divine thought on me, and ensure that I can arrive at any time. Ji Changsheng made a request first. When the 6 saints were all done, Ji Changsheng also directly used a hair to transform into an incarnation. Go ahead. The hair disappeared immediately. Tantian Patriarch. Changsheng. Why don't you go there in person? Ji Changsheng said as a matter of course. Nonsense. If I go there in person, what if I get suppressed by Pangu? Although the 6 saints promised that they could kill him in seconds. But who can guarantee that Pangu doesn't have some tricks up his sleeve and can't kill him in seconds? Safety first. Why do you have to go there in person for negotiations? Tantian Patriarch couldn't accept it. Isn't this too disrespectful to the Father God? Ji Changsheng was very surprised. I have captured his wife, and I still don't respect him enough? When facing other opponents, such as the 1st and 2nd generations of the hate sect, when has Ji Lao Mo been so serious? Pangu, the 3rd generation of the hate cult, made Ji Lao Mo mobilize such a large array, which is definitely enough to be proud. Tontian Sec Master. He lost? Everyone wait and see. If I can't reach an agreement, just prepare to take action. Mom, find me an empty room. Before talking to Pangu, I will talk to the Holy Mother Yuanjun first. Tontian Sec Master was shocked again. Chansheng. People can't, at least they shouldn't. Ji Chansheng ignored the stupid third uncle again. Nguyen Yang Yang raised her hand and snapped her fingers, moving Ji Chansheng to an empty room. She just created it casually. After sending Ji Chansheng away, Nua asked Jian Junti curiously, from what Chansheng means. As long as he can control the Holy Mother Yuanjun, Pangu will have a chance to surrender. Before the creation of the world, Pangu and I were not familiar with each other. But Pangu and the Holy Mother Yuanjun had a deep relationship? It is useless to ask the three pure ones about this kind of thing. The three pure ones were born after the creation of the world, and know nothing about Pangu's love history. Only she, and the two saints in the West who are gods and demons of the same age as Pangu are qualified to answer. Jian Saint is not sure, Nyang Yang. We are not familiar with Pangu either. We are just in a relationship of chasing and being chased. Nua. The family members were in tears. She and Pangu had the same relationship back then. Only Junti Saint gave an unexpected answer this time. Chansheng's thinking is not wrong. Pangu must have a deep relationship with the Holy Mother Yuanjun. Zuni Saint's tone was so firm that other saints were surprised. Why are you so sure? Zuni Saint made a well-reasoned analysis. Innate gods have no gender distinction. As you all know, determining gender is a big deal for innate gods. There must be a special fate and opportunity. The more powerful the innate god, the more cautious they will be. For example, Tai Ching Taoist, although the incarnations he cultivated are all male, his original body has not chosen a gender until now. So Ji Chansheng always calls him uncle, which is actually ambiguous. In the end, it may also be aunt. The teacher is the same. He has not chosen a gender until now. I guess he will never choose a gender. But Pangu has chosen a male for the Holy Mother Yuanjun in the Chaos Sea, which means that Pangu has someone he cares about. And he has a weakness. You know, behind every innate sacred person who chooses a gender, there must be an unforgettable story. The answer of the Saint Junti is well-reasoned and impeccable. And other saints can't find any faults. So Nguyen Yang Yang summarized the key points. Dao Yu Jian. Just give in. I am moved by the confession of Dao Yu Junti. Tontian Jiaoshu almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The face of the Saint Jian became more bitter. He also heard it. Junti was not talking about Pangu at all. She was talking about herself. Jia Yin quickly changed the subject. Junior brother. Junior sister. You are generalizing. At least I am sure that the goddess did not choose the gender because of marriage. I am not. The goddess Nua did not hide. In fact, I chose my gender not too early. Before Nua, my name was Wang. Later, the human race developed into a matriarchal society. I got a fortune from the human race that was far beyond my imagination. And I followed the development trend of the human race and became a female. It also has something to do with Di Jun married and had children and chose a male. He was afraid of me and my brother. If I continued to be Wang, these two idiots might attack me. I was too lazy to compete with him. Everyone's pursuit is different. Hanjun pursues order. Dijun pursues hegemony. Taiching pursues surpassing Hangjun. Nguyen Yang Yang just wants to have fun. She doesn't want to be the first. But she certainly doesn't want to be the last. No one comes to provoke her. And everyone wants to win her over. This is the most ideal state of a fun person. Judging from Nguyen Yang Yang's past style of behavior, she obviously integrates knowledge and action. And other saints do not doubt Nguyen Yang Yang's position. Only Junti Saint looked at his senior brother with resentment. Senior brother? Yang Yang is an anomaly. In most cases, the innate divine choice of gender is ahem. Yang Yang. Jia Sheng should want to raise the Holy Mother Yuanjun in the Wawang Palace. Will it cause you trouble? The highly emotional Tai Ching Saint interrupted Junti's confession and did not let Jane Saint continue to be embarrassed. Ji Chansheng had captured the Holy Mother Yuanjun before, but he only talked to her in the Wawang Palace. The meaning is very clear. Chatting in the Wawang Palace, with the protection of the biological mother, is foolproof. Nor is she afraid that she and Pangu might have some hidden tricks to make Ji Chansheng fall. However, in this way, Nguyen Yang Yang might have to face Pangu's wrath directly. Nguyen Yang Yang smiled. If Pangu is still alive in 100 years, it will indeed cause trouble to me. Pangu in 100 years is still very threatening. and I am a little afraid of him. But if Pangu can catch up with me now within 100 days, I will have lived in vain for so many years. If Pangu really dares to come to me, I will just avenge the pursuit and killing of him in the past. No one doubts Pangu's talent and potential. But the Six Saints, as the current hegemons of the Pangu universe, have already led the other strong men except Hong Jun. If Pangu had just revived and the Six Saints were afraid of him, then the hegemon of this era would be too worthless. Nguyen Yang Yang was not so cowardly. And she believed one thing. Eternal life could not give Pangu 100 years. Not even 100 days. Before Pangu's strength caught up with mine, Pangu's threat would definitely disappear. Is Yang Yang so confident? It has nothing to do with confidence. Chansheng can't hurt me. Let Nguyen Yang Yang choose. Among all the heavens and the world, the person least likely to hurt her is Fushi. The second one is Ji Chansheng. No matter how much Fushi and Ji Chansheng plan for themselves, before their strength surpassed Nguyen Yang Yang, their greatest core competitiveness was actually Nguyen Yang Yang. Soft power is of course also important. Cultural construction, economic construction, material civilization, everything is important. But hard power is always the key from 0 to 1. With the protection of the magic sword, all your strengths can be multiplied and extremely solid. Without the protection of the magic sword, no matter how powerful you are, you may collapse overnight and make wedding clothes for others. This is a very simple truth. It's just that there are always people who can't figure it out. Or they are lucky. Ji Chansheng is certainly not that kind of person. After such a long time, and these few days of getting along, Nua has fully trusted her eldest son. Ji Chansheng didn't know what his mother expected of him. He was comforting his mother-in-law at this time. Holy Mother Yuanjun's mood was a little unstable. Ji Chansheng. It's you. Seeing Ji Huangmao appear, Holy Mother Yuanjun struggled hard. Her eyes were extremely resentful. If eyes could kill, Ji Chansheng should have died tens of thousands of times by now. Ji Chansheng felt very sad about his mother-in-law's prejudice against him. Yuanjun. This is actually a misunderstanding. Shameless. Bastard. Beast. Holy Mother Yuanjun was completely defeated. You hit me 3 times. Tell me it was a misunderstanding. Go to hell. Ji Chansheng thought to himself that you were wrong. I hit you more than 3 times. I hit you 5 times. It's just that you don't know about those 2 times. I also helped you give birth to a son for Hongjun. Don't thank me. Obviously. Holy Mother Yuanjun didn't want to thank him. Ji Chansheng sighed helplessly when he saw the attitude of Holy Mother Yuanjun. And then beat Holy Mother Yuanjun again. Crackling bang bang bang. After Holy Mother Yuanjun shut up, Ji Chansheng stopped and sighed again. Yuanjun. You have a really good touch. He almost beat out his emotions. The rebound force. The plump touch. There was also the look of helplessness in the anger of the Holy Mother Yuanjun. Fear in the helplessness. And pleading in the fear. It made Ji Lao Mo a little addicted. You? The Holy Mother Yuanjun was ashamed and angry. But she didn't dare to say any more bad words. People can't teach people. And things can't necessarily teach people. But fists can definitely make the emotional and irrational guys start to calm down. As long as your fists are hard enough, you can make everyone sit down and talk. After being beaten by Ji Chansheng again, the Holy Mother Yuanjun stopped scolding. And her voice began to cry, Ji Chansheng. You are not a human. Ji Chansheng said seriously, Yuanjun. You are wrong. You are not a human. You are an innate god and demon. And I am a pure-blooded human. Beating goddesses and demons does not count as beating women. Nor does it count as domestic violence. After Ji Lao Mo finished stacking his armor, he had no moral pressure. Yuanjun. Can we calm down now, and have a friendly conversation? Holy Mother Yuanjun was so angry that the mountains were heaving. You call this a friendly conversation? But the gods and demons had to bow their heads under the eaves. Holy Mother Yuanjun could only grit her teeth and say, yes. Ji Chansheng. What do you want to do? Ji Chansheng told the truth. I want you to persuade your husband not to be my enemy. We can be a loving family. My husband? Holy Mother Yuanjun was stunned. Pangu has fallen. She had been suppressed by Ji Chansheng before. And she didn't know what happened in the outside world. Ji Chansheng informed Holy Mother Yuanjun of the current first-hand news. Pangu has revived with the efforts of my son-in-law. Holy Mother Yuanjun's eyes lit up instantly. Yuanjun. No. Mother-in-law. Can you forgive me? Ji Chansheng looked at Holy Mother Yuanjun with sincerity. Beating is love. Scolding is love. There is no hatred between us. Right? I am your good son-in-law. The Holy Mother Yuanjun laughed in anger. You are a piece of shit. Ji Changsheng. Wait for death. Hangjun can't save you. I said. I will let Panga kill you. You killed Dong Wangong and humiliated me so much. I will never give up with you. As soon as the words came out, the Holy Mother Yuanjun's face changed drastically. Changsheng. That was not my true thought just now. You are right. There is no hatred between us. You and Cece are in love. We can be a family. Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Yuanjun. I gave you a chance. But you couldn't seize it. Ji Changsheng has now replaced Luoho from the source. So the Demon Desire Sutra has automatically been upgraded to the maximum level. In addition to the characteristics of the inner demon. Just now, Ji Changsheng quietly magnified the true emotions of the Holy Mother Yuanjun and guided her to speak out her true desires. Obviously, the Holy Mother Yuanjun is very vengeful. She also wants to kill Ji Changsheng. Although the Holy Mother Yuanjun later reacted and tried her best to remedy the situation, Ji Lama could not accept it. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. No. Chasheng. Listen to my explanation. I was a little obsessed just now. It's not obsessed. I seduced your inner demon and made you say the truth hidden in your heart. Yuanjun. It seems that I have no chance to be your good son-in-law. Ji Changsheng patted the pretty face of the Holy Mother Yuanjun and was very sad for himself. You ruined my chance to be a good person. The Holy Mother Yuanjun was trembling all over. She felt the fear of death. Don't worry. For Cece's sake, I can't really kill you. Besides, my father-in-law is the god of creation after all. If I kill you, he and I will never stop fighting. The Holy Mother Yuanjun just relaxed for a second. Then I heard Ji Changsheng continue, so, I have to find a scapegoat to kill you. And then I will stand with my father-in-law Cece and others to carry out just revenge. No. Ji Changsheng knocked the Holy Mother Yuanjun unconscious. After thinking about it, Ji Changsheng drew out a little bit of the Holy Mother Yuanjun's true spirit and put it into the umbrella of all people. The Holy Mother Yuanjun's strength is not as good as his. Ji Changsheng decided to give his cheap mother-in-law a chance to revive. But she still has to die first. Of course, he definitely didn't kill her. After collecting all the umbrellas of the people from the Holy Mother Yuanjun, Ji Changsheng looked at Duma Yuanjun with a smile. Adieu. The cooperation with Panga went smoothly. Right? Duma Yuanjun said coldly. I don't know what you are talking about. Ji Changsheng's next sentence made Duma Yuanjun's soul tremble. Did you get a ball of Hongming purple air? I didn't. Then there is. Detective Ji said there must be. There is no way. Hongjun made it very clear that there is always a Dao you are willing to lend. If Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi refused to lend money, Hongjun would turn around and find Taiyin Xingjuan's great Dao enemy Jian after Taiyin Xingjuan refused Hongjun. This time, Hongjun should also choose the opposite side of Ji Changsheng. Then Duma Yuanjun is of course the top choice. Detective Ji does not allow such threats. Adu, do you want to be Panga's wife? Before Adu could speak, Ji Changsheng said firmly, you want to? Damn Adu. You use the Yinshi Huapai Jing to replace my mother-in-law. I will never reconcile with you. Father-in-law. We have a common enemy. Your wife has been replaced by Adu. You can't accept the thief as your wife. Inside the one-man umbrella, Adu's extremely angry and helpless voice came. I hate it. Chapter 536. A family full of loyal and brave people. A good son-in-law who is loyal and filial. From Pangu's perspective, Ji Changsheng bullied his wife. This is a fact. And Ji Changsheng can't change it. But Ji Changsheng can change another thing. Is your wife really your wife? How can the Holy Mother Yuanjun prove that she is the Holy Mother Yuanjun? After Pangu's resurrection, he has not met the Holy Mother Yuanjun yet. Panga can't prove this either. But Ji Changsheng can produce ironclad evidence to prove that Doma Yuanjun is the Holy Mother Yuanjun. And he could also pull out a bunch of saints to testify. Tan Tian Jiaozhu was deceived by Doma Yuanjun. Yuqing Shenmu, the wife of Yuanshi Tianwang, was also replaced by Doma Yuanjun. It's not surprising that Pangu also suffered. It was Ji Shen who was very observant and had long discovered that Holy Mother Yuanjun was wrong. So he beat Holy Mother Yuanjun several times and found out the truth. Panga came and couldn't find any faults. Because Doma Yuanjun will really use the Yinshi Huapai Jing to replace Shengmu Yuanjun. Adu. Don't worry. I have already controlled Sheng Mu Yuan Jun, and it will not be difficult for you to replace her now. Theoretically speaking, Sheng Mu Yuan Jun is a Daluo strongman, and it will not be easy for Do Mu Yuan Jun to succeed. For example, the Queen Mother before was not succeeded by Do Mu Yuan Jun. But that is only in theory. There are always people who capsize in the gutter. For example, the Golden Spirit Sheng Mu, who is also a Daluo, was replaced by Do Mu Yuan Jun. Although Do Mu Yuan Jun looked very poor when facing Nguyen Yang Yang and Ji Changsheng, Adu's gold content is very high and his record is very convincing. Tong Tian Jiaozhu and Yuan Shi Tian Wang are willing to testify in court. Now the Holy Mother Yuan Jun has completely lost the power to resist. It is even easier to replace her. Do Mu Yuan Jun's eyes were red with anger. I don't want to replace her. This is really not the thought. But Detective Ji pretended not to hear it. Adu, you are wrong. You want to replace her. You are the first conspirator in the history of Panga Universe. Panga thought he played the Yinsher Huapai Jing to perfection. But in fact, he is just a small witch in front of you. You have already made a plan. So even if you are suppressed by Nguyen Yang Yang with 3 punches, you are not afraid. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun is your real trump card. When you learned that Panga was revived, you immediately knew that your chance had come. You can't let Panga die. So you acted decisively and rescued Panga from Lion Camel Ridge. Also, you were born after the Witch and Lich catastrophe. But your cultivation has made great progress. This is also because you replaced the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and got the Chaos Pearl. So your strength can advance by leaps and bounds. Everything made sense. Ji Changsheng saw through the truth of Do Mu Yuan Jun's plan. And then took a breath. The grass snake is gray, and the veins are hidden for thousands of miles. Adu, you are really amazing. It scared the Detective Ji. If it weren't for me, the entire Panga universe would be played in your hands. Adu, I underestimated you. And the world underestimated you. Do Mu Yuan Jun roared angrily. If I were so powerful, I would be in your umbrella of the people now. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Yuan Jun, calm down. You should be happy. Henke rarely persuaded Do Mu Yuan Jun. You have already retired from the version. But with the support of Ji Lao Mo, you are still continuing to gain points. The future Panga universe will definitely spread your immortal legend. What a great reputation this is. Brother Hen has completely changed his mindset now. Since the past cannot be changed, then change your own ideas and pursue a good reputation after death. Do Mu Yuan Jun's heart of Taoism is broken. You know nothing. In this way, Ji Changsheng, this beast, has come to where he is today. And most of the credit has to be attributed to me. I am unwilling to accept this. Brother Hen blinked. This is a novel angle. Let me sort it out. The 6-month dormant period of Ji Lao Mo in the Tianma sect was the good fortune given by you and your 2 sons. You laid the foundation for Ji Lao Mo to have 3 Daluo. His. As Do Mu Yuan Jun's heart of Taoism became more and more broken, Brother Hen realized the value of Do Mu Yuan Jun again. Yuan Jun. In this case, you are really the angel investor of Ji Lao Mo. It is said that Ji Lao Mo's foundation is not solid enough. Few people know that Ji Lao Mo's foundation was supported by Do Mu Yuan Jun's family with their lives. 3 Daluo laid the foundation. The solidity of this foundation is not worse than that of Pengu's descendants. Even the material of the 10,000 people umbrella is the Daluo bone of Sister Hen's family. What kind of dedication is this? Brother Hen was moved. Yuan Jun, you first laid the foundation for Ji Lao Mo, and then helped Ji Lao Mo to please Nguyen Yang Yang. The reason why Nguyen Yang Yang now recognizes Emperor Xiao Tian so much is inseparable from the contribution of Do Mu Yuan Jun. Emperor Xiao Tian simply exposed Do Mu Yuan Jun's conspiracy, making Do Mu Yuan Jun's calculations clear to the world, completely winning the favor of Nguyen Yang Yang, and making Nguyen Yang Yang no longer doubt Emperor Xiao Tian's ability to do things. Now, you help Ji Lao Mo to befriend Pengu. You really. In the future, when Ji Lao Mo holds a celebration banquet, he will be embarrassed to open the banquet if you don't come. Brother Hen had not carefully reviewed Do Mu Yuan Jun's help to Ji Changsheng before. Now he reviewed it from the beginning. And Brother Hen was shocked. The transport captain is not as good as Do Mu Yuan Jun. If Brother Hen did not know that Do Mu Yuan Jun and Ji Lao Mo were mortal enemies, he would have thought that Ji Lao Mo was Do Mu Yuan Jun's father. Only a biological father could be supported so unconditionally. I hate. Adu's roar moved the heaven and the earth. But it could not move Ji Lao Mo or Brother Hen. Brother Hin. You should say less. Look how much ado was stimulated. Ji Laoimo stood up for Sister Hin to uphold justice, and let Sister Hin know that Ji Qingtian was on her side. Then Ji Qingtian patiently comforted Duma Yuanjun. Adieu. Don't be sad. Don't be angry. You have to learn to be grateful. You see, we are both in the umbrella of the people. Why don't I find Brother Hin to take the blame? But you? Because I value you more. Duma Yuanjun roared, bullshit. That's because Jian Gongyu, this waste, is not qualified to take the blame at all. He can't replace Xingmu Yuanjun. Jian Gongyu. Although the truth is true. How can you say it? Brother Hin is very angry. And the consequences are very serious. Ji Changsheng was also a little unhappy. Adieu. I have paved the way for you. Why don't you come down? If you are not decent, I will help you be decent. A prisoner must have the awareness of a prisoner. But Adu did not have this awareness. Ji Changsheng. Kill me. It's impossible to kill you. You are still useful. After updating several versions in succession, Duma Monster has returned strongly. Fashion is a reincarnation. The Dou-Mu demons need a common leader. This leader cannot be the Lishan Laomu from the outside world. Ji Laoimo is very optimistic about Sister Hin. Don't worry. I have arranged everything for you. If you cooperate well, I will become a saint in the future. And you will have the day to regain your freedom. Ji Laoimo painted an illusory pie for Sister Hin. Although Dou-Mu Yuanjun may never get to eat it. But she still chose to accept it with tears. It's useless not to accept it. It's nothing more than whether she operates it herself or Ji Changsheng controls her to operate it. Having entered Ji Changsheng's umbrella of all people, Dou-Mu Yuanjun now has no ability to resist Ji Changsheng. So Ji Deshanren also has something to say. Adieu. I can obviously order you to take action directly. But I am still willing to spend effort to persuade you. Don't you feel my sincerity? Dou-Mu Yuanjun didn't feel it. She only felt the heartbreak. You just want to completely defeat my Dao heart and make me work for you. Dream on. Even if you get my soul, my body, or even my ashes, you will never get my heart. This is her last pride. For this kind of pride? Ji Changsheng was almost moved to tears. Stop talking. Do it quickly. I am not interested in your heart. I am very interested in you replacing my mother-in-law's heart. Sister Hin and Brother Hin were moved at the same time. In terms of perversion, it is still Ji Laoimo. They lost. At the same time. In the underworld, deep in the reincarnation, Ji Laoimo, who had just dealt with Pangu's wife, was ready to continue to deal with the victim's husband. Sister Ho Tu. Ji is here to visit. Please take the time to meet. What are you doing in the samsara? Ho Tu's voice sounded from the depths of the samsara. Her tone was full of doubt. As we all know, the samsara underworld is the territory of Ho Tu Nyang Nyang. And even saints will not easily step into it. Once a saint comes in person, there is a certain probability that he will never get out. Since the establishment of the samsara underworld, neither the six saints, Haodian, nor Daozu Hongjun have ever gone deep into the underworld. It is indeed unreasonable that Ji Changsheng suddenly appeared here and asked to see Ho Tu. But Ho Tu immediately sensed that Ji Changsheng was only a hare. If there is anything, come and talk to me in person. Ho Tu boasted of her noble status. So naturally she couldn't stand Ji Changsheng's neglect. Ji Changsheng sighed faintly. Sister Ho Tu, are you sure you want my real body to come? Ho Tu shuddered. She heard the threat. I came here secretly. And I didn't even inform your neighbor Sister Dizong. Sister Ho Tu, if you don't welcome me, I will make things worse. As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, the world spun around. The next moment, Ji Changsheng had come to a huge millstone. In the center of the millstone, a woman in a yellow skirt was sitting on it, practicing with her eyes closed, and had no intention of opening her eyes to welcome Ji Changsheng. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? Ji Changsheng came up and used a big move. I came to ask for a reward. Sister Ho Tu, you promised to tell me the whereabouts of the god-killing spear, but you haven't told me yet. The cheap father-in-law is also a man who doesn't keep his word. In the heart demon tribulation, he promised to tell him the whereabouts of the god-killing spear. But Hongjun was monitoring the heart demon tribulation at that time. So Ji Changsheng didn't ask. And Pangu also planned to keep Ji Changsheng hanging and talk about it in reality. After reviving in the present world, Panga found that things were very different from what he imagined. Ji Huangmao bullied his wife several times. Panga naturally tore up the agreement, and had no intention of fulfilling his promise. But standing up Ji Lao was a serious matter. So Ji Lao came to reincarnation to collect the debt. Ho Tu Nyang had to open her eyes. Ji Chansheng had made it so clear that if he continued to play dumb, it would be an insult to his IQ. It was just that Ho Tu Nyang didn't want to believe that she would be exposed so quickly. How did you find me? Ji Chansheng sighed, father-in-law. It's too easy to find you. I just need to talk to the whole world. Can't I find you? It's just that I don't want Hong Jun to hear some of the conversations. So I have to find places where Hong Jun can't hear. There are not many places where Hong Jun can't hear. I will exclude those caves that are not the descendants of Pangu. Father-in-law. Why do you think the place of Samsara underworld is suitable for hiding? Detective G certainly didn't react in the first second that Pangu was hiding in the Samsara underworld. But he definitely reacted on the first day. Because after excluding the suspects who are no longer suspicious, there are only a few places that are still suspicious. Detective G doesn't need to find precise evidence when investigating a case. Exhaustive method YYDS. And on the exhaustive list, the Samsara underworld ranks first. Who makes this place the most suitable for hiding? The safest place is the most dangerous. So Ji Chansheng came here. If there is no Pangu here in the underworld, Ji Chansheng will go to the next place. You can always find it. And it is difficult not to find Pangu here in the underworld. Sister Ho Tu is one of the most well-informed people in the world. And she can even be removed. Even I don't know the location of the remnants of the demon clan. And even Hong Jun doesn't know it very well. Father-in-law. You can actually lock the coordinates of Prince Jinwu and replace him. What's the difference between this and self-destruction? Enough. Pangu was angry. He thought he was hiding well. I didn't expect there were so many flaws. What do you want to do today? Are you looking for death? He has confirmed that Hong Juan's divine consciousness did not follow. Other Daluo did not approach the underworld. It seems that Ji Chansheng really came to find him. Ji Chansheng said his purpose, father-in-law. I am here to bring you warmth on behalf of the 6 saints. Pangu immediately became alert. Damn it. You evil obstacles want to harm me? Ji Chansheng thought of Pangu's high-intensity rush through the waves on Blue Star. So he changed the subject, father-in-law. You misunderstood us. In fact, we all support you to regain control of the Pangu universe, which should have belonged to you. Pangu sneered. Do you think I am Musien? So easy to fool? Ji Chansheng, father-in-law. You know a lot. You also said that Ho Tu has very complete information here. Ji Chansheng gave Pangu a thumbs up. Father-in-law is still powerful. He knows that knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Do you know that your wife has changed? Pangu? Ji Chansheng smiled, father-in-law. You should know that Yuan Shitianwang's Taoist partner Yu Qingxinmu was replaced by Do Mu Yuanjun. Congratulations. You and Yuan Shitianwang are indeed of the same lineage. And you have won the jackpot. I was not good to Xingmu Yuanjun before. Just to help you. Father-in-law. Pangu was confused. At this moment, the eyes of Ho Tu Nyang suddenly struggled. Ho Tu's voice sounded in the reincarnation, Ji Chansheng. Are you crazy? Why tell Pangu? Why not talk to Domu Yuanjun first? This is my biggest trump card to turn the tables. I hate it. Along with Ho Tu Nyang's roar, Pangu discovered some deliberately hidden information deep in Ho Tu's memory. For example, the cooperation with Domu Yuanjun. Ho Tu and Do Mu are both interested in Pangu's heritage in the hands of Shengmu Yuanjun. Ji Chansheng was also stunned. Ho Tu's reaction. She actually retained some independent will. Is she cooperating with me? It should be. Adu obviously didn't do anything to Shengmu Yuanjun. And they had no intersection. Sister Ho Tu is trying to trick her father. That's right. Dad wants to eat his daughter. The father is kind, and the daughter is filial. Which is very touching. The loyal and courageous Emperor Shao Yan seized the opportunity and sang a hymn of loyalty for his father-in-law again. Ho Tu. You don't understand. I said that the Chongqing Emperor ruled the world with filial piety. Loyalty is always more important than profit. Pangu was moved. What a good son-in-law. Chapter 537 Saint. Saint King. Great Saint. In front of a group of traitors, Ji Chansheng, a loyal and filial son-in-law, stood out like a firefly in the dark night. However, Detective G remained skeptical of his cheap father-in-law's emotion and praise. After all, his cheap father-in-law had experienced high-intensity surfing on Blue Star. His IQ has evolved. It cannot be ruled out that he was deliberately performing to eliminate his vigilance. So Detective G took the initiative to say, "Father-in-law, this matter is only my one-sided statement at present. Please check it yourself, lest you say that I misled you. I know that Do Muyuan Jun should have contacted you before. Who should I believe? I believe you will have your own clear judgment in the end." Pangu was moved again, compared with Do Muyuan Jun, who hit his head and showed his tail and tried to frame his daughter, Queen Mother of the West. The performance of Emperor Xiaotian was simply a clear difference. However, he did decide to check it again. Pangu has really evolved now. If it had been in the past, Pangu would have gone out with an axe to chop Domu after hearing this. "Father-in-law, this is the second gift I give you, even though you stole my god-killing spear." The second gift? Pangu naturally heard the point that Ji Chansheng wanted him to grasp. Yes, the second one. The first gift was to help Cece and help you leave Lion Camel Ridge. Although you wanted to harm me in Lion Camel Ridge, I repaid evil with kindness. Not only did I help Cece get the Chaos Bell, I also encouraged her to save you, and even blocked Hongjuan's blame for Cece. Father-in-law, I have done my best to be kind to you. Right? Pangu could not refute, and even felt a little touched in his heart. He was still half believing and half doubting about the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. But he had personally experienced the Queen Mother of the West taking control of the Chaos Bell to save him. This matter was indeed only Ji Chansheng who could do it. As long as Ji Chansheng did not tell the Queen Mother how to summon and use the Chaos Bell, the Queen Mother of the West would definitely not be able to get the Chaos Bell, let alone save him. Pangu was not like those idiots who whitewashed Tan and could not ignore the facts. "You did keep your word to Cece," Pangu said softly. "For Cece's sake, I will tell you the whereabouts of the God-killing spear. But if you get the God-killing spear, you will definitely be afraid of Hongjun, which may not be a good thing." Ji Chansheng smiled. "Father-in-law, I have always supported you. When have I ever been afraid of Hongjun's fear? Have you forgotten what I did in the illusion of the Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation?" Pangu. Indeed, Ji Chansheng only did one thing in the Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation illusion, especially in the third level: take Hongjun's path and leave Hongjun with no way to go. If he were Hongjun, he would definitely not tolerate such a wolfish ambition, although it was just an illusion. But Ji Chansheng's performance didn't seem like acting. "Son-in-law, I have prepared a third gift for you: the friendship of the 6 saints. As long as you are willing to sit down and talk, I can be the middleman and convince the 6 saints to stand on your side and support you." Pangu's eyes flashed. Of course, he has now realized the power of the 6 saints. "Do you have this ability?" Pangu expressed doubt. Ji Chansheng said confidently, "Don't worry, father-in-law. I definitely have it. Otherwise, I wouldn't come to you to humiliate myself." "That's the truth. Then what do you want?" Pangu asked. He didn't think that the 6 saints saw him showing his power and then bowed down. His debut in Lion Camel Ridge was not a success, and the bad attitude of Tontian Sect Master towards him was obvious to all. He wanted to kill him one foot, and then he wanted to cooperate with him the next foot. Do the evil obstacles like to change their faces now? Ji Chansheng told the truth. "I want to be filial. As for the 6 saints, they want to make progress." Pangu thought, progress? Then, their target is Hongjun. That's right. Hongjun suddenly released 6 groups of Hongming Purple Air, just to provoke internal fighting among the saints. As soon as the voice fell, a group of Hongming Purple Air appeared in Pangu's hand. This surprised Ji Chansheng. It also made the 6 saints in the Wahuang Palace alert. "Father-in-law, did you also get a ball of Hongming Purple Air?" "It's not me. It's the little Hutu." Pangu has completely understood. With a smile in his tone, the rules of the Heavenly Tao only allow 7 saints to appear. It doesn't look fake. So the 6 saints are a little anxious. "Cha-sheng, your room for advancement has also been completely locked." Ji Chansheng shook his head and said, "Father-in-law, this is wrong. With you, I will definitely become the ancestor of Taoism in the future. This is your promise. You are such a person. You must keep your word." Pangu. "Father-in-law, Cece told me that if you don't keep your word, she will not recognize you." Pangu was speechless again. Ji Chansheng will be a general. If Xingmi Yuanjun is replaced by Duma Yuanjun, and Dong Wenggong becomes Hongjuan's son, then Queen Mother is the only relative Pangu is willing to recognize now. Those relatives he didn't want to acknowledge him now. The descendants of Pangu were guarding against him like a thief, and they were thinking about how to beat him to death. Although there is nothing wrong with being a loner, Hong Jun is like this. But the Saint Juandi said that all the innate saints who have chosen their gender have their own love and stories behind them. There is no regret for making a move. And Panga can't go back to the past. Now it seems that this is indeed not a wise choice. If it weren't for the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the Queen Mother, Ji Changsheng would not dare to face Pangu. But now he dares. Father-in-law, you should know how to help the six saints improve. Right? Ji Changsheng asked. Pangu said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Since the creation of the world, countless years have passed. The realms below Daluo are classified and very clear. The realms above Daluo are collectively called Daluo. And even the saints are just stronger Daluo's strongmen. Don't you think it's strange? Ji Changsheng said in his heart that he didn't think so. Isn't a saint just a stronger Daluo? What's so strange about this? But since his father-in-law said so, Ji Changsheng certainly knew how to answer. It's really strange. This should be intentional by Hong Jun. Remove the word should. It means Hong Jun is intentional. Pangu sneered. Only he can define Daluo. But obviously, he doesn't want to do it. Why? Ji Changsheng didn't quite understand the mystery. But Pangu's words made Ji Changsheng enlightened. The punishment is unpredictable. The power is unpredictable. And the people are afraid of the superiors. If the law is not announced, its power is endless. If the standard is not formulated, the final right of interpretation will always be in the hands of the superiors. The room for maneuver is very large. Father-in-law, your words are profound, and I have learned from them. At this moment, Ji Changsheng felt that listening to your words was better than reading for 10 years. Before, he had never considered that Hong Jun did not classify the Daluo realm. Although the gap between saints and ordinary Daluo is already greater than the gap between him and Mu Xian. But in Ji Changsheng's opinion, it is not a bad idea to regard saints as stronger Daluo. After all, the Saint Juandi did not take down the leader of the Styx. When the leader of Tontian was in the great calamity of the conferred god, he was directly knocked down from the sky by the newly entered Daluo realm of Randing. The upper and lower limits of saints are also exaggerated to the point of being scary. However, in front of Pangu, this matter has another interpretation. Blurring the definition of Daluo makes Daluo's strongmen give up their efforts to a certain extent, and they will think they have reached the end. Blurring the definition of saints makes saints not know how to evolve. He should blur his own strength, so that the outside world has no idea what level he is at. When all the unknowns are in Hong Jun's hands, his authority as the Taoist master is supreme. Only when he occasionally takes action can he trigger a tsunami and achieve twice the result with half the effort. If he makes his own strength concrete, so that all the Daluo masters can see the specific gap between them and him, can his authority still be maintained? Ji Changsheng shook his head. No matter how big the gap between Hong Jun and ordinary Daluo is, this gap cannot be exposed. Because once it is exposed, the specific gap can be calculated. Once there is a specific value, it can be compensated by quantity, and it can also let those behind see the direction of progress. Only by maintaining this sense of mystery can we always maintain the high authority. It is difficult to build an altar, but it is easy to destroy it. Dao Zu is qualified as the leader of the lawful camp in Ji Changsheng's opinion. But Ji Changsheng has always firmly believed that Dao Zu has selfish motives. Now, after Pangu's guidance, Ji Changsheng has clearly seen some of Dao Zu's selfishness. Father-in-law's analysis is correct. Hong Jun should be planning this way. Father-in-law is still high up and far away. Since father-in-law can see Hong Jun's plan, I think there must be a way to help the six saints go further. Of course there is a way. Why should I help them? Although I don't like Hong Jun, I have to admit that his ruling method is effective. Judging from the current situation of Panga Universe, Panga doesn't think Hong Jun did anything wrong. If he were to take over, he might do the same. But he couldn't do it before. He didn't have the IQ to think so much before. The universe has a limit to its capacity. The current situation is not bad. Panga told the truth. Ji Changsheng sighed lightly. Father-in-law, you have to understand that if the current situation does not change, you will never have a chance to restore it. Only those who are ahead do not need to change. Those who are behind need to gamble. Now Hong Jun is ahead and Pangu is behind. However, Pangu is very confident. Hong Jun is not progressing as fast as me, Pangu said proudly, and I don't need Hong Jun's consent to progress. Let alone your consent. If other creatures want to evolve, at least the Great Luo Tribulation cannot be avoided. And the Changsheng Emperor will always be a mountain pressing on their heads. Pangu doesn't need it. He is still too special. The great Emperor Changsheng controls the heavens and the earth. But he can't control Pangu, Daozu, or the Six Saints. This is beyond his authority. Ji Changsheng had to say some hurtful words. Father-in-law, you don't know that although I propose to cooperate with you, the Six Saints have different attitudes towards you. I tried to convince them, but they also have certain reservations. Especially the Saint Jian. He proposed to train you to be a tool for opening the sky. Let you be responsible for opening the sky and the earth. And then help them transcend. Pangu sneered. It's just a broken lotus, which was chopped into pieces by me in the chaos. But now it's shaking up. It's really a time when there are no heroes. So the young man becomes famous. In the Hua Palace, the young man Jian put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name, Amitabha. Good. Good. He didn't take it seriously. As long as Pangu is willing to sit down and help the Six Saints evolve, these offenses are nothing. If Pangu had maintained such an arrogant attitude, Jia Yin would naturally settle accounts with Pangu for his words. Pangu had indeed become smarter now. He suddenly changed the subject. It's not impossible for me to help the Six Saints transcend. It's not impossible to even open up another prehistoric fairyland. Ji Changsheng was stunned. Then he heard Pangu continue. But my current strength is not enough. I need the Six Saints to help me improve my strength to the level of the past before I can start the world. Ji Changsheng laughed directly. Xiao Pan, you are quite smart. In the Hua Palace, the Six Saints also laughed. Except for the Tai Ching Saint and the Nua lady. The other saints did not know that Pangu's IQ had evolved. Seeing Pangu so clever, Juanti was surprised. How did Pangu suddenly become smart? She had dealt with Pangu in the Chaos Sea. He was a super plus version of Tantian Jiaozhu. In terms of IQ, he was about the same. Even lower than Tantian Jiaozhu. The current Pangu made Juanti a little uncomfortable. The Tai Ching sage explained, Father God has lost his absolutely invincible power. So he began to learn how to use wisdom. I didn't expect Pangu to have this day. Juanti and Jian both had a strange tone. The big guys who were born as innate gods and demons all had an inherent understanding of Pangu. The style of this Pangu was very different from what they remembered. What do you think of Pangu's proposal? Jian asked. Nua complained. It's very simple to help Pangu improve to the strength of the creation of the world. Just let him swallow the 3 Taoist friends of Sanqing, and it will be done immediately. As long as the 3 Taoist friends of Sanqing agree. The current 3 pure combined. The strength is only stronger than Pangu in the past. But the 3 pure will certainly not be willing to become the nourishment for Pangu's revival. Yuanshi Tianwang said in a deep voice, Brother, according to our plan, it may not be impossible to overtake. It is still too dangerous to cooperate with the Father God. The danger of the Father God does not disappear if we ignore it. Tai Ching Saint said in a deep voice, we still have to negotiate with the Father God first. We can't be attacked from all sides. Tantian Jiaozhu clearly stood on the side of Tai Ching Saint. Second brother, you think too simply. It's really a Dao thinking. The teacher doesn't like us. And the Father God wants to eat us. If we don't deal with one of them, we will definitely lose. Big brother's worry is right. I support big brother. Yuanshi Tianwang said unhappily. Then let Father God eat you as a bargaining chip for cooperation with us. Tantian Jiaozhu shook his head and said, Father God and my Tao are poles apart. So it is more appropriate to eat you. My second brother. This really makes sense. Tantian Jiaozhu mainly cultivates destruction, while Yuanshi Tianwang is trying to fully reproduce Pangu. Among the 3 pure ones, Pangu swallowed the great pure saint, but did not get more benefits than swallowing Yuanshi Tianwang. Yuanshi Tianwang is now equivalent to a medium-sized Pangu. But Yuanshi Tianwang's dream is to become a super Pangu. He wants to realize his dream himself. Not let Pangu realize his dream for him. You 2 Taoist friends don't have to argue. Jian Saint brought the topic back on track. Let's see Chengxing's response first, and be prepared to take action. They couldn't agree to Pangu's request. If it doesn't work, then use force. Although it may not be useful, it is more likely to succeed if Pangu is scared, and then continue to discuss cooperation. Ji Changsheng certainly would not agree to Pangu's outrageous request on behalf of the 6 saints. He pretended to be helpless and said, Father-in-law, if you want to recover to your peak, one way is to rely on time, and the other way is to rely on the contribution of Pangu's descendants. But with your strength, it is useless to waste time in this small world. Only the prehistoric fairyland can help you recover. The speed of time in the prehistoric fairyland Do you have the authority to promote it? The corner of Ho Tu Nyang Nyang twitched, and her tone was helpless. It was possible when it was first opened, but not now. The prehistoric fairyland after it was first opened was indeed 100% controlled by Pangu, and he could do whatever he wanted. But now the Hongwang Immortal Realm has gone through countless years of development and growth, and has introduced various investments, and the founder's shares have been diluted to almost zero. At this time, the founder jumped out and wanted to make a call and control the company again. How could this be possible? All the directors, who have made outstanding contributions to the development and growth of the company, and are now in high positions, will never agree. This is Pangu's current dilemma. He naturally thinks that the Hongwang Immortal Realm belongs to him, but he fell after opening up the Hongwang Immortal Realm. The living creatures believe that the development and growth of the Hongwang Immortal Realm to this day is their credit. So the contradiction between Pangu and these latecomers is basically unsolvable, unless one party is willing to give in. Obviously, no one is willing to give in. After all, this benefit is so great that it can feed 7 saints and a Taoist ancestor. Not a child's play. Then you, father-in-law, will have to rely on the contribution of Pangu's descendants. If you want to restore your peak strength, you need to sacrifice the 3 pure ones. Father-in-law, you know in your heart that this is unrealistic. The 3 pure ones may not be needed. Pangu said, gather all the other Pangu's descendants, or find a few more innate gods and demons. It will not affect my recovery, although the improvement effect of other Dalyu is not as good as that of Pangu's descendants. As long as the number is large enough, it can be greater than the quality. Pangu can achieve a 100% improvement effect by devouring Pangu's descendants, but he may only devour 50% of other Dalyu masters who are not Pangu's descendants, or even less. However, if there are more, quantitative changes can also lead to qualitative changes. Ji Chengxing's expression was slightly stern. Father-in-law, you want to start a massacre? I have been killing people all the time. Pangu didn't care. Compared to me, Luoho's killing is not that much. Ji Changsheng couldn't refute. There were 3,000 gods and demons in the chaos, and Pangu killed at least 2,900. Luoho killed less than 100. As a result, Luoho was revered as the ancestor of demons and practiced the way of killing. It was really too much praise for Luoho. Pangu is the real killing demon god. You go back and discuss with the 6 of them. If they agree, I can guarantee that I will kill Haotian first after becoming a saint. Or, swallowing Haotian is a great supplement to me. Pangu said, in many ways, the interests of the 6 of them and I do overlap. Ji Chengxing's eyes flickered. It is impossible to go back. The 6 saints can contact him at any time. He has not received any news so far, which means that the 6 saints do not want to agree to this condition. This is normal. Who is willing to create a guy who is a threat to themselves? Ji Changsheng skipped this topic and asked again to the point, Father-in-law, you haven't said how to help the 6 saints transcend. Simple. Didn't you just say it? If I open up another prehistoric fairyland, I can help one of them transcend. If I open up 6 prehistoric fairylands, I can help 6 of them transcend. It takes too long. The time management emperor could not accept such a long process. Pangu looked at Ji Changsheng strangely. Want to transcend and fantasize about success in a short time? Why don't you dream? Hongjun has gone through a long time to get to this point. If I am not wrong, Hongjun only touched the threshold of transcendence after the end of the Witch and Lich catastrophe. You can calculate how long it took in total? Ji Changsheng knew that what Pangu said made sense, but he decided to put aside the reason. Is there no shortcut? This is the biggest and fastest shortcut. Other ways take longer or are more troublesome than this. What is the more troublesome shortcut? Eat Hongjun. Replace Hongjun. And become Hongjun. Ji Changsheng. It is indeed unrealistic. Even if Pangu uses the Yin Shi Hua Pai Jing, he can't do this. Father-in-law, if you say so, then there is no room for negotiation. The 6 saints will not believe that you are willing to open up 6 new universes. Pangu is not a congenital working saint. He works for the 6 saints because he is sick. At this time, Pangu revealed another not-so-good information. It's not enough to just open up a new universe. The new world needs enough strong people to fight and stir up the most brilliant sparks of civilization. If it is a stagnant universe, it is still impossible to help them transcend. Hongjun can transcend, which is inseparable from his own efforts and talents. The prehistoric fairyland I opened up and the enough opponents that Hong Jun met along the way. Ji Chongqing's mood suddenly became heavy. He knew that Pangu's words made sense. The higher you go, the harder it is. Of course, there is no foolproof way. But according to Pangu's description, the difficulty of transcendence is already unimaginable. In other words, even if you, father-in-law, open up a new universe, you can't help the 6 saints successfully transcend? There is only a probability. Of course, it can't be confirmed. What is the probability? 1 in 10,000. Ji Chongqing. There was silence in the Hua Palace. Finally, it was the Great Purity Saint who broke the silence. The Great Purity Saint said in a deep voice, Father God is right. There must be enough civilization foundation, many opponents of sufficient weight, and various collisions of wisdom. And finally the real transcendence can be born. Deluge is difficult. Saints are difficult. And transcendence is naturally more difficult. If it is really a sure thing, it would be incredible. Nua frowned and said, in other words, our greatest hope is to transcend the Pangu universe and hope to open up a new universe. The probability is really too small. It should be small. The probability of existence, like us appearing, is itself very small. In fact, the 6 saints have psychological expectations for the difficulty of transcendence. But after Pangu confirmed this matter, they still had ways in their hearts. Everyone wants to make progress. It's just that the road ahead is indeed too narrow and too dangerous. Even as strong as they are, they have to tread on thin ice. Pangu also said, 1 in 10,000 is already very good. Don't be ungrateful. Ask the 6 of them. How many strong people did they defeat to get to this point from the myriad spirits in the universe? If Hong Jun can succeed so easily, will Hong Jun still be Hong Jun? Ji Chongqing had to admit, father-in-law, what you said makes sense. But let's put aside the reason. You are sentencing the 6 saints to life imprisonment. If they can't make progress, I, the son-in-law, can't make progress. And Cece can't make progress either. In this way, they will fall into Hong Jun's trap. And you don't want to see the scene happen. Right? Of course I don't want to. So there is a simplest way. You say, let the 3 pure ones actively merge into me. And I will be sure to kill Hong Jun. In this way, I will regain control of the Pangu universe. And you and Cece will also have the opportunity to become saints. Isn't it the best of both worlds? In the Huahuang Palace, Tontian Patriarch slammed the table and stood up. Pangu, this old thief, should be killed. Father God when there is trouble. Old thief when there is nothing to do. Tontian Patriarch knows how to address. The faces of Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang are also a little ugly. Because the suggestion made by Pangu is really feasible. At least for Ji Chongqing. It is feasible. But Ji Chongqing will not make such a stupid mistake. Father-in-law, you can't assume that the 3 pure ones are fools. Then, there is no safer way. Pangu said, it is difficult to take a small step forward after reaching this step. You think things are too simple. Think carefully about my previous suggestion. Contact me at any time when you have considered it. I am not in a hurry. Time is on his side. Ji Chongqing did not get the answer he wanted. He knew that the 6 saints did not get the answer they wanted either. Father-in-law, is there really no other way? Are you asking about your way to become a saint? Or the way for the 6 saints to transcend? The way for the 6 saints to transcend. As long as the sainthood is vacant. Ji Chongqing dares to lend money. The 2 saints in the West have set an example. If they can do it, Ji Chongqing can certainly do it too. This matter does not require Pangu's help. Pangu said, no more. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. A pure and extremely killing sword energy flashed from Ji Chongqing's body. And he slashed directly at Ho Tunyang. Ho Tunyang's body did not move at all. And the phantom of the millstone of reincarnation appeared in front of her out of thin air. And then crushed the sword energy to pieces. But at this moment, the eyes of Ho Tunyang struggled again. The 6 saints were all experienced in combat. So they naturally seized the opportunity at the first time. A shadow of the Tai Chi diagram instantly fixed the wheel of reincarnation. A jade ray flew out from Ji Chongqing and hit the top of Ho Tunyang. The Ho Tunyang trembled all over. Pangu's was a little confused. Stop! Pangu's roar just sounded. And a rosary was pressed on the right hand of Ho Tunyang. The voice of the Saint Jia Yin also sounded. Fellow Ho Tu, you can temporarily rest on your right hand. Pangu is temporarily unable to control your right hand. The voice of the Queen of Ho Tu followed closely. And she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, fellow Jiayin. The cause and effect you owe me is written off. Before that, when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was in the reincarnation underworld, the Saint Jiayin owed Ho Tu Nyongyong a cause and effect. Speaking of which, that matter was also handled by Ji Changsheng. Now Ho Tu Nyongyong is possessed by Pangu. Although she has preserved her consciousness, she has lost her freedom. The Saint Jiayin could not help Ho Tu Nyongyong regain her freedom completely. Or even if he could, he might not do it. That cause and effect was not worth Jiayin and Pangu's risking their lives. But being able to give Ho Tu a relatively free space to move around was already a pleasant surprise for Ho Tu. Neither Nua Nyongyong nor the Saint Juandi took action. It was not worth the 6 saints to attack Pangu, who had just revived and possessed Ho Tu. It was no surprise that Pangu was killed in seconds. After all, Ho Tu Nyongyong was not the only object of Pangu's possession. And now was not Pangu's true strength. Pangu, now we can have a good talk. The Saint Juandi spoke, and Pangu had not responded yet. Ji Xianqiu spoke for his father-in-law first. Teacher, you were not there during the fight. And you were the first to jump out after the fight to enjoy the fruits of victory. You know how to pick peaches. Before the Saint Juandi could get angry, Ji Changsheng immediately said to Pangu, Don't worry, father-in-law. I'm here, and I won't let the 6 saints really hurt you. Pangu snorted, They couldn't hurt me anyway. It's just like the previous Lion Camel Ridge. Just give up another body. It's not that easy to kill Pangu. Ji Changsheng persuaded, father-in-law. There is no unsolvable conflict between you and the 6 saints. Now Hong Jun is high above and invincible in the universe. You have a common enemy. If you fight first, it will only benefit Hong Jun in the end, making the relatives sad and the enemies happy. You should think twice. 6 people are good at playing the good cop. And you are playing the bad cop. You cooperate well. Ho Tu Nyongyong flashed a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Of course Pangu would not fail to see this kind of cooperation. Tantian Jiaoju's temper flared up instantly. Changsheng, get out of the way. I'll kill this old villain. Ji Changsheng thought to himself. Who can you kill? In the underworld of reincarnation. You still want to kill Ho Tu Nyongyong? What are you dreaming about? Politics is the art of compromise. The threat of force is all for the final negotiation. Ji Changsheng cooperated with Tantian Jiaoju's threat of force and persuaded again, father-in-law. I will definitely stand on your side. I also know that you must have a backup plan. Even if Sister Ho Tu dies, you will not have any problems. But don't forget that if the 6 saints join forces, there is a certain probability that they will completely uproot you. If the 6 saints and Hong Jun join forces, you will be in greater danger. Zundi's saint said gloomily, killing Pangu is difficult. But killing the Queen Mother of the West, I can do it now. Do you dare? Teacher, shut up. If you dare to touch Cici, I will never forgive you. Zundi's saint did not take Ji Changsheng's threat seriously at all. Pangu, you should know something about me through the memory of Taoist Ho Tuesday. Do you think I dare? Enough. Pangu interrupted the singing of Juanti and Ji Changsheng. But this time he really wronged Ji Changsheng. The 6 saints and Ji Changsheng divided the work and cooperated. They played the white face, and Ji Changsheng played the red face. This was a tacit understanding between the 2 parties, and was not rehearsed in advance. Zundi's saint threatened Pangu with the Queen Mother, which was even more impromptu. If she had informed Ji Changsheng in advance, Ji Changsheng would not agree. Ji Changsheng had no objection to threatening Pangu with the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. But Ji Lao Mo would not threaten Pangu with the Queen Mother. He still has a bottom line. It's just that Pangu doesn't believe it. There is indeed no simpler way to transcend. But the 3 pure ones are already on the right path. When Pangu said this, the 2 saints of the West and Noah looked at the 3 pure ones at the same time. The 3 pure ones also immediately realized what Pangu was talking about. The heavenly King Yuan sure felt a huge pressure. If the 3 pure ones can succeed, Taiching, Yuanshi and Tantian will all have the hope of transcending. Taiching has the hope of becoming Hong Jun of that world. And Yuanshi is more like me after the creation of the world and has not fallen. They all have great potential. What about me? Tantian Patriarch asked. Pangu said disdainfully, you will only have hope after destroying that world. And you will definitely be ranked behind your 2 brothers. Tantian Patriarch. It's okay if you can't beat the eldest brother. Why should the second brother be ranked ahead of me? 3 Taoist friends. What method did Pangu talk about? Jiayin asked. Taiching Saint did not hide. It's very simple. Open up a small world, and then cultivate the level of the small world to the level of the prehistoric fairyland, and then slowly develop it to the same level as the Panga universe, and naturally create an environment that can give birth to transcendence. How is it possible to cultivate the level of a small world to the level of the prehistoric fairyland? Xuanti Saint blurted out. Panga became more disdainful. You dare not even think about it. Of course it is impossible. The three pure ones are already doing it. Xuanti Saint. The three pure ones were not complacent, but alert at the same time. Why did Panga know this? Father-in-law. This method takes longer, and is not a good idea. Ji Changsheng said. The Emperor of Time Management cares more about time. Han Jun gave him 1 day to consider. It will take a long time for the three pure ones to succeed, and the three pure ones may not succeed. Is there any immediate solution? Panga glanced at the six saints again. Tom Tian Sec Master's sword energy condensed again. Nua Nyongyang's pink fist also clenched. When Panga felt that Nua Nyongyang was also ready to take action, he showed the real thing. There is a trick. Ji Chengxing's eyes lit up. Explain in detail. The heavenly way stipulates that the universe can accommodate a maximum of 7 saints. So just find a way to reduce the number of saints. Your idea is right. Let the saints transcend so that they don't take up positions. But transcendence is more difficult than becoming a saint. Their qualifications are too poor. And if they want to transcend, not only is the success rate low, but even if they have a chance to succeed, it must take billions of years to start. Father-in-law. Please put it simply. Ji Changsheng felt like he had listened to a bunch of nonsense. Panga glared at Ji Changsheng and reminded him, to reduce the number of saints does not necessarily mean to help them transcend. I reminded you before that there is no division at all in the realm above Daluo. Ji Chengxing's eyes lit up. In the Huahuang Palace, the eyes of the 6 saints all lit up. The heavenly Tao only limits the number of saints. What is the standard of saints? The heavenly Tao has never stipulated it. But it must be Hong Jun who has the final say, Ji Changsheng said. In addition to Hong Jun, there are also me and 7 saints. Panga Company held a board meeting to set the standard for saints. The chairman naturally has the greatest power. But the founder has votes. And the directors also have votes. If all the directors together oppose the chairman, there is a possibility of removing the chairman. So Hong Jun is afraid that all the saints will join forces. Above the saints, there can be saint kings, great saints, and any name. You can play with Hong Jun in the standard set by Hong Jun, and you will never be able to beat Hong Jun. Set up another set of standards and reopen a battlefield. Everything is possible. Of course, these things are easier said than done. First, I, the pioneer of the prehistoric fairyland, must communicate with the heavenly Tao, initiate a proposal, and revise the standards for saints. Secondly, all saints must agree to pass the new regulations. If there is one vote against it, Hongjuan's veto will succeed. So Haotian's vote is very important. You 6 idiots really shouldn't let Haotian become a saint. Panga still showed his value. After all, he was the one who opened up the prehistoric fairyland. And he left a backup to check and balance the heavenly Tao. It's just that the content of this condition is very harsh. Ji Changsheng looked at Panga with a look of doubt and vigilance that he did not express. Panga seemed to bow his head under the threat of the 6 saints. But the solution he gave could not get around his own hurdle. The 6 saints wanted to fight against Hong Jun, and Ji Changsheng wanted to become a saint. Now it seems that both needed the support of Panga. The solution Panga gave was probably right. But only he knew how much Panga had added to his story. In fact, Panga took the initiative to promote this situation. Now, Panga has the initiative. And the 6 saints are going to fight Hong Jun. The situation is actually a good thing for Panga. Ji Changsheng believes that the things he can think of can be thought of by the 6 saints. But the 6 saints will eventually take action. Because they really need to set up another set of standards. Otherwise they really can't beat Hong Jun. This is what an open conspiracy is. Even if you see through all the other party's calculations, you still have to do what the other party imagines. Ji Changsheng is very good at playing open conspiracy. Now it seems that Panga has also begun to learn the conspiracy. The progress is really fast. Everyone, I am willing to help you swallow Haotian. Panga showed his helpful quality. The 6 saints sneered silently. He made a good calculation. Cha Sheng, you stay with Panga. In an hour, we will give you a final result, said Nua. The 6 saints need to discuss what to do. Killing Haotian is certainly an option. But they also have another option to pull Haotian's vote over. This is of course difficult. But what the saints want to do is never simple. And compared to the difficulty of killing Hao Tian, it is not necessarily more difficult to win over Hao Tian. After the 6 saints left, Ji Changsheng said to Pangu, father-in-law, your wishful thinking is too obvious. Pangu sneered, they have no choice. Dear son-in-law, I will give you a task to test your loyalty to me and your ability as the future Taoist of immortality. What task? Go and get rid of Hong Jun. Ji Changsheng? Me? He showed the same expression as Ben Borba. It felt like Pangu was a fool. Pangu said in a deep voice, I have a way to make Hong Jun fall. Chapter 538 Father-in-law explodes gold coins. Hao Tian shines again. Ji Changsheng blurted out, fuck. Father-in-law is awesome. He is indeed the god of creation. This is a loophole buried in the original code. It may also be that Pangu can modify the source code. As the QQ group owner, Daozu seems to have the highest authority of the QQ group. But how will the QQ group owner deal with the hemp vine? You actually have such a trick up your sleeve. Ji Changsheng was shocked and alert. This father-in-law seems to be more and more intelligent. And he even let himself take the lead. He doesn't seem like a simple good guy. Since father-in-law has a way to make Hong Jun fall, why should I do it? Ji Changsheng recommended a candidate to Pangu. I have General Tan Tian, who can kill Hong Jun. Pangu. Tan Tian is a fool. He can't do this. Ji Changsheng immediately grasped the key point. It seems that it is not a simple armed confrontation. Pangu nodded and said, Hong Jun is far ahead. Even if he falls a realm, he is still much stronger than the 6 saints. Unless I recover my peak strength, they are not Hong Jun's opponent. Even Hong Jun after falling. Ji Changsheng blinked and asked, father-in-law, what level do you think Hong Jun's strength is now? According to the standard I just mentioned, Juanti and Tan Tian are ordinary saints. Yuanshi and Jian are saint kings, who have found the evolution direction of their own saintly way, and are also continuing to evolve. Of course, Tan Tian has found it. But Tongqian's saintly way cannot evolve. Tan Tian wants to evolve. And he has to destroy a universe. It is impossible for Pangu's universe to be destroyed by him. The world created by Yuanshi Tianwang has not been upgraded yet. And it can't help him. So Tan Tian has no way to evolve now. Ji Changsheng did some reading comprehension. Yuanshi Tianwang and Jian Saint know how to improve. And they are also making continuous progress. Tan Tian also knows how to improve. But he can't do it. Juanti simply hasn't found his own direction of improvement. Is the teacher so lame? Pangu analyzed, looking at Juanti's gains from the Western Heaven this time. If Juanti takes the scriptures well, and then integrates the experience of reincarnation into the body, it is possible to find the direction. Among the 6 saints, Juanti's foundation is the weakest. She will walk the road again, from weak to strong. And she will gain a lot, which can make up for her many shortcomings and hidden dangers. Ji Changsheng is hard to say. She didn't gain much. She just gained a child. Pangu. This is hard to judge. I wish her success. Ji Changsheng felt Pangu's dislike for his teacher. He had to stand up to defend his teacher, father-in-law. It's actually hard to judge your union with the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. So please don't laugh at Juanti. Pangu. Fewer and better births. A happy life. The country didn't lie to me. Ji Changsheng felt that his patriotism was becoming more and more firm. What a good example. Teacher. As a pilgrim protected by the 3 Burials Master, Ji Changsheng could clearly feel the progress of the 3 Burials Master. And it was the kind of progress that was made by leaps and bounds. But since the 3 Burials Master got pregnant with Ling, the progress disappeared. And he became weaker day by day. With this obvious example in front of him, Ji Changsheng believed Pangu's words by 70%. At least Pangu didn't lie to him about Juanti's evaluation. What about Nua and Taiching Saint? Ji Changsheng changed the subject. Pangu said, they should have reached the level of the great saint. And they are already far ahead of Juanti and Tan Tian. It's about the same as I judged. Ji Changsheng also thought that the saints were divided into 3 levels, with 2 saints in each level. If Ji Changsheng hadn't intervened, he felt that Hao Tian had a chance to go directly to the 2nd level. Unfortunately, Hao Tian's road to integrated offense and defense was cut off by Ji Changsheng. And his dream of becoming a little Tai Ching was forced to die. And now he has become a little Tan Tian. His strength is definitely at the bottom of the saints. However, Hao Tian's ninjutsu has great potential. As long as he can live to 10,000 years later, there is still a lot to do. Is Hong Jun stronger than the great saint? Of course. Pangu's answer was very sure. Even if Hongjun falls a small realm, his strength is probably stronger than the great saint. Ji Chansheng narrowed his eyes. This was not unexpected. After all, in the last deduction in the Huahuang Palace, the 6 saints joined forces, sacrificed 3, seriously injured 3, and only sealed Hongjun, but failed to kill Hongjun completely. This is obviously not a realm gap. Even if I take action, I can only slightly weaken Hongjun, so that Taiqing and others have a greater chance of winning. If you want to continue to weaken him, you need your help, Pangu said. Ji Chansheng was very self-aware and modest. Father-in-law, you really think highly of me. What virtue and ability do I have? Even if Pangu praised him to the sky, he would not fight Hongjun. He has not been Borba. Father-in-law, I know you think I am good, but don't think I can handle everything. Ji Chansheng even began to reflect on himself. Am I too capable? What made Pangu feel that he could deal with Hongjun? Is it the performance in the illusion of Daoyuo Hard Demon Tribulation? Pangu told him that it was true. Chasheng, you don't have to be modest. I know your courage. I think the 6 saints are just playing around and are not worth mentioning. The 3 pure ones are nominally going to fight against Hongjun. But in fact, it is you who really does it. The things you did in the Hard Demon Tribulation are something that the 3 pure ones can never do in their lifetime. You are the seed with the most potential. Pangu's deception did not cause any emotional fluctuations in Ji Lamo's heart. Not to mention the boiling blood. He even wanted to laugh. Brother, do you think I am a college student who just graduated? Sorry. I insulted college students. College students nowadays don't buy into the cake-making tricks. We need to be more practical. Father-in-law, that's just the inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation is a reflection of your inner self. Chasheng, I can see it. And I am very sure that you lack reverence for Hongjun in your bones. So there are some things that only you can do. Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows. This was said by Pangu, and he would definitely not admit it. Before he couldn't beat his adoptive father. His reverence for his adoptive father was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. The adoptive father's kindness is not over yet. And now you are neither strong nor weak. Your status is neither high nor low. And you happen to be in a confidential position. It is indeed only you who can best bring Hongjun down. Pangu's words made Ji Chansheng think. Father-in-law, tell me directly, what is the way to make Hongjun fall? Pangu did not answer Ji Chansheng's words, but asked back, Chansheng, do you know what is the fastest way for you to become a saint? Please give me some advice. Father-in-law, learn Jia Yin and Juani, and become a saint by loan. Ji Chansheng's heart skipped a beat. Is Pangu testing me? Or is it coincidence? Looking at Pangu's expression, it should be coincidence. Hongjun and Li Changxi were talking in Li Changxi's inner demon calamity illusion. If Pangu even knew this, he would be too amazing. It is unlikely that such a thing exists. If Pangu can monitor Hongjun at any time, what else can Hongjun do? Pangu's next words also confirmed Ji Changxing's guess. Becoming a saint by loan is of course a little worse than the orthodox way of success. But it can allow you to have the combat power of a saint in advance. When you have the strength of a saint, you can make up for the lack of foundation and process. And naturally you will get twice the result with half the effort. I see that your style of doing things all along does not care much about orthodoxy and foundation. Ji Chansheng thought to himself that it was true. But I cannot care in my heart. But I certainly cannot admit it on the surface. When someone negotiates with you, even if you are willing in your heart, you have to be reserved. Otherwise, how can you negotiate? Ji Chansheng said in embarrassment, Father-in-law, you don't know that Jia Yin and Juanti were cheated by Tianadai and suffered terribly. It was me who helped them get rid of it. Their miserable situation is still vivid in my mind. You want me to follow their footsteps? Aren't you pushing me into the fire pit? Pangu laughed directly. Jia Yin and Juanti were cheated by Tianadai and suffered terribly. Did they tell you that? Yeah. Bullshit. Pangu cursed. With their qualifications, if Hongjun didn't help them, how could they become saints? The qualifications of these 2 guys are just better than yours. And they are not at the average level of saints at all. Ji Chansheng, who are you scolding? If you scold me one more time, I will kick your daughter hard. Speak nicely to me. Pangu did not speak nicely. He was speaking his mind. Tiandao Lone is a hot spot. When the hot spot comes, even pigs can fly to the sky. If the hot spot does not come, even if Jane Juanti has the qualifications, They may not be able to fight against those top Daluo, such as Mingi Dumu. Ji Chongqing thought to himself that it seems that Adu has a high status in Pengu's heart. Very good. The higher the gold content of Adu, the more suitable he is to take the blame for himself. Your aptitude is even worse. Under normal circumstances, ordinary Daluo is your peak. If you want to go further, you can only take a different approach. Pengu told the truth, Changsheng. You should know yourself. Ji Changsheng was very unhappy. Father-in-law, are you questioning your daughter's vision in finding a man? Pengu. Besides, if I am so useless, why do you let me deal with Hong Jun? Ji Laomo is a rebel, and PA will never happen to him. Even if Pengu uses PA on him, it is nonsense. He is just a victim whose wife was beaten by me, and whose daughter was abandoned. What qualifications does he have to PA me? Ji Laomo is full of psychological advantages in the face of Pengu. Since father-in-law looks down on me so much, please ask father-in-law to find someone else. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. I think the aptitude of the 3 pure ones is good. Father-in-law will definitely get twice the result with half the effort if he goes to them. Find out whether it is you who begs me or me who begs you. My buddy wants to become a saint. Do I need your consent? Pengu was even more speechless. I have never seen such an unfilial son-in-law. If the 3 pure ones could help him work wholeheartedly, why would he talk so much nonsense? Changsheng. I'm telling the truth. My son-in-law is telling the truth too. Ji Changsheng said solemnly. Even if the whole world looks down on me, I have to respect myself. I am who I am. A different firework. What can Pengu say? He said something that made him regret. Changsheng. What I want you to do. Domu Yuanjun can also do it. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Father-in-law. Based on what you said, Domu Yuanjun has already found a way to die, including the body of your wife, Xingmu Yuanjun, who will die soon. Pengu really gave him a reminder. Adu also has a great chance of getting the Hongming Purple Qi. Hong Jun will not consider Ji Chongqing's face when issuing the Saint system. What he looks at is the overall strategic balance and checks and balances between each other. So the fact that Domu Yuanjun and Ji Changsheng have a grudge is not only not a deduction, but also a plus. After all, Hong Jun is not Ji Chongqing's biological father. You still have to fight for your own chance. The first person Hong Jun approached was Ji Changsheng. But that doesn't mean he won't approach Domu Yuanjun next, including Pengu. Although Pengu now probably believes that Domu Yuanjun replaced Xingmu Yuanjun, there is no guarantee that this guy will not let it go. What if he imitates Hao Qianren? Taking all factors into consideration, Adu still deserves to die. Pengu felt the murderous aura condensed into substance by Ji Laomo. But he didn't worry too much. Domu Yuanjun's whereabouts are uncertain. It's not that easy for you to find her. Changsheng. Don't get excited. I definitely still want you to become a saint. We are a family. Pengu comforted, even if it's from Cici. I want to support you more if I have benefits. Changsheng. You have to believe me. Ji Changsheng calmly analyzed, father-in-law. Even if I really get a loan to become a saint, it seems that I don't need your help. I only need Hongjun's consent. So why should I help you to harm Hongjun? Pengu began to paint a big picture with Hongjun. You can only be a saint at most. With me, you can be the ancestor of Taoism. That's too far away. I am a son-in-law who pays more attention to the present. Those who don't plan for eternity are not worthy of planning for the moment. Changsheng. You should have a longer-term vision and pattern. Father-in-law. I have killed several idiots who wanted to plan for eternity. Pengu. Father-in-law. Think about it carefully. Don't always think about what I can bring to you. Think about what you can bring to me, such as the whereabouts of the god-killing spear. Although Ji Changsheng was also interested in how to deal with Hong Jun, Ji Changsheng knew that this was not what he should care about at this stage. There are still 6 saints above him. If he really becomes a saint, his short-term opponent is not Hong Jun. In comparison, the whereabouts of the god-killing spear has a greater impact on him at this stage. He is actually quite self-aware. Seeing that Ji Huangmao was unmoved, Pengu could only use his trump card. The god-killing spear is scattered in the chaos. I will give you a coordinate. In addition, Changsheng, you asked me what I can give you? I can let you get a loan from Hongjun, and you don't have to pay it back after becoming a saint. Ji Chongqing's heart was pounding. His attitude changed immediately. Father-in-law, tell me in detail. You can do it this way. While Pengu was giving Ji Changsheng instructions, the 6 saints were also meeting to discuss. Just like what Ji Changsheng thought. The six saints also thought of the same problem he had thought of before. The method Panga gave is a trick. It can't solve the fundamental problem. And if you want to succeed, you can't get around Pangu. Zuni Saint said in a deep voice. I doubt the authenticity of Pangu's method. There should be no doubt about the authenticity. Jian Saint shook his head. Pangu must have selfish motives. But he doesn't need to deceive us now. If he really tricks us, he may not be able to bear the consequences. The six saints joined forces. Hong Jun was afraid. And now Pangu is even more afraid. Jian Saint guessed. What I am worried about is that Pangu's method is only a temporary solution. Maybe it works today. But it will suddenly fail tomorrow. By then, once the number of saints expands, we will still have to fight internally. Brother, what you said makes sense. Juenti's face changed in a second. Jian Saint ignored his junior brother, sister. The Taiching Saint nodded slightly to the Jian Saint. I also agree with the view of Jian Daoyu. Although the solution given by the Father God seems to have solved the current problem, it actually did not solve any problem. It can be regarded as temporarily suppressing the contradiction. When it breaks out again, it will be more intense. Yuan Shi Tianwan thought for a while. If we succeed in this, then Ji Changsheng, Li Changqi, Xuandu, and even the Father God will become saints. As a result, after a period of time, the teacher changed the standard back, and the saint position is still 7. How do we deal with it? This possibility does exist. But I guess Pangu has a backup plan. Nguyen Yang sighed lightly. This Pangu has really evolved and has learned to use his brain. His status is too special. It is much easier for him to make some changes in the rules of heaven than for us. Although the six saints are called the six saints of the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun is the administrator of the heavenly Tao. Pangu is the father of the heavenly Tao. The six saints are at most the general managers of the heavenly Tao branch. Although they can mobilize part of the power of the heavenly Tao, they are still far behind Hong Jun and Pangu in terms of authority. Nua looked at the three pure ones, 3 Taoist friends. You still have to continue to work hard in your world. Pangu is right. It is difficult to fight them in the standards they set. Starting from scratch is the best choice. You set an example so that my fellow Taoists Jane and Juandi can learn from you. Taiching Saint nodded slightly. But he was not optimistic that Nua would follow their path. Nua is too lazy. Unless you can directly create a big world of the level of the prehistoric fairyland, you still need to cultivate it carefully in the future to lead the whole world to upgrade. Obviously, this is not something that Nua can do. But Nua has a different opinion. I am lazy. But Changsheng is not. If the 3 pure ones can get through this path, then I will open up a big world for Changsheng to toss around. With Changsheng's ability, there is still hope. She should just let go and be the Empress Dowager. Ever since Changsheng ruled the world with filial piety, Nguyen Yang does not have the ambitions of the 3 pure ones. She is strong without desires. And she is very powerful. So she has a stable mentality. Although the method proposed by Pangu has great hidden dangers, I suggest adopting it before we have a better solution. Nguyen Yang said bluntly, unless we can think of a better solution. If we do not adopt Pangu's suggestion, we will block the way of the later ones and become alienated from our confidence. Which is even worse. Nua must help Ji Changsheng to improve. Taiching Saint wants to help Xuandu Master to become a saint. Tontian Jiaozhu also wants to help Tathagata Buddha to fight for an opportunity. When it comes to becoming a saint, no matter how good the relationship is, it cannot be tested like this. Hongjun just wants to test their feelings. So they can't let Hongjun's conspiracy succeed. Although Yuan Shi Tianwan and the 2 saints of the West don't seem to have confidence who can become saints. It's only now. If they vacate the sainthood, they can also promote confidence. Taiching Saint clearly supports Nua. What Yang said makes sense. If there is no better way, we should do it according to the Father God's method. Just like our teachers who can't stop us from making progress. We can't stop the creatures below the saints from making progress. It's not worth it to stop them from becoming enemies. Taiching Saint and Nua reached a consensus, which is basically equivalent to the 6 saints voting in favor. Tontian Jiaozhu will certainly support it for the sake of Tathagata Buddha. When Yuan Shi Tianwan also expressed his opinion, Jian and Juandi looked at each other and knew that they had no other choice. Jian Saint said in a deep voice, I want to reserve a saint position. Dizong may not meet the conditions for sainthood. But as a teacher, I want to keep it for her. Then I will keep one for her too. Juandi did not say who it was for. If Mithriya becomes a saint, he must defeat the strong man above Mithriya. If he defeats Tathagata, Tontian Jiaozhu will be unhappy. If he defeats Tathagata, the consequences may be more serious. Xuanti did not dare to guarantee it. So he reserved a saint position first, and decided who to give it to later. Other saints did not make any comments. The pioneers will always divide the cake, and no one will get the advantage to the descendants. It's just that whether the situation will develop according to their plan is unknown. So, what about Haotian? June asked. They didn't forget that Haotian's vote was very important. The other 5 saints all looked at Noah. Noah sighed helplessly. I will go to talk to Haotian. If we can reach an agreement, we will talk. If we can't reach an agreement, then the 6 of us will join forces and go directly to the heaven to kill Haotian in seconds. Tontian's sect master was murderous. We can't give the teacher a chance to help. It's not easy to kill Haotian in seconds. However, the 6 saints joined forces, and the chance of success is still very high, especially under Ji Chongqing's operation. Haotian did not meet the conditions of integrated offense and defense. Now Haotian and Tontian are both fragile with strong offense and weak defense compared with other saints. Good. The 6 saints reached a consensus. Then the Tai Chi saint lent the Tai Chi diagram to Noah. My lady, with the Tai Chi diagram, we can conceal Haotian's aura and hide it from the teacher's perception. Hongjun has been watching Haotian. Noah has the means to block Hongjun's surveillance. But Haotian may not. After all, Haotian has just become a saint. The saint of Tai Chi wants to create a dark under the lamp under Hongjun's surveillance. A moment later, in the Huangji Palace, the shadow of Noah appeared in the palace. Then she pursed her nose. Why is the smell here so strange? Haotian felt a pain in his heart. My lady, you'd better not know. Hello, my lady. Haotian immediately saluted Noah. I wonder why the queen came to the Huangji Palace. Haotian was a little confused. He didn't know what happened. Then he heard the words of the Queen Mother Noah. Now Hongjun can't monitor the Huangji Palace. You don't need to be cautious. Haotian's heart trembled. Queen, what do you mean? Noah Queen Mother told Haotian about the meeting between Pangu and the 6 saints, and then said, Haotian, we need your vote. Haotian's first reaction was to refuse. Queen, I can't betray my teacher. This is not called betrayal. Hongjun didn't stop you from doing this. Haotian, Hongjun really didn't order it like this. But he knew the importance of it. If he dared to vote in favor, he was worried that Hongjun would eat him. Noah saw Haotian's worry and gave him a reassurance. Don't worry. Hongjun dare not do anything to you. Pangu has been resurrected. The 6 saints have joined forces. And Hongjun needs your vote even more. Haotian, you are now the most useful and safest time in history. If you don't grasp your advantages at this time and make yourself stronger, you will never have such a good opportunity again. Haotian was moved. He is not stupid. He quickly realized that Noah did not lie to him. When Hongjun was invincible, he was actually not important. Only when Hongjun felt threatened, he would become important. It makes sense to keep the enemy and respect yourself. But you have to grasp a scale. However, Haotian didn't think he could grasp this scale. He was worried about turning over. What the goddess said makes sense. But the teacher has been very kind to me, and I can't betray him. I am here because the teacher is here. If the teacher is gone, I can't go any further. Haotian was still rational. Although he wanted to improve, he also knew that Hongjun was his biggest background. If Hongjun lost, he would be immediately defeated. Nguyen Yang extended a jade finger. First, Hongjun is Hongjun after all. The strongest person now. He will not lose easily, let alone die. Haotian, don't underestimate Hongjun. Then Nguyen Yang extended a second jade finger. Second, your background is not only Hongjun, but also me. If we talk about closeness, your relationship with me is even closer than Cha Sheng and me. It's just that you haven't come to the Nuwa Palace for countless years. And I didn't know your details before. Nguyen Yang saved Haotian's life. Haotian had every reason to surrender to Nguyen Yang. But he didn't. The operation of the 5 loyal ministers is still too technical. Ji Chongsheng dared to do it. Haotian didn't dare. But in fact, the bond between Haotian and Nguyen Yang is indeed very deep. Haotian can also be said to be the child of Noah. And they are natural allies. Haotian could only smile bitterly at Nua's words. Please understand my difficulties. My teacher didn't speak. I really didn't dare to tell you my family background. I understand. But now your life experience has been exposed. You can enter and leave the Nua Palace openly in the future. Haotian, you have become a saint. You need to change your mentality. Saints, overlooking the way of heaven, high above. Do you want to be Hongjuan's puppet forever? Nua's words did not move Haotian. Haotian certainly didn't want to be a puppet. But he knew what to do and what not to do. He would not be easily fooled by the blood. The only thing that made Haotian happy was that Nua acknowledged his background and promised him that he could enter and leave the Nua Palace freely. Which meant that he and Nua could get closer. It didn't matter if Ji Chansheng was in the way. Haotian knew it very well. And what he cared about was the closeness of his relationship with Nua. It would be a crime not to win over such a strong ally as Nua. Not to mention that he had innate advantages. Nyang Nyang, I am different from you and other saints. Haotian said self-deprecatingly, I am the teacher's slave. And the price of a slave betraying his master is too high. Nua stretched out her third jade finger. Before I came, Tontian said that if you don't agree, the 6 saints will come to the heaven together and kill you as soon as possible. Haotian instantly felt cold all over. He believed that this was indeed something that Tontian could do. If you had saved Xuanwu when you became a saint, you would have had a chance to hold on until Hongjun rescued you. But you didn't. Now the 6 saints are collectively besieging you. You will definitely die. And Hongjun can't save you. With this as an excuse, you can explain it to Hongjun. Nua Nyang used courtesy before force, which made Haotian quickly realize the current situation. Haotian, I promise that I will speak for you if Hongjun holds me accountable later. Haotian's face was tangled. Betrayal or death? This is a question. Nyang, I have 3 requests. Say, I want Ji Chansheng to return Xuanwu's tortoise shell to me now. And Xuanwu's position as the 4 spirit gods must still be returned to Xuanwu. After a moment of hesitation, Nua Nyang agreed, I can make the decision for Chansheng. But only after this matter. Wait for Haotian to submit his pledge first. And then fulfill the promise. In this way, you have the opportunity to directly impact the Holy King. And free up an extra holy throne. This is a win-win situation. Nua Nyang added. Haotian nodded. Second, Ji Chansheng and I have made a 10,000-year agreement. And I cannot leave the seclusion for 10,000 years. Now it seems that the time is indeed too long. And my recovery from injuries is far beyond expectations. How long do you want to shorten the time to? Nua Nyang asked. 100 years. No problem. Nua Nyang agreed immediately. She was sure that Ji Chansheng would not care. There is no difference between 100 years and 10,000 years for Ji Chansheng. But for Haotian, there is a big difference. Nua Nyang understood this. And Haotian is also her child. She guessed Haotian's third request. You still want Chansheng to let Queen Mother go. Right? I will also make the decision for Chansheng. No need. Haotian interrupted Nua Nyang. Nua? Haotian hesitated to speak, but finally gritted his teeth and said, My lady. The last request is Haotian's request. You can refuse it. You say. Nua had a bad feeling. Haotian did not let her down. Please give me a good beating. As long as you don't kill me. Don't hold back. Nua. Haotian knelt on the ground and removed all defenses. Please do it. So that I can give an explanation to my teacher. Nua's fist hardened. Do you want to give an explanation to Hongjun? You are just a pervert who wants me to reward you. The way of forbearance is still too valuable. After taking a deep breath, Nua disappeared from the Huangji Palace in an instant and returned to the Wahuang Palace. Then she said to Tontian, you go to reward Haotian and beat him up. Tontian? The underworld. Ji Chansheng also looked at Pangu in shock. According to Pangu's method, he could really borrow the heavenly Tao and not pay it back. Father-in-law is awesome. Chapter 539, 2 hours of Chansheng. The eve of becoming a saint. No wonder my father-in-law said this is the best thing for me to do. It is indeed very suitable for him to do. His authority is just right. But in this way, I will not only weaken the Daozu, but also the entire heavenly Tao. Father-in-law, you will not suffer any loss. Right? Ji Chansheng asked. I will. Pangu told the truth. This cannot be hidden. Ji Chansheng has guessed it now. But there is no other way. If we don't weaken Hongjun, no one will be able to play. Ji Chansheng said frankly, Father-in-law, what if I completely collapse the heavenly Tao? It doesn't matter. If the heavenly Tao collapses, the first responsibility is Hongjun's. and it has nothing to do with me. I will come out to correct the chaos and lead the heavenly Tao back on track. Ji Chansheng gave Pangu a thumbs up. Father-in-law is still generous. Then I won't be polite. You're welcome. These are all my things. Instead of giving Hongjun a bargain, it's better to give you a bargain. At least we are still a family. Father-in-law is wise. Don't use the word wise. This word has become a derogatory word on Blue Star. Pangu said dissatisfiedly, you should say that I have a bird's eye view. Grasp the big and let go of the small. And hit the nail on the head. While dealing with Pangu, Ji Chongqing's mind flashed many ways to evade Hongjun based on the inspiration provided by Pangu. After the two saints in the west got Hongjun's heavenly Tao loan, they only thought of paying it back quickly and helping Hongjun work. But Ji Chongqing thought from the beginning, why should I pay back the loan I borrowed with my own ability? Now, after Pangu's guidance, Ji Chongqing's inspiration began to burst. As long as the operation is good, it is indeed possible not to pay it back. But the solutions he thought of could only alleviate the problem temporarily. As long as Hongjun was alive, he would not be able to completely ignore the loan from the heavenly Tao. It was just a matter of paying more or less, or when to pay it back. The solution Pangu provided him was a one-time solution. Kill the creditor. And of course, he would not have to pay back the loan. Ji Chongqing would never think of confronting Hongjun head-on. However, he had the guts to ruin the account from the side. As for how much loss Hongjun would suffer in this process, you picked it, Godfather. It was Hongjun himself who provided Ji Chongqing with the opportunity. It was Pangu who handed Ji Chongqing the knife. He, Ji Chongqing, was just an innocent passerby. No matter what the final result was, it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Ji Chongqing received a reply from Nua, and he was immediately refreshed. Father-in-law, I got a message from the Queen that Haotian has agreed. Pangu's eyes flashed with disappointment. I didn't expect Haotian to be so spineless. He hoped that Haotian would rather die than surrender. And then really die, becoming the nourishment for his recovery. Ji Chongqing guessed Pangu's thoughts and shook his head. Father-in-law, you don't know Haotian well enough. One day you will really meet Haotian, and you will know that if you offend Haotian, it will be like kicking cotton. What do you mean? Haotian will endure it. Pangu, Hongjun really doesn't deserve to be a son of man. He actually let Cici marry such a waste. Haotian is not a waste. Father-in-law, you'd better not try to possess him. I'm afraid you won't come back. Ji Chongqing advised sincerely. Now things have changed again. Pangu showed more value than expected. At this stage, it seems that Pangu, relying on the authority of the Creator, can secretly fight with Hongjun. In this case, Ji Chongqing does not want Pangu to fail too soon. At least he has to wait until he gets the loan. So Ji Chongqing does not want Pangu to offend Haotian. Ji Chongqing has now fully realized the value of the great heavenly venerable. Tontian Patriarch also realized it with Ji Chongqing. In the Wahuang Palace, Tontian Patriarch's face was ashen, and his heroic figure that had always been invincible was gone this time. After a while, Tontian Patriarch even vomited 3 times. An extremely strong aura of destruction came from his body. It was obvious that he had suffered a strong external stimulus. The other saints were shocked, including the saint of great purity. He quickly comforted him. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Were you killed by Haotian? Is this out of shame and anger? Tontian Patriarch shook his head. Of course not. I knocked Haotian to the ground with one sword. Then what are you doing? Tontian Patriarch's fist hardened again. Haotian, that pervert, the more seriously injured he is, the more comfortable he screams. He really deserves to die. At the end, Tontian Patriarch gritted his teeth. Rarely, after a fight, Tontian Patriarch did not swell up. Instead, he was disgusted. Sage of great purity. Thinking of Haotian's way of forbearance, the corners of his eyes twitched a little. Yuanshi Tianwang almost laughed out loud. Third brother, it seems that you really rewarded Haotian. Tontian Patriarch clenched the 4 swords of Zhuxian. Second brother, don't say anything. Let's fight. Stop making trouble. The Saint Taiqing stopped the 2 brothers from quarreling. Chongqing has sent back the news that Pangu will cooperate with us. We should all prepare ourselves. The teacher has given Chongqing a day to think. In this case, we will wait until Chongqing gets the power of the saint tomorrow, and then join forces to attack the teacher. Okay. No problem for me. Then do as Taoist Taiqing says. It is almost evening today. The six saints are not like Ji Chansheng, who races against time. They do need time to prepare. Then wait for Chansheng to send a signal. And I will notify all Taoist friends in time. The goddess Nua finally made the decision. And the six saints went back to their homes. The Wat Palace returned to peace. Ji Chansheng walked out of the room, looked around, and then began to massage his mother's shoulders and back. Mom, how do you and Haotian talk about? The emotion is affectionate. And then the reason is it. Haotian is actually soft and hard. But it is not the same as you. He is a purely interesting animal, and has almost no feelings. The mother-in-law asked Ji Chansheng immediately, Mom, I'm not this kind of person. So you are different from Haotian. You are a good man with a knife. And you have a sense of closeness and distance in your heart. Haotian is not a human being, but a pure profit-seeking animal. Nua Nyang was not despising Haotian. She was being realistic. Sincerity can only be exchanged for sincerity. It is normal for the Queen Mother to be estranged from Haotian because of his behavior. He can't get close to me either. But the way of forbearance he practices is also a weird one. Although it is disgusting. It is basically no threat to me or other saints. A powerful person who is strong in himself, has a disgusting style of doing things, and is basically not threatening, makes other powerful people feel awkward. De Tianzuan, a strange man that makes the six saints helpless. Cha Sheng, as long as your strength can surpass Haotian in the future, he will always tolerate you. He is not a threat, but he will always disgust you. No, he will disgust us, and you will disgust him. Nua Nyang suddenly realized that although Haotian's way is disgusting, almost all of Haotian's injuries were cured by Ji Chansheng. It's true that evil people will be punished by evil people. Nua complained. Ji Evil coughed lightly and changed the subject. Mom, Panga told me that he has a way for me to borrow the Heavenly Tao loan from Hong Jun without paying it back. Please help me with some advice. He had already consulted and felt that there was no big problem. But he still played it safe and asked Nua to help him. Ji Chansheng told Nua all the ideas Panga had given him. The more Nua listened, the straighter she stood up. Finally, she stood up directly. Oh no! What's wrong? Ji Chansheng's heart sank. Mom, is Panga plotting against me? That's not the case. But Panga underestimated you. If you use this trick, you will collapse the Heavenly Tao. Ji Chansheng calmed down. I have talked to Pangu. Panga can say whatever he wants. The first responsibility for the collapse of the Heavenly Tao is Hong Jun. Pangu is sure to correct the chaos and lead the Heavenly Tao back on track. Nua Nyang laughed. Panga knows nothing. Can he clean up the mess you made? He doesn't know how much trouble you can make. Ji Chansheng, I feel that my mother has a big misunderstanding of me. No, I have to make more preparations. Nua Nyang felt a sense of crisis. Cha Sheng, if you make the Heavenly Tao collapse one day, you will enter my mountains, rivers, and states. I am not Pangu, and I will not paint a rosy picture for you. If I really make you the ancestor of the Chansheng Tao, you will develop the mountains, rivers, and states into a world like the Hong Wang immortal realm. Ji Chansheng blinked. Mom, are you thinking of running away? Nua Nyang said unhappily. Of course, I won't run away under normal circumstances. I am familiar with the Hong Wang immortal realm. It is very tiring to start all over again. But now Hong Jun, Pangu, and the three pure ones are going to war. And you are going to make trouble. So you must prepare a way out. If the Heavenly Tao really collapses, the Panga universe will not be a good place. But starting all over again is indeed too tiring. So Nua chose the daily life of a post-90s mother. Son, I'm tired. You cook, wash dishes and mop the floor today. Raising a son to support old age is fine. Emperor Xiaotian thought about it, and also made a safe choice. It is true that we have to keep a hand. It is normal for Hong Jun, Pangu and the three pure ones to destroy the universe when they go to war. And if the six saints advance this time, it feels like they are challenging the ultimate endurance of the Panga universe. If the Heavenly Tao can only accommodate 7 saints, then there is not much reason to accommodate several saint kings and great saints. Plus 7 saints. This is more like eating food in the next year. Nua Nyang also thinks so. The solution given by Pangu is definitely not the ultimate answer to the problem. He may be hiding it. Or he simply has no way to do it. He can only survive and pin his chances on the future. I am not very optimistic about the future now. Ji Chansheng blinked. Mom, if we run away from the prehistoric fairyland, Can our current strength still be preserved? It takes a while to adapt again. But it depends on where we run away. Nuan Yang said, as long as we run away to a world similar to the prehistoric fairyland, our strength can be preserved. If we run away to those small worlds, we can only bear the upper limit of the small world at most. I understand. So Pangu universe still cannot be easily abandoned. And the cultivation of the mountain and river state map must also be grasped. We must grasp both hands. And both hands must be strong. That's what I mean. Noah threw the map of mountains, rivers, and states to Ji Changsheng. Take the map of mountains, rivers, and states first, and put the world of immortality in it, so that you don't have to worry about the future. Noah knew that the world of immortality was Ji Changsheng's base. Once the 6 saints and Hong Jun fell out, many things would be hard to say. The Pangu universe would immediately be in turmoil. Although Hong Jun, with his status, would not care about the small shrimps in the world of immortality. But when the nest is overturned, no egg will be left unbroken. A huge warm current surged into Ji Changsheng's heart. Mom, you are still good to me. It's not for free. Noah rolled her eyes at Ji Changsheng. When you become a saint, let the Shanha Sheja to benefit from it, and upgrade the world in the map as much as possible. Also, decorate more worlds and creatures in it. Only when there are enough civilizations can a more wonderful world be born. Noah herself is too lazy to do such things. She can only leave it to Ji Changsheng. Emperor Xiaoyan has no choice but to do it. Mom, don't worry. I will try my best to develop the Shanha world into a world like the prehistoric fairyland, and then expand it into the Noah universe. Then I will really burn incense. Noah lay on the cloud bed, like a salted fish that has lost its dream. But the breath she exudes is extremely dangerous. I have a strong feeling that the Pangu universe is going to collapse. Mom, is your way of dealing with the collapse to lie down? Under the general trend. It is so powerful that I can't stop it. Besides, I won't die if it collapses. And you weaklings will be the ones who are unlucky. Ji Changsheng, I have prepared a way out for your own future. Little Changsheng, work hard. Ji Changsheng went out without saying anything and headed straight for Huiyun Cave. Nuan Yang? Fushi, who was suddenly found by Ji Changsheng, also typed a question mark. Changsheng, why did you come to me? Ji Changsheng took out the map of mountains, rivers and states. Uncle, you still have to do things like land reclamation. For the happy life of my mother and your sister. Try again. Fushi typed a question mark again. Open up new land? Uncle, my mother thinks that the Pangu universe may face another infinite catastrophe. So she prepared a way out for the human race. However, the rules in the mountain and river world are not perfect, and the living environment is not friendly to the human race. Anyway, Uncle, you have nothing to do in the fire cloud cave all day. So go to the mountain and river world to open up new land. There is nothing wrong with a mother asking her son to open up wasteland. It is also reasonable for a son to ask his uncle for help. The great world of mountains and rivers? The map of mountains and rivers? Infinite calamity? Opening up wasteland? Immortality? Wait. Let me take it slow. There was too much information coming at him. And Fushi couldn't react. What is going on? Ji Changsheng explained briefly. Pangu has resurrected and vowed to kill Hong Jun. The 3 pure ones now want to kill Pangu and Hong Jun at the same time. Hong Jun is high above and wants to kill both of them. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. When they fight, the whole universe suffers. For the future of the human race, my mother and I decided to find a way out for the human race. Uncle, now is the time to use you. I only ask you one question. Do you still regard yourself as a human being? Fushi, are you playing moral kidnapping with me here? The 3 emperors are also masters who have fought out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. And of course, they will not be fooled easily. However, Fushi did realize the seriousness of the problem. But he thought it would not be that fast. Changsheng, Shenong Xinyuan and I are still planning how to let the Tang dynasty occupy the prehistoric fairyland. It's too early to retreat now. Isn't it? The situation is very good. Fushi was a little unwilling. He was telling the truth. The result of the successful quest for scriptures also means that the Tang army's journey to the west is unimpeded. The Anxi Protectorate is about to be established. The Tianju kingdom is already crumbling. The remnants of the demon clan were annihilated. The Tathagata Buddha was reincarnated. Many Dalyuo masters were all in low health. The current Panga universe has never been more favorable to the human race than it is now. The human race's Iron Army is about to occupy the 2 continents of the prehistoric fairyland and share the world with all other creatures. Coupled with the high-end power of the human race at this time, the future will only be stronger. The real position of the universe overlord is almost within reach as long as one step further. It's just the last shudder. At this time, asking people to retreat is no different from killing Fushi. He couldn't accept it. Ji Changsheng understood this. But he patiently helped Fushi analyze. Uncle, I know that we have spent a lot of effort to get to this point today. But the environment has changed. And we must keep pace with the times. Wars in higher dimensions are not subject to our will. Pangu and Hongjun suddenly went to war. And we couldn't control it. So we could only accept it, and then find a way to survive. Black Swan events are uncontrollable. And people still have to learn to adapt. Cut it when it's time to cut it. Otherwise you can only be buried with the old era. They haven't started the war yet, Fushi said. It's only a matter of time. Don't pin your hopes on luck. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice. Uncle, I assure you that Pangu and Hongjun will definitely fight. Why are you so sure? Fushi frowned. Ji Changsheng told the truth, because I will help them fight. Fushi, you are really a clever guy. Ji Changsheng said it honestly. If they don't fight, how can I have the opportunity to improve? If they are good brothers, the 6 saints will not accept it. And I will not accept it either. Only by fighting, I will have the value of jumping sideways. Fushi reminded, according to my experience, if the eldest and the second fight, it is very likely that the 3rd to the 9th will be killed first. Uncle, you are right. But wealth and honor are sought in danger. And letting you go to open up wasteland is to prepare a way out for our human race. In addition, our human race lacks high-end power and cannot fight high-end games. So the position of overlord in this era is unworthy of its name. An overlord without the support of a saint is like a paper tiger that will break with a single poke. It is better to open up another battlefield and let Hongjun and Panga lose both. Then maybe we can come back and clean up the mess. Fushi was convinced. It's not that Ji Changsheng is so eloquent. It's really that Ji Changsheng didn't give him any choice. Even if I don't agree, you will do it, right? Of course. I must become a saint. Otherwise the rest of the human race will have no hope. As long as I become a saint, the conflict between Pangu and Hongjun will inevitably intensify. And the 6 saints will inevitably be involved. This level of confrontation, even if the aftermath affects the human race cannot bear it. Therefore, moving to other battlefields is the best choice. Ji Changsheng pointed at himself and said proudly, Uncle, you should understand my power. Which realm I advance to, that realm will be a river of blood. Peace is impossible. In the future, under my promotion, there will be constant holy wars. Fushi was speechless. You don't have to be so proud. Uncle, you don't have much time left. I will start to become a saint tomorrow. Tomorrow? Fushi was stunned. Didn't you just advance to Daluo today? You will become a saint tomorrow? He really had never seen such a beast. Is it so easy to become a saint? Then what is the meaning of his countless years of hard work? Am I so untalented? Ji Changsheng looked at his cheap uncle with pity. Uncle, you still don't understand. To become a Daluo, you have to rely on your own ability. And to become a saint, you have to rely on external forces. Bullshit. My sister became a saint by herself. Uncle, you are too immodest to compare with my mother. The gap between you and my mother is greater than the gap between me and Mu Xian. Ji Changsheng is very self-aware. Uncle, our talents are at the same level. And Daluo is our limit. We have reached the limit by ourselves. And we can only rely on external forces to break through the upper limit. You must feel it more than me. Becoming a saint is 99% talent plus 1% hard work. It's useless for you to achieve that 1%. Fushi felt heartbroken. He did feel it more than Ji Changsheng. But it took him countless years to have this feeling. How could Ji Changsheng understand it in one day? Ji Changsheng saw Fushi's doubts, and said sincerely, Of course, I am taking you as a failure as a lesson. You, the innate gods and demons, can't even cross that threshold. How can I be so virtuous? I can't be as perverted as Haoyan. Ji Changsheng never thought that he had the talent to become a saint. It took him so long to become a Daluo. It took him several days. If he wants to become a saint, it will take him a year. This won't work. The higher he goes, the more Ji Changsheng feels the lack of talent. Since talent is unreliable, Hard work is even more unreliable. He still has to take shortcuts. Uncle, I am humble enough. But you are too proud. Ji Changsheng patted Fushi on the shoulder and taught him his success experience very seriously. You only saw that my mother and Sanqing became saints on their own. But you didn't see that Jian and Junti took shortcuts. There are only 4 monsters like my mother and Sanqing in the whole universe. And we can't learn from them at all. The success experience of Jian and Junti is worth learning. It is said that we should learn the experience of success from successful people. Ji Changsheng thinks this statement is not entirely correct. Some successful people cannot be learned at all. The 3 pure ones were born with Panga Yuanshan. How can you learn? Nuwa was born with innate gods and demons. How can you learn? Do you have their origin? The core competitiveness of their success is not acquired at all, but has been there since the day they were born. Those who are worth learning are those who came from poor backgrounds and still made great achievements. From this perspective, Jian Junti is actually not worth learning. The origins of these two are the same as Nuwa. It's just that they are one level lower in talent than the 3 pure ones in Nuwa. The algorithm for success is not complicated. It can be learned later. Fushi does not resonate with Ji Changsheng's heretical theories. He said faintly, "Have you forgotten that I was born a god and demon?" Ji Changsheng. Uncle, a good man does not talk about his past achievements. Forget it. These are not important. The important thing is that you can't become a saint by hard work. You can't make up your mind to take shortcuts. You don't dare to take the road of Jian Junti. Fushi was heartbroken. He really didn't dare. Most people, including most powerful people, have seen the daily life of the 2 saints in the West working hard to repay their loans over the years. In order to repay the loan, Junti Saint even lost his face. He once became the shame of the saint. This is definitely not the saint style imagined by normal strong people. And being a puppet of Hong Jun is also a challenge to the endurance of the powerful. Be an unrestrained Daluo or a Hong Jun puppet saint. From a factual point of view, most Daluo masters chose the former. Kneeling down is not easy. Fushi didn't want to kneel down either. He also seriously reminded Ji Changsheng. Sometimes, if you kneel down, you can never stand up again. Jian Junti may not have lived as comfortably as ordinary Daluo masters over the years. They were able to repay the loan from the heavenly Dao. But they also survived a life-threatening situation. Thanks to your help. Moreover, Jian Junti's end may not be good. Fushi didn't think Hong Jun would accept the Western 2 saints getting out of control so easily. This time, Hong Jun reissued the Hongming Purple Qi. In Fushi's view, it was a warning or even a hunting order issued by Hong Jun to the Western 2 saints. Compared with the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, the Western 2 saints are easier to kill in the eyes of everyone. So considering all factors, Fushi and most Daluo masters don't want to follow the Western 2 saints. Ji Changsheng smiled. Uncle, you are the head of the 3 emperors. And you are responsible for the rise and fall of the human race. Of course, you can't gamble. I am more of a lone ranger. I will go all in when I have the chance. Otherwise, with my talent, my life will be like this. Our paths are different. I won't persuade you. And you don't persuade me. You are responsible for the bottom line of the human race. And I am responsible for expanding the upper limit of the human race. We divide the work and cooperate for the sake of the human race. Come on. Uncle, the world of mountains and rivers needs you. Fushi, are you really going to become a saint tomorrow? Of course. Hong Jun has come to me. I will make some preparations today. After tonight, I will promise Hong Jun tomorrow to follow the example of the 2 saints in the West. Make great wishes. Borrow money from the heavenly Tao. And enjoy the treatment of a saint in advance. Then I also need to make more preparations. Huiyun Cave and Datong must adjust certain strategic directions in time. Before you go to Hong Jun tomorrow, come to Huiyun Cave to find me first. No problem. The army has not moved yet. But the food and grass must go first. This is indeed a big deal. Ji Changsheng understood that Fushi needed to prepare. But he once again solemnly reminded Fushi, Uncle, you really don't have much time left. Tonight, you must make all the preparations. Fushi, I really can't adapt to Ji Changsheng's speed. But he must try to adapt. The version has been sped up by Ji Changsheng. If you can't adapt to the speed of version updates, you will be eliminated by the version. In addition, there is no need to withdraw all the human race. What will happen in the future? No one can say. Maybe the infinite catastrophe will not happen. We should make preparations for both. Panga universe cannot be abandoned. And the world of mountains and rivers must also be developed. Grasp both hands together. And both hands must be strong. I know it in my heart. Even if Ji Changsheng didn't say it. Fuxi was reluctant to give up Panga universe. After all, this is the basic plate that the human race has operated for countless years. Things like land reclamation can be left to old antiques like us who are good at it. The hegemony of the prehistoric fairyland is left to the young people who don't want to leave. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the past were all for the human race to reclaim land. They are familiar with the process. This is also the reason why Ji Changsheng came to Fuxi. Uncle, you do the work. I am at ease. After Ji Changsheng threw the burden to Fuxi, he returned to his loyal Lingshan. At this time, Tathagata Buddha had gone to reincarnation. Dipankara Buddha was killed by Kanara Bodhisattva. And Maitreya Buddha didn't understand the situation and dared not take any action. The entire Lingshan Foundation was mortgaged to the Heavenly Tao. At this stage, the Lingshan Foundation does not actually belong to anyone, including the 2 saints in the West, Tathagata Buddha, and of course Li Changxi. It's just that Lingshan won't be ownerless for too long. Li Changxi is already cleaning up Lingshan. And after today, as long as she agrees to Hongjuan's request and accepts the loan from Tiandao, Lingshan will naturally be part of the loan and fall completely under her control. Seeing Ji Changsheng coming back, Li Changxi immediately went to meet him. Brother, how is it? Ji Changsheng shared the development of the matter with Li Changxi. Li Changxi quickly showed joy. Then you can agree to Hongjun. Well, let's make a few more preparations today. And agree to Hongjun tomorrow and officially become a saint. Sister, you have to think about the aspirations you want to make in advance. I know. You really have to think about it. You can't make it casually. In order to become a saint, Jian Juanti made 3,000 aspirations. And the 3,000 here is just a fictitious number. In fact, because it was the first time for Jian Juanti, he had no experience, which led to them signing a super unequal contract with Tiandao Company. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a slave contract. This is also the reason why other Daluo strongmen don't want to imitate the 2 saints in the West. Seeing the 2 saints in the West, especially Juanti, being forced to beg for alms by the Heavenly Tao loan, the saint status dropped again and again, and other powerful Daluo quietly blocked their own way to become saints by taking out loans. With the lessons learned from the past, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi must learn from them. Aspirations must be made. The loan contract must also be signed. However, the details of the contract can be negotiated. Back then, Jian Juanti had no experience and was afraid of angering Hongjun. So he took the initiative to take on many loans that were actually unnecessary. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi did not have this worry. Although they are the borrowers, as long as they borrow enough, the bank should give discounts when it is necessary. We are high-quality customers, and Hongjun took the initiative to come to us. We must not sign a slave contract like the 2 idiots Jian and Juanti. Li Changxi complained, as long as we don't do too much, Hongjun will definitely tolerate us. Now Hongjun needs 2 catfishes. Although a Daluo like Adu may be willing to be this catfish, other catfish are not as good as Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. If Hongjun didn't think the most of them, he wouldn't come to them first. If you want to impact the current pattern of the 7 saints, not just any Daluo is qualified. When Domu Yuanjun was killed by Nuan Yangyang with 3 punches, her ranking was behind Ji Changsheng. Senior sister, there is one more thing. We also need to clear the cause and effect between us and the 2 tribes of witches and liches. Back then, about half a month ago, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi got Hongjuan's first investment and returned to the era of witches and liches fighting for supremacy. Then Ji Changsheng took the investment from the 4 ancestors of the Wu clan. Fengyu Ladian. Li Changxi took the investment from Taiyin Xingjuan and Dongwang Tai. As a result, they formed Karma with the Wuli clan and the Lich clan respectively. However, after returning to the present world, for various reasons, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi did not take special care of the Lich clan and the Lich clan. This karma has not been completely repaid. Although at the current level of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi, it is not a big deal if they do not pay it back. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If this problem is not solved, maybe one day in the future, it will suddenly become the last ominous variable. Li Changxi has not forgotten this matter, but she did not take it to heart. When we become saints, We can just take care of the witches and liches. Do they dare to object? Of course we don't. But we have a better choice. Senior sister, you hold the authority of Tyne. So you should be able to lock on to the demon settlements. Right? Of course. Very good. Send me some gifted demons. And I will move them to the Shanha Shejitu to keep some fire for the demons. The witches will do the same. The prehistoric fairyland, and even the entire Panga universe will usher in turmoil. At this moment, we have kept the fire of revival for the witches and liches, which is enough for us to pay off the cause and effect. Moreover, in the new world, all parties start from scratch, and they will get more opportunities, although they have to face the old antiques of the human race like the three emperors. But Ji Changsheng still feels that he has given them the opportunity. If they can't seize the opportunity, it's none of his business. Besides, it's better to face the three emperors than Hong Jun, compared with the holy war that is about to happen in the prehistoric fairyland. The little confrontation in the Shana Shejitu is not dangerous at all. The limit of what the mountain and river society map can accommodate is there. The three emperors cannot exert their true strength. And even the strength of Daluo cannot be exerted. All parties have the opportunity to break through. Ji Changsheng will not intervene. At least not before the destruction of the human race. As Nua said, enough civilizations can make the mountain and river world upgrade. If the human race transferred to the mountain and river society map cannot even beat the two declining witch and lich races, then they are not worthy of support. There are many human races in the Panga universe. The platform provides them with opportunities, and they have to fight for them by themselves. Ji Changsheng is like this. And so are the others. No problem. Li Changqi readily agreed. Li Changqi, who holds the authority of Tyne, is much faster than Ji Changsheng in finding the lich. Junior brother, go and talk to Hong Jun about the details of the loan contract first. Li Changqi said, you are better than me in negotiation. Li Changqi is also very self-aware. We must argue for every clause, so that if the plan fails, we can still repay the loan, even if we don't have to repay it in the end. As long as our attitude is serious enough, Hong Jun will be deceived. After all, if Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi are determined not to repay the Tiandao loan, why should they spend so much effort to fight for the repayment details? With the protection of Pangu and the Six Saints, Hong Jun cannot be omniscient and omnipotent. This is the advantage of Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi's maneuvers. Ji Changsheng nodded. We have to have a good talk with Hong Jun. No matter what. My godfather is still the strongest person in the Panga universe. He has a high chance of winning in the end. This relationship cannot be broken. Although what Ji Changsheng is going to do will definitely stab his godfather in the back. But this is all Pangu's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Emperor Xiaotian. My godfather's kindness is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. 2 hours later. Zishu Palace. Ji Changsheng finally stopped arguing and gave Hong Jun a thumbs up. Godfather, you are still experienced. My sister and I will lose a lot if we take out a loan under this contract. Hong Jun smiled. Don't be so ungrateful. Compared with the last wish made by Jiang Junti, I have given you at least 3 times more leniency. You should be content. Despite this, Hong Jun was still satisfied with the result. It was not because of how much he earned. Hong Jun really didn't care about this. What he cared about was that Ji Changsheng discussed the contract details of the Tiandao loan with him for 2 hours in Zishu Palace. 2 hours. For outsiders, including Hong Jun, this was nothing. They didn't lack these 2 hours in their lives. But anyone who knew Ji Changsheng knew how strong Ji Changsheng's sense of time was. Something that Ji Changsheng spent 2 hours discussing must be a huge event. This shows that Ji Changsheng attaches great importance to this matter. As it happens, Hong Jun knows Ji Changsheng very well, so he felt Ji Changsheng's sincerity. I am very satisfied that you can spend 2 hours to determine the details. This shows that you are ready. Hong Jun nodded and said, but I still have to remind you that once you and Li Changqi become saints, it means that you must kill 2 saints, or you will be killed. The child must do his best to struggle to survive. Ji Changsheng bowed his hands and said, at that time, I may need you to take sides. Without your support, the child will not have this confidence. Don't worry. I will take action when necessary. Just think about which 2 saints to replace. Hong Jun doesn't think this matter is difficult. Even if Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi become saints with loans, they are genuine saints. In addition, he took action and killed 2 saints. Even if it was to kill Tai Ching and Nua. Hong Jun was sure. You go and prepare. Tomorrow, I will crown you personally. Thank you, Father. Emperor Xiaoyan performed a great gift to his father. I hope my father can still smile tomorrow. At the same time, the 7 saints are also ready. Changsheng and Hanjun have already agreed that as long as Changsheng and Changqi successfully obtain the power of the saint tomorrow, we will join forces to attack the teacher. The moon rabbit falls in the west, and the golden crow rises in the east. A new day is coming on time. Chapter 540 Fuxi created the world with one stroke. Changsheng went public overseas. Yuanshi Great World. Changsheng Library. Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan both took off the chips on their foreheads, looked at each other, and rarely provoked each other. How much did you digest? Yu Linglong asked. Li Huanyan said, 67%. How about you? Yu Linglong. 51%. Li Huanyan immediately showed off her slender swan neck. I know your brain is not as good as mine. Yu Linglong narrowed her eyes, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky and immediately struck Li Huanyan's head. Li Huanyan, do you have any shame? Why do you fight when you don't agree? I will help you open your brain. Although she once again gained the upper hand in terms of force, Yu Linglong was not particularly happy. What Li Huanyan said just now was right. In terms of thinking, she was indeed not as good as Li Huanyan. Ji Chengxing's origin is no longer a secret. Blue Star is the embodiment of Ho Tunyongyang's reincarnation path, and Ho Tunyongyang has summarized many wisdom and experience. Ji Changsheng certainly did not hesitate to share these experiences and wisdom with his own people. So Ji Changsheng transported a lot of knowledge of Blue Star to Ji Party, because Ji Chengxing's achievements are obvious to all. After coming to Yuanshi World, Yu Linglong directly established a Changsheng library and called on everyone to learn the successful experience of Changsheng Emperor. This thing may not be useful for improving strength, but it can definitely broaden your horizons. However, how much you can learn depends on your personal talent. The master leads you to the door, and the practice is up to you. As the major shareholder behind Blue Star, Ho Tunyongyang will fail when she should fail. There is no surefire way to succeed. Specific problems must be analyzed specifically. But Ji Changsheng has proved with facts that many of the methodologies summarized by Ho Tunyongyang are useful, but she herself did not use them well. Yu Linglong and the others also followed Ji Changsheng to see if they could apply what they learned to other situations. In terms of cultivation, Yu Linglong beat Li Huanyan. But in terms of learning these specific methodologies, Li Huanyan learns faster than Yu Linglong. Li Huanyan knew that she could not beat Yu Linglong, so she could only talk about it. Xiao Yu, your biggest advantage is that you can fight. But after ascending, there are too many people who can fight better than you, and your advantage is infinitely reduced. I am different. My biggest advantage is that my brain is useful, so my future is bright. The gap between us will become larger and larger. If you recognize me as your sister, I will protect you in the future. Crack. Another thunderbolt fell from the sky. There was also a sword energy that broke the face. Li Huanyan couldn't hold back any longer. Yu Linglong, you vicious woman. You want me to be disfigured so that you can leave my treasure, right? Yu Linglong's fists hardened, but after taking a deep breath, she relaxed again. You are wrong. My biggest advantage is my talent, so my background is stronger than yours. Li Huanyan was not convinced, comparing background with mine. My mother-in-law is Nuwa. Who is your mother-in-law? Yu Linglong's body disappeared from the spot, leaving only a chuckle. This time it was Li Huanyan's turn to harden her fists. Although her mother-in-law was indeed Nuwa, she was too lazy. As long as she left the Wa Palace, she still had to work hard on her own. Yu Linglong is different. As the only descendant of the Tai Ching lineage for 3 generations, Yu Linglong enjoys the elite teaching of the Tai Ching saint. In terms of supporting the younger generation, the Tai Ching saint is indeed more responsible than the goddess Nuwa. So when Yu Linglong's cultivation talent is already crushing Li Huanyan, Yu Linglong's progress speed is also continuing to crush her. However, Li Huanyan can comfort herself with one thing. No matter how high your talent is, it's useless. The threshold of Daluo is not so easy to cross. Moral Library. The top floor. Yu Linglong appeared here and immediately saluted Dao Tianzuan. Disciple greets the Grandmaster. Dao Tianzuan, as one of the incarnations of the Great Purity Saint, took a close look at Yu Linglong and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You can start to advance to Daluo. Yu Linglong was surprised. Grandmaster, I feel that my accumulation is still a little lacking. No. Even if there is a shortcoming, you can let Ji Changsheng help you make up for it. Yu Linglong? How can Changsheng help me make up for it? She didn't know what happened outside at this time. After all, it has only been 1 day since Yu Linglong entered the Yuanshi Great World. Dao Tianzu sighed, "You. This time the Grandmaster is sorry for you. I know Ji Changsheng is fast, but I really didn't expect him to be so fast." Yu Linglong reacted a little. Changsheng has become Daluo? This is not surprising. Although Ji Changsheng came from behind, Yu Linglong had prepared herself psychologically in advance. Dao Tianzu sighed again. Not only Daluo, he is going to become a saint. What? Yu Linglong couldn't hold it anymore. Become a saint? What's going on? Didn't only 1 day pass in the prehistoric fairyland? Didn't Daluo get stuck in Changsheng for several days? Normally, the higher you go, the harder it is to make progress. Ji Changsheng's progress speed is also in line with normal circumstances. Before Daluo, Ji Changsheng had almost never encountered any thresholds. Only Daluo got stuck for several days, and he even failed once. According to this speed, it will take Ji Changsheng longer to become a saint. It's normal for him to get stuck for 10 or 8 years. And if he can become a saint in 10 or 8 years, other Daluo can't accept it. What the hell is Daluo becoming a saint after 1 day? There has never been such a beast in the past and present. Dao Tianzu sighed for the 3rd time. Under normal circumstances, Ji Changsheng certainly cannot become a saint. This guy took a shortcut. If I had known, I would not have let you come to the Yuanshi Great World. With your relationship with him, maybe you could become a saint now. Shortcut? A shortcut to becoming a saint? Like the 2 saints in the West? Yu Linglong reacted instantly. As a direct descendant of Tai Ching, Yu Linglong certainly knows a lot about the situation of the 2 saints in the West. If Ji Changsheng wants to take a shortcut, this is the fastest way. This is in line with Changsheng's style. It is impossible for him to break through the realm through hard practice. However, Changsheng certainly does not want to be a puppet like the 2 saints in the West. What can he do to avoid the risk of being a puppet? Yu Linglong was a little confused. Dao Tianzu shared all the information about the outside world with Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong was speechless for a long time. Why can so many things happen in 1 day? Yu Linglong's question from the soul could not be answered by Dao Tianzu, because he didn't know either. But at this moment, the expression of the Lord of Morality moved. With a pull of his right hand from the void, Ji Changsheng was pulled into the Yuanshi Great World by the Lord of Morality. Uncle Linglong, long time no see. The Lord of Morality. You just saw the real body. It hasn't been long. He pulled Ji Changsheng in from the Baiyang Palace. Yu Linglong also didn't feel a long time. It seems that we haven't seen each other for only 2 days. It's not time to miss Ji Changsheng yet. But a lot of things have happened. Thousands of words are summed up in 1 sentence. You are really fast. Ji Changsheng coughed loudly. He really wanted to say that if I am fast or not. You can ask the Queen Mother. But he endured it. After all, the person opposite was Yu Linglong. Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Linglong carefully, and then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You can be promoted to Daluo. Uncle, can the Yuanshi Great World now withstand Daluo level strongmen? Not stable enough. Dao Tianzu said, overall, you can try. But I don't want you to be the test subject. Being a test subject has the risk of failure. The only seedling of the Tai Ching lineage cannot bear this risk of failure. Ji Changsheng certainly doesn't want Yu Linglong to take this risk. It's okay. Let Linglong go to the Hongwang Immortal Realm to be promoted. And then the clone will be promoted in the Yuanshi Great World. Ji Changsheng arranged. In this way, Linglong's Daluo will be stable. And the clone can also try to progress with the whole world. Yu Linglong is still in the process of digesting information. Changsheng, can you really control the Daluo tribulation now? It's true. Senior sister just passed it. And her Daluo tribulation was caused by me asking her to return to the era of the war between witches and liches, and defeat the Jain Saint as the Taiyin Star Lord. Yu Linglong and Dao Tianzu were silent together. In the era of the war between wizards and liches, Taiyin Xingjuan had always suppressed Jain. The difficulty of this hard demon tribulation is close to 0. If the Great Luo hard demon tribulation is only this difficult, the difficulty of being promoted to Great Luo will be reduced sharply. No wonder Li Changqi's foundation is not enough. And now she is also a genuine Great Luo strongman. Yu Linglong feels that I can do this. Ji Changsheng continued. I plan to set your Great Luo hard demon tribulation to defeat the pure Yang Taoist, and become the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Tai Ching lineage. Dao Tianzuan held his forehead. Yu Linglong's pretty face quickly flushed. She wanted to save face. She really couldn't be as shameless as Ji Changsheng. Cha Sheng. This hard demon tribulation. Isn't it a bit too much? Ru looked sad. Xuandu cried. Guang Qingzi knelt down after seeing it. Defeating the pure Yang Taoist. Is this difficult? Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Wife. Don't underestimate the pure Yang Taoist. The pure Yang Taoist is the reincarnation of Dong Wanggong. Under my operation, Dong Wanggong has now become Hongjuan's son. So your Daoyuo hard demon tribulation, in the words of high EQ, is to defeat the son of Daozu. Is the gold content full? Yu Linglong was speechless. You do have a high EQ. But no matter how high the EQ is, it can't cover up the fact. This Daoyuo hard demon tribulation is simply giving her a chance to be promoted to Daoyuo for free. Cha Sheng. Are you sure you can really do this? Isn't it a bit too childish? Ji Changsheng said calmly. Senior sister has already been promoted to Daoyuo. Do you think it's okay? Yu Linglong couldn't refute it. So she could only look at Dao Tianzuan. Grandmaster. I don't quite understand. If this is okay, wouldn't the number of Daoyuo expand rapidly? How to ensure the gold content of Daoyuo's strongmen? In the past, the Daoyuo's strongmen were still very impressive, and their value had basically never dropped. But now, after Ji Changsheng's actions, Yu Linglong always felt that it was not the case. If something is too easy to get, it is difficult for you to think it is precious. Only after going through untold hardships can it be obtained. Only the treasures in the eyes of the world. However, the Lord of Morality is knowledgeable after all, and his wisdom is far superior to Yu Linglong. You made a mistake. Please enlighten me. Master, the value of the Daoyuo strongman has always been there. You only saw that Changsheng gave Li Changxi and you a break. But you didn't see what difficulty Changsheng set for other strongmen. You are responsible for the peaceful years, and there will be other strongmen to carry the burden for you, such as Guang Qingzi. Right. Cha Sheng. Ji Changsheng gave the Lord of Morality a thumbs up. Uncle is indeed the IQ representative among the three pure ones. It is clear to see. Li Changxi, Yu Linglong, Li Huanyan. These are all his own people. Of course, the door of convenience can be opened as wide as possible. But there are too many people who are not our own. The door of convenience open on our side will be closed tightly on the side of other strong people. As long as Ji Changsheng wants, the number of Daoyuo can be kept from expanding. Guang Qingzi is indeed impossible to be promoted to Daoyuo. Not even in the next life. Uncle, when you have time, persuade the king to change someone to cultivate. Dao Tianzuan was too lazy to pay attention to Ji Changsheng. He had already dealt with Guang Qingzi for Ji Changsheng. Yuanshi Tianwang didn't have the chance to cultivate Guang Qingzi. Dao Tianzuan just nodded slightly to Yu Linglong. You go and be promoted. Don't hesitate. I can see that the current situation is slow step by step. And Changsheng can't stop for a quarter of an hour. You should improve your strength first. Then there will be a future. What can Yu Linglong say? She can only ask Ji Changsheng, when are you leaving? Don't worry. The powerful Daoyuo in the prehistoric fairyland are all low on health. I am in charge of the Thunder Tribulation and the Inner Demon Tribulation. If you want to be promoted to Daoyuo, as long as you reach the basic threshold, I will open a back door, and it will be done in minutes. Yu Linglong and Dao Tianzuan were silent again. The Daoyuo threshold has stumped many geniuses and evildoers in the past. Even saints can't create Daoyuo. Don't you see that Yuanshi Tianwang is going crazy waiting for a Daoyuo disciple? But now in Ji Changsheng's hands, it is not worth mentioning at all. The speed of this version update is a bit unacceptable to them. Ji Changsheng continued, Uncle, how is the evolution of Yuanshi Great World? It is progressing step by step. Now there is a foundation to accommodate Daoyuo. Why are you asking this? Dao Tianzuan was a little surprised. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly. A little embarrassed. I want to talk about the investment. Dao Tianzuan? Ji Changsheng explained. Invest in Yuanshi Great World. Uncle, I am not greedy. Just give me 20% of the shares. I don't want the controlling rights. Dao Tianzuan was directly amused. You are quite easy to talk to. Of course. We are a family. And we don't have to say two things. Of course. I can't take advantage of you. Uncle. It's better to say it's Sanqing Great World than Yuanshi Great World. In terms of opening the sky, the current Yuanshi Tianwang is worse than Taiqing Saint and Tom Tianjiaozhu. Although Taiqing Saint can open the sky himself, He is more learning from Hongjun. Yuanshi Tianwang is learning the orthodox Pangu who opened the sky. Therefore, the world opened up by Yuanshi Tianwang has greater growth potential. The Tai Ching Saint invested in incarnation to help the Yuanshi Great World upgrade. This world will definitely be the common property of the three pure ones in the end. And it has greater potential than the Mountain and River Society map. This is why Ji Changsheng wants to invest. In the prehistoric fairyland, he is already the great emperor of longevity, the lord of longevity tribulation, and will soon be the sage of longevity. Needless to say, the Mountain and River Society map of Nuan Yang will belong to him in the future. Nuan Yang has completely handed it over to him. But Nuan Yang is a hands-off shopkeeper, and he has to develop it himself. The only thing that has nothing to do with Ji Changsheng is the Yuanshi Great World. If the heavenly Tao is destroyed by him, and the Pangu universe has problems, the Yuanshi Great World and the Mountain and River Society map may be the two major retreats. Ji Changsheng has more confidence in the three pure ones than in himself. So he must invest in the Yuanshi Great World. In this way, he can also be a superior person when he retreats to the Yuanshi Great World in the future. Uncle, I'm not here to grab shares with empty words. I have investments. Dao Tianzuan, calm down, you say. Ji Changsheng took out the Mountain River Society map. Uncle, I don't need to say much about the Mountain River Society map. My mother plans to develop the Mountain River Society map into the Mountain River World, and then evolve it into the Nua universe. Dao Tianzuan stared at the Mountain River Society map for a few seconds, shook his head, and said, it's difficult. Although Nua is good at the way of creation, it's still difficult. Of course it's difficult. But I will do my best to help my mother. Dao Tianzuan didn't say anything, waiting for Ji Changsheng to continue to add weight. Ji Changsheng understood that in the eyes of Dao Tianzuan, he and Nuan Yang together were still not enough to develop into a mountain river world comparable to the primordial world. This is not surprising. Ji Changsheng continued to add, Fuxi will lead the elite of the human race to open up the mountains and rivers and the state map. Dao Tianzuan was moved. Fuxi created the world with one stroke? Fuxi is really courageous. Going back to the path of opening up the world. Plus the opportunity of opening up the world. And starting over in the new world. Fuxi really has the hope of making further progress. Ji Changsheng blinked. What? There is such a good thing? Then my uncle owes me a super big favor. Ji Changsheng immediately reacted and said seriously, it was Fuxi who created the world with one stroke. Uncle has good eyesight. That's what I thought. Everything is for my uncle's future. Unexpectedly, this was seen by my uncle. Ji Changsheng reflected that he could not hide it in the future. And he had to let people know when he did good things. Go back and tell my uncle. Nuan Yang plus you plus Fuxi opened up the wasteland. And the world of mountains and rivers is half done. Dao Tianzuan began to pay attention to the mountains and rivers and the state map. But it still can't compare to the potential of Yuanshi World. Yuanshi World was created by Yuanshi Tianwang and educated by Dao Tianzuan. It still surpasses Nua and Fuxi. Ji Changsheng felt that his uncle was too useless and held him and his mother back. Fortunately, he was prepared. My senior sister and I owed karma to the two tribes of Wuli and Lich. In order to repay their karma, I asked my senior sister to use the Tian authority to take the elites of the two tribes of Wuli and Lich to the Shanhe world to give them an unlimited future. Dao Tianzuan and Yu Linglong were shocked. Yu Linglong was dumbfounded. Changsheng, you are really shameless. Dao Tianzuan was also speechless. In order to repay the karma, you destroyed the homes of the two tribes of Wuli and Lich, forced the creditors into bankruptcy, and then forced the creditors to take over your bad assets and work for you to make money. Do you call this paying off the debt? He was also enlightened. This was the first time he saw someone who was so causal. Ji Changsheng said frankly, Uncle, if the elites of the two races of witches and liches join the great world of mountains and rivers, is there any hope that the great world of mountains and rivers will go one step further? Dao Tianzuan, there is hope. A skinny witch and lich is bigger than a horse. In addition, the elites of the human race led by Fuxi. And if Ji Changsheng manages it himself, he can absorb more small worlds. Dao Tianzuan has seen the grand scene of the battle for supremacy among all races in the great world of mountains and rivers. So, I plan to use 10% of the shares of Nua Universe to exchange for 20% of the shares of Yuanshi Great World. Uncle, you won't lose. Ji Changsheng once again made Dao Tianzuan laugh. Did you say it the other way around? If Ji Changsheng exchanged 20% of the shares of the Great World of Mountains and Rivers for 10% of the shares of Yuanshe Great World, Dao Tianzun would really consider it. But Ji Changsheng certainly would not do a business that would lose money. Uncle, calm down and think carefully. What's the point of me taking 20% of the shares of Yuanshe Great World? I asked for it for Linglong. Yu Linglong blinked. Ji Changsheng continued, you gave me 20% of the shares of Yuanshe Great World, and I won't use it indiscriminately. I will let Linglong hold it on my behalf. In fact, it is still in the hands of Tai Qing. In the general direction, I will definitely follow you. If there is a disagreement within the three purities, I will always follow your vote. This is just a way out for me to go in and out of Yuanshe Great World at any time. I will not seek controlling rights. And I can't seek them. Dao Tianzun's expression eased slightly. Ji Changsheng's move of letting Yu Linglong hold the shares on his behalf and giving the voting rights to Tai Qing was indeed sincere. The Lord of Morality said in a deep voice, 20% is too much. Wife, it seems that in the eyes of the uncle, you are not worth 20% of the shares. Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. The Lord of Morality twitched his eyes. Yu Linglong also kicked Ji Changsheng. Then he cleared his throat. The ancestor is right. 20% is indeed too much. How about 19.5%? I think it's okay. Ji Changsheng said immediately. The wife's face must be given. Although 0.5% is also an astronomical figure. But men should be more generous and not be petty. The Lord of Morality pointed at Yu Linglong. You said you are not a love-brain person. Yu Linglong's pretty face blushed again. But she felt that she was really not a love-brain person. Yang Chan's silly love-brain person would use her own things to get cheap wild men. Changsheng is asking for things for me. How can this be generalized? Grandmaster, you have no children. And neither does my teacher. Won't this be mine sooner or later? Yu Linglong tried to make herself sound more confident. Dao de Tianzun felt a little pain in his heart. He felt the feeling of Master Xuandu. This yellow-haired guy is really good at hooking up. The problem is that it's okay to hook up with his own granddaughter. But he used their own money. How can this be tolerated? Ji Changsheng told him that it was tolerated. Uncle, let me convince you from another angle. The Tai Qing lineage has invested in me. The Yushu lineage has also invested in me. And the Lingbao lineage. Let's not talk about the Lingbao lineage. In short, I have a great cause and effect with the three pure ones. And I will never be able to repay the debt I owe to the three pure ones in my lifetime. There is no need to say much about the support of the Tai Qing lineage. Not to mention the support from the Tai Qing saint to the Master Xuandu. Yu Linglong alone has been inseparable from Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng would not deny that if there was no Yu Linglong in the Changsheng realm, he would have died tens of thousands of times. The Changsheng realm is very important to him. So Yu Linglong is also very important in his first half of life. The support of the Yushu lineage happened just after Ji Changsheng ascended, although it was only a few days. But the title of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor still allowed Ji Changsheng to win a lot of things. If it were not for the platform of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor, Ji Changsheng would not be qualified to enter the eyes of the six saints. Although after having the platform, what Ji Changsheng did later had nothing to do with the title of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor. But you can't deny the bonus given to you by the previous platform because of the subsequent achievements. Ji Changsheng knows how to be grateful. And he made the moral lord feel his gratitude. Uncle, you don't want the investment of the three pure ones in me to become a bad debt. Right? You don't want me to never be able to pay back the debt I owe to the three pure ones. Right? Dao de Tianzun didn't quite understand what Ji Changsheng meant by this. So what? How are you going to pay it back? Ji Changsheng said it bluntly. Uncle, everyone who knows me knows that I'm a pauper. Yu Linglong, who knows Ji Changsheng very well, stood up and said, Ancestor, Changsheng is really a pauper. He joined Xuandu Temple for too short a time, and I didn't have time to pay him a salary. Ji Changsheng added, no one in the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Hua Palace, and the Heavenly Court paid me a salary. Dao de Tianzun was speechless. Don't you want to think about how long you have been in the industry? Isn't the salary paid monthly? Ji Changsheng waved his hand. That's not important. I never like money. I'm not interested in money. But the debt owed to the three pure ones must be paid back. And I have nothing. So I thought of a good way to pay it back. What's a good idea? Debt for equity swap. Ji Changsheng said sincerely. As long as the debt I owe to the three pure ones is converted into shares of the Yuanshe Great World, Wouldn't we achieve a win-win situation? Dao Tianzuan didn't react for a moment. Yu Linglong was also a little dazed. In the Changsheng library, Yu Linglong also studied economics in depth. Debt for equity swap, she understood what it meant. But why did she think there was something wrong with the debt for equity swap proposed by Ji Changsheng? Dao Tianzuan still reacted earlier than Yu Linglong, and was once again angry and laughed. You take the debt owed to the three pure ones, and convert it into shares of the Yuanshi Great World. Ji Changsheng. Why don't you go to heaven? Is this a win-win situation? This is obviously Ji Changsheng winning twice, and the three pure ones losing a lot. Ji Changsheng continued to say sincerely, it's not difficult to go to heaven, but it's difficult to invest in the Yuanshi Great World. Dao Tianzuan. He almost couldn't catch his breath. In other words, he is a saint. Otherwise, I would really be pissed off by this beast. Take him away. Get out of here. Dao Tianzuan waved his hand. Yu Linglong also felt that Ji Changsheng was really too much. There was no such thing as debt for equity swap. However, she still did not move her feet, but appeased Dao Tianzuan. Ancestor, calm down. Changsheng must have other plans. After appeasing Dao Tianzuan, Yu Linglong winked at Ji Changsheng again. Changsheng, talk nicely. Ji Changsheng looked innocent. He was talking nicely just now. He was telling the truth. Debt for equity swap is so good. Hello. I'm good. Everyone is good. However, since the uncle reacted so strongly, Ji Changsheng, in the spirit of respecting the old and loving the young, also took a step back. Well, uncle, I will take the karma of Sanqing as my investment in the Yuanshi Great World. The Lord of Morality felt that his anger value was about to be full again. Is this your money? This is my money. You took my money and invested in my world. Is there still justice? Is there still the law? This is simply a moral decline. Seeing that his uncle was very angry again, Ji Changsheng took another step back. Ancestor, I have additional investment. Say. The Lord of Morality felt that his Tao heart was about to break. He wanted to hit someone now. But when he heard about Ji Changsheng's additional investment, the Lord of Morality felt a huge surprise again. Ji Changsheng is really an investor that makes him love and hate. I promise to help the Yuanshi world cultivate 100 Daluo in the next 5 years. The Lord of Morality was instantly moved. None of the three pure ones had this ability. But Ji Changsheng now really has this ability. In terms of authority alone, especially evolution authority, the Lord of Changsheng Tribulation is already above the three pure ones in the Pengi universe. Are there too many Daluo masters? Yu Linglong was also shocked. Will Hongjun agree? Of course Hongjun won't agree. So these 100 Daluo masters cannot live in Pengi universe, but must live in Sanqing universe. Ji Changsheng reminded, Uncle, you have to work hard to develop Yuanshi Great World into Sanqing universe as soon as possible to accommodate these 100 Daluo masters. Otherwise, no matter how many Daluo masters I cultivate, Hongjun will kill them. Because Pengi universe does not need so many Daluo masters, and cannot bear so many Daluo masters. Just like in Blue Star, the Western powers do not allow 1.6 billion rabbits to enter the high-income class. If all 1.6 billion rabbits enter the high-income class, the Western powers will immediately become Western noobs. The world has its limits. If the involution reaches its limit, the upper limit is also there. We have to look outward for a way out. If humanity has a future, it is definitely not in the involution, but in the sea of stars and the explosion of technology. The future of these 100 Daluo is definitely not in the Pengi universe, but in the Sanqing universe, which has not yet taken shape. Only when the Sanqing universe evolves to the same level as the Pengi universe will they have a future. Otherwise, what awaits them is Hongjun's iron fist. But Ji Changsheng doesn't care about this. He is only responsible for investment. What the result is the business of the Sanqing. Uncle, the Sanqing universe needs enough Daluo strongmen to promote development. And I have the core technology for the promotion to Daluo. For the sake of my wife, I only want 20% of the shares. Is this a lot? If there is no Linglong, I dare to ask for 49% of the shares. Ji Changsheng said proudly. Of course, this is just bragging. He certainly doesn't dare to ask for 49% of the shares. If he dares to ask for this, the Sanqing will dare to kill people. But you still have to pretend. You still have to flirt with your sister. As expected, Yu Linglong was moved. Grandmaster, I don't think Changsheng wants much. Dao Tianzuan, Uncle, There is another reason why I have the confidence to invest in the Sanqing universe. I want to become a saint. Ji Changsheng used his modified 1 Qi into 3 purities. I will make a great wish to let the Yuanshi world and the Shanhe world evolve into the Sanqing universe and the Nua universe. I will leave the incarnation of the Taishang Tianmo in the Sanqing universe. Let him be promoted with the world. And become a saint in the Sanqing universe listed. After I become a saint, I will make Hong Jun fall within a year. Dao Tianzuan took a deep breath. Changsheng. Within a year. If you can make Hong Jun fall, I will give you 30% of the shares. If you fail, I will still give you 3% for your sake. Deal? Ji Changsheng decisively signed the bet agreement. 3 sentences made the saint pay me 30% of the future universe shares. Chapter 541 Changsheng attains the Tao. The universe ascends to heaven. Yu Linglong blinked and thought of the toxic chicken soup she saw in the Changsheng library. 3 sentences made a man spend 180,000 for me. She has never seen such a woman. But she met such a man today. It's really awesome. Yu Linglong felt that she still had a lot to learn. Ji Changsheng's operation was much more interesting than those boring theoretical knowledge. Of course, before praising Changsheng, Yu Linglong first expressed a little dissatisfaction with the Lord of Morality, ancestor. How can you sign a gambling agreement with Changsheng? This is too commercial. According to her understanding of the gambling agreement, 9 out of 10 gamblers who signed this thing lost the bet. Although there was one winner. Judging from Ji Changsheng's record, he is also likely to become this one. But Yu Linglong is still worried. The Lord of Morality felt that his heart began to ache again. What do you think this guy is talking to me about? About love? Dao Tianzuan said helplessly. He came here to talk about business. Ji Changsheng defended, Uncle. This is wrong. I came here to talk about love with my wife. What business? Money is precious. But freedom is more precious. If it is for love, both can be thrown away. Ji Changsheng, can give up everything for love. I am so love-minded. Dao Tianzuan was speechless. Yu Linglong also kicked Ji Changsheng lightly and whispered, You should restrain yourself. She didn't believe this. But it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. You are still happy to hear it. Doesn't anyone really think that women want to hear the truth? That deserves to be single. No matter men or women. They want to hear what they want to hear. It's okay to lie. As long as you can keep lying. The one who runs away after lying halfway is a scumbag. Lying all the time is love. Yu Linglong continued, Grandmaster. Is 1 year too short? How about we extend the time limit to 5 years? Dao Tianzuan said faintly, I am considering whether to let Xuandu accept another disciple. This disciple can't be accepted. You just know how to turn your elbow outward. Ji Changsheng immediately cut off Dao Tianzuan's idea. Just 1 year. Then he said to Yu Linglong, Wife, you have to have faith in me. What difference does it make to me whether it's 1 year or 5 years? Anyway, this time is endless. He dared to agree to half a year. Dao Tianzuan, Yu Linglong said helplessly, after all, that is Hong Jun. A stronger existence than the ancestor. Even in front of Dao Tianzuan. Yu Linglong said this without any taboo. Hong Jun is the strongest now. Everyone admits this. Including Pangu. When facing Hong Jun, he is naturally inferior. But Ji Changsheng maintained his confidence. It's okay. Pangu will help me. And Hong Jun gave me the position and authority of the robbery master. Which was his biggest mistake. Evolution authority is a good thing. In Ji Changsheng's view, it is even more useful than the sainthood. As long as he operates well, he can really destroy the Pangu universe completely. Hong Jun is good at everything. But he always underestimates Ji Changsheng's destructive power. Thinking that he can always control the overall situation and clean up the mess. Maybe Pangu, Sanqing and Nua are not a fatal threat to Hong Jun. But Ji Changsheng, who has received funding from Pangu, is now really confident that he can destroy the heavenly Dao. Dao Tianzuan also felt Ji Changsheng's confidence. Pangu still controls the lowest level of authority in the heavenly Dao. Dao Tianzuan asked. Ji Changsheng nodded and did not hide it. Anyway, he would start to operate immediately after he became a saint. From the information Pangu revealed to me, Pangu wants to drive Hong Jun out of the position of the controller of the heavenly Dao. And then, he will come out to clean up the mess. Yu Linglong did some reading comprehension. The opposition party wants to drive the ruling party out of power and take over themselves? That's what I mean. I am the thug chosen by Pangu. Ji Changsheng is not afraid of the 3 pure ones knowing this. Because the three pure ones dare not cooperate directly with Pangu. Pangu does not dare to cooperate directly with the three pure ones. They do not bypass Ji Changsheng and directly join forces to strangle Hong Jun. Ji Changsheng is a buffer and a transit point, which can minimize the threats from both Pangu and the three pure ones. When it comes to such a matter of life and death, safety is always the first thing to consider. And the most important point is that without Ji Changsheng, Pangu can't beat Hong Jun at all. Pangu also needs the current authority of Changsheng Jieshu to do this. If he goes on his own, it won't work at all. He doesn't dare to go on his own. And he doesn't even dare to show up in front of Hong Jun. Dao Tianzuan was thoughtful, but didn't ask more. Unknown things are the most lethal. Dao Tianzuan maintained confidence in Ji Changsheng's ability to break through the formation. Cha Sheng, you don't have to tell anyone how you want to operate after becoming a saint. Dao Tianzuan reminded, pay attention to his scale. Don't force the teacher to turn against him and kill people because of being too hasty. Don't think that Hong Jun will let you be slaughtered. He can come down and turn the table at any time. The Saint of Tai Ching is not worried about Ji Changsheng's ability to operate. He is worried that Ji Changsheng will act too hastily and thus irritate Hong Jun. If the teacher goes down, I will certainly protect you. And so will the goddess Nuwa. But killing is much easier than protecting. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Uncle, don't worry. I will be cautious. Hong Jun has already revealed to him that he doesn't mind taking sides. And Ji Changsheng certainly doesn't think that Hong Jun is a piece of wood. Once Hong Jun's reverse scale is touched, any calculation may directly cause Hong Jun to go down and overturn the table. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng doesn't have the ability to kill Hong Jun. At most, he can make Hong Jun fall into a state. Boiling a frog in warm water and directly putting a knife on Hong Jun's neck are different provocations to Hong Jun. Ji Changsheng is simply not capable of the latter. The former, it depends on how vigilant and arrogant Hong Jun is, and how much trouble Hong Jun's opposite can bring to Hong Jun. Ji Changsheng felt okay, because in front of opponents like Pangu and Sanqing, no matter how vigilant Hong Jun was, he could not regard him as the first threat. This was his chance. Dao Tianzuan glanced at Yu Linglong, who was still worried, and took the initiative to make a concession. If Changsheng, you lose the bet, the 10% stake in Shanhe World can be reduced to 3%. To put it bluntly, Tai Ching Saint didn't care about this at all. And he didn't think that Nuwa Universe had more potential than Sanqing Universe. He valued Ji Changsheng himself more. But contrary to Dao Tianzuan's expectations, Ji Changsheng flatly refused. Uncle, we are a family, and we don't say two things. If I say I will give you 10%, I will definitely give you 10%. For the sake of my wife, I will not regret it. This is my dowry to Linglong, and I can't afford 3%. Yu Linglong heard this, and felt a huge warmth in her heart again. Although Changsheng is shameless and a little bit philandering, he does have me in his heart. The Lord of Morality was shocked. He didn't think Ji Changsheng would be so kind. You want me to support the world of mountains and rivers, right? The Lord of Morality complained. Ji Changsheng thought that his uncle was really annoying. Your IQ should be on par with that of Yuanshi Tianwang Tong Tianjiaozhu. Why are you so smart? Stupid people will regard shares as treasures, and don't want to share them with others. Such a business will not be big. A truly big boss must be someone who knows how to divide the cake. Even if the three purities don't want this 10% of the shares, Ji Changsheng must give them. For a startup company, is 10% of the shares valuable? Worthless. And it may go bankrupt at any time. But a startup company got 10% of the investment from the world's top investment banks right from the start. How much will the market value of this company soar? Shares are not important. The right to speak is important. The total market value is more important. And the binding of interests is equally important. If the future Nuwa Universe does not have the investment of the three purities, how can Ji Changsheng fleece the three purities? Why should the three purities care about the Nuwa Universe? Not to mention the additional investment. If you want to take it in advance, you must give it first. When it is time to divide the money, you must divide it. Those who don't know how to divide the money don't know how to make big money. Uncle, eggs cannot be put in the same basket. You must admit that in the future, there will be a situation where the three purities and Hong Jun will both lose. And the Pangi Universe and the three purities universe may also both fail. At this time, the Nuwa Universe may be your retreat. I promise to give the three purities the opportunity to continue to increase capital and expand shares in the Nuwa Universe in the future. With the support of the three pure ones, Ji Changsheng dared to continue to attract investment from Jia Yin and Juanti. Although his mother was generous, she also prepared a wedding house for her son. But it was really just a house. It was rough. Ji Changsheng had to do all the decoration himself. It was already difficult to develop the Shanhe Shejitu into the Shanhe world. It was much more difficult to evolve it into the Nua universe than Ji Changsheng's sainthood. So Ji Changsheng had to subcontract it layer by layer. Find more investors and workers. Otherwise, he would be exhausted sooner or later if he relied on himself. The difficulty of attracting investment and recruiting employees is completely different for companies with the three pure ones as the back end and companies without the three pure ones as the back end. These principles were almost understood by the Taoist Lord of Dao in seconds. Yu Linglong could understand them. Of course. But she was too lazy to understand. As a human being, it is rare to be confused. Just do as you say. Dao Tianzun did not dwell on this issue too much. He was more concerned about Ji Changsheng's 3 sentences just now. Have you decided on your ambition? Yes. Hong Jun and I spent 2 hours to discuss the details. Dao Tianzun was moved. You can actually spend 2 hours. No wonder the teacher was fooled. In Dao Tianzun's view, the currency with the strongest purchasing power in Pengyi universe is Ji Changsheng's time. Even if Ji Changsheng's 2 hours were used by him, he would be confused. After all, Ji Changsheng dared to think about becoming a saint just 1 day after being promoted to Daluo. The ambition includes helping the Yuanshe Great World and the Shanhe Great World evolve? Hong Jun even allows this? Allow. I can only say that Hong Jun is really confident. Ji Changsheng was also very impressed when he said this. He said at the time that it was simple to create a world. But the probability of developing to the level of Pengyi universe was basically 0. Because whether it was the Yuanshe Great World or the Shanhe Great World, there would never be another Hong Jun. The heavenly lord of Dao was silent. He also felt Hong Jun's confidence. And he subconsciously felt that Hong Jun's confidence was justified. A demon like Hong Jun is unique. Without Hong Jun, the Pengyi universe could not evolve to this level. They haven't even caught up with Hong Jun yet. But they want to create a universe that can accommodate Hong Jun. It is indeed easy to have problems in terms of feasibility. However, this will not affect the heavenly lord of Dao's continued progress. May I ask where the road is? The road is under our feet. Who would lack confidence for a strong man who has come this far? Of course, there is no certainty of victory. But as long as we keep moving forward step by step, we will get closer and closer to the final victory. Hong Jun's confidence is a bad thing for us. Because he is not blindly confident. Which shows that he is really strong. Maybe stronger than we think. But Hong Jun's confidence is also a good thing. Arrogance is the original sin of the strong. No matter how much Hong Jun introspects, he can't avoid it. This is our chance to stand out. Uncle, I have placed a heavy bet on the Yuanshe Great World. If the Yuanshe Great World cannot evolve into the 3 pure universe, I will also lose a lot. So you must work hard. Before the Taoist Heavenly Venerable spoke, Yu Linglong took the lead and said, Ancestor, can we try to transfer assets? She did not learn in vain in the Changshan Library, although she has not learned it completely. However, Yu Linglong has made great progress. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. And a man cannot become rich without windfall. Looking at the history of Chongqing's rise, you can see that it is impossible to make money honestly. You still have to rely on secret operations to strive for overnight wealth. Yu Linglong was not like this before. She believes in the process. Relying on her own efforts and talent, she successfully led Xuandi Temple to become the first immortal sect. But now Yu Linglong has changed. Process? Is the process important? What matters is the result. As long as you can become rich and powerful, who cares whether the process is based on talent or hard work? And Yu Linglong looked at it, and found that few of the big guys who really stood at the top had a rise process that could withstand investigation. If the big guys don't believe in the process, and you still believe it, it's a bit of deliberate stupidity. Yu Linglong is not that kind of person. If you, the ancestor, really intend to cultivate the Yuanshe Great World into the Sanqing universe, with the help of Changsheng, the possibility of success is very high. In this case, it is better to transfer all the assets of Sanqing to the Sanqing universe. Yu Linglong suggested, in this way, the overall strength of the Pengyi universe is weakened, and the strength of the Sanqing universe is enhanced, even if there is loss in this process. As long as the proportion is not large, it is acceptable. Ji Changsheng concluded, Wife, You have changed. You are thinking in a way that nourishes people. It is indeed thinking in a way that nourishes people. But I must admit that this method is indeed useful. Yu Linglong did not deny it. There is no world that can compare with Panga Universe, not to mention Panga Universe. There is no world that can compare with Hong Wang Immortal Realm. So Hong Jun did not impose any restrictions on immigration. Yu Linglong said in a deep voice, before Hong Jun plugs the loophole. It is enough for us to transfer the assets that can be transferred. It's just that the upper limit that Yuanshi Great World can bear is still too low. I can transfer all of them. But it's difficult for the ancestor. The upper limit that Yuanshi Great World can bear now is exactly the property of Sanqing Group without Sanqing. Even so, this is not low. Dao Tianzuan pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and approved Yu Linglong's suggestion. Linglong, you handle this matter. Changsheng and I will be responsible for raising the upper limit of Yuanshi Great World. And you will help lay the foundation for Yuanshi Great World. Okay. Yu Linglong agreed immediately. Her eyes flickered. And she even had a wild ambition, if Pangu and Hong Jun are both defeated, and Changsheng messes up the way of heaven, you can let Lingbao Tianzuan try to prove the way in Panga Universe. And then you, the ancestor, will use your great magical powers and join forces with Changsheng to directly acquire and reorganize Panga Universe in the name of Sanqing Universe and Nua Universe. Ji Changsheng and Dao Tianzuan were both shocked. Dao Tianzuan was a little dazed. Is Changsheng Library training people like this? He was more instructing Yu Linglong in cultivation, acquisition and reorganization, asset integration. These skills. He really didn't teach Yu Linglong much. Ji Changsheng was also a little dazed. Wife, you are making great progress. Yu Linglong did not feel that she was making great progress. Li Huanyan learned more in this regard. But of course she would not help others to grow their ambitions and destroy her own prestige. Yu Linglong humbly asked, Changsheng, do you think my direction is feasible? It is feasible. But there are some limitations. If it can be done, it will really be a feat of swallowing an elephant. Panga Universe is already a very mature universe. The Yuanshi world and Shanhe world are still several galaxies away from evolving into the Sanqing Universe and Nua Universe. The gap between the two sides is too big. It's like two small mobile phone film shops on the roadside discussing the acquisition of Apple. Normal people dare not even think about it. But theoretically, there is indeed a 1 in 10,000 possibility. Especially behind these two mobile phone film shops are the top 5 wealthy people in the universe. The chance of success has risen from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. Although the success rate is still very low. You can't say that there is no possibility at all. If it's feasible, then try it. Yu Linglong also knows that it's difficult. But she is definitely on the big ship of Sanqing and can't jump off. No matter how small the hope is. You have to try. Changsheng, you are responsible for bringing down the valuation of Panga Universe. Ji Changsheng. It feels that Xiaoyu is becoming more and more like a financial elite. Xiaozi has a set of words. This should not be difficult for you. From the Daoyuo hard demon tribulation that Ji Changsheng prepared for her, Yu Linglong has seen the inflation of the number of Daoyuo in the future. Of course, as long as Ji Changsheng can control himself, he can prevent the number of Daoyuo strongmen from expanding. The question is, will Ji Changsheng control himself? From the perspective of Panga Universe, having too many Daoyuo masters is certainly not a good thing. Once the number of Daoyuo masters expands rapidly, the collapse of Panga Universe is very likely. But why should Ji Changsheng consider the problem from the perspective of Panga Universe? Yu Linglong realized a mistake made by Hong Jun. Or in other words, the benefits Hong Jun gave to Ji Changsheng, now it seems, were not as much as those given by Sanqing. Not to mention as much as those given by Nua. Although Nua only gave Ji Changsheng a rough house. But this rough house can really have an infinite future. And in Panga Universe, under Hong Jun, Ji Changsheng has reached the top. Now is the upper limit of what Ji Changsheng can achieve in Panga Universe. One is to take risks and open up new land. The other is to enjoy wealth and glory. Most people may choose the latter. But based on Yu Linglong's understanding of Ji Changsheng, this guy's ambition is definitely more than that. Of course, from Hong Jun's perspective, the upper limit of the treatment he gives to the 6 saints is what Ji Changsheng is like now. Hong Jun will definitely not think that he is sorry for Ji Changsheng. Above the saints is him. He can't promise Ji Changsheng more. But this is not a problem for Ji Changsheng to consider. Who let the 3 pure ones give Ji Changsheng universe shares because they are weak now? Who let Nua Nyang give Ji Changsheng the management rights of the entire universe because she is lazy? Han Jun can't afford these chips. Nor does he want to afford these chips. And Ji Changsheng really wants to make progress. There are only so many positions at the top of the pyramid. So contradictions are inevitable. Pangy Universe cannot bear too many Daluo. Just like the A-share market cannot bear more and more listed companies. If the number continues to increase, it will collapse sooner or later. And the right to list Daluo is now in your hands. Cha Sheng. Han Jun really gave you a good position. Ji Changsheng said seriously. Don't dare to say that. Wife. Your thoughts are very dangerous now. It's all the truth. It's obvious. The most important thing is that you can still help the listed Daluo to falsify. It's getting more and more like it. I'm looking forward to the day when Pangy Universe's 1,000 stocks fall to the limit. Yu Linglong saw the future. Ancestor. As long as you take action to protect the human race, and don't let the human race get involved in the future collapse market, it will not affect the cooperation with Nua and Changsheng. I feel that we will soon have the opportunity to buy the core assets of Pangy Universe at the bottom. And we can quickly expand the Yuanshi world. The original plan of the three pure ones was to tap the potential within. Rely on the teaching of the Lord of Morality. When Ji Changsheng finished updating the version, Yu Linglong also quickly kept up with the times. If you want to get rich overnight, you still have to make a fortune. The Lord of Morality and Ji Changsheng looked at each other. Their eyes were a little dazed. It seems that I have to live in the Changsheng library for a while. The Lord of Morality said faintly. He actually understood all the little words Yu Linglong said. But the Lord of Morality did not expect that it could have such an effect when integrated and applied to the current situation. Ho Tu can actually summarize such experience and wisdom. Why did she fail so badly? Doesn't she understand everything? The Lord of Morality was very curious. Ji Changsheng. It's normal. Many people are like this. They understand a lot of principles, but they still can't live a good life. But Linglong's learning speed has exceeded my expectations. To be honest, Li Chongqi's progress and strength is faster. But her concepts are probably not updated to the level of Yu Linglong. Li Chongqi is just like Ji Changsheng. Too busy to study, and only focused on making progress. Yu Linglong is like this. I wonder how Bao is evolving. Ji Changsheng thought of Li Huanyan. In terms of learning ability. In Ji Changsheng's opinion, Li Huanyan should still be above Yu Linglong. After all, Li Huanyan mainly relies on her brain. In terms of talent, Yu Linglong beats her. If Li Huanyan has also evolved almost, Ji Changsheng will plan to assign her to the Shanhe world. Their mother prepared a wedding room for the two of them. But as the head of the family, Ji Changsheng has to work on his career outside. So he can't keep staring at the decoration of the wedding room. Right? In Ji Changsheng's opinion, Li Huanyan is the best person to take on this important task. Wife, please prepare yourself and ask your uncle for Daluo's experience. I will go to see the scenery of the current Yuanshi world. In fact, it means to meet Li Huanyan. But in front of Yu Linglong, Ji Changsheng still needs to be more emotionally intelligent. Yu Linglong also guessed it. She glanced at Ji Changsheng and didn't say anything. Just threw a bottle of pills to Ji Changsheng. What is this? Ji Changsheng was a little curious. Yu Linglong told the truth. To heal my wounds, I just beat up Li Huanyan. Ji Changsheng. Woo. 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 Bao. That stinky woman Yu Linglong deliberately retaliated against me. You have to take charge of this for me. I am the young lady of the Hua Palace. I cannot bear this injustice. Ji Changsheng patted Li Huanyan's shoulders and said with emotion, Baby, you used to be Xiaoyu's liquor. But now Xiaoyu is a stinky woman in your mouth. On the change of attitude, Li Huanyan said confidently, in the past? What in the past? I don't remember anything in the past. Who didn't like a few bad girls when he was young? Ji Changsheng praised himself. I didn't. Usually bad girls like me. Li Huanyan pinched Ji Changsheng. I'm not a bad girl. I know you like our mother. Hate. Okay. Stop pretending to be wronged. I'm here to take you away this time. Li Huanyan breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled happily. Plans don't change as fast as changes. Although she planned to come to the Yuanshi world to accumulate foundation to facilitate her promotion to Daluo. But who let Ji Changsheng control the Great Tribulation now? For Li Huanyan. Why should she live under the roof of Sanqing when she can take advantage of Ji Changsheng? Ji Changsheng has already informed Li Huanyan about what happened in the Hongwang Immortal Realm in the recent 2 days. Until now, Li Huanyan has not completely digested it, but she tried her best to adapt herself. Bao, do you plan to let me go to the Shanha Shejitu to take charge of the overall situation? Yes. That will be our waiting room in the future. And I will only feel relieved if I let you control it. No problem. I will definitely take good care of it. Li Huanyan is full of a sense of mission. Although it is just a Shanha Shejitu now, it will be the Shanha world in the future. And if it develops further, it will be the Nua universe. Nua Nyongyong does not care about things. Ji Changsheng has never been the kind of authoritarian person. And Ji Changsheng has other foundations. So it is likely that this is her back garden as the mother of the world, fighting for her own foundation. Of course, she is full of energy. Li Huanyan mobilized 200% of her energy and tried to contribute to the Nua universe. Cha Sheng, don't be so generous in the Yuanshi world. The Nua universe is our home, Li Huanyan said. Ji Changsheng didn't respond. They are still in the Yuanshi world. There are some things that Li Huanyan can say, but he can't. Li Huanyan really doesn't mind her words being known by the three pure ones. Her and Yu Linglong's positions are already fixed. Yu Linglong will definitely stand on the side of the three pure ones. And she will definitely stand on the side of Noah. They can't sit on the fence. So it's normal to ask for help from their own side. Li Changqi, on the other hand, has no inclination now. Senior sister's goal is still in Penghe universe in the short term. Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan have already moved the battlefield. But our family's development speed is indeed difficult to compare with Yuanshi Great World. Our mother is good in everything, but she gives us too much space to develop freely. Ji Changsheng gave Li Huanyan a thumbs up. Baby, you have a really high EQ. Nua Nyongyong is not just giving space. The three pure ones will work together to develop Yuanshi Great World into the three pure ones universe. And if you want to develop the Shanha Shejitu into the Nua universe, Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan have to work harder. In this way, it is difficult to think that the Nua universe has more potential than the three pure ones universe. So we have to come up with some tricks. Otherwise we can only be one step slower. And every step slower. Li Huanyan looked at Ji Changsheng. If you want to come up with a trick, you can only use Ji Changsheng. She herself has no room to explore. Bao, I think we still have to suffer for Penghe universe. And you will bear the blame. Li Huanyan said, if we want to quickly expand the Shanha Shejitu, there is only one way to drive the excavator to dig out the essence of Penghe universe. Her change of mind was faster than Yu Linglong. After all, she was born as a demon girl of a one sect. Yu Linglong still had some moral pressure to do such things. Li Huanyan had no moral pressure at all, and felt it was completely natural. It is impossible to take the right path. If we want to develop step by step, we will be exhausted and unable to develop. Li Huanyan said directly, we can only take the evil path. Bao, I have a bold idea. Say it. I can't say it now. If I say it, it will easily give Yu Linglong an advantage. She is very shameless now. Maybe she will just copy it. I have to keep the first-hand advantage. I will talk to you in detail when I return to the Wahuang Palace. Bao, can I also be promoted to Daluo now? Ji Changsheng told the truth. It's very reluctant. If we put it in the previous standard, it would definitely not reach the threshold of Daluo. It's a pity that I am in charge of the threshold of Daluo now. Daluo wants to go public. And now it has to be approved by the Lord of the Longevity Tribulation. Approval is something that you can do if you are said to be able to do it. And you can do it even if you are faking it. If you are said to be incompetent, you can't do it, even if you are strong in real ability. The Lord of the Longevity Tribulation has always been fair, just and open in doing things. And he thinks Li Huanyan can do it. You're a Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation. Said it as the messenger appointed by the goddess of Noah. Return to the conferred god Tribulation, and find out the truth about the incense burning in the Nua Palace. When Ji Changsheng said this, even Li Huanyan, who is so shameless, couldn't stand it. After all, Ji Changsheng had already found out about this matter. Although this matter is indeed very difficult to implement in practice. How about we change one? Li Huanyan said sincerely. This is a bit too shameless. Ji Changsheng sighed. Baby, change one. You can't pass it. You haven't even reached the minimum threshold of Daluo now. The difficulty of the Daluo Heart Demon Tribulation set by Ji Changsheng for Yu Linglong is also very low. It is really enough for Yu Linglong to defeat the pure Yang Taoist. But Ji Changsheng didn't dare to issue the same Heart Demon Tribulation task to Li Huanyan, because Li Huanyan really couldn't beat the pure Yang Taoist. To help Yu Linglong advance to Daluo, Ji Chansheng just opened the simple mode for her, which was not considered serious cheating. But to help Li Huanyan advance to Daluo, Ji Chansheng had to cheat throughout the process. Otherwise, Li Huanyan couldn't even pass the first level of Thunder Tribulation. What can Li Huanyan say? She could only say aggrievedly, marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. Since you said so. What else can I do? Ji Chansheng slapped Li Huanyan's full moon. You're still being ungrateful. Li Huanyan deliberately rubbed against Ji Chansheng and snorted, baby. I feel more and more that my idea can be implemented now. Half an hour later. Nua Palace. Nua looked at Li Huanyan, who had a new aura, and said in a tone that was hard to describe, Huanyan, you are the weakest Daluo I have ever seen. She fell below the lower limit of her understanding of Daluo. Li Huanyan was so humiliated by her mother-in-law. But she smiled happily. Mom, this means that Chansheng can really create Daluo now. Which is a great joy. Daluo like you is meaningless. Nua Nyang shook her head and said, I can kill you with a breath. Li Huanyan didn't care. That's because you are powerful. I can easily suppress people below Daluo. Not necessarily. Nua Nyang corrected, for a Daluo like you. If you meet those top Jinjuan realm masters, the chance of capsizing in the gutter is very high. The 7 great saints before all have a chance to defeat you now. You are really too weak. Li Huanyan blinked. She didn't have any negative thoughts because of this. She knew long ago that her talent could not reach the Daluo level at all. Even with Do Mu Yuanjuan's sponsorship and Nua Nyang's support. She was reluctant. Now I am very satisfied to be promoted to Daluo. What else do I need? The weakest Daluo is also Daluo. It is better to be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Besides, her own strength has really improved. Mom, the most important thing is that I can beat 100 of my former selves now. Li Huanyan said. Nua nodded, that's true. But that's because you were weaker before. Mom, you have too high a vision. Li Huanyan said, people like me with mediocre talents are the majority. As long as we can make progress. Our requirements are not that high. With my current progress, it is already something I dared not think of before. I am sure that as long as there is such a progress, most strong people are willing to sell their souls to the devil. Nua thought, do you want to promote this promotion model? She heard the hidden meaning of Li Huanyan. Yes. Li Huanyan became excited. Chansheng can help me to advance to Daluo. And at least half of the Jinjuan realm strongmen can also be promoted to Daluo. Ji Chansheng nodded, indeed. Li Huanyan's talent is below average among the Jinjuan realm strongmen. Nua reminded, Chansheng, if you dare to do this, Hongjun will kill you directly. Pangi Universe can't bear too many Daluo. Hongjuan's requirements for Daluo are excellence. The authority that Ji Chansheng has now. Luoho also had before. But Luoho didn't let it go. He knows the importance. And there is Hongjun watching him. Hongjun can tolerate a little backdoor. If the flood affects the balance of Pangi Universe, Hongjun will definitely not tolerate it. Now the question is, can Hongjun spare his hands to kill Chansheng? Li Huanyan asked. Pangu and Sanqing are watching. Nua shook her head again. It's too dangerous. And this definitely touches Hongjun's bottom line of tolerance. I don't recommend it. Of course, I won't let Chansheng die. Li Huanyan smiled. So we can compromise and mass-produce a batch of pseudo-Daluo. Fake Daluo? It's the kind of strongman who is obviously not Daluo, but can use Daluo's strength in advance. Nua Nyang glanced at Ji Chansheng. Isn't this a low-profile version of becoming a saint by loan? Li Huanyan immediately flattered him. Mom, you are very smart, and you understand it at a glance. That's right. I plan to create this model of becoming stronger by loan. Ji Chansheng blinked. Nua Nyang also blinked. Li Huanyan continued. If the Shanhe Shejitsu wants to develop into the level of the prehistoric fairyland, it must need a lot of strong men to open up the wasteland. We need to open up the wasteland. And they need to become stronger. What a good business model is this. These Jinjuan realm strong men are all chosen workers by heaven. And Chansheng is that heaven. As long as we can help them improve, no matter what conditions we offer, they will most likely agree. Nua Nyang's body sat up straight from the cloud bed. Her face began to become serious. Because she realized that this business model seems to be feasible. Chansheng gets a loan from Tiandao and enjoys the power of a saint in advance. Huanyan, what you mean is, let these creatures below Daluo get a loan from Chansheng and enjoy the power of Daluo in advance? Yes. Chansheng, Do you have this authority? Asked Nua. She had never been a Daluo robbery master, so she really didn't know how far Ji Chongqing's authority could go. Ji Chongqing's tone became subtle. In theory, I do have it. The restriction imposed on me by Tiandao and Hongjun is that I cannot do anything that will weaken Tiandao in the open. And there are no specific rules. Hongjun didn't want to set specific standards. In this way, the final right of interpretation and judgment is in the hands of Hongjun. But the price is that other people can also move around within the rules. Ji Chongsheng and Li Huanyan are both very good at finding loopholes in the rules. As long as I set the interest rate of the loan higher, so that the interest paid by these loan true lords far exceeds the principal loan from the heavenly Tao, it will strengthen the heavenly Tao, and it will definitely not be detrimental to the heavenly Tao, Ji Chongsheng said. Li Huanyan waved her pink fist excitedly. Then it's done. Wait, there's another question. Nua asked. What if these true lords can't pay back the heavenly Tao loan? Of course, there will be bad debts, Ji Chongsheng said. If the bad debts increase, it will cause huge losses to the heavenly Tao. In this way, you will still be held accountable by Hongjun, but the time will be extended. Nua tasted the meaning of this. So you have to compete with Hongjun for time. Cha Sheng, I know you are good at using time, but are you really sure that you can save your life under Hongjun in a short period of time? Not sure. Ji Chongsheng smiled. But I am sure I can make Hongjun weaker. Are you sure? I am sure. Mom, you are too strong. You must not have studied economics carefully. Nua Nyongyong has not studied it. That thing can't affect her at all. Who can lack Nua's money? Ji Chongsheng looked at Li Huanyan with admiration. Baby, you shouldn't be surnamed Li. You should be surnamed Ma. Li Huanyan said modestly. It is indeed copied from Mr. Ma's financial model. What do you think? Cha Sheng? This business model can indeed make a lot of money, and it coincides with the idea Pangu gave me. But Pangu wants more. Pangu? What did he say? Ji Chongsheng sighed. He wants Tiandao to crash. How can Tiandao crash? As long as I dare to do it, Tiandao can really crash. In my position, I can create a subprime mortgage crisis in the Pangu universe. Chapter 542 Shanhaijing. Daluo Dai. Huanyan. Li Huanyan copied the Huabei model of Ma Laoban. And of course, there is no problem in making money. However, the purpose of the cheap father-in-law is not to help the good son-in-law make money. What he wants is a good son-in-law to help him overthrow the ruling party. So his appetite is bigger. He is even ready to break and then build. But this does not absolutely coincide with Ji Chongqing's interests. In comparison, the scale of Li Huanyan's model is a little smaller. The impact on Hongjun is also a little smaller. Moreover, it is more in line with Ji Chongqing's idea of cutting meat with a blunt knife and boiling his adoptive father with warm water. The subprime mortgage crisis is a bit harsh, and it is easy to force Hongjun to go down directly. Pangu, this old guy, has no martial ethics. Ji Chongsheng complained. He really wants to push me to the front to directly deal with Hongjun. This thing is really only he can do. It's not because Ji Chongsheng is better at fighting than the Six Saints. Nor is it because Ji Chongsheng is more capable than the Six Saints. But because Chongqing's current position in the Pangu universe is just the one responsible for printing money. As long as Ji Chongsheng waves his hand, he can immediately create inflation in the Pangu universe. In contrast, the Six Saints can only achieve inflation below Daluo, which can't affect the overall situation at all. But Ji Chongsheng can make the number of Daluo's strongmen also increase with inflation, which affects the balance of the universe. Subprime mortgage crisis? Nua was stunned. Cha Sheng, explain this term to me briefly. The otaku doesn't need these systematic economic knowledge, so Nua is too lazy to pay attention. However, Ji Chongsheng explained a few words, and Nua reacted. Mom, Hongjun wants to issue a Tiandao loan to support the Saint Puppet. His priority recipients are Jane, Juanti and me, which means that in Hongjun's eyes, Jane, Juanti and I are all high-quality customers, and we are all capable of repaying this Tiandao loan. Hongjun will not only not lose money, but will also make a lot of money. Nua nodded. That's right. So Hongjun is very confident in lending money. Compared with high-quality customers like us, there are more people with unstable income and low credit. Compared with me and Jia In Juanti, these people are obviously one level lower, and they are subprime borrowers. In other words, 99.99% of the creatures in the universe do not have the talent to become Daluo. In Hongjuan's eyes, these 99.99% of creatures are subprime borrowers. Under normal circumstances, Hongjun will never issue Tiandao loans to these subprime borrowers, because they are not qualified and cannot pay back. Of course. Nua nodded. Ji Changsheng asked, what if I grant Tiandao loans to these subprime borrowers? Nua Nyang immediately reacted, then they may stop paying at any time. And even if they are killed, they will not be able to pay back the loans. If there are some natural disasters and man-made disasters, there will be concentrated problems. And Tiandao will have a large number of bad debts, and even cause a complete collapse. Once Tiandao collapses, Hongjun, the controller of Tiandao, will be the first to suffer. I understand. It is indeed a subprime mortgage crisis. Nua Nyang just didn't systematically study economics, and she was too lazy to use her super wisdom. After all, her superpower is enough to push 99.99% of the problems. But as long as she uses her brain a little, Nua Nyang can immediately keep up with the version. Then Pangu's idea is really a bit like Huanyan. But Pangu is more ruthless. Nua Nyang said in surprise, Huanyan, you have the appearance of a little Pangu. Li Huanyan's pretty face blushed. She really can't stand this compliment. I don't have such big ambitions as Pangu. If the Pangu Universe subprime mortgage crisis is triggered, Hongjun will definitely take action to support it. In comparison, the purpose of Boss Ma's model is more pure. Just to make money. As long as Cha Sheng can grasp the scale, Hongjun should be able to tolerate it. At least temporarily. Cha Sheng, take it easy. Don't really offend Hongjun for the little benefits promised by Pangu. At least give yourself a certain buffer time. Li Huanyan certainly knows how high the risk is to lend to those subprime loan users with unstable income and low credit. The purpose of lending is to make money. Before lending, a credit investigation must be done. If the income is not stable enough and the family is not rich enough, it is normal that you can't get a large loan. According to Li Huanyan's words, Ji Changsheng only needs to lend the Tiandao loan to those Xinjuan with excellent credit and stable income, which is actually not very dangerous. But according to Pangu's idea, Ji Changsheng specifically lends the Tiandao loan to those who can't pay back the money. The probability of collapse is 100%. I mean to target high-quality True Lord users like Tai Bai Xinjuan, Neza, and Princess Longji, and give them the opportunity to enjoy the Daluo loan. They are wealthy and only one step away from Daluo, so they are the target of the Daluo loan. Li Huanyan gave a vivid example. Pangu asked you, Cha Sheng, to send the Daluo loan to Muxian. This is obviously aimed at exploding. Muxian and Daluo can be linked together, which is extremely dangerous. Ji Changsheng heard Li Huanyan say this and got angry. The master of the temple has been very kind to me. Huanyan, please respect the master of the temple a little more. Li Huanyan, I almost believed it. Nua interrupted the flirting between Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan, and still regarded Mu Xian as part of their flirting play. She thought, Cha Sheng, whether it is Huanyan's Daluo loan or Pangu's subprime crisis, as long as you are willing to operate, there are ways to secretly sabotage it. Right? Of course. Ji Changsheng certainly did not hide his own mother. The subprime crisis is the simplest. I only need to adjust the loan interest rate according to the wealth of the subprime borrowers, and a large area will collapse at once. Not to mention that I can use the identity of the Jade Emperor to optimize the industrial structure of the heavens and the worlds at will. I can make them unemployed with one order. If I change the loan interest rate again, they will be finished immediately. Nua made a simple deduction and felt her eyelids jump. Ji Changsheng is playing a financial war. But behind the financial war, there are still corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. The bloodshed in the heavens and the bankruptcy of all the worlds will all depend on Ji Changsheng's thoughts. Compared with the previous real-life disasters, such as the Conferred God disaster and the Lich disaster, this is covered with a financial coat and looks much milder. But the consequences may be even more tragic, and it will directly drain the resources of the Pangu universe for future cultivation and evolution. The mode of the disaster is also evolving. It seems that Pangu has really learned a lot. Nua Nyang's tone was a little solemn. Ji Changsheng was relatively calm. Pangu followed my origins and surfed on Blue Star at high intensity. I guess he learned it at that time. But this does not mean that Pangu's threat has increased. If he was really the Pangu with invincible power back then, there would be no need for such trouble. That's true. Nua nodded. She was much smarter than Pangu before. In recent years, She has been a little bit like Pangu before, and has become more and more lazy to use her super wisdom. Because super wisdom tells her that her superpower can solve all the problems she encounters. Now she starts to use her brain again, which means that the situation is dangerous. Not that she has improved. What about Dalyu alone? How should you operate it to cause problems? Nua asked. She also began to calm down and learn the new mode of quantitative catastrophe. In the case that superpower cannot be used to push forward, super wisdom has to play a role. Ji Changsheng explained, it depends on my purpose. If I just want to make money, then I can set the loan interest rate higher. What if you want to create bad debts? Then find a way to make them have problems before they pay off the loan. This is also very simple. The Jade Emperor can investigate corruption. The Changsheng Emperor can send thunder disasters. Luoho can close the door and let the demons go. And they are also likely to commit suicide by being shot 8 times in the back. As long as the mind does not slip. There are always more solutions than difficulties. The users who have received loans died, and the loans have not been paid off. So they naturally become bad debts. As for how to kill these users, Ji Laoimo laughed. Is there anything simpler than killing? Nuan Yangyang was stunned. Of course, she could understand Ji Changsheng's words, and she could fully understand and operate these things. But she was still a little amazed. This is too dirty. She had experienced several disasters before. I have never seen such a dirty play. The tricks used by the 2 saints in the conferred god tribulation now seemed to be fair and above board. Ji Changsheng was very calm. The heart of playing tactics is dirty. Mom, I am very pure. These are the experience and wisdom summed up by Hutu. Huda flew without worry, and took the blame herself. Everything has nothing to do with the pure, filial, benevolent, and kind southern Changsheng Emperor. Nua ignored her eldest son's self-defense. Chasheng, you should toss the Dalyu alone first. It's better to be a little troublesome than to enter the subprime crisis mode first. Nua has already seen that it is easier to create a subprime crisis because those subprime loan users can't even resist Ji Changsheng's administrative order from the Heavenly Court, and have almost zero risk resistance. In contrast, users who are eligible to borrow Dalyu loans are relatively powerful. They have a strong family background and can support 1 or 2. As long as nothing goes wrong. Hong Jun is too lazy to pay attention. If Hong Jun doesn't pay attention, Ji Changsheng will not be in danger. The time of the catastrophe will also be postponed. As for Pangu, Pangu's interests have to be put aside for now. I need to learn more about this information first, before I fully understand the mode of this catastrophe. Chasheng, you should be more cautious, Nua reminded. She also needs to make more preparations. I'll listen to you. Emperor Xiaotian is very well behaved. There is only one good mother in the world. Ji Changsheng certainly won't go against his mother. Nua took out a seed from the void and pressed it directly on her forehead. Mom, what is this? Li Huanyan asked curiously. Knowledge Dao seed. From a top intelligent civilization. This is the only thing left after the destruction of that civilization. And it is used to learn very quickly. But Nua was too lazy to learn before. Because this intelligent civilization has been destroyed. And she is still alive. How did that intelligent civilization perish? Li Huanyan continued to ask. Nua casually said, internal strife. Li Huanyan. Ji Changsheng. The two looked at each other. Li Huanyan asked Ji Changsheng with her eyes, are you kidding me? Or are you serious? Ji Changsheng replied with his eyes, I should be serious. It is normal for an intelligent civilization to die from internal strife. Ji Changsheng would not be surprised if the human race died from internal strife one day. As long as the number of a group is large enough. The number of idiots will always exceed that of smart people. And between smart people, there may be factional opposition and fight more fiercely. Not just the human race. Which of the 6 saints is not a genius? Hong Jun is even more amazing. It does not affect them to beat the dog brains out. In comparison, it is too normal for a civilization to die from internal strife. In the future, the Pangi universe may be destroyed by internal strife. Li Huanyan thought about it, and it was right. Ji Changsheng only has 3 confidants now. And she has been fighting with Yuling Long. Internal strife is inevitable. Li Huanyan winked at Ji Changsheng. The two walked to another palace in the Hua Palace. Li Huanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Felt the strong breath of Dalyu in her body again. And laughed 3 times. I didn't expect that I, Li Huanyan, would also have the day of Dalyu. Although Nuan Yangyang evaluated her as the weakest Dalyu in history. But you just say whether she is Daluo or not. Li Huanyan has been enlightened. It's a good thing to be able to make progress. What's the weakest or not? The weakest Daluo can also kill ordinary Jinjuan. Is Yu Bihai still wasting time in the realm of Jinjuan? Li Huanyan asked. Yu Linglong and Yu Lao Mo were once two mountains that were impossible to climb over Li Huanyan's head. Now Li Huanyan has not climbed over Yu Linglong's mountain either. Because she and Yu Linglong were promoted to Daluo at almost the same time. Yu Linglong is still stronger than her. After being promoted to Daluo, Yu Linglong is at the level of an ordinary Daluo strongman. After being strengthened by the Tai Ching lineage, it is almost certain that she will become a Daluo strongman of medium or above. As for Li Huanyan, first of all, it is difficult for her to strengthen. And secondly, Nua is too lazy to help her strengthen. Li Huanyan temporarily gave up climbing the mountain of Yu Linglong. Fortunately, there is Xiaoyu, a slightly shorter mountain, which can give her confidence. Ji Chansheng nodded. Xiaoyu was a Jinjuan before. After completing the journey to obtain scriptures, Xiaoyu has made a little progress, and is now in the middle stage of the Jinjuan realm. Not yet in the late stage. But in fact, it has improved rapidly. We can't think that Xiaoyu can't keep up with the version just because Ji Changsheng's progress is so fast. In fact, if we take Yu Lao Mo out alone, his progress is ranked among the best in the prehistoric fairyland. After all, Yu Lao Mo has received a lot of luck. The inheritance of Xing Tian and Mingyi, the merits of the journey to the scriptures, plus Yu Lao Mo's own talent, which is only slightly worse than Yu Linglong. He has the appearance of a true lord. And there is a 1% hope of impacting Daluo. But under normal circumstances, even if Xiaoyu wants to impact Daluo, it should be millions of years later. But Xiaoyu is lucky. In addition to his own few confidants, Ji Chansheng gave him the most resources among the Ji party. The master of the temple didn't get as much benefit as Xiaoyu. It's not because Ji Chansheng didn't want to help the master of the temple. It's just that the master's talent is a little bit worse than Xiaoyu. The same resources, given to Xiaoyu, can now help you reach the middle stage of the true lord realm. Given to the master of the temple, he is not even a true lord. You can't waste money like this. What's more, Ji Chansheng has no money. So the best steel is used on the blade. Li Huanyan was also a little shocked by the speed of Yu Lao Mo's progress. He's already in the middle stage of the true lord realm. So fast. His actual promotion speed is still much faster than mine. Li Huanyan's expression was slightly stern. Ji Chansheng complained, baby, you are inflated. Xiaoyu's talent has always been steadily suppressing you. It is normal for him to progress faster than you. He lost because of his gender. Li Huanyan has an ordinary ascension talent. That is, a heavenly soldier level talent. Yu Lao Mo has a talent of the level of a general. Even if Ji Chansheng didn't help him, in the long run, as long as Yu Lao Mo didn't die, he could still be a middle-level person in the prehistoric fairyland. If Yu Lao Mo was a woman, he might have reached the Daluo level now. Ji Chansheng admitted that he was a typical feminist who valued girls over boys. And it was definitely not because he was lustful. Li Huanyan ignored Ji Changsheng's complaints. After a moment of awe, she became excited again. What's the use of having better talent than me? From now on, I will completely climb over the hill of Yu Lao Mo. And my next goal is Yu Linglong. Choice is more important than hard work. And I really thank myself. Back then, about half a month ago, she was planning to marry her silly apprentice, you see, whose name she almost forgot, to Ji Chansheng. Later, she learned one thing from Ji Chansheng. People can choose their birth after birth. If you can't rely on reincarnation skills, then rely on marriage after birth. So she decisively went for it herself. Facts have proved that if a person seizes one or two opportunities in his life, he will soar to the sky. It's just that when the opportunity comes, you won't be notified in advance. Most people can't catch the opportunity to change their fate. Such as her stupid disciple. She caught the same opportunity. So now she is the young lady of the Wahuang Palace. The greater the risk you took at the beginning, the greater the harvest now. Don't you thank me? Ji Chansheng asked. Li Huanyan immediately hugged her baby's arm. After 3 minutes of fun, she began to get into work mode. Xiaoyu is one of our Ji party members. Since he has talent, he should be the first person to be considered as the target of Daluo alone. Ji Chansheng was a little surprised. You are not going to take revenge on Xiaoyu? Li Huanyan said proudly, when I was not as good as him. I always thought about taking revenge on him. Now I am better than him. Of course, I will not care about those old things anymore. Yes, Bao. Your pattern has also begun to supplement. Although it is not really old things. Li Huanyan. I also know that it has not been long. But there are so many things that have happened. I always feel that many years have passed. I can only say that the days with you are still too fulfilling. What she has experienced in the past 6 months is more and more exciting than what she has experienced in the past few decades. In short, as long as Xiaoyu does not come to provoke me, I will not bother him again. We need to win over external aid. And we also need to tap internal potential. In any case, the probability of loyalty of our own people is still higher than that of outsiders. Ji Changsheng nodded and said, That's right. If the gap is not big, of course we should give priority to training our own people. Xiaoyu will lend him some Daluo first. And when he is promoted to the peak of the True Lord Realm, I will help him completely promote to Daluo. If there are other members of the Ji party who can reach the peak of the True Lord Realm, I will also help them to promote. After all, there is still a basic threshold for Daluo. Although Ji Changsheng can use means to help them reach this basic threshold. If he really plays that way, the gold content of Daluo will be really too low. And if it depends on Ji Changsheng's secret operation to reach the basic threshold of Daluo, such Daluo will not only have low strength, but also no development potential, and can only be used as consumables. Ji Changsheng doesn't mind using outsiders as consumables. For his own people, Ji Changsheng still hopes that they will take the right path. After all, they are from the Ji party, so they can't lose face too much. Cha Sheng, if you want to issue Daluo loans, do you have to become a saint first? Of course. My current strength is not enough to issue Daluo loans, and becoming a saint is almost enough. How long will it take for you to become a saint? Half a day. According to the agreement between Hong Jun and me, I can officially start to become a saint near dusk this afternoon. He and Hong Jun agreed yesterday that he would officially become a saint in a day. It is now the early morning of a new day. There is still time to prepare for the listing of Daluo loan. Li Huanyan relaxed instantly. That's enough time. Under the influence of Ji Changsheng, the people around Ji Changsheng now also began to pay attention to time management. Half a day can also play a lot of tricks. Daluo loan requires sainthood. What if it is Jinjuan loan? Li Huanyan began to think divergently. With your current strength and authority, Cha Sheng, it should be no problem to issue the True Lord loan. Right? All loans below Daluo. I have no problem now. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Don't forget. I also serve as the Jade Emperor and Changsheng Emperor at the same time. The Jade Emperor, as the Great Lord of Heaven, is the highest leader of the theoretical highest ruling body in the prehistoric fairyland. And the Southern Changsheng Emperor holds the evolution authority of all creatures below Daluo. Ji Changsheng's current position can be said to be the first person under the 6 saints. This position was originally Haotian's. Unfortunately, Haotian became a saint. Although Haotian's strength has become stronger, his authority has decreased. And the power in his hands has also decreased. Li Huanyan's eyes began to brighten as never before. No wonder Panga wants to discuss cooperation with you. Cha Sheng, if you want, you can make Panga Universe completely flooded and enter unprecedented inflation. You can even make everyone cultivate immortality and everyone be like a dragon. Although in this way, the final outcome will definitely be collapse. The consequence of crazy printing money is that money turns into paper. But the money printer itself will definitely make a lot of money. The transport captain gave a vivid interpretation based on his own personal experience. If our future is in Panga Universe, we really can't do such a self-destructive thing. But our future is not in Panga Universe. After we leave, who cares about the flood in Panga Universe? Li Huanyan's breathing began to become rapid. Cha Sheng, it seems that we can do it. Ji Changsheng blocked Li Huanyan's red lips with a finger. Bao, you are really a Hawan demon girl, without any moral restraints. If this is a gentleman, he would not say what he just said. For example, Ji Changsheng, who do you think I am? Can I do such a thing? I am cultivating merits. Ji Changsheng was righteous. Li Huanyan blinked. I will do it. Ji Changsheng let go of his fingers. Li Huanyan volunteered. I am a Hawan demon girl. I am a bad woman. And I am the beauty who brings disaster to the Changsheng Emperor. The Changsheng Emperor is good. And all the bad things are done by me. Ji Changsheng blinked. If you say so, I am not incapable of being a deceived tyrant. After all, Ji Changsheng, is just a human being. How can a human not make mistakes? And he is so infatuated. Delegating power to his beauty is based on trust in Li Huanyan. The Changsheng Emperor is busy with all kinds of affairs, and it is impossible for him to supervise Li Huanyan all day long. So Ji Changsheng didn't know what Li Huanyan would do. Of course, the premise of doing this is to prepare a way out. Li Huanyan forced himself to calm down. If the great world of mountains and rivers cannot be developed, and the basic foundation of Panga universe is lost, we will really dig our own graves. So my priority is to develop the great world of mountains and rivers first. The great world of mountains and rivers is too ugly. Baby, let's change the name to the great world of mountains and seas. Ji Changsheng casually said, you decide? The temporary name is not important. Anyway, our ultimate goal is Noah Universe. Then call it Classic of Mountains and Seas. And don't name it after the world for the time being, so as not to let Hongjun Panga notice our ambitions. At least to pretend. Li Huanyan was completely in the zone. She saw a bright road. Bao, what is the upper limit of the Classic of Mountains and Seas now? Now it is a Daluo. And there is no limit to the strong people in the realm of Jinjuan. Not enough. But it is enough for us for the time being. Li Huanyan's eyes sparkled. I want to hold a Jinjuan meeting in the Wuhuang Palace. But I have to send invitations in the name of both of us. If it's just me, they may not come. Li Huanyan's current status is not low, but her reputation is still too small. After all, not much time has passed, and Li Huanyan has been serving her mother-in-law more, and she has no time and opportunity to become famous in the outside world. Ji Changsheng nodded. You arrange it. Ji Changsheng has always trusted Li Huanyan in doing things. Are you going to send them all to work in the Classic of Mountains and Seas? Of course. If you want to get the Daluo alone, you have to help us open up the wasteland first. We use the money of the Panga universe to assist the construction of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. These true lords are all chosen workers. With their strength, the progress of opening up the wasteland will be very fast. The true lord is only one step away from Daluo. Letting them brush up the progress is of course much faster than ordinary people. Step-by-step development is no longer in line with the current trend. Li Huanyan can't wait to be the mistress of the Noah universe. Noah is not the mistress. She is the Empress Dowager. I will offer them a price that they can't refuse. Baby, you let your monkey heart move. Settle the account? What's wrong? I need the client list of the account settlement side. Li Huanyan turns on the demon girl mode. There will always be stubborn and unwilling true lords. I want them to cooperate. Now Li Huanyan is even reluctant to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, because every true lord can be the main force of the land reclamation. So she has to completely grasp the weaknesses of these true lords. When necessary, I can come forward. Ji Changsheng said, as long as I come forward, it's basically stable. Now even fools dare not offend me. Li Huanyan shook her head. Bow. We have to make preparations for both situations. We cannot guarantee that Classic of Mountains and Seas will be successful. Hongjun may also win everything. Ji Changsheng did not deny it. Of course Hongjun may win. And this is the highest probability at present. Because Hongjun is the best in the world. You must always respect the winning rate of the first place. But you can never give up on yourself. If we win, I will gain a universe. If Hongjun wins, Changsheng, you will not lose either. And I will be the scapegoat. Li Huanyan was very calm. This is fair. Baby, I have ambitions. And I don't want to be just a woman behind you. I will do it myself. If it succeeds, I will gain both fame and fortune. And all the strong men in the future Noah universe will obey me. If I lose, the consequences will be borne by me. Since I am at the table, I have this awareness. Ji Changsheng looked at Li Huanyan deeply. Don't worry. Even if Hongjun wins, you will not be in trouble. He can let Li Huanyan take the blame for her reputation. But he will never let her take the blame for her life. He is not Haotian. And he still has a bottom line. Li Huanyan did not discuss this topic in depth with Ji Changsheng. Of course, they will all work hard for success. I will make a list first. And then you can check who is missing for me. If there is any inappropriate person, remind me in time. Okay. Li Huanyan listed all the potential recipients of the first batch of Daluo loan. Yu Bihai, Tai Bai Xingjuan, Neza, Li Tianwang, Princess Longji, Foresees Dragon King, 10 Hell Kings. Cross out the 10 Hell Kings. Ji Changsheng saw the name of 10 Hell Kings and suddenly said, Pangu is now in the underworld of reincarnation. If he has too much contact with the 10 Hell Kings, it will easily arouse Pangu's vigilance. Li Huanyan reacted, that makes sense. Our interests and Pangu's are now in conflict. She crossed out the name of the 10 Hell Kings and added 9 Heaven's mysterious woman. Ji Chansheng was very emotional. Baby, you only thought of 9 Heaven's mysterious woman now. What a deep sisterly love. Li Huanyan blushed, glazed at Ji Chansheng. Try to defend yourself. There is no order of ranking. Understood. You continue. Li Huanyan wrote the name Ing Hongya again. Did you see my wife's generosity? Ji Chansheng coughed lightly. Hongya will not go to open up wasteland. Opening up wasteland is first dangerous, second difficult, and third not very rewarding. The path that Ji Chansheng arranged for Ing Hongya was to first improve her strength under Luo Ho, and then wait for the death of the Tang Emperor to take over the foundation of the Tang dynasty. This matter has been discussed with Guanyin Bodhisattva. And of course Ing Hongya will not be allowed to work for Li Huanyan. Ji Chansheng quickly changed the subject, add Yang Chan's name. Li Huanyan's heart moved. I really forgot about this love brain. I really have to support her. Holding Yang Chan is equivalent to holding Yang Jian. Add the 2 generals of the turtle and snake under Xinwu. Mom promised Haotian to let Xuanwu return to his position. It is impossible for the 2 generals of the turtle and snake to temporarily lead the gods. Make up for them. Do you want to include Yuan Shi Tianwang's disciples? Yes. I have an agreement with Tai Ching Saint to help them train 100 Daluo. By the way, leave Guangchengzi aside. Speaking of which, Ji Chansheng doesn't even know that Guangchengzi is dead yet. Tai Ching Saint didn't tell Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng didn't have time to pay attention. If Guangchengzi knew about it, he might be angry to death again. Ignoring is the greatest humiliation. During the discussion between Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan, the first batch of Daluo loan recipients were officially announced. Looking at Li Huanyan with a smile on her face, Ji Changsheng's heart moved. Bao, do you remember the poem I wrote for you? I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter all the poor people in the world. And I'd be as stable as a mountain in the wind and rain. Li Huanyan reacted instantly, and then complained. This was written by Du Fu. You just copied it. She also studied in the Changsheng Library, and naturally had mastered these basic knowledge. I was really touched in vain. Ji Changsheng took Li Huanyan's hand and placed it on his chest. Baby, the Huanyan blessing was indeed a lie to you. But now it's all real. No Daluo loan. No Xinjuan loan. This is all the foundation I gave you. No interest. Only sincerity and future. Li Huanyan pursed her red lips. Her heart was full of touch. If she were a normal person, it would be impossible not to be touched. But she uttered 5 words that disappointed Ji Chansheng. Do you want to sleep with me? Ji Chansheng. This demon woman doesn't play by the rules. Without waiting for him to complain, Li Huanyan took the initiative to kiss her. I want to sleep with you. Master bedroom. Just as Nua digested the knowledge seeds, she heard the voices of Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan. Her brain crashed instantly. Double cultivation is double cultivation. She is not a nerd who has never seen a romantic action movie. So she won't make a fuss. What the hell is called daddy? Chapter 543 Mom. Listen to my quibbling. The soundproofing of the Wat Palace is still very good. But in front of Nua, no matter how good the soundproofing is, it is equal to 0. It all depends on whether she wants to listen. Under normal circumstances, Nua does not want to listen. She will keep the privacy of other fairies in the Wat Palace. And she does not think that these fairies can bring her any fun. Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan can bring her fun. But Nua also knows to respect their privacy. But now Nua has just digested a lot of knowledge and basically understood what Pangu is going to do. After mastering the new mode of quantitative catastrophe, Nua wanted to continue to discuss the future development direction of the Wat Palace with her son and daughter-in-law. So she casually released her spiritual consciousness and looked for Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan. This release caused problems. It was simply not listening. So Nua looked with her eyes. Ahem. Does anyone really think that the bosses care about the privacy of their subordinates? Your personal information has been sold hundreds of times. The personal information of Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan is not a secret to Nua. If they really have a secret, it is that Nua does not know their strengths and weaknesses. There is always curiosity. Then Nua's eyes widened. Oh my god. What the hell is Huanyan wearing? As a super otaku, Nua has followed a lot of hentai. But some people may not believe it. But Nua is not very good at finding seeds. This requires some talent. It also requires some shamelessness. For normal people, even if you don't know how to find it yourself, ask a few more friends and join a few more groups. There will always be enthusiastic people to help you. Nua doesn't have any friends in this area. She can't ask Sanqing Hongjun for seeds. Right? She can't afford to lose face. And Sanqing Hongjun is a pure-hearted person. And his ability in this area may not be as strong as Noah. It's definitely possible to create an avatar to do it. But again, it requires some shamelessness. Ji Chansheng has no psychological pressure to create an avatar to do this. Noah is not at that level. First, she is not that hungry. And second, she really wants to be proud. For a saint, there are many kinds of fun. This is just one of them. It's not worth spending too much energy. So Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan helped Nua open her eyes. Especially Li Huanyan. Nua was directly blinded by the battle robe on Li Huanyan. This dress is so shameless. She blushed when she saw it. She was at a loss for words. Where did Huanyan get this dress? Although she couldn't bear to look at it. But the eyes of the goddess Nua became brighter and brighter. Ahem. As for the otakus and otaku girls, they dare not look openly. But they dare to look secretly. She soon found out the origin of Li Huanyan's clothes. Sure enough, Huanfu looks better on you. Ji Chansheng was very excited. Yes, very excited. He had known about Huanfu for a long time. The exclusive battle robe of the monks of Hawan sect. One of the core technologies of Hawan sect. It is also one of the most popular battle robes for gentlemen. However, the high-level leaders of Hawan sect never wear it. And the low-level disciples below take it to expand the market. The results are impressive. The market of Hawan sect has never shrunk. Regardless of whether the top leaders of the Hawan sect are strong or weak. The Hawan sect's base has always been there. Huanfu has made great contributions. Originally, when she was in the Chasheng realm, Li Huanyan promised to wear Huanfu to show Ji Chansheng in order to get Yu Linglong's jade sword. Later, this demon girl wore Huanfu once before ascending to heaven. And then she ran away first. She left Huanfu to Ji Chansheng. Wear Huanfu. Show Ji Chansheng. She fulfilled her promise. Although Ji Chansheng was angry and gritted his teeth. At that time, Yu Si almost took advantage of the situation. Li Huanyan, the cheap female apprentice, seized the opportunity and wanted to steal Li Huanyan's wool. But Ji Chansheng was upright and honest. And he controlled himself. It had nothing to do with the rebellion outside the Hawan sect at that time. It was mainly because Ji Chansheng was upright and honest. And he controlled himself. Li Huanyan looked at herself in the mirror, and was also dazzled. Well, there was a mirror in front, behind, left and right of them. Clear and smooth. Every detail is visible. They are all magic weapons. They ensure that Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan can see themselves in the mirror from any angle. This is Li Huanyan's arrangement. Nguyen Yang opened her eyes again. Can it be played like this? Those art movies she watched before were really not as good as her son and daughter-in-law. The demon girl of the Hawan sect is certainly not something that mortals can touch. This is the first time I wear a Huanfu. Ji Chansheng was shocked. Didn't you leave me a set of Huanfu before you ascended? You said you had worn it, and wanted me to solve it myself. He believed it. Although he didn't solve it himself. After all, he didn't have time to do it. Li Huanyan told the truth. I lied to you. I just picked it up. Huanfu has no other function. It can only be used to add to the fun. The top leaders of the Hawan sect never wear it. Which is a self-degradation. Ji Chansheng was furious. Then Li Huanyan suppressed his anger. So angry? Li Huanyan blinked below. Ji Chansheng took a breath. He tilted his head subconsciously. The images from the four mirrors made him at a loss. Chansheng Emperor was a pure person. This was the first time he played like this. It was normal for the pure and flawless Chansheng Emperor to be unable to resist the witch of the Hawan sect. Not to mention him. Even the well-informed Nguyen Yang was a little overwhelmed. Huanyan is really amazing. Nguyen Yang quietly activated the video function. There was no other meaning. I just felt that the books I had read before were weak. If you really want to learn technology, you still have to look at the elites of the Hawan sect. Of course, Nguyen Yang didn't want to learn technology. She was just appreciating. Li Huanyan's cheeks puffed up. Then it returned to normal. Looking at Ji Chansheng, whose eyes were somewhat wandering. He laughed out loud. I guess I'm the first one. You're right. I'm so smart. You're busy every day. Yu Linglong, that idiot, is devoted to cultivation. And Changxi is also busy improving her strength. So she has no time to think about these things. She thinks a lot, because she has the worst talent for cultivation. And she is from the Hahuan sect after all. The focus is indeed different from Yu Linglong and Li Changxi, who are from Xuandu Temple. Of course, the most important thing is that you are too fast. Wow. If she wasn't the first, there would definitely not be such a good effect. Seeing that Ji Chansheng was angry, Li Huanyan quickly comforted him. Bao. It's okay. I don't discriminate against you. You will definitely improve in the future. Ji Chansheng was really angry. With the Queen Mother, it was the soul. Although it was also very emotional. But the soul and the body are still different after all. The most important thing is, the Queen Mother is really not as good at playing as Li Huanyan. When helping Haodian with the Queen Mother, it was Ji Chansheng who led the Queen Mother. Now it is completely Li Huanyan who leads Ji Chansheng. In front of Teacher Li, Apprentice Ji was defeated. There is still a lot to learn. Fortunately, the young man is strong. He still has a chance to wash away the shame. It's okay. Next time is better. What can Ji Chansheng say? He can only start the next time immediately. A quarter of an hour later, Nua blinked. I thought Huanyan was lying to Chansheng. It's really possible to improve so quickly. By the way, why is Huanyan's clothes so tear-resistant? Ji Chansheng was also a little puzzled by this question. He was angry just now, and he didn't control his strength. After all, Li Huanyan is now a powerful Daluo. Even a weak Daluo is still a Daluo. There is no need to be so cautious. But Li Huanyan should be so cautious. The battle robe did not deform. This should not be the case. Baby, what's wrong with your Huanfu? It can survive such a fierce battle between the two of us. Li Huanyan stretched out a jade finger and gently hushed her red lips. Don't ask. Ji Chansheng reacted instantly. Really? You changed the robe our mother gave you into a Huanfu? Nua was stunned. Then she remembered that she had given Li Huanyan a robe. It was the one she wore in her early years. Of course, it is not needed now. The current Nua Yang, in terms of physical strength alone, is most likely the first among the 6 saints. Because the 3 pure ones are stronger in their souls. As for the 2 saints, Jia Yin and Juani, they have never shown strength stronger than Nua Yang. When Nua Yang killed the leader of the Sticks and Do Muyuan Jun, she killed them with 3 punches, which shows how strong her physical body is. Of course, none of this is important. The important thing is that Li Huanyan is extremely rebellious. But Li Huanyan also has a statement. If I use those Huanfu from the Changsheng realm, how many of them will you tear apart at a time? Li Huanyan said confidently, you are a poor guy. Shouldn't I save you some money? Besides, this is the first time for the 2 of us. What's wrong with me being more prepared? She also attaches great importance to it. Speaking of which, Ji Chansheng may not believe it. For today, Li Huanyan has been preparing for a long time. If it were Li Changxi and Yu Linglong, they would not deliberately design such a link. Li Huanyan is different. The Hahuan demon girl has her own advantages after all. And she does pay more attention to harmony in this aspect than other women. Career is important. Love is equally important. In terms of love, both talking and doing are important. Even the latter is more important. This is the deep-rooted cognition of the Hahuan sect monks. What can Ji Chansheng say? He can only reward this demon girl with practical actions. Nua Yang. She feels something is wrong. But she can still bear it for now. Saints are very tolerant in most cases. As long as it doesn't cross the line. Other aspects are easy to say. After all, they have seen too much. And before that, Nua even helped Ji Chansheng to peel off the monkey heart. But soon, Nua couldn't bear it anymore. Another quarter of an hour later, Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan had already started S3. That was nothing. But as they fought, they began to recall the past glorious years. Now talking about it, have a different flavor. But what Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan talked about was not their glorious years at all. They talked about the change of identity. Did you get what you wanted? Li Huanyan asked Ji Chansheng with a smile. What? Ji Chansheng didn't realize what Li Huanyan wanted to play at this time. Inherit the Heavenly Demon Sect. And inherit the wife of the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, by the way. After Li Huanyan said this, Ji Chansheng also recalled the past, which was about half a month ago. But he felt okay. When I didn't know you Lao Mo, I had this idea. After getting familiar with Xiao Yu, I didn't have any feelings in this regard. Ji Changsheng told the truth. He has a bottom line. At first, he was full of hostility towards Yu Lao Mo. So of course, he was unscrupulous. Later, after joining the Tianma sect, Yu Lao Mo treated him well. He was too lazy to bother Yu Lao Mo. He even helped Yu Lao Mo a lot. If he really kept this idea, he would not let Li Huanyan and Yu Lao Mo divorce. After all, without the identity of the wife of the leader of the Tianma sect, Li Huanyan's identity bonus instantly became much smaller. But Ji Changsheng is a gentleman. Li Huanyan is not. The demon girl started to gain points. I have. Ji Changsheng. The hatred between Li Huanyan and Yu Lao Mo is indeed deeper than the hatred between him and Yu Lao Mo. After all, Ji Changsheng and Yu Lao Mo do not have hatred in essence. He has always been the one bullying Xiao Yu. What kind of hatred can there be? Li Huanyan is different. Although she has let it go now, she and Yu Lao Mo really had a blood feud back then. One of her life goals was to kill Yu Lao Mo. Now he can't be killed. But she doesn't mind having fun with it. Does Yu Bihai still think you are his son? Yes. Unless Yu Bihai's strength exceeds Yu Linglong. Otherwise, the cognitive barrier that Yu Linglong set for Yu Bihai will accompany him for the rest of his life. Ji Changsheng does not intend to help Yu Lao Mo solve this cognitive barrier. If it is really solved, Yu Lao Mo will be in danger. Only by keeping this cognitive barrier can Ji Changsheng feel at ease with Yu Lao Mo. He really cares about Yu Lao Mo. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng's painstaking efforts were ruined by Li Huanyan. I am Yu Lao Mo's ex-wife. Baby. What should you call me? Ji Changsheng. A demon girl is a demon girl. Li Huanyan laughed again. Her eyes charming and blurred. Good son. Call. Ahem. Nua's voice was like thunder, exploding in Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan's ears. The two of them froze at the same time. They looked at each other. They both noticed the panic in each other's eyes. Li Huanyan's voice began to tremble. Is it hallucination? Dream? Ji Changsheng didn't say anything. Nua's voice rang again. Hurry up and get up. Come to me. She couldn't listen anymore. If she listened anymore, there would definitely be something more rebellious. Although Noah knew that this was the boudoir happiness of her son and daughter-in-law, and she didn't need to take it seriously. But Noah couldn't keep up with the mentality of the Huan demon girl. She had to slow down. After Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan confirmed the reality, they jumped up almost at the same time. Noah couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Put on some clothes. After a pause, Nuwa Nyang deliberately added, Huanyan, put on some proper clothes. Li Huanyan's legs felt weak. In every sense of the word. Mom, listen to my excuse. No. Listen to my explanation. Chapter 544, Long slope with thick snow. Rain and dew are equally wet. Put on proper clothes first. Nuwa interrupted Li Huanyan's sophistry. Li Huanyan's legs became weaker. Baby. Am I finished? Ji Changsheng was also a little weak now. He had never experienced this before. It was the first time for him and Li Huanyan. The first time in every sense. Don't panic. Ji Changsheng still comforted Li Huanyan. At the critical moment, men must take responsibility. The problem is big. Panic is useless. Li Huanyan. Mom still loves us. Ji Changsheng was comforting Li Huanyan. And also comforting himself. Li Huanyan took a deep breath. And originally wanted to calm herself down as much as possible. As a result, the breath she breathed in was indescribable. She wanted to die a little. Ji Changsheng was okay. He was just cooperating. She was the mastermind. But she never thought that she would be caught by Nuwa. It was just the pleasure of the boudoir. Isn't it normal to play some tricks? Why is it so unlucky? How can mom learn things so quickly? Li Huanyan didn't know at this time that Nuwa had been watching for almost half an hour. She could endure until now to interrupt them, which really showed the mother's care for her son and daughter-in-law. Otherwise, they would continue to keep their pure bodies. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan changed into proper clothes in the shortest time, and stood in front of Nuwa obediently waiting for the scolding. Nuwa glared at Li Huanyan, and Li Huanyan's head almost went into the floor of the Hua Palace. Then Nuwa took a deep breath. It turned out that the breath was also a little wrong. So she glared at Li Huanyan again. You didn't wash up? Li Huanyan told the truth. I didn't have time. I came to see you first. So it's inevitable that there is still a bit of the afterglow of the battle on her body. Nuwa Nyang. Is it because she is too anxious? I really owe you. Nuwa Nyang complained. Now she understands the troubles of raising children. It's not right to beat or scold. Seeing that Nua Nyang was not furious, Ji Changsheng decisively changed the subject. Mom, have you mastered all the information contained in that knowledge seed? Yes. Mom is really smart. Ji Changsheng praised. Compared with you, Huanyan and I are just stupid. Nua Nyang glared at Ji Changsheng again. Of course she knew that Ji Changsheng was changing the subject. But if she didn't change the subject, the atmosphere would be a bit awkward. She couldn't really do anything to Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan because of this matter, so she could only glare a few more times. Then she ordered, according to your plan, you can start the action. Huanyan, go to the side hall on the west side of the Wat Palace as your place of work in the future. The Wat Palace is very large. Many places have not been open to Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan. Now that Nua Nyang has given such an order, it is equivalent to giving up a lot of authority in the Wat Palace. Li Huanyan was overjoyed. Mom, have you forgiven me? Ji Changsheng kicked Li Huanyan lightly. Li Huanyan immediately changed her words. Mom, I am going to hold a meeting of the true lords. Since Nua Nyang did not ask about what happened just now, if she mentioned it again without any eyesight, she would be a fool. Jinjuan Conference? Nua Nyang reacted instantly when she heard the name. Aim at Jinjuan Realm first? Yes. The Daluo are still too strong. I can't control them now. Li Huanyan nodded and said, Changsheng has not yet become a saint, so he can't show favor to Daluo. Let's use these Jinjuan to accumulate experience first, and then use means to Daluo. Compared with Jinjuan loan, Daluo loan is of course a project with higher returns, and it will also be the core project they really promote. But Jinjuan loan can withstand failure. Daluo loan can't. If Daluo loan goes wrong, they may not be able to cover it. The influence is too great. If you are not careful, it is easy to cause a civil war among Daluo's strongmen, and then a civil war among saints. Ji Changsheng doesn't mind the saints fighting, but the premise is that he is ready to benefit from it. Now Ji Changsheng, even if he is about to become a saint, does not have the ability to clean up the mess. So he had to be steady. Li Huanyan was helping Ji Changsheng accumulate experience. Nua Nyang pondered for a moment and voted in favor. Well, there's still time. With Changsheng's speed, it won't be a problem to complete the Jinjuan loan in one day. Facts have proved that saints are better at keeping up with the times than others. Nua Nyang has adjusted the time to complete a task to 1 day. Huge progress. If it were in the past, 1 day would be the time for Nua Nyang to take a nap. Changsheng, how did you talk to my brother? Nua Nyang asked, after she gave Ji Changsheng the map of mountains, rivers, and states. Ji Changsheng turned around and went to Huiyun Cave. Fushi had already informed Nua about this matter. Nua was also very speechless after knowing it. You know how to subcontract labor. She prepared the wedding room for her son, and wanted her son to earn money to decorate it. Her son turned around and asked her brother for money, and he asked her brother to provide money and people. Smart is really smart. Shameless is really shameless. However, Ji Changsheng did not think he was shameless. After all, he was used to such things as subcontracting labor. The talk was quite good. My uncle was convinced by me that the prehistoric fairyland had no future, and the Nua universe was the direction that the human race should strive for in the future. So, we happily reached a consensus on immigration. Happy? Nua's tone was very doubtful. Happy? Ji Changsheng's tone was very firm. There was a feeling that could not be questioned, even if it was Nua who was questioning. Seeing Ji Changsheng so confident, Nua could only nod and say, be careful. The future of the human race is still very important to me. As the holy mother of the human race, the interests of the human race are the vital interests of Nua. The relationship between Nua and the human race is a bit like the relationship between Hongjun, the Taoist ancestor, and the heavenly Tao. Both sides can divest, but after the divestment, they will be seriously injured. Combination is beneficial to both sides, and separation is a loss for both sides. So Hongjun does not want the heavenly Tao to get into trouble. Nua does not want the human race to get into trouble either. She holds the original shares of the human race company, the kind with the highest year-end dividends. Of course, Ji Changsheng will not touch the dividends from Nua. After all, this is all his money in the future. Mom, don't worry. With me here, the future of the human race will definitely be bright. After all, it is our own universe. There will be tests, but the future will definitely be bright. Opening up a new universe has unknown risks. Nua reminded solemnly. Since the Panga universe has developed to this day, several catastrophes have occurred, and several overlords have died. It's okay. These true lords are exploring the way for the human race. And there are also elites from the two races of witches and liches. If Uncle still can't lead the human race to develop when we take sides, then we have to accept our fate. Ji Changsheng felt that it was really unfair. A new world needs various elements, not just the human race. Besides, he can't always be a nanny. The best and most high-quality projects have been secretly left to the human race. So what else do you want? Nua couldn't refute it. Mom, you don't need to focus on these little things. Ji Changsheng said, the most important thing for you is to improve your own strength and the grade of the Shan Hashejatu. I let these workers struggle from the bottom to improve the upper limit of the world. You follow Hong Jun and start from the superstructure to improve the upper limit of the world. The smooth development of the Panga universe is certainly inseparable from the gathering of civilizations of all races competing for hegemony. But it is even more inseparable from Hong Jun's top-down guidance. The Taoist ancestor established the Zixia Palace, educated the world, cultivated saints, opened up the upper limit of the prehistoric fairyland, and then had the current Panga universe. Ji Changsheng hopes that Nua can be the Hong Jun of the Nua universe. Nua said, Changsheng, do you think I am such a hard-working person? Ji Changsheng, no. Mom, you are not a human. Nua, a pure innate god and demon. Nua stood up and patted Ji Changsheng on the shoulder encouragingly. Changsheng, you should rely on yourself more than on me. Remember, there has never been a savior, nor can you rely on gods and emperors. To create human happiness, you have to rely on yourselves. Ji Changsheng, he is a pure-blooded human, but was taught to be a human by Nua, a congenital god and demon. It's outrageous. Mom, we can't do without your wise leadership. Ji Changsheng tried to CPU Nua, but Nua easily reflected back. Nua waved her hand and said casually, I have achieved success and fame, and what I have to do is to enjoy life. Before I created humans, I had to fight in person. Now that you are here, I still have to fight in person. Then I have raised you in vain? It is well-reasoned and convincing. Ji Changsheng was speechless. Li Huanyan continued, Mom, now is a time of great struggle. Our strength is still too weak. Only if you stand up can we become a powerful force. And you also need to improve. Otherwise, if we really fight in the end, we will not even be qualified to participate in the war. And we may be destroyed by the aftermath. My strength has been improving all the time. Nua Nyang said calmly, do you think I have really only stayed at the Huahuang Palace these years? Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan looked at Nua Nyang in confusion at the same time. Isn't it? Nua Nyang said seriously, you only see the appearance, not the truth. What is the truth? Ji Changsheng asked curiously. Nua Nyang said, the truth is that while I have been staying at the Huahuang Palace these years, my strength has increased several times. This is called the power of compound interest. Ji Changsheng blinked. Good guy. When Nua said learning, she meant real learning. After learning, you can immediately apply what you have learned. Li Huanyan also reacted and thought of the definition of compound interest. Very wet snow is compound interest. A long slope is time. Very wet snow plus a long slope can roll into a huge snowball, which is the power of compound interest. In simple terms, it is rolling a snowball. No matter how small the matter is, it will always bring you rich returns over time. Know how to use compound interest thinking. Reorganize and upgrade yourself, and you will advance to a higher level of life. After the witch and lich catastrophe, I have completely completed the layout. From the perspective of the way of heaven, I am one of the 6 saints of the way of heaven. The growth of the way of heaven will naturally benefit me. From the human side, I am the holy mother of the human race and have the largest original stock of the human race. From the side of the demon race, I am the only demon king of the demon race who is still alive. As long as the demon race is not destroyed, the greatest luck lies in me. From Changsheng's perspective, I am the saint with the best relationship with him. No one else. Nua Nyang lay back on the cloud bed, took a sip of peach juice, and re-entered the leisurely viewing mode. I have shares in the best companies in the entire Panga universe, and some of them are the largest shares. I don't need to do anything. I just need to do nothing. And the stable income every year can scare a group of Daluo to death. Better than almost all living beings. Why should I work hard? What I have to do is to make friends with time. Enjoy the return of compound interest. and complete the sublimation from quantitative change to qualitative change. Seeing that you invest just for fun, I really want to learn technology and study my life experience more. Nua put on a pair of black sunglasses. She looked like a boss. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan looked at each other. What could they say? They could only bow down in worship. Mom, Buffett is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Li Huanyan was convinced. Nua said modestly, that's not the case. I don't wear shoes. Li Huanyan. She looked at Ji Changsheng. Baby, what should I do? Ji Changsheng spread his hands. What can I do? With such a mother, the son can only rely on himself. It's okay. I'll suffer for my uncle, and my mother will bear the blame. Nua has indeed achieved great magical power. Fushi hasn't yet. Nua. Cha-sheng. Behave yourself. Ji Changsheng is now much more casual in front of Nua, and said calmly, Mom, working hard is a blessing for uncle. Lying flat is not conducive to the development of the human race. And he should also work hard and be self-reliant. After all, you said that there has never been any savior, and we don't rely on gods and emperors to create human happiness. We must rely on ourselves. Uncle's happiness also depends on himself. Boomerang. Darts are deadly. Just like Ji Changsheng was speechless before, Nua was unable to refute. She could only glare at Ji Changsheng again. You are not allowed to mess around in the Nua palace in the future. Li Huanyan's pretty face turned red again. Don't call me names randomly. Ji Changsheng's legs softened. No. Not just his legs. I was really a little scared this time. Go away. Don't let me see you today. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan quickly disappeared from Nua. Only after arriving at the side hall did Li Huanyan breathe a sigh of relief. But there are still some concerns. Cha-sheng. Mom won't monitor us again. Right? No. Mom is not that bored. Master bedroom. Nua Yang drank the peach juice of the happy house girl, looked at the projection in front of her, and snorted. I am really that bored. There is no way to spend all the money. Looking at the whole universe, there are only a few opponents. It would be strange if she was not bored. But Li Huanyan was persuaded by Ji Changsheng. Then the courage of the Huan demon girl surged up again. Do you want to continue? Ji Changsheng and Nua Yang were shocked together. Ji Changsheng. Bao. You are really not afraid of death. Li Huanyan snorted, just halfway. I haven't sublimated yet. Seeing that Ji Changsheng was also a little moved, Li Huanyan increased the intensity. Wouldn't it be more exciting under the eyes of Mom? Ji Changsheng's originally weak legs were gradually recovering. He was still too easily persuaded. Nua. Looking at the fight between the fairies that had resumed in the projection. She was so angry that she laughed. This pair of evil creatures. Am I too indulgent to them? Why are they so bold now? Li Huanyan answered her question. Baby. Am I a paladin now? Ji Changsheng's answer was very strict. I haven't become a saint yet. So you are not now. But you will be tomorrow. Then we will continue tomorrow. Dao Yue's physique allowed Li Huanyan to easily support this level of battle. If she was still a true lord now, she would not even be qualified to fight Ji Changsheng for the third time. So it is never wrong to improve yourself. Baby. I don't think our mother is very angry. I noticed that. Too. That's right. She's been single for so many years. I don't believe she hasn't watched hentai. What we're doing is nothing. It's just a piece of cake. Nua's fist hardened. Then she heard Li Huanyan express filial piety. If our mother can't see us fighting, it's our own married life. If our mother can see it, it's just for her to watch and to show filial piety. The way of yin and yang is not shameful. Li Huanyan, who came from the Huan sect, really thought so. If the Huan sect monks think that the way of yin and yang is shameful, they can't achieve great success. You have to agree with what you practice. For example, Ji Changsheng majored in filial piety, so he is particularly filial. He was convinced by Li Huanyan. At the same time, he felt more excited. Bao, are you talking to me? Li Huanyan's hair was flying and her eyes were blurred. But her IQ was still there. And she didn't answer Ji Changsheng's words at all. She suddenly laughed foolishly. Bao, what do you think Yu Linglong is doing now? Buying palace? Yu Linglong was listening carefully to the great master Xuandu talking about the way of Tai Ching. On her head was the Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth. And the aura of Xin Huang surrounded her body. Yu Linglong sat cross-legged on the Taiji diagram with the Taiji diagram under her feet. This is the ultimate benefit of the Tai Chi lineage to cultivate disciples. Using the merits of the Xian Huang of humanity and the special nature of the innate treasure to assist the disciples to practice and break through the realm and comprehend the great way. Compared with Li Huanyan, the shame of Daluo. The Daluo realm is not the ultimate goal pursued by Yu Linglong. After being promoted to Daluo, Yu Linglong was not satisfied with it. She returned to the Baiying Palace as soon as possible, began to stabilize her realm, deepen her understanding, and strive to go further. In terms of the heart of Tao, Yu Linglong is much stronger than Li Huanyan, and in fact, much stronger than Ji Chansheng, the world's #1 in the world of immortality. Now it seems, is really valuable. Yu Linglong has never relaxed her requirements for herself. Master Xuandu looked at his apprentice, who was immersed in the understanding of the Tao, and nodded with satisfaction. Linglong, if Ji Chansheng didn't take shortcuts or cheat, you could still beat him now. His foundation is not as good as yours. Yu Linglong opened her eyes, and deep in her pupils, a jade sword in her left eye and a magic sword in her right eye were about to burst out, but eventually dissipated into nothingness. The aura on her body also changed from being sharp and radiant to the pure and inaction of the Tai Chi lineage. Teacher, I'm also cheating. Yu Linglong pointed to the heaven and Xian Huang Linglong pagoda above her head and the Taiji diagram under her feet, and said ashamedly, how can a normal Daluo get such treatment? The heaven and Xian Huang Linglong pagoda is the first merit treasure of the acquired human way. Although Ji Chansheng has accumulated so much merit, it is nothing compared to the heaven and Xian Huang Linglong pagoda. The Taiji diagram is one of the 3 sets of Kaitian, which has its own attribute bonus in the Panga universe. As an acquired human, Yu Linglong, holding the first merit treasure of the human way and the 3 sets of Kaitian with its own attribute bonus in the Panga universe, directly reduced the difficulty of cultivation by 100 times, and increased the speed of cultivation by 100 times. This cheat is no less than Ji Chansheng. Yu Linglong still has self-knowledge. If I hadn't become a disciple of Tai Ching, Xinjuan would have been my limit, and it would have been extremely difficult to break through Daluo. Chansheng said that many people tend to mistake platforms for their own abilities. For me, the platform of Tai Ching is the most important. It's not that exaggerated. You won the chance to be accepted as my disciple because of your own efforts. In fact, I valued Ying Huang more back then, Master Xuandu said. I gave him the opportunity, but he didn't seize it. You seized it, and now you deserve it. Master Xuandu is generally very satisfied with his only disciple. There are not many Daluo of this young age in the Panga universe. It's because Ji Chansheng has appeared now. Otherwise, Yu Linglong would have the hope to compete for the youngest Daluo. Of course, if it weren't for Ji Chansheng, Yu Linglong wouldn't have become Daluo so quickly. All of this complements each other. The only thing Master Xuandu is not satisfied with Yu Linglong is that this disciple is a little bit in love. But in the context of Ji Chansheng's sainthood, this shortcoming has become an advantage. Linglong, Chansheng, is going to become a saint. Speaking of this, Master Xuandu's tone is very complicated. He just regained his confidence in becoming a saint. Ji Chansheng will become a saint before him. That is to say, Master Xuandu has a firm heart. If it were someone else, he might have become autistic now. Master Xuandu envied Tathagata Buddha very much, because Tathagata Buddha had already reincarnated at this time, and would not be hit by Ji Chansheng. And Master Xuandu experienced this blow completely, although they are all human beings. Although Master Xuandu and Ji Chansheng have a good relationship. Although Master Xuandu sincerely hopes that Ji Chansheng will be well. But Master Xuandu really doesn't want Ji Chansheng to be so well. He is afraid that his brother will suffer and drive a Land Rover, which is his truest feeling. If we have a good relationship, I will definitely not want you to be unlucky. I sincerely hope that we can get better together. But you can't live better than me. This mentality is normal. Yu Linglong also clearly felt the mentality of Master Xuandu. She quickly comforted him, Teacher, a saint like Chansheng has no gold content. If you become a saint, you must be much stronger than him. Master Xuandu sighed. A saint is a saint. Even a saint without gold content is much stronger than Daluo. I can only say that Chansheng has caught the eyes of Daozu. But I haven't. Yu Linglong retorted, Teacher, even if Daozu finds you, you will not agree to be his puppet. That's right. As the only direct disciple of Saint Tai Ching, Master Xuandu is unlikely to sit on the fence. Having enjoyed the overwhelming wealth of the Tai Ching lineage, He must inherit the overwhelming cause and effect of the Taiqing lineage. If he wants to jump back and forth like Ji Changsheng and be a loyal minister of the 5 surnames, Saint Taiqing will slap him to death at the first time. Master Xuandu is not that kind of person either. His bottom line is far less flexible than Ji Changsheng's. Linglong, is your marriage with Changsheng going to be put on the agenda? Asked Master Xuandu. If the Taiqing lineage was not in a hurry before, now, the Taiqing lineage really needs this marriage. Yu Linglong was stunned. So soon? Not soon. Master Xuandu said. You have known each other for quite a while, Master Xuandu suddenly got stuck. Yu Linglong was realistic. Teacher, Changsheng and I have only known each other for half a month. I want to get to know each other better before talking about marriage. Judging from the timeline of Yu Linglong and Ji Changsheng's acquaintance, it has indeed only been half a month. Getting married now is a flash marriage. As someone who came from Xuandu Temple, Yu Linglong's ideas are undoubtedly much more conservative than Li Huanyan's. In fact, Li Changxi is also in this regard. Some ideas influence people subtly, and the external environment is very important. The external environment of Xuandu Temple and Huan sect is of course different. So, when Yu Linglong was still thinking about getting to know Ji Changsheng better, Li Huanyan had already started to get to know Ji Changsheng better. Baby, I bet with you that Xiaoyu, that big fool, must still want to get to know you better. These fairies who come from the right path, they are obviously willing in their hearts, but they still have to refuse on the surface. They deserve to be the first to drink the soup from me. Ji Changsheng didn't want to say a word. Just close your eyes and enjoy it. Let her understand it slowly. When she understands it clearly, our child will be born. The more Li Huanyan thought about it, the more excited she became, although she and Ji Changsheng had not known each other for a long time. But when it's time to act, you have to act decisively. Good things are to be snatched. You have to believe in your own vision. If you like someone, others will definitely like him too. Being indecisive is a taboo. So Li Huanyan went all in. She gained a lot. With her Daluo physique, she almost couldn't stand up. Baby, are you okay? Ji Changsheng quickly supported Li Huanyan. It's okay. I'll take a bath and then start sending invitations. After all, she is Daluo. Although she consumes a lot, she recovers quickly. Baby, I'll leave Uncle's side to you. I can't spare time. No problem. Ji Changsheng agrees with his mother's investment model. He wants to learn from his mother. Be a good hands-off shopkeeper. Accompany those valuable companies to grow together. Fuxi is very valuable in Ji Changsheng's eyes. However, valuable companies usually have complicated internal situations. If you want to completely take them down, you have to spend more effort. Junior brother, Fuxi and Emperor Tang invite me to meet. While Li Huanyan was taking a bath to recover, Ji Changsheng received a message from Li Changxi. Ji Changsheng pondered for a moment, then said to Li Changxi, talk to them in Lingshan. I will be there soon. They have already arrived in Lingshan. 5 minutes later. Lingshan. Ji Changsheng looked at Fuxi and Emperor Tang who came to visit together, and sat in the main seat with Li Changxi. Fuxi spoke first. Emperor Tang doesn't understand a little, and Detan also has its own demands and needs to talk to you. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi nodded at the same time. This is normal. Detang is about to unify Xinyo Huzhou, and at this time, asking Emperor Tang to give up. Thinking from their perspective, they can't accept it. Ji Changsheng told the Emperor Tang about the current situation in detail. The Emperor Tang was stunned. The Tang dynasty has been developing very fast, but the series of changes in the Panga universe still made it difficult for the Tang dynasty to keep up with the pace. How could this be? Li Changxi said calmly, Erfeng, now is not the time to worry about this. What you need to consider is the next choice. Don't worry. We are all surnamely, and I will take care of you when we go to the new world. Emperor Tang, I am unwilling to give up. I will soon unify the 2 continents of the prehistoric fairyland. Once he completes this great feat, he will have the hope of becoming the most wise emperor in the history of the human race. You care about this? This is simple. Before you leave, I will make up for this reputation for you. Li Changxi said, I will give an order now, and all of Xinyo and Hezhou will belong to the Tang dynasty. It's not that simple. The old resistance forces in Lingshan are still very strong. Fuxi reminded. Li Changxi didn't care. Whoever dares to jump out will be killed directly. If it is the journey to the West project, the G party still needs to plan and calculate. But after the journey to the West, Ji Changsheng has become a big shot. And the Ji party can just do it by suppressing others. This is not arrogance, but solving the problem in the simplest way. Li Chengxi saw what the Emperor of Tang really wanted. Erfeng, within 1 day, I will let you complete the great cause of unifying the 2 major continents of the prehistoric fairyland. And then you will take the elite of the Tang dynasty to open up a new world for my junior brother. Li Chengxi waved her jade hand. It's a happy decision. You are a smart person, and you must understand that this is a win-win situation. The Emperor of Tang opened his mouth and closed it again. He had to admit that no matter how gifted he was, no matter how great his military talent was, he still couldn't intervene when the sages fought a civil war. He was also likely to be affected. It was certainly not easy to start over again. But when there was no choice, this was the best choice. Fuxi helped Emperor Tang fight for the treatment of the New World, Changsheng. Emperor Tang made such a sacrifice. Can he start from scratch in the New World? Of course not. I will take better care of him. Ji Changsheng began to make a promise. The New World is not like the mature Pangi universe. Everything is still undetermined. Emperor Tang, you can't live long in the Pangi universe according to the rules of the human race. Go to the New World. As long as you do well, my uncle's position will be yours in the future. Emperor Tang's eyes lit up instantly. In the New World, the benefits that Ji Changsheng can bring to the Tang dynasty are actually difficult to be greater than the benefits that the Tang dynasty has in the Pangi universe. But the benefits that Ji Changsheng can bring to him personally far exceed his continued stay in the Pangi universe. Personal interests and collective interests often do not overlap. No matter how selfless Emperor Tang is, he is still a person. How can a person not care about his personal interests? Compared to being Emperor Tang, being Fuxi is certainly more attractive. His upward channel was opened instantly. This is something that will never be achieved in the Pangi universe. But Emperor Tang still has emotional intelligence. He immediately waved his hand and said, of course, I dare not dream of the position of the 3 emperors. Fuxi is right in front of him. He can't admit it even if he is moved. Fuxi. Ji Changsheng also did not forget to paint a pie in the sky for Fuxi. He will do the same to Fuxi as Noah did to him. Tang Huang, you don't have to be modest. Your goal is your uncle. And your uncle's goal is the Lord of the Universe. Puff. Fuxi sprayed directly. Chasheng. What nonsense are you talking about? Lord of the Universe? How could Fuxi have such strength? He wouldn't dare to brag like that. But Ji Changsheng dared. Uncle, you are an innate god and demon as famous as my mother. Your achievements should not stop at the 3 emperors. In my heart, your status is at the same level as my mother. Fuxi, if my sister and I hadn't had a good relationship, I would have thought you were flattering me to death. Uncle, I'm serious. My mother is one of the 6 saints of the Pangi universe, and is deeply bound to the Pangi universe. She will never betray the Pangi universe. Ji Changsheng's words made Fuxi think deeply. You mean, my sister has to pretend and not break up with Han Jun? Yes. If my sister runs away, Han Jun will be angry. The richest man wants to immigrate. How can the supreme ruler not be angry? This is a naked slap in the face. Ji Changsheng, who has high emotional intelligence, certainly cannot let his beloved mother fall into such a situation. So the new world is created by you. Ji Changsheng put the burden on Fuxi's shoulders. Fuxi created the world with one stroke and walked the road of pioneering again. With the opportunity of creating the world, he started from scratch in the new world. Fuxi is determined to go further, break the shackles, surpass the 6 saints, and catch up with Pangu. Ji Changsheng's simple 2 words made Fuxi's heart surge. It's not that he was blown by Ji Changsheng, but this flattery really tickled his itch. But this kind of flattery is really shameless. Fuxi is not Ji Changsheng. He can't be so shameless. Seeing Fuxi's reserve, Ji Changsheng persuaded him, of course. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Uncle, in this case, you will have to take the wrath of Han Jun and Pangu on behalf of your mother. Moreover, the New World reclamation may fail, and you may become the eternal sinner of the human race. Uncle, are you willing to help your mother take this blame? Fuxi. Chasheng. You have said so much. What reason do I have to refuse? No wonder this guy made his sister so happy. He really saw Ji Changsheng's art of speaking today. Ji Changsheng clapped his hands. Very good. Congratulations on reaching a consensus. I believe that as long as we continue to work hard, everyone will have a bright future. Fuxi and Emperor Tang did not raise any more objections. They had all received rewards beyond their expectations. After they said goodbye, Ji Changsheng personally escorted them out of Lingshan. At the foot of Lingshan, as soon as Fushi left, Ji Changsheng spoke and kept Emperor Tang. Your Majesty, I will introduce someone to you. Emperor Tang stopped in confusion. Ing Hongya appeared in Emperor Tang's sight. Ji Changsheng took Ing Hongya's hand. After thinking for a while, he hugged Ing Hongya's slender waist in front of Emperor Tang. This is my confidant? Missing. I know. Emperor Tang certainly could not know nothing about the information of Emperor Changsheng. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Your Majesty, I see that Hongya has the appearance of a human emperor. What do you think? Question. How to judge whether the other person is the right person? Answer. Have you become better after you know the other person? Ji Changsheng is not a perfect person. But while he is getting stronger, he has been helping all his people to become better. Chapter 545. Gathering of the Lovers. The Meeting of the True Lords. The Emperor of Tang was not a fool. And of course, he understood Ji Changsheng's meaning at the first time. After taking a serious look at Ing Hongya, the Emperor of Tang fell into deep thought. From his heart, he certainly hoped to pass on the foundation of the Tang dynasty to his descendants. But Ji Changsheng had spoken, and it would be bad not to give him this face. The most important thing is that the Emperor of Tang should consider whether Ji Changsheng would snatch it if he didn't give it. After all, he was leaving. As soon as he left, Ji Changsheng might snatch it directly. Asking him was giving him face. But if he didn't accept this face, it might be very undignified in the end. After thinking about this, the Emperor of Tang found that he had no other choice. So he could only nod. I think Missing also has the appearance of a human emperor. If Missing doesn't give up, after I leave, Missing can continue to guard the foundation of the Tang dynasty for me. Facts have proved that big guys can have high emotional intelligence. It just depends on whether they want to use their emotional intelligence. Ing Hongya now fully felt the high emotional intelligence of the Emperor of Tang. Everyone carried the sedan chair. The Emperor of Tang gave her face. So of course she had to give him face. Your Majesty, rest assured, I am only practicing. After the merits are fulfilled, I will naturally return the foundation of the Tang dynasty to the descendants of the Li family, if the destiny of the Tang dynasty is still there at that time. Ing Hongya promised. What she really values is not power. It is strength. In her view, the foundation of the Tang dynasty is just a tool to achieve the goal. After receiving such a promise from Ing Hongya, the Emperor of Tang felt at ease. But Ji Changsheng said the ugly words in advance, Your Majesty, you must understand the law of dynasty cycles. There is no immortal dynasty. Even without Hongya, the Tang dynasty cannot last for thousands of years. The human race needs innovation and change. If the foundation of the Tang dynasty cannot last too long, remember that this is the natural law of history. Don't blame Hongya or me for the resentment. I understand. Emperor Tang nodded. The feudal emperor may not understand Ji Changsheng's words. And even if he did, he would not accept them. But the great Tang of the prehistoric fairyland has a territory covering thousands of worlds. The Emperor Tang is well informed and can naturally look at the rise and fall of the great Tang from a more macro perspective. If the descendants are capable, the great Tang will naturally be able to maintain its foundation. If the descendants are not capable, then let it be, and I will not force it. Your Majesty is indeed a dragon among men. Ji Changsheng raised his hand, but he did not really take it seriously. Ing Hongya did not take it seriously either. They all knew that the reason why Emperor Tang was so generous now was entirely for Ji Changsheng's sake. If those words were said by someone else, Emperor Tang would have slapped him long ago. But Ji Changsheng could not slap him. He could only force himself to be considerate. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng did not bully people easily. Most of the time, Ji Changsheng was very reasonable. Of course, I can't take advantage of Your Majesty. After Your Majesty goes to the classic of mountains and seas, you can contact me at any time. Ji Changsheng made it clear, instead of pinning your hopes on future generations, it is better to take the future into your own hands. Your Majesty, you are still young and have a lot to do in the future. A new world. A new beginning. The Emperor may not be unable to live forever. The Tang Emperor finally had a sincere smile on his face. This was what he really wanted to hear. Thank you for your good words. Lord of Robbery. Ji Changsheng called him Your Majesty. So he called Ji Changsheng Lord of Robbery. And this was conducive to his opening the following topic. I have one thing I don't understand. With the current authority of the Lord of Robbery, it shouldn't be difficult to help Missing improve her strength? Why do you have to go far away? Changsheng Emperor replaced the demon ancestor Luoho. This matter is not a secret at the Daluo level. As the ruler of the strongest country of the human race today, Emperor Tang also belongs to the Daluo circle. He naturally has this information. With Ji Changsheng's style of doing things, it is not an exaggeration for Emperor Tang to directly help Ing Hongye to upgrade to Daluo. But things are not as easy as he thought. Ing Hongye smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I am too poor in foundation. Even if Changsheng wants to help me, he must go through so much trouble. Miss Ing is not weak in strength, and her cultivation speed is not slow." Emperor Tang thought Ing Hongye was being modest. Ing Hongye sighed to the sky, to be ashamed. "I have already been helped by Changsheng. Despite this, the progress is still very slow. He is not caught up with Xiaoyu. With the advantage of gender and the support of Ji Changsheng, Ing Hongye's progress has not caught up with Yu Lao Mo. It can only be said that in terms of talent, Ing Hongye is really a lot worse. Seriously speaking, my talent is not even as good as the master's," Ing Hongye said self-deprecatingly. She knew that the master was almost the unit of talent. But in fact, the master's talent was still the top talent under the ascended. Ing Hongye was one level lower than the master. Her talent was only at the level of an excellent disciple of Xuandu Temple. The limit was probably to be a vain master. So even with Ji Changsheng's full help, Ji Changsheng even gave the black card to Ing Hongye. But now Ing Hongye couldn't even catch up with Xiaoyu. Cultivation and evolution are like this. Hard work is often not worth mentioning in front of talent. So in terms of helping Hongye improve her strength, Ji Changsheng had to work harder than he did on Li Changxi, Yu Linglong, and Li Huanyan. Despite this, Ji Changsheng did not forget Hongye. Friendships are made when they are insignificant. The old friends he made in the Changsheng realm, and the new friends he made after becoming the Changsheng Emperor are of course different. Ing Hongye is naturally even more different. So he is willing to spend more time on these old friends. And for Ing Hongye, Ji Changsheng spent more than just time. There is also affection. Hongye's talent is indeed not excellent, and it is very difficult to improve to the Daluo level. So we must find another way. Ji Changsheng nodded and said, "With the foundation of the Tang dynasty, I am confident that I can improve Hongye to the level of the true lord. In fact, the Tang dynasty foundation alone is not enough. There is also the investment from the Heart Demon clan. In addition, the cause and effect of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Under the 3-in-1, Ji Changsheng is confident that he can help Ing Hongye cheat and improve to the peak level of the true lord. Then continue to help Hongye cheat. Even so, whether Ing Hongye can pass the minimum test of the Heart Demon tribulation of the Daluo threshold is still a question. If these resources were used to cultivate Yu Lao Mo, Xiaoyu would probably have reached Daluo long ago. But Ji Changsheng really favors girls over boys." Tightening Ing Hongye's hand, Ji Changsheng smiled and comforted her. "Hongye, don't be sad. Everything depends on human efforts. And man can conquer nature. Emperor Tang was just an ordinary second-generation ancestor back then. And later he was not the orthodox heir of the Tang dynasty. But in the end, he was the king of the world. Take Emperor Tang as an example. What he can do, you may not be unable to do." Ing Hongye was not sad. She was very sober. There are not many heroes like Emperor Tang in the history of the human race. And I am far from qualified to be compared with him. But you can stand on the shoulders of giants. That's right. I'm lucky. I fell in love with you at first sight. Ing Hongye now believes in fate. You can date a future saint in your first love. She felt that her ancestral tomb was smoking. Although the lineage of Emperor Ing was indeed about to enter the ancestral tomb. But that's not important. The important thing is that she was not buried with them, but went to heaven with them. When Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye were talking, a beam of auspicious light descended from the sky. Avalokitesvara appeared at the foot of Lingshan Mountain and took the initiative to greet them. First, she greeted Ji Changsheng and Emperor Tang. And then Guanyin Bodhisattva also nodded to Ing Hongye. "Miss Ing, we meet again." Ing Hongye returned the greeting. When Emperor Tang saw the sudden appearance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, his eyes flashed slightly. What is the purpose of the Bodhisattva? Guanyin Bodhisattva put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. "Miss Hongye and I have a cause and effect. And I want to make a deal with your majesty." Emperor Tang glanced at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng said, "The Bodhisattva is indeed the protector I have chosen for Hongye. The Lord of Tribulation is really devoted to Miss Ing." The Emperor of Tang was convinced. "I didn't expect that the Emperor of Changsheng was still a romantic." For a woman, he even invited Guanyin Bodhisattva out. Bodhisattva, the Lord of Tribulation, and I have just talked about it, Emperor Tang said. Guanyin Bodhisattva had just received Ing Hongya's message. She didn't talk to Emperor Tang first, but nodded to Ji Changsheng. Emperor, I will visit you and Xingyuan later. I will talk to you in detail about Lingshan and Yushu. Ji Changsheng nodded as a greeting. My sister, and I will wait for the Bodhisattva in the Great Hall. Patting Ing Hongya's jade hand, Ji Changsheng disappeared quietly. Guanyin Bodhisattva waved her hand and moved Emperor Tang and Ing Hongya to her office in Lingshan. With the power of Guanyin Bodhisattva in Lingshan, she naturally had her own independent office. Ji Changsheng could only talk to Emperor Tang about the general direction. But Ji Changsheng didn't have the time to keep grinding on the specific details. There is a lot of room for maneuver. If Ji Changsheng didn't keep an eye on it, even if Emperor Tang didn't want to be hostile to Ji Changsheng, with the arrogant soldiers and generals of the Tang dynasty today, they might not be so willing to change a female emperor. It might not be necessary to remove her. They would definitely not be happy. It would still be troublesome at that time. Whether to kill or not, Ji Changsheng and Emperor Tang might turn against each other in the end. And this would not even be subject to their will, unless they are willing to sit down in person and finalize all the details. But this is also impossible. Although Ji Changsheng cares about Ing Hongya very much, he can't waste so much time at this critical moment. Therefore, we need to find a middleman to buffer this matter. Guanyin Bodhisattva is the best choice. Guanyin Bodhisattva has enough status, strength, and is willing to wade into this muddy water, even if the final result is contrary to expectations, and the Tang dynasty ends up with a bloodbath. It is the middleman Guanyin Bodhisattva who failed to do a good job. If the Emperor of Tang wants to blame, it cannot be Ji Changsheng. With Guanyin Bodhisattva as a buffer, there is a bridge of peace between Ji Changsheng and the Emperor of Tang. The Emperor of Tang can certainly understand this matter, but he did not expect that Guanyin Bodhisattva would be willing to take the initiative to take the blame and be the buffer for Ji Changsheng. It seems that the Bodhisattva owes a favor to the robber. The Emperor of Tang tried. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled slightly. Without explanation, her cooperation with Ji Changsheng was not just about favors. There was also the foundation of Yushu Palace. Just based on Ji Changsheng's attitude towards Guangchengzi, she had to help Ji Changsheng with this matter. Such a good ally had to be won over for her brother. Fortunately, this matter was not difficult. Your Majesty, Hongya and I hit it off at first sight, and her affairs are my affairs. The Tang dynasty is now in full swing, with arrogant soldiers and brave generals. If you want to transfer power, you will inevitably face a bloody and fiery confrontation. Even if your Majesty will take away most of the arrogant soldiers and brave generals, the process of power transfer is still prone to conflict. There is no need to bother the Emperor with these things. What do you think? Facing the young master of the world of classic of mountains and seas, the Tang Emperor would bow his head, because Ji Changsheng really had the possibility of controlling his future. But facing Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Tang Emperor was not inferior in momentum, and even had a psychological advantage. Previously, in order to avoid his name, Guanyin Bodhisattva removed the word sure and changed his name to Guanyin Bodhisattva. This means that the status of the human emperor is superior to that of Lingshan Bodhisattva. The Tang Emperor was naturally confident at this time. Bodhisattva wants to interfere in the internal affairs of the Tang dynasty? Your Majesty, you are overthinking. I have some ideas about faith at most, but I have no interest in the internal affairs of the Tang dynasty. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook her head and said, I came out this time for Hongya. The Tang Emperor pondered and thought about how far he should retreat. For the sake of Ji Changsheng, he must retreat. But Ji Changsheng did not say how far to retreat, so he had to grasp the measure himself. There is a lot of room for maneuver. The most ideal situation in the heart of the Tang Emperor was to retreat, not too much, and get Ji Changsheng's favor. While the Emperor of Tang was still pondering, Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled and said, I heard that Empress Changxuan's health is not very good. The Emperor of Tang's body suddenly stiffened. Then he looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva with surprise. The voice was trembling. I asked Yan Jun. She is about to die. The lifespan of the human race is limited. This is agreed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And it is also the rule of heaven that the 6 saints nodded. Even if the Emperor of Tang unified the world, he could not change this matter. Don't think that Ji Changsheng can arbitrarily tamper with the name on the Book of Life and Death. That's because Ji Changsheng is not counted in the sequence of human emperors. He is on the route of the Emperor of Heaven. And Ji Changsheng used the demon vest of Sheng Pinghong Dasheng at that time. The longer the lifespan of the human royal family, the more sensitive it is. Except for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The rest of the human royal family of all generations can't intervene in this regard. Once they intervene, it is easy to trigger a collective attack from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and even the 6 saints of heaven. So as strong as the Emperor of Tang is, he can't change the lifespan of his most beloved woman. He had never had such extravagant hopes before. Until now. He saw the light. Guanyin Bodhisattva promised, the queen of the Tang dynasty naturally cannot live long. Let Empress Changsun practice by my side for a while. According to the Book of Life and Death, Empress Changsun's lifespan is 36. When she is 37 years old, I will send her back to the Emperor of Tang. The implication is that he will naturally protect Empress Changsun and prevent her from reincarnation. The Emperor of Tang was overjoyed and even cried with joy. Although some people may not believe it. The Emperor of Tang has a large number of concubines. But in his mind, he really loves Empress Changsun. Having other women does not conflict with true love. The most popular thing now is inequality. If the Bodhisattva can help her break the life and death limit, I will not hesitate at any price. The Tang Emperor also solemnly promised. Guanyin Bodhisattva saw the Tang Emperor, who was in true love mode, and immediately felt the same. It seems that your majesty is like me. Both are lovers. Tang Emperor? It's all for love. Then everything is easy. The love between the Emperor and Hongya, the love between your majesty and Empress Changsun, are all protected by this poor monk. The Buddha's light flashed behind Guanyin Bodhisattva's head. She is different from Henggu. Although she has also been caught in the rain, she is now living a happy life and having a happy family. What she wants is to help all lovers in the world hold up an umbrella. This is the pattern of the Bodhisattva. Your Majesty, do you have a token to summon Empress Changsun? Let's settle the matter today. The Emperor should focus on efficiency when doing things. Guanyin Bodhisattva began to promote the process. In order to help her brother get the foundation of Yushi Palace as soon as possible, she did a lot of research on Ji Changsheng. These two things seem to be unrelated. But Guanyin Bodhisattva will soon prove that Ji Changsheng can really help her become the young lady of Yushi Palace. When it comes to his most beloved woman, the Tang Emperor certainly wants to finalize it as soon as possible. The Tang Emperor took out a portrait of Empress Changsun. After a moment, Empress Changsun in the portrait blinked. Then, Empress Changsun stepped out of the portrait. Today's Tang dynasty is about to take half of the prehistoric fairyland. And the Tang dynasty royal family naturally has a lot of rare treasures. When Empress Changsun saw Guanyin Bodhisattva and Ing Hongya, she was obviously a little surprised. She first saluted to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Meet the Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded in greeting. Meet Miss Ing. Miss Ing is really beautiful. I am so pale in comparison. Ing Hongya certainly would not be proud of Empress Changsun's praise, but was a little shocked. The Empress actually knows my name. Sheng Tang is indeed Sheng Tang. She was convinced. Even if ordinary organizations collect information about the Ji party, it is difficult to collect information about her. But the Tang dynasty, as the strongest dynasty of the human race today, would not make such a low-level mistake. Not to mention Ing Hongya. Even the information about Mu Xian was collected by the Tang dynasty royal family. Who can be offended and who cannot be offended the more powerful you are, the more you must understand this. Of course, there are always idiots who make such low-level mistakes. People like that deserve to be beaten. Empress Changsun chatted with Ing Hongya briefly before talking to Emperor Tang. It can be seen that they really have a good relationship. The Emperor of Tang did not mind being ignored in front of others. Your Majesty, what did you ask me to do this time? Empress Changsun asked. The Emperor of Tang informed Empress Changsun of the agreement he had made with Guanyin Bodhisattva. Empress Changsun was stunned for 3 seconds, and then burst into tears. Who in the world is not afraid of death? Even Ji Changsheng is afraid. Moreover, the Tang dynasty is now in its heyday, and Empress Changsun is the mother of the country. As the most beloved woman of the Emperor of Tang, her position is unshakable. With her life already fulfilled, Empress Changsun did not want to die even more. Her life was 10,000 times better than those Qing dynasty dream girls. Why? Who would not want to enjoy happiness? If the Bodhisattva can help me survive the death, I am willing to be a slave and serve the Bodhisattva. Empress Changsun performed a great ceremony to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva did not refuse, but said to Emperor Tang and Empress Changsun, if you want to avoid the great catastrophe of life and death, You really need to hide the truth. The lifespan of the human royal family is very sensitive, and the 6 saints will pay attention to it. Therefore, I have to ask you to fake your death and escape from the position of queen, and practice by my side. After the catastrophe of death, I will send you to the new world to reunite with your majesty. Everything is up to the Bodhisattva. Empress Changsun immediately said, from now on, I will be Guanin's maid. This is naturally the safest way. Hongya, you should also say hello to the emperor. Guanin Bodhisattva said, the emperor has a good relationship with the 10 kings of hell. In this matter, as long as he speaks, the 10 kings of hell will give him face. The friendship between the great sage of balance and the 10 kings of hell is no secret in the circle of powerful people. Ing Hongya naturally agreed. But Ing Hongya was a little worried in his heart. Guanin Bodhisattva and Emperor Tang did not know about the changes in the underworld. But she did. If Pangu intervened in this matter, there might be more changes. After all, the underworld can be said to be Pangu's territory now. But of course, she could not tell Emperor Tang about this worry. If something really happened, it was the cause and effect of Pangu and Emperor Tang. It had nothing to do with her and Ji Changsheng. They must fulfill all their promises. Then, do your best and leave it to fate. Then this matter is settled. I wish your majesty to continue to triumph in the new world. Guanin Bodhisattva said. I borrow the Bodhisattva's good words. The 3 parties have reached an agreement, so there is no need to waste time. Ing Hongya must be prepared to take over the Tang dynasty. Emperor Tang wants to take over the territory of Xinyo, complete the great cause of unifying the 2 continents, leave his name in history, and then go to the new world. As for Guanin Bodhisattva, she wants to talk to Ji Changsheng about her gift in dowry. Main hall. Guanin Bodhisattva first glanced at Li Changxi, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the C position, and asked curiously, it seems that Xingyuan is going to take over Lingshan? She thought that the Luohu who was wreaking havoc in Lingshan was Ji Changsheng. Now it seems that Ji Changsheng was misunderstood. Li Changxi nodded. The Bodhisattva shouldn't make it difficult for me. Right? Li Changxi's tone was very casual. She was not embarrassed at all. If Guanin Bodhisattva was embarrassed, she could replace another Guanin Bodhisattva. But Guanin Bodhisattva has no interest in Lingshan at all now. She then chuckled and said, Xingyuan, don't worry. I will gradually withdraw from Lingshan, and my influence will naturally dissipate. Li Changxi was startled when she heard the words, and then guessed what Guanin Bodhisattva was thinking. Then it was hard to say, does the Bodhisattva want to return to Yushi Palace? No. It's to regain control of Yushi Palace. Guanin Bodhisattva corrected. Going back is just a prerequisite. Taking control is her goal. Li Changxi said a lot of things, and finally summed them up in one sentence. Lovers will eventually get married. Blessings. Locked. Guanin Bodhisattva smiled and nodded. Thank you, Star Lord. Li Changxi subconsciously wanted to shiver. She couldn't accept this kind of thing, but she controlled her body's reaction. The Bodhisattva will always be the Bodhisattva of Lingshan. Even if Tathagata returns in the future, it will not shake the Bodhisattva's position. Please rest assured, Bodhisattva. Since Guanin Bodhisattva is determined to have Yushu Palace, she is of course happy to help. Just worship Guanin Bodhisattva, but don't give her real power. Guanin Bodhisattva gets face. She gets the inside. Everyone wins. Guanin Bodhisattva is also very satisfied with this arrangement. Just do as the Star Lord says. Very good. I'm in charge of Lingshan for the first time. There are a lot of things to deal with. I'll leave first. Facing a special boss like Guanin Bodhisattva, Li Changxi is a little overwhelmed. She gave Ji Changsheng a look of wishing for the best, and she left first. Ji Changsheng was very calm. He has seen people without gender. Guanin Bodhisattva is just a step ahead. It can only be said that because the strong are too strong in the prehistoric fairyland, some ideas that cannot be put on the stage have not sprouted, but have been suppressed by the big guys above. It's not as good as the chaos of demons on Blue Star. Guanin Bodhisattva's situation is not a big deal on Blue Star. On the contrary, Li Changxi's attitude of keeping a distance from Guanin Bodhisattva would be subjected to various cyberbullies in the free western world of Blue Star. Ji Changsheng is very smart. He only wishes. Bodhisattva, how are your two children with the true king? Ji Changsheng immediately grasped the thing that women care about most after marriage. Children. Sure enough, Guanin Bodhisattva was instantly seized by Ji Changsheng to talk. This time I came to see the emperor. It is related to them. Bodhisattva and I are old friends. Bodhisattva can speak frankly, Ji Changsheng said. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed. The heavenly king doesn't like his granddaughter very much. Ji Changsheng thought that was too normal. And Yuanshi Tianwang should not only dislike his granddaughter, he also doesn't like his daughter-in-law. Guanyin Bodhisattva naturally didn't know Ji Changsheng's criticism. She continued, parents love their children, and they plan for them in the long run. Since I gave birth to them, I can't let them really fend for themselves. Ji Changsheng corrected, Bodhisattva. To be precise, it was the Jade Pure True King who gave birth to them, not you. Guanyin Bodhisattva. This is not important. Even if I am not their mother, I am their father. Even though Ji Changsheng was knowledgeable, he almost didn't catch Guanyin Bodhisattva's words. In the prehistoric fairy world, where the concept is still relatively traditional, Guanyin Bodhisattva is definitely a rare progressive person. And she has made too much progress, and is several steps ahead of the times. Emperor, I have a favor to ask you. Let me help you raise the children. Guanyin Bodhisattva coughed twice. Emperor, did Tathagata Buddha really reincarnate into the belly of Master Sanzang? Of course. The reincarnated body has Yuan Yang. Right? Ji Changsheng. Bodhisattva, do you want to betray the true king? Guanyin Bodhisattva was very embarrassed. Of course, I don't look down on Tathagata. It's my two daughters by Lianhua and Bio. I hope they can get the Yuan Yang of Tathagata Buddha's reincarnated body. This is the inspiration Guanyin Bodhisattva got from the Journey to the West project. As the director of the Journey to the West project, Guanyin Bodhisattva witnessed many famous scenes throughout the whole process. Those goblins who directly killed the three burial masters were not smart in Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes. But those female goblins, who tried to save the country in a roundabout way, and get the saints Yuan Yang made Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes light up. Ordinary people care about Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin. Maybe because of their ideas. But for these strong people, Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin are both good things for tonic. The stronger the person, the more tonic. Speaking of which, Yu Linglong may not believe it. She relied on the assistance of the Tiandixian Wang Linglong Pagoda and the Taijutsu to stabilize the Daoyuo realm. Li Huanyan relied on Ji Changsheng's Yuan Yang to stabilize the Daoyuo realm. Although Li Huanyan is definitely still no match for Yu Linglong. But you can tell me whether he has stabilized his Daoyuo realm? Guanyin Bodhisattva did not dare to covet Ji Changsheng's Yuan Yang for her daughter. She set her sights on the reincarnation of Tathagata Buddha. But this request was more or less beyond Ji Changsheng's ability. Bodhisattva, the marriage of Daoyuo is uncontrollable. Even if I find Yu Lao for you, it will be useless. Daoyuo can break free from all arrangements. Under normal circumstances, it is not a big problem for the superior to arrange the fate of the inferior. As the god of marriage, Yu Lao, if he wants to appoint the marriage of two ordinary people, of course there is no problem. But the fate of a Daoyuo strongman is difficult to arrange even for a saint. Unless the saint says to let this Daoyuo die, then it can be arranged. However, there are also mistakes in this regard. Such as Yuanti Saint did not kill Mingyi, and Tontian Jiaozhu failed to kill Luya before. Even if Tathagata Buddha is a reincarnation, he still has the characteristics of Daoyuo. After all, Tathagata is not really dead. He just reincarnated again. Asking Yu Lao to arrange for Tathagata is like Pangda asking Ji Changsheng to kill Hong Jun. This is unreasonable. Guanyin Bodhisattva certainly would not make such an unreasonable request. Yu Lao certainly can't. But the Emperor can definitely do it. The Bodhisattva has confidence in me. The Emperor underestimates himself too much. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook her head and said, since Tathagata Buddha was reincarnated into the belly of the three burials master, Zhuanti Saint can definitely operate behind the scenes. It's just that she and Zhuanti Saint don't have much friendship. Ji Changsheng has to be the middleman. Even if there is no Zhuanti Saint. With the Emperor's means, it shouldn't be difficult to make Tathagata reincarnate into a peach blossom death. Guanyin Bodhisattva added. Ji Changsheng was very emotional. Bodhisattva, you arranged the marriages of your two daughters like this. Have you asked them? Guanyin Bodhisattva answered as a matter of course. Tathagata is a hero. And he is second only to the Emperor in all the worlds. How could he humiliate them? Ji Changsheng. It's hard to judge. He simply went straight to the point. I will help. But as I said, the fate of Daoyuo is difficult to control. I can't make any guarantees about what will happen in the end. In this case, I am very grateful to the Emperor for his help. Guanyin Bodhisattva bowed and said, in return, I will let all the brothers and sisters in Yushu Palace go to Wawang Palace to participate in the Jinjuing conference. Guanyin Bodhisattva really knows how to deal with things. She knows that cooperation is a win-win situation. Which is why Ji Chansheng is willing to cooperate with Guanyin Bodhisattva all the time. Hearing what Guanyin Bodhisattva said, Ji Chansheng smiled. If the rest of the 12 Jade Void Immortals leave, the Jade Void Palace will naturally be the wedding room for the Bodhisattva and the true king. Emperor, I wonder what the purpose of Madame Huanyan holding this True Lord conference is? Guanyin Bodhisattva asked. Although she was ready to sell her fellow apprentices as a favor, Guanyin Bodhisattva did not really understand the specific rules of the True Lord conference. If it was something fatal, she would have to reconsider. Love brain is love brain. Guanyin Bodhisattva is not so crazy as to kill her fellow apprentices. Ji Chansheng gave her a reassurance. The purpose of Huanyan and I holding the True Lord conference is to help all the True Lords to be promoted to Daluo. Guanyin Bodhisattva? While feeling relieved, Guanyin Bodhisattva had more questions in her heart. Emperor, want to do charity? Although the Bodhisattva may not believe it. It is true. Ji Chansheng said solemnly, as the first to achieve Daluo, Huanyan and I have the obligation to help those who have not yet achieved Daluo to make progress together, and finally realize Daluo for everyone. Guanyin Bodhisattva. Then what can you get? Emperor? Ji Chansheng became more and more righteous. I am for everyone. And everyone is for me. Don't ask me what I can give by doing this. I am just so selfless. What can Guanyin Bodhisattva say? She could only express her sincere admiration. The Emperor's realm is so high that it really makes me ashamed. It doesn't matter. Let's encourage each other. Ji Chansheng felt that his soul was sublimated. Huangji Hall. Yang Jian rarely appeared here. He came to apologize to his uncle. In the Battle of Beihai, Hao Tian killed many Daluo sieges and became a saint in one fell swoop, shocking the world. It can be said that he played a peerless style. But the price was also extremely heavy. It could not have been so heavy. But from the beginning to the end, the only one who could help Hao Tian share the pressure in the sky above the North Sea was the Xuanwu god. Yang Jian, who was originally highly expected by Hao Tian, did not appear in the sky above the North Sea battlefield at all. They are relatives who are connected by the bones. It doesn't matter if it's an outsider. But Yang Jian chose to stand by and watch, which he himself felt was wrong. So he must apologize to his uncle and reflect on himself. Uncle, the situation was urgent at the time, and Chon'er fell into the trap designed by Luoho. Hao Tian interrupted Yang Jian's words. Are you sure it was a trap designed by Luoho? Yang Jian blushed and lowered his head. I reflected on it for a day. It should be the layout of the Chansheng Emperor. Since the fight against the nine-headed insect, the Chansheng Emperor has been using me through Chon'er. Hao Tian's eyes were full of regret. Since you knew it was a trap, you still stepped into it. Are you stupid? Yang Jian defended. Uncle, I didn't know at the time. I figured it out afterwards. Hao Tian took a deep breath and ignored this question for the time being. After Yang Chan was surrounded, do you really think she would be in danger? If you are alive, and I am alive, who dares to touch Chon'er? Hao Tian asked in a deep voice. Yang Chan's background can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire prehistoric fairy world. Even Ji Chansheng didn't dare to really kill Chon'er. Yang Jian knew in his heart that Hao Tian was right. It was not that Ji Chansheng really did not dare to kill Yang Chan, but because there was no need, and the gains would not outweigh the losses. And Yang Chan was alive. Yang Jian had a soft spot. If Yang Chan died, how could he control Yang Jian? Only a fool would kill Yang Chan. But knowing is knowing. Yang Jian knelt in front of Hao Tian with a thump. Uncle, I know I was wrong. I just don't dare to take risks with Chon'er. So you would rather I die than let Chon'er take any risks? Hao Tian felt that his sincerity had been wasted. He did not treat Yang Jian well even to his own daughter. Yang Jian was ashamed. Uncle, I am sorry for you. I am willing to accept all punishments. He knew that he had risked Hao Tian's life by standing aside last time. This was a conscienceless thing. It was not in line with Yang Jian's principles of life and work. He had not yet repaid Hao Tian's kindness to him. But there was no other way. No matter how great the kindness was, it was not greater than love. Looking at this nephew whom he had always placed high hopes on, and had invested a lot of effort in. Although Hao Tian felt very sad, he finally sighed. What if he really could kill Yang Jian? This is his nephew. A man who was born to be on the same boat with him. And now he is a Daluo. Where can he find such a reliable confidant? You can be angry, But you still have to use him. Even though Halcyon is the great heavenly venerable, and now he is a saint, he doesn't have many Dalio level confidence. Halcyon can only helplessly say, "This will not happen again." Yang Jian was overjoyed. "Uncle, don't worry. This will never happen again. If you have a conflict with Ji Changsheng in the future, I will definitely stand on your side." Yes. Halcyon did not doubt this. If it was just him and Ji Changsheng fighting, Yang Jian would not have any other choice. He was too kind to Yang Jian. He was still worried about Yang Chan. As for Chan'er, this must not happen again. Jianer, if something like this happens again, I will be very disappointed in you. Yang Jian promised, there will definitely not be a next time. I have strictly ordered Chan'er to contact the people of Changsheng Emperor again. Uncle, this lesson is very painful. I will definitely learn from it, and will never embarrass you again. Halcyon's expression completely eased. I am still at ease with you doing things. Jianer, although I have become a saint now, I am restricted everywhere. It is better to be free before I became a saint. During the time I am away, you have to support me outside. Uncle has no one else to rely on now, and all hope is placed on you. Do you understand? I understand, Yang Jian said solemnly. He really understood, because Halcyon just revealed to him first-hand information about the Queen Mother and Ji Changsheng. Halcyon really treated Yang Jian as his own. Yang Jian also completely understood why Halcyon performed so bravely in the Battle of Beihai. There is such a tragic story behind this. He began to pity his uncle. As Halcyon's nephew, Yang Jian was absolutely unwilling to let his uncle continue to endure humiliation, even if it was a good thing for his uncle to improve his strength. Ji Changsheng and I are mortal enemies. He has gone too far. Feeling Yang Jian's heartfelt concern, Halcyon nodded with relief. This nephew was not raised in vain after all. You go. Yang Jian returned to the judicial god's mansion, with a strong sense of guilt towards his uncle. Then he saw the fairy Chang'e who came to visit Yang Jian. He had just finished telling Yang Chan not to get too close to the people of the Changsheng Emperor. Now every god in the heaven knows that Chang'e must be the Changsheng Emperor's people now. But what can he do when he sees Yang Chan smiling like a flower? He can only forgive her. When Chang'e saw Yang Jian coming back, she immediately stood up and said goodbye. She felt that Yang Jian had a problem with his eyes, and didn't want to have much contact with Yang Jian. After Chang'e left, Yang Jian frowned and said, "Third sister, didn't I tell you not to associate with Chang'e?" Yang Chan said dissatisfiedly. "Second brother, are you restricting my freedom to make friends?" "Of course I don't mean that. I mean..." Yang Chan interrupted Yang Jian directly and said excitedly, "Second brother, Sister Chang'e came to me this time and invited me to the Wat Palace to participate in the Jinjuan Conference." What palace? Jinjuan Conference? Organized by the Changsheng Emperor? You are not allowed to go. Yang Jian never wanted his sister to have more contact with Ji Changsheng. He couldn't let his uncle down again. But Sister Chang'e said that as long as you participate in this True Lord Conference, the Lord of the Longevity Tribulation will show mercy when you are overcoming the Great Tribulation. Yang Chan said, "Second brother, such a good opportunity. Should I give up?" Yang Jian, on the one hand, I feel guilty towards my uncle. On the other hand, it is Yang Chan's future. Yang Jian hesitated for a second, gritted his teeth and said, "Go." Inside the Huangji Palace, Halcyon inexplicably felt that his injuries had been alleviated for another 50 years. Chapter 546 New Waves. Common Daluo. What did Ji Changsheng do again? This was Halcyon's first reaction. After becoming a saint, Halcyon's ninjutsu has indeed evolved again. He often feels inexplicable humiliation. Then, without exception, he chooses cowardly forbearance between cowardice and forbearance. And then his strength is greatly improved. It can be said that he won. According to Halcyon's experience, whenever his injury recovery speed becomes faster, it is basically Ji Changsheng's good work. And something favorable to Ji Changsheng must have happened outside. With this trick, Halcyon can control the general situation of the world without going out. But this time, Halcyon really wronged Ji Changsheng. This time, it was his good nephew Yang Jian who helped him recover from his injuries. Yang Jian sighed in his heart. "Uncle, I'm really sorry for you. But I still have to continue to be sorry for you." But I hesitated for a second. That second was his greatest respect for his uncle. Yang Jian felt that if his uncle was still alive, he would be touched. He did not dare to hesitate. because hesitating for one more second would be disrespectful to love. Seeing that Yang Jian always considered his future first, Yang Chan immediately smiled. Sister Chang'e said that you would definitely put me first. And it seems that Sister Chang'e did not lie to me. Brother, you are so good to me. What could Yang Jian say? Seeing the smile on Yang Jian's face, his heart melted. When Yang Jian heard that the fairy Chang'e spoke well of him in front of Yang Chan. Even though Yang Jian knew that Chang'e was buying people's hearts, he was still bought. Uncle, I'm really sorry for you. But the people like Changsheng Emperor are really good at winning people's hearts. Did Fairy Chang'e really say that? Of course. And Sister Chang'e also said. At this point, Yang Chan's face suddenly turned red. What else did Fairy Chang'e say? Yang Chan hesitated. But seeing that her second brother urged her, Yang Chan still told the truth. Sister Chang'e said that I have too little social experience, and it is easy to be deceived when I walk outside. Especially to be deceived in my feelings. She told me that if I meet men who want to deceive my feelings, I should compare them with my second brother first. If they are not as good as my second brother, why should I marry and suffer? Yang Jian's face did not change. But he was overjoyed in his heart. The people of G Party are really too cunning. Uncle, can you come out quickly? I feel that I can't resist the corruption of these guys of G Party at all. Second brother, I think what Sister Chang'e said is right. There are too many scammers out there now. Some scammers say that Uncle sold Aunt to the Emperor of Eternal Life to become a saint. It's simply shameless. Yang Chan absolutely cannot accept such rumors. Yang Jian was speechless. Instead of pinning your hopes on men, it's better to strengthen yourself. Second brother, I've made up my mind. I want to sprint to Daluo and take the future into my own hands. Anyway, Sister Chang'e said that even if I stay in the Yang family and never get married, second brother will definitely not despise me. Second brother, is Sister Chang'e right? That's right. Second brother will definitely not despise you. Second brother, you are so nice. Yang Chan threw herself into Yang Jian's arms like a young swallow. Yang Jian's heart melted. At this moment, the voice of the fairy Chang'e came to Yang Jian's ears. God of Justice, this is a little compensation from the Emperor for the previous concealment. It is not a respect, but I hope you will accept it. Before, that is, yesterday, Ji Chansheng did use Yang Chan as bait to lure Yang Jian into the trap. This incident must have caused some knots in Yang Jian's heart. But Ji Chansheng didn't take it seriously at all. He knew how to control Yang Jian too well. Offending Yang Jian was not a problem at all. As long as he put a little effort on Yang Chan, Yang Jian would come back to be his thug in a minute. And he was the kind of loyal one. Uncle is nothing. In the eyes of the love brain, the grace of raising is not worth mentioning. As expected, Yang Jian felt that he was not proud of himself and felt grateful to the Changsheng Emperor. He also felt that he was useless. But looking at Yang Chan in his arms, Yang Jian could only say sorry to Haotian with tears in his eyes. Uncle, you are good in everything. But you can't promise Chan'er to me. In the Huangji Palace, based on the induction formed by the evolved ninja Dao, Haotian finally locked the source of this humiliation. It turned out to be Yang Jian. After locking Yang Jian, Haotian followed the clues and found out the reason why Yang Jian triggered his ninja Dao. Ninja Dao was still too strong. And after his evolution after becoming a saint, and the super evolution brought to him by Ji Chansheng, the current ninja Dao can even be used as a magic weapon for reverse tracing. But Haotian had no time to be happy. He only felt shocked and angry. Jianer is actually a pervert? Haotian couldn't believe it. It was the first time he realized this. Speaking of it, Ji Chansheng might not believe it. But in the eyes of most outsiders, including Haotian, Yang Jian is actually a relatively perfect image. Yang Jian's feelings for Yang Chan are not something that can be told to outsiders. Yang Chan herself did not feel it. Outsiders naturally did not feel much. Haotian paid more attention to Yang Jian's practice. He himself was not a pervert. And of course he would not think that Yang Jian, whom he personally trained, was a pervert. If Ji Chansheng knew that Haotian had this idea, he would definitely give Haotian a mirror. Haotian really had no idea about the specialness of his own bloodline. But now Haotian has it. No wonder he gave up my safety for Chan'er. He just promised me that he would break off his relationship with Ji Chansheng. Jianer, this is simply unreasonable. Haotian's chest was about to explode with anger. Although he was also angry that the Queen Mother betrayed him. He had psychological expectations because he knew that he and the Queen Mother had never been on the same side. But Yang Jian actually abandoned his promise to him again because of his perverted attributes, which Hao Tian did not expect at all. He was caught off guard. So Hao Tian felt that his recovery speed was accelerated again. Fuck. Hao Tian didn't want to endure it. But this was his own nephew after all. What could he do? Jianer, this is absolutely not allowed between brothers and sisters. I will teach him a lesson later. Chon'er wants to sprint to Daluo. How can she have the strength? Even if Ji Chanshan lets her go. Chon'er probably doesn't have the strength. The True Lord Conference. What is Ji Chanshan going to do? Hao Tian fell into deep thought. He wanted to report it to Hong Jun. But he was afraid that it would affect the agreement reached with Nguyen Yang Yang. After pondering, he finally decided to keep it to himself. After all, it was just a meeting of the True Lords. It was not a Daluo gathering. All the True Lords in the Panga universe combined were not enough for him to fight with one hand. Let alone Hong Jun. Reporting to Hong Jun for such a small matter would make him look small-minded. He decided to continue to endure. The aura of the Huangji Palace was stronger. Taiyan Star. Chang'e had just returned to her Guanghan Palace when she started to complain to her teacher. Master, the Yang family is really too perverted. Can I stay away from the Yang family in the future? She went to find Yang Chan, which was a task assigned to her by Li Changxi. Fairy Chang'e was very happy to be a disciple of Taiyan Star Lord. But Fairy Chang'e couldn't bear to keep deceiving fools. She felt that she was committing a crime. But Li Changxi convinced her. Chansheng told me that you could also go to this Jinjuan conference. Chang'e Fairy was surprised and delighted. Teacher, I am not a Jinjuan yet. Although her backer is the Xuandu master. Chang'e's own strength and talent are mediocre. This mediocre means literally. So over the years, Chang'e Fairy has only been the head of the Heavenly Court Song and Dance Troupe. And her most famous thing is her beauty. If she had better talent and the help of the Xuandu master, she would not have been in the Heavenly Court like this. Does anyone think that the Queen Mother relied on her beauty to get to the top? Does anyone talk about the beauty of the Nua Queen Mother and the Hotu Queen Mother? The most beautiful woman in the three realms. This title is a compliment and a mockery for Chang'e now. If a woman only has beauty, well, that's good too. But a female fairy with only beauty is definitely not good enough. Chang'e didn't want to rely on beauty alone. Although Master Xuandu helped her a lot, she was really a piece of rotten wood. It was Li Changxi who really brought her a brand new future. I will ask my junior brother to take special care of you. After participating in this Jinjuan conference, you will be a Jinjuan, Li Changxi said. After all, she is now a Daluo. She may become a saint soon. If her disciple is not even a Jinjuan, it will be embarrassing for her to go out. Chang'e instantly became motivated. Master, rest assured, I will take good care of Yang Chan and make sure to trick her into going to the Hua Palace. Yang Chan is not important. What is important is that Yang Jian can be controlled through Yang Chan. By controlling Yang Jian, Hao Tian can control the most useful knife outside. Hao Tian doesn't have many confidants now. And Yang Jian should be the most capable one now. Disciple understands. Chang'e immediately praised, Master, I have fed Yang Chan a lot of magic this time. And basically dispelled her idea of getting married. Later, I will subtly improve Yang Jian's favor, and make sure to bring Yang Jian to our G party. Li Changxi pointed out, it is too difficult to win over Yang Jian. But you can win over Yang Chan. Disciple understands. To trick Yang Chan, you just need to have a hand. Master, how are you doing in Lingshan? If I need help, I can contact Uncle Xuandu at any time. After becoming Li Changxi's disciple, the fate of Fairy Chang'e is also deeply bound to Li Changxi. She doesn't mind lending her connections to her teacher temporarily. Helping Li Changxi now is equivalent to helping herself. But Li Changxi didn't respond. No. You should deal with Yang Chan first and improve your strength. After you become a true lord, I will reserve a place for you in Lingshan. Chang'e became excited again. Can I become a Buddha? Li Changxi. It is difficult to become a Buddha. But it is not a big problem to be a Bodhisattva. Master, being able to worship under you is definitely the most wise decision in my life. She quickly put her Uncle Xuandu behind her and decided to go through fire and water for the G party. Buying Palace? The great Master Xuandu, who was still instructing Yu Linglong on the Tai Ching method. Sneeze without warning? Teacher, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Your realm is almost stable. If you want to go further, you need a greater opportunity. After stabilizing the Daluo realm, let alone the great Master Xuandu, Even the Tai Ching Saint can't help Yu Linglong much in this regard. However, Master Xuandu quickly pointed out a direction for Yu Linglong. Chansheng should be able to help you. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, Chansheng can only help me after he becomes a saint. His current authority cannot affect Daluo. At most, he can help Jinjuan improve his strength. No wonder the Nuwa Palace wants to hold a Jinjuan conference. Master Xuandu also heard the news at this time. And Yu Linglong reacted immediately. It should be that Chansheng wants to recruit people for the Shana world of Nuwa. We must also hurry up to transfer our property. Otherwise, if we continue to stay in Panga Universe, the assets of Sanqing Group may be confiscated. Master Xuandu. He can understand all these little words, but he always feels a little bit out of place. Xiaoyu, are you still a cultivator in your current painting style? Yu Linglong said seriously. To understand the world is to practice. Teacher, you are obsessed. Master Xuandu was speechless. He had to admit that although Ji Chansheng had not ascended for a long time, he had already had a profound impact on the prehistoric fairyland. Everyone was forced to evolve together. Teacher, if you have no objection, I will transfer the assets of the Tishita Palace and empty the Tishita Palace. The target of the 8 Scenes Palace is too big, so I will stay put for the time being. The target of the Tishita Palace is not big. Yu Linglong's answer was reasonable. I will let Chansheng help me cover it up. With Changsheng's current authority in the Heavenly Court, only Haotian can find out that something is wrong. But it doesn't matter. Haotian will endure it. Master Xuandu continued to be speechless. He really has confidence in Haotian in terms of endurance. Teacher, please contact your old friends as well. Old friends? Yes. For example, those who are still alive. They are all the elites of the human race. And they are the elites who have transcended reincarnation. The human race has a lifespan limit, referring to the later human race, as the children carefully made by Nuwa. The first generation of ancestors are all treated specially. And those who are still alive are basically already big bosses, such as Xuandu, Dizong, Jinwu. Big bosses of this level will not be messed with by the underworld. Chansheng will take away the main force of the Tang dynasty. And the first generation of elites of the human race can go to the Yuanshi world first to leave the fire. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. What do you think? Teacher? Master Xuandu sighed. You can do it. You are all grown up. Master Xuandu has never been more aware than now that he can't keep his daughter. Fortunately, he has a niece who treats him as his own daughter. Changyi is less talented, but she can stay with the old man. Thinking of this, Master Xuandu was somewhat relieved and sent a message to Changyi. Changyi, do you want to travel to another world? He planned to bring Changyi to the Yuanshi world so that he could take care of her. But Changyi's reply made Master Xuandu feel heartbroken. Uncle Xuandu, please contact me less in the future. I'm afraid that the Emperor will misunderstand me. Then Changyi added, Uncle Xuandu, I have to go to the Jinjuan conference of the Wat Palace first. The Emperor said that he can help me to be promoted to Jinjuan. Maybe there is hope for Daluo. Hee. Master Xuandu's fists began to harden. I have 2 daughters. At least leave one for me. Wuhuang Palace. The first Panga Universe Jinjuan conference was successfully held under the chairmanship of Li Huanyan. At the beginning of the meeting, Li Huanyan first clarified the purpose of the Jinjuan conference. First, the Daluo will help the Daluo later, and finally achieve a common Daluo. Chapter 547 Li Huanyan, losing money in business, giving benefits to the family. The purpose of the Jinjuan conference has caused a shock to all the Jinjuan masters. They have heard of this slogan before, but have never seen anyone actually do it. But Li Huanyan made a big scene this time. It doesn't seem like a lie. Madam, are you serious? Of course. Li Huanyan said seriously. I am a mediocre talent, and I know the pain of practicing and evolving. If it weren't for Chansheng helping me, I would never be here today. Today I convened the Jinjuan conference because I want to pass on the experience that Chansheng taught me to you, so that everyone can make progress together. Why do you do this? Because I am a good person. The whole audience was silent. Li Huanyan's reputation is indeed not as big as Li Changxi and Yu Linglong. Li Changxi has now completely replaced the status of Taiyin Xingjuan, and has previously confronted Ho Tu Nyang once. And then various major forces began to focus on her. Yu Linglong entered the sight of all the major forces earlier than Li Changxi. The direct descendant of the Tai Ching lineage would never be ignored. Compared with him, Li Huanyan, the demon girl of the Hahuan sect who worshipped under the Holy Mother Yuan Jun, looked a little mediocre. Being the daughter-in-law of the goddess Nua is indeed worthy of attention. But Li Huanyan has devoted all her attention to serving the goddess Nua, and has no spare energy to make a name for herself in the outside world. So the world does not know Li Huanyan very well. But when Li Huanyan said this, everyone was still confused. Even if you are a good person, you have already advanced to Daluo. Why are you willing to help those who have not yet achieved Daluo? Didn't the first Daluo suppress those who hadn't yet become Daluo? Otherwise, how did the external tribulation of Daluo come from? Li Huanyan told them that she was not that kind of person. Everyone, please believe me. I am here to set a new trend for the prehistoric fairyland. And I want to bring a new atmosphere to the prehistoric fairyland. The Nua palace was silent again. In the main hall, Empress Nua couldn't hold it back. Huanyan's mouth is really a coincidence. Ji Changsheng, who was massaging Empress Nua's shoulders, nodded in agreement. Yes, it's a coincidence. He had a deep understanding. The skills of the Huan demon girl were still too good. Empress Nua? Are you thinking about something unhealthy again? Ji Changsheng immediately said seriously, Mom, how can you talk like that? You know, benevolence is in the eye of the benevolent. And what a person sees is often his true thoughts. Empress Nua complained, I'm not a human being. Ji Changsheng. It's well reasoned and cannot be refuted. Nua didn't delve into the topic and continued to complain. Do you think Huanyan can fool these true lords? Ji Changsheng said calmly, Mom, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by fooling? Huanyan is telling the truth. With my arrival, the prehistoric fairyland will definitely have a new atmosphere. The Great Luo tribulation and selfishness will become history from now on. I am here to set a new trend for the prehistoric fairyland, and let these old-fashioned Great Luos see that as long as everyone is willing to give a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Nua, speak human language. Ji Changsheng changed the subject. As long as everyone in the Panga universe is willing to give a little love, our Nua universe will definitely become a beautiful world. Puff. If Hong Jun and Panga could hear this, they would definitely beat you to death. It's okay. They can't hear it. You can't say this to these true lords either. I know Huanyan will translate my words with high emotional intelligence and tell them. Li Huanyan did exactly that. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The projection of Baiying Palace immediately appeared in the air. In the projection, Ji Changsheng took Li Huanyan to Baiying Palace to ask the Saint Tai Ching for guidance. Li Huanyan was like Boss Jia, who was going to return to China next week, wielding all the power on the stage and fooling the group of big nags below. You may not know me well, but being a true lord means that everyone is now a powerful person who plays an important role in the heavens and the worlds. The number of Daluo strongmen has not yet begun to expand, and the true lord strongmen are indeed powerful in the prehistoric fairy world. The 7 great saints before were actually true lords. I believe that everyone can use their own channels, or find people from the G party to find out, and they should be able to give my information. Without Li Huanyan saying anything, the group of Zinjins below have already started collecting Li Huanyan's information. After reading Li Huanyan's information, all the Zinjins were really amazed. In their judgment, Li Huanyan probably doesn't even have the talent of Xinjuan. But now, Li Huanyan is instructing them on how to advance to Daluo. It has to be said that this contrast is indeed more convincing. If the Tai Ching Saint really came to teach them how to advance to Daluo, they would not be able to learn it. The methods that geniuses can use cannot be used by ordinary people. But the methods that fools can use can generally be used by ordinary people. Li Huanyan said self-deprecatingly. Compared with the gentleman present here, I am an absolute stupid cultivator. I can say that I can get to where I am today by 1 point of hard work and 99 points by choice. The true lords felt the Daluo aura emanating from Li Huanyan, and were all speechless. Is this showing off? This is definitely showing off. But they are still listening carefully, because they really think that Li Huanyan is a fool in terms of cultivation talent compared to them. At the beginning, Changsheng had no idea about helping me cultivate, including my mother, who was not very good at teaching people to cultivate. So Changsheng took me to the Baiying Palace to ask the Tai Ching Saint. The scene you see is the scene of us asking the Tai Ching Saint. The main hall. Nua Nyang asked in surprise, Changsheng, there is such a thing? Why don't I know it? Ji Changsheng explained, Mom, this is the illusion I created with Yoguang Luohuan. Nua Nyang. Awesome. She didn't see it because she didn't look carefully just now. After hearing what Ji Changsheng said, Nua looked at it again and found traces of illusion. Your illusion has improved again. Indeed, My talent in cultivation is much better than Huanyan's. But how dare you use illusion to arrange Tai Ching? Even Noah dared not do this. Ji Changsheng was very calm. I will let my uncle take responsibility for this matter. I said it happened. My uncle said it happened. Who can say it is false? What can Noah say? She couldn't accuse it of being false. She could only sigh. You have a hold on Tai Ching. It's not a trick. Uncle is a smart man. We are mutually beneficial. Ji Changsheng said, I still have 20% of the shares in the future Sanqing universe. Uncle doesn't dare to let me fall now. Of course. Ji Changsheng can't let Tai Ching Saint fall. Ji Changsheng really promised to give out 10% of the shares of the future Noah universe. Noah doesn't care about this. She never eats alone. From the 4 emperors of the demon race to the 6 saints of the heavenly way, including after creating the human race, she did not stop the Tai Ching Saint from establishing the human religion. Noah, who is good at investment and operation, knows that you can make more money by making the pie bigger. If you hold 100% of a small shop on the roadside, you may end up working for the landlord. If you only have 1% of the shares of the first company in the universe, you can be on the list of the richest people in the universe. Be willing to give up, and you will gain only if you give up. For Noah, who is unwilling to stand in front of the stage and do things personally, it is necessary to give up some shares. Just don't deduct the year-end bonus that should be given to her. While Ji Changsheng was talking to Noah, Li Huanyan was still fooling around. Cross out. Li Huanyan was making an impassioned speech. Unfortunately, Changsheng asked the Saint Tai Ching how to help me practice. But the Saint Tai Ching didn't have a very good solution. And the evaluation given by the Saint Tai Ching was very heartbreaking. In the projection, the Saint Tai Ching said directly, Changsheng, I can't help you with this. Although I am good at training disciples, the talents of the disciples are there. Li Huanyan's talent is too poor, and a rotten wood cannot be carved. Ji Changsheng was very anxious. Please give me some advice. Uncle, does Huanyan have any way to counterattack? It's difficult, unless you replace Luoho and completely master the evolution authority. When the Tai Ching Saint said this, the projection disappeared instantly. Li Huanyan waved her jade hand, and it seemed that the door of the Wahuang Palace was slowly closing. The group of true lords could even hear the real sound of the door closing. Although this was just a special effect added by Ji Changsheng using illusion. What Hollywood industrial special effects are not worth mentioning in front of Yoguang Luohuan? Li Huanyan's expression became serious. Gentlemen, this is the Wahuang Palace. Let's say a few words behind closed doors. To be honest with you, I have asked Noah to set up a band personally. The content of our meeting in this hall will not be leaked after leaving the Wahuang Palace. Noah spoke at the right time, and her voice reached the ears of every true lord. Everyone, please speak freely. What Huanyan said is true. What Li Huanyan said did not reassure the true lords. But Noah spoke personally, and all the true lords were relieved. After all, the true lords all know their own limitations, and they have no right to let Noah deceive them. But in fact, Noah did not speak at all. It was still Ji Changsheng who used Yoguang Luohuan to simulate Noah's tone. Although Noah did not mind speaking in person to help Li Huanyan. As good sons and daughters-in-law, Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan had a common purpose. If it is possible not to ask Noah to take action directly, then we must not ask Noah to take action directly. Good steel should be used on the blade. You cannot develop a habit of relying on Noah. Nor can you bother Noah all day long. That is not a long-term way to get along. Among all the strongmen present, Yang Jian was probably the only one who discovered the clue. He came with Yang Chan, worried that Yang Chan would be sold out by Ji Changsheng and others, and helped them count the money. However, Yang Jian glanced at Yang Chan, who was immersed in excitement at this time, and did not speak out. So far, Li Huanyan has not yet revealed his true intentions. Yang Jian has not seen where it is disadvantageous to Yang Chan, so he chose to wait and see. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him, Li Huanyan began to get to the point. As the head of the 3 pure ones, the method given by the Saint Tai Ching is certainly not aimless. Please think carefully. If the strong people below Daluo want to be promoted, are they all under the control of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor? Many true lords nodded subconsciously. And the true lord's sprint to Daluo was originally the domain of the demon ancestor Luoho. The true lords nodded again. In fact, many of the true lords present have dealt with Luoho. The next step for the true lord is Daluo. They were not unfamiliar with the demon ancestor Luoho. and even many true masters had visited Luoho. Li Huanyan emphasized again, there are some things that I will not admit once I leave this door. But today we are all family. And since we are family, we should not say two different things. To be honest, Luoho has indeed been replaced by Changsheng. The whole audience was in an uproar. In fact, in the outside world, many Daliu have confirmed this. But it has not been completely spread in the circle of true masters. After all, the time is too short. Luoho died yesterday. Of course, the news in the circle of true masters is not as fast as that in the circle of Daliu. The determination of the true masters is not as strong as that of Daliu. The most important thing is that Luoho can't control Daliu. But he can pinch the dead point of the true master. Li Huanyan's admission of this matter will naturally cause an uproar among the powerful true lords. Li Huanyan raised his hand to suppress everyone's noise, and said loudly, so everyone should have realized that the complete authority of evolution is now in Changsheng's hands. Whoever Changsheng wants to promote has the hope of promotion. Whoever Changsheng doesn't want to promote, even if you have the appearance of a saint, there is no chance of promotion. After a pause, Li Huanyan smiled. I am the first Daliu that Changsheng personally promoted with the Rahu authority. When you see me, you should understand how powerful the authority Changsheng has now. If I can become Daliu with my talent, 90% of the true lords present can theoretically do so. The Wahuang Palace was noisy again. The eyes of many true lords were already full of fanaticism. This time, Li Huanyan did not stop everyone's discussion. Because among the true lords present, there were also navy troops arranged. Now is the time for them to play a role. With the authority of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor plus the authority of Luoho, the Changsheng Emperor is indeed going to defy the heavens. The evolutionary authority in his hands even exceeds that of the saints. The method chosen by the Taiching saint is certainly not wrong. Not only that, don't forget that the Changsheng Emperor has another Taoist partner, the Taiyin Star Lord. I really forgot. Thank you for reminding me. The Taiyin Star Lord, who controls the evolutionary authority of all monsters, is the only one who can produce the Emperor's flowing liquid and control the monsters below Daliu tightly. In this way, the Changsheng Emperor has completed the complete closure of the upstream and downstream of the evolutionary chain. He has a monopoly. Yes, Ji Changsheng has a monopoly on the evolution authority. Nuan Yangyang is also talking about this. Hong Jun is stupid. He actually let you monopolize the evolution authority. Ji Changsheng said calmly, in my godfather's opinion, this is no big deal. He certainly didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect you to be such a beast. Nuan Yangyang helped Hong Jun to make up for it. And there are many monopolies, and few can be as good as you. Hong Jun has no experience in this area. Theoretically, the 6 saints of the Heavenly Tao actually monopolized part of the Heavenly Tao industry, including Haotian. It is completely possible to achieve a monopoly on the Heavenly Court. Ho too can completely achieve a monopoly on the reincarnation. But none of them expanded on the basis of monopoly. In Ji Changsheng's opinion, this is a waste. Monopoly industry is not played like this. If he is given the same authority, Ji Changsheng can directly turn the world upside down. For example, now. In fact, the evolution authority is not necessarily better than the authority of the great heavenly venerable, the authority of reincarnation, the authority of Buddhism, and the authority of creating people. It's just that the people who use it are different. The 6 saints, the emperors of heaven and earth, are still too conservative. Ji Changsheng has always been a radical. At this time, the water army Jiao Tianxian Nu, who had been arranged by Li Huanyan, raised her hand to ask a question. Huanyan, there is no free lunch in the world. Tell me, what can the Emperor Changsheng do to help us get promoted? As Li Huanyan's direct senior sister, Jiao Tianxian Nu was actively approached by Li Huanyan. And of course she was happy to be this agent. Other true lords want to be water army, but have no chance yet. Ji Changsheng had promised Jiao Tianxian Nu that he would help her improve. But Jiao Tianxian Nu didn't expect it to be so fast. Looking at Li Huanyan, Jiao Tianxian Nu had a deep jealousy in her eyes. Her cultivation talent is much better than Li Huanyan's. But now it seems that her vision of men is much worse than Li Huanyan's. Xian Yuan, you are really useless. Jiao Tianxian Nu is disappointed. Li Huanyan didn't know that Jiao Tianxian Nu had so many thoughts now. She was fooling step by step, although I really want to help everyone get promoted for free. Changsheng is not me. And the evolution authority is in his hands after all. Chongqing is still too busy and has no time to deal with these trivial matters. So he gave me full authority. After clarifying her position as the CEO of Evolution Company, Li Huanyan got to the point. With my efforts, I got the biggest discount ever for my family from Chongqing. I guarantee that everyone will not be able to buy food. It's a loss. You won't be fooled. It must be worth the money. Nuan Yongyang couldn't help complaining when she heard this. How many videos of live streaming hosts have you watched? Ji Chongsheng said. I didn't watch many. I just searched it directly. If you deceive fools, can the true lords believe it? Ji Chongsheng explained. Mom, you can't assume that all the true lords have brains. As soon as Ji Chongsheng finished speaking, Yang Chan, who was not a water army, shouted, Young madam, don't say anything. I'll buy it. Li Huanyan swore to the sky that this was really not a water army. Is Yang Chan so easy to deceive? She was shocked. If she was so easy to deceive, why hasn't Yang Jian deceived her for so many years? Li Huanyan felt that she could fool Yang Chan into stripping naked and lying on the bed in an hour. She obviously didn't know that Yang Jian was playing pure love. The pure love god of war Yang Jian quickly pulled his sister. Li Huanyan also quickly connected. He took out the map of mountains, rivers and states. Below, I got the ultimate benefit for my family from Chongqing and my mother. Tickets from the new world. The new world is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. We all have an unlimited future. Only the true lords, who get the tickets to the new world, can become the first batch of Chongqing's assistants targets. The new world. Unlimited opportunities. With the opportunity to be promoted to Daluo. Loss-making business. No waiting after expiration. This time is completely to make friends with my family. As long as you place your true spirit imprint in the new world. We are a real family. Chapter 548 Daluo lowers the price. Mother and son talk at night. Putting the true spirit mark in the new world is Li Huanyan's high EQ statement. Translated, it means, if you want to get a ticket to the new world, sell your life to me first. Mastering the true spirit marks of these true lords is equivalent to mastering their lifeblood. You can kill them whenever you want. This request is of course a little bit excessive. But in fact, Han Jun also did this in the prehistoric fairyland. Han Jun did it. So why can't Ji Chongsheng? Bullying an honest man? Isn't this request a bit too much? As soon as someone questioned, the leader of the navy, Jiao Tianxian knew, became angry. What's too much? This is clearly Huanyan giving us benefits. That's right. If you can be promoted to Daluo by entrusting the true spirit seal, we would have been Daluo long ago. Han Jun holds your true spirit seals in his hands. And you didn't object. The young lady asked you to use the true spirit seals to exchange for the opportunity to be promoted to Daluo. But you are all unhappy. You are really cheap bones. These idiots have been kneeling for too long and can't stand up. This is indeed a real benefit. The young lady really treats us as a family. The navy troops exerted their strength. And those true lords, who still had objections, immediately shut up. Many true lords even subconsciously began to reflect. Is it really my fault? Cha Sheng, aren't you afraid of provoking these true lords' rebellious psychology by doing this? Asked Nua. She certainly saw the traces of manipulation by the navy. Ji Chongsheng was very calm. There is definitely a rebellious psychology. But whether it can be stimulated depends on whether there is external guidance. Most true lords don't have the courage to stand up and make a call. Moreover, they are just a mob. A mob? Nuan Yongyang didn't expect Ji Chongsheng to look down on this group of Xinjuan so much. Ji Chongsheng explained, Mom, I don't look down on them. When these engines are pulled out separately, as independent individuals, they all have their own distinct personality characteristics. But when these engines gather together and integrate into the group, all their personalities will be submerged by the group. And independent thoughts will immediately be replaced by the group's thoughts. And when a group exists, it will inevitably have characteristics such as emotionality, lack of objections, and low IQ. Nuan Yongyang thought, is this group psychology? Yes. Ji Chongsheng praised Nuan Yongyang, Mom, you have a really strong learning ability. Previously, Nuan Yongyang was unlikely to pay attention to these psychological studies that were useless to her. But now Nuan Yongyang has also begun to learn humbly. As long as you learn, you will make progress immediately. Ji Chongsheng continued, when people are in a group, their IQ is seriously reduced. In order to gain recognition, Individuals are willing to abandon right and wrong and use their IQ to exchange for a sense of belonging that makes people feel safe. That's why I call them a mob. Nuan Yang felt the performance of this group of true lords and slowly began to nod. This summary is still reasonable. But the level of this group of true lords is still too low. If you pull Tontian here, he will definitely not follow blindly. Ji Chansheng thought of Tontian Jiaoju's performance and admired Nuan Yang more and more. Mom, you can give examples. Tontian is a stubborn kid. And he is indeed not a mob. He is a freak. Being able to go through wind and rain and remain true to one's original intention is also a kind of ability. Tontian Jiaoju's mentality destined him not to be Pue. And these true lords can't even compare to him. Ji Chansheng didn't have the same strong mentality as Tontian Jiaoju. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost heated, Li Huanyan spoke again to control the situation, so as to avoid a large-scale rebellion by the true lords. Please be patient and listen to me slowly. The true spirit seal seems precious, but it is actually worthless to you, and to Chogsheng and me. Don't rush to refute. Think about it yourself. Is this the truth? Do you really think that your true spirit seal is in your hands now? The true lords began to think. The true spirit seal is equivalent to the origin of their souls, and it certainly seems to be in their own hands. But in fact, as long as they are in the Pangi universe, they are in the hands of the controller of the Pangi universe. Li Huanyan pierced through the superficial warmth and made these true lords begin to face reality. Admit it. Everyone. Your true spirit marks never belong to you, but to Daozu. As long as Daozu wants, he can kill you at any time. Of course, if you place your true spirit marks in the new world, the new world belonging to Nuwa will naturally carry your true spirits. In this way, everyone's life and death are also in the mind of Nuwa. I will not deceive you, nor will I deliberately disguise myself. I will tell you what the truth is, and I will never deceive myself. Li Huanyan did not shy away from this reality. You can't really treat these true lords as fools. She just clearly pointed out the interests and benefits involved. Both of them handed over the true spirit seal to each other. Daozu thought that all this was natural and would not give anyone any compensation, while Changsheng would give everyone the opportunity to advance to Daoyuo. Who is more sincere? I believe everyone can judge. And who is more merciful? Nuwa or Daozu? I believe everyone has the answer in their hearts. The true lords need time to judge, before they could think it through. Jiao Tianxian Nu asked again, Huanyan, what do you and Changsheng want our true spirit marks for? Li Huanyan corrected, it's not that we want everyone's true spirit marks, but we want to be a family with everyone. Only by being a family can we share the benefits among family members. And to become a family, of course, everyone needs to pay a pledge of allegiance. In fact, neither I, Changsheng, nor Nuan Yang are interested in everyone's true spirit marks. Everyone will be the same as before. This is not all nonsense. Under normal circumstances, they really won't do anything to these true lords. But if they can't protect themselves, these workers will certainly lose their jobs, and they will be buried with them. This will force these true lords to be deeply bound to their interests, and they must work hard for them. Hong Jun did this. Ji Changsheng must learn humbly. It's just that these things are too realistic. Li Huanyan hit it with emotional intelligence. The Lady of the Nine Heavens did not want a real result, but a reasonable answer. What can you get? The Lady of the Nine Heavens continued to ask. According to what you said, it seems that there is no benefit for you and Changsheng. Li Huanyan said sincerely, we can get everyone's friendship. A group of true lords. This really does not regard them as human beings. It is purely fooling fools. Li Huanyan also saw the disbelief of the true lords. She sighed in her heart. If only these true lords were Yang Chan. Then she began to reveal 1/10 of her sincerity. In addition, we can form a community of destiny with everyone. And from now on we will share the same breath and destiny. Whoever attacks us in the future is equivalent to infringing on everyone's common interests. And the family will punish him together. Jiao Tianxian Nu suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Huanyan, I understand now that you explained it this way. I, Jiao Tianxian Nu, will be the first to agree to something that is good for you, me, and everyone else. Jiao Tianxian Nu's entrustment was too obvious. Except for Yang Chan, who couldn't see it. Other Zenjins could basically see it. So other Zenjins didn't respond immediately. They were still deciding. But Yang Chan once again showed her unparalleled innocence. I agree too. Madam, you are so kind. I must join your fan club and get the first-hand benefits. After hearing this, she watched the live broadcast a lot. Li Huanyan was shocked again and looked at Yang Jian. Yang Jian hesitated, but looking at the ecstatic third sister, he once again imitated his uncle and endured it. Yang Jian now also understood that the third sister's IQ was hopeless. And as his uncle said, Ji Chansheng and the others would never touch Yang Chan. Not to mention killing Yang Chan. He only had a weakness when Yang Chan was alive. In this case, it is better to let Ji Chansheng and others help the third sister to improve. Although Yang Chan's IQ is not good, her cultivation talent is really good. And now she is already a late-stage Jinjuan realm strongman. Yang Jian can no longer help. Including Haoyan. He can no longer help. But Ji Chansheng can. For the future of the third sister. For the future that the third sister said was related to her own happiness. Yang Jian decided to maintain his cooperative relationship with the Ji party. More friends. More roads. At such a young age, you can't block all the roads in advance. Seeing that Yang Jian did not stop Yang Chan, a Jinjuan finally moved. Jiao Tianxian knew might be a shill. And Yang Jian and Yang Chan might also be shills. But if Li Huanyan can ask them to be his agents, it means that this project can be participated in. They are not worth Li Huanyan's big plan to deceive. However, although they are tempted, it is a matter of life and death. So the true lords are not so anxious. Jade Dingzhenren stood up and asked, "Young madam, I have something I don't understand." Many true lords saw Jade Dingzhenren stand up, and all perked up. Li Huanyan's expression also became serious. Jade Dingzhenren is Yang Jian's mentor, and one of the 12 direct disciples under Yuanshi Tianwang. Among the 12 Yushu immortals, Jade Dingzhenren can be ranked among the upper 4 immortals. He has both qualifications and strength. And he is not a person arranged by Li Huanyan. With Jade Dingzhenren's status, even if Guanyin Bodhisattva speaks, it is difficult to convince him to be a puppet. After all, Jade Dingzhenren has a Daluo disciple under him and a saint teacher above him. This background is very convincing. Li Huanyan is ready. "Master, please speak." Master Yuding is a sword cultivator. He is as direct and sharp as he is in his sword. He asked bluntly, "We have transferred the true spirit seal from the Hongwang immortal realm to the new world. Will it have no effect on our strength?" "No effect." Li Huanyan answered without hesitation, even due to the insufficient carrying capacity of the new world. The true Lord realm is temporarily the peak strength. In the new world, your status will be higher. This is all true. But what Li Huanyan didn't say was that he would help open up the wasteland. Opening up the new world. You have to face not only opponents, but also the unknown nature. The power of the world itself is the most dangerous thing for the pioneers. Master Yuding guessed that the 12 Yushu immortals were relatively old, and they still remembered the wild era. However, the 12 immortals of Yushu were much more adaptable to that era than the later generations now. Let them go back and experience it again. At least Yuding Zhenren, the sword cultivator who was stuck at the gate of Daluo, did not object, because he knew that there might be an opportunity to go further. He was worried about other aspects. Although we are not Daluo, we are not unknown in the prehistoric fairyland. If a large number of Jinjuan leave the prehistoric fairyland, even Daozu will pay attention to it. If Daozu descends with thunderous wrath, how can we deal with it? Yuding Zhenren said what the Zenjins were most worried about. Although the statement is not to blame the masses. But when Daozu is angry, the universe changes color. Everyone is afraid of Hongjuan's punishment. Li Huanyan was also prepared for this. Zhenren can rest assured. Daozu will be unable to split himself soon. Because Pangu is resurrected? In the Battle of Lion Camel Ridge, the Dapeng golden-winged eagle fought vigorously, and finally caused the end of the saint. This matter must be a big deal. The news of Pangu's resurrection did not spread widely. Han Jun deliberately controlled the scope of communication to avoid causing large-scale panic. But Yuding Zhenren was not an ordinary person. As a disciple of a saint, Yuding Zhenren was much more informed than ordinary people. So he accepted Li Huanyan's explanation. Yuding Zhenren did not expect that he misunderstood Li Huanyan's meaning this time. Li Huanyan explained, in addition to Pangu, Chansheng will soon become a saint. The Wat Palace was in an uproar again, and Yuding Zhenren's eyes began to be confused. It was not just Yuding Zhenren. Even Yang Jian began to look confused. What is this? Didn't he just become a Daluo? How did he suddenly become a saint? Without taking a break? The 6 saints back then didn't move so fast. I know this is incredible. But Changsheng is indeed a miracle maker. If you don't believe it, you can sign a contract first. After Changsheng becomes a saint, and the disputes in the prehistoric fairy world reemerge, everyone can enter the new world to avoid danger. Li Huanyan's high emotional intelligence made the opening of Wasteland for them into a new world to avoid danger. At the same time, the time was set after Ji Changsheng became a saint, eliminating the worries of all the true monarchs. If Ji Changsheng became a saint, Han Jun would really not care about them. The true monarchs still have this self-knowledge. Yu Dingzhenren naturally has more. Although he didn't understand why Ji Changsheng could improve so quickly, he felt Li Huanyan's sincerity. And he also felt Ji Changsheng's strength and confidence. If Changsheng the Great Emperor really becomes a saint, I have no objection. Yu Dingzhenren made a decisive decision. Master has always been on good terms with the Great Emperor Changsheng. As the descendant of Yushu, we naturally want to deepen our cooperation. Welcome to join the new world and become our family. Li Huanyan smiled sincerely. With Yu Dingzhenren as an example, other Xinjuan strongmen also began to respond. Count me in. I also want to see the scenery of the new world. I don't care whether it's Daluo or not. I just want to be a family with you. What a coincidence. Me too. The Xinjians are not unaware that they are standing in line at this time. Standing in line is a big deal. It can also be said that it is the most dangerous thing. And the new world is definitely not as simple as Li Huanyan said. There must be other dangers behind it. The average IQ of the Xinjuan strongmen is several times higher than the average IQ of the family members in the live broadcast room of the live broadcast anchor. But it's useless. Because the family members want to take advantage. The Xinjuan also want to take advantage. In essence, they are no different. In fact, the desire of the Xinjuan is even stronger. They really want to make progress. For this reason, even if they take some risks, they can completely accept it. It's never just fools who are deceived. Sometimes smart people are deceived more. For example, there are many wealthy retail investors who have lost their fortunes in the stock market. They can't be said to be stupid if they can make so much money. But they still go forward one after another to help take over the market with their hard-earned money. Greed cannot be controlled. The same is true for Xinjuan. Looking at the true lords who rushed to give their lives in the Nua palace, the traces of time clearly appeared in the eyes of the Nua goddess. It's exactly the same. Repeating over and over again. Ah? Ji Changsheng didn't understand. Mom, what are you sighing about? When the demon clan heaven was established, it was also a similar scene, including the war between witches and liches. I can see similar scenes every time. There is really nothing new in the prehistoric fairyland. Nua goddess shook her head, and her tone was still sighing, even though many of them are obviously talented and brilliant. But every time at the end, they are basically scattered in the flames of war. All wisdom and experience, in the face of the long river of time, seem to be worthless. And the cycle will always repeat. So far, there is no exception. Ji Changsheng is still young. And of course, he doesn't have the deep feelings of Nua in this regard. This is the first time he has experienced such a thing. So he just thinks it's natural. Mom, isn't this a very normal thing? The only lesson that all intelligent creatures can learn from history is that they never learn from history. This is not exclusive to the human race. I know. But you are still young. When you reach my age and see more similar things, you will understand how I feel now. I have seen many similar things in history. And Ho too has already summed up this experience. I just need to apply it. The Qin people had no time to mourn themselves. And later generations mourned them. Later generations mourned but did not learn from them. And later generations also mourned later generations. It must be said that in this regard, Ho Tu's reincarnation is indeed unique. If we talk about the summary of the experience of failure, Ho Tu dares to admit that she is second. And no one dares to admit that she is first. What a pity. The experience summarized by Ho Tu herself has already explained. Even if she understands the reasons for all the failures of her predecessors, she still cannot avoid the failure that will occur next. This seems to be a historical necessity. So far, I have not seen anyone who can escape this cycle. Blue Star, as a test field for Ho Tu's reincarnation, has been simulated so many times by Ho Tu, but it has not escaped the laws of history. Before I left, S3 also began to stir. In a world where human productivity is obviously overflowing, there is still widespread poverty. Even if the leaders are all human, internal conflicts can still intensify to the level of world war. Mom, there are no exceptions to this kind of thing. So even if they are all human, Ji Changsheng will not show mercy when killing people. Expecting the same race to unite to fight against foreign enemies was something he would only fantasize about when he was a child. When he grew up, he knew that it was impossible. There is no such thing as the same race. You treat others as human beings. But do they treat you as human beings? Whether it is the human race, the demon race, or other races, there are only meat eaters and eaten. The grand epic will always exist. But in the end, it will always be a mess. So Ji Changsheng simply skipped the beginning, skipped the middle, speed through the ending, and it was over. The grand epic was left to great figures, like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to create. He did not pursue things that were destined to be destroyed and deteriorated. He pursued to become an existence like the 6 saints, Pangu and Hong Jun. Give your strength to yourself. At least don't treat yourself badly. Cha Sheng. Can the future Nua universe escape this cycle? Asked Nua. Ji Changsheng spread his hands. Mom, you are really making it difficult for me. Anyway, at present, I definitely think I can't. I have seen countless smart people who have caused a country to be ruined because of some seemingly stupid mistakes. I have never doubted their IQ and ability. So I can only think that this is the inevitable development of history. New world. New beginning. You try it later. Nguyen Yang handed the burden to her son without hesitation. If you can explore a new model to jump out of this cycle, you will surpass Ho Tuesday. Ji Changsheng. Why should I surpass Ho Tu? To please me. Is it enough? Enough? Absolutely enough. Ji Changsheng answered without hesitation. For his mother, he can do anything. Dedicate yourself to your work until your death. Nguyen Yang regained her smile. Don't think I'm making things difficult for you. Cha Sheng. You have to realize that there are not many roads ahead of you. And there are fewer and fewer places for you to learn. Ji Changsheng blinked. There are quite a lot. There are saints, Pangu, and Hong Jun above me. I still have a long way to go. For others, the road is still very long. But for you, the road is almost over. If you compare the road you want to improve to a book, then the progress at this time can reach 90% or even 95%. Because you are walking too fast. Speaking of this, Nguyen Yang's tone was also somewhat helpless. The speed of Changsheng Emperor is not only shocking to outsiders. Even his own people can't accept it. Originally, Nguyen Yang was too lazy to care about Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan in a day. But Ji Changsheng convinced her. If I don't see Ji Changsheng for a day, what if Pangi Universe is gone tomorrow? So Li Huanyan held the Jinjuan conference next door. And Nguyen Yang still gave Ji Changsheng a chance to massage herself. Now in the prehistoric fairyland, drastic changes may occur every half an hour. Even if she is a saint, Nguyen Yang dare not lie down recklessly anymore. It is necessary to receive first-hand information in time to keep up with the development of the situation. Otherwise, due to information asymmetry, your version will fall behind and capsize in the gutter. The initiator of all this cannot be said to be 100% blamed on Ji Changsheng. But 80% of the blame on Ji Changsheng is definitely no problem. Cha Sheng. Your strength is improving fast now because there are pioneers who have helped you pave the way and open the ascending channel. So you only need to choose the fastest way to move forward. There is no problem. Have you ever thought about how you will go after you surpass me and Hong Jun one day? Ji Changsheng answered as a matter of course. I haven't thought about it. How can I have time to think so far? Nguyen Yang. You really don't have time. It must be admitted that Changsheng Emperor's time is precious. He really doesn't have time to think about these things. If Ji Changsheng had time, it would not be Li Huanyan's turn to eat the chicken. But you will be free soon, Nguyen Yang said. Ji Changsheng said modestly, Mom, you really think too highly of me. The gap between you and me is bigger than the sky. If I want to catch up with Hong Jun, I will have to start with billions of years. Nguyen Yang slapped him directly. Speak human language. Are you trying to fool a fool? In the time unit of Changsheng Emperor, there has never been a concept of billions of years. Ji Changsheng said helplessly, Mom, I understand what you mean. But this is really not the problem I am considering now. Besides, it is not so easy to surpass the saints and then the Taoist ancestors. You know, it took me a long time to become a Daluo. Your long time means several days? Nguyen Yang was speechless. Ji Changsheng had a reason. Aren't a few days long for me? Nguyen Yang. Unable to refute. Wait until I reach the level of Hong Jun. Then consider the future. Ji Chongqing's plan for his future is very simple. Seize the present. Who knows what will happen in the next second? Thinking about next year's problems, when you may not be able to survive tomorrow, is a waste of time in Ji Chongqing's view. He never wastes time. And veteran strongmen like Nguyen Yang Yang never care about time. She sees farther. Originally, it was difficult for you to catch up with Hong Jun. But you are about to become a saint. Once the saints start fighting, the three pure ones leave, and Pangu enters the game. There is a good chance that Hong Jun will be defeated. If Hong Jun and Pangu both lose, if the Pangu universe is really destroyed by you, Cha Sheng, in the Nua universe, you may be the number one figure. Ji Chongqing corrected him. Mom, you are the eternal sky in the Nua universe, and I will always be under you. I don't care. Nguyen Yang Yang just lay down. Ji Chongqing, are you really that lazy? Nguyen Yang Yang told him that she was really that lazy. I will never fight for the first place in the world. The first place is too hot. Whoever wants to sit can sit there. But I will definitely not sit there. Nguyen Yang Yang said, I like the second to fourth place. This ranking is the safest in my opinion. And I have always done so. So even if there is a chance to go further, Nguyen Yang Yang will not fight for it. The first place will become the target of public criticism. The last place will become the object of oppression. The best ecological niche in her eyes is the second to fourth place. Neither will be regarded as a thorn in the eye, nor will it be regarded as an ant. All parties must be won over. And she can also lie down. Perfect. What can Ji Chongqing say? Although he hopes his mother will become a phoenix, he can't force Nua. Right? So once you get Pangu and Hong Jun down, you have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. There is no one in front of you. And you have to do things that have not been done by your predecessors. Otherwise, you will stagnate and even be surpassed by others. You have now proved your learning and imitation abilities. When you really make the Nua universe in the future, you will need your pioneering and innovative abilities. Cha Sheng, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Ji Chongqing refused to be prepared for danger in times of peace. At least today. Mom, today's work is done today. It's really hard to say how I will go in the future. I will first finish off the paths of Pangu and Hong Jun. Nua, don't worry. If you really want to lie down, I will try my best to open the way. Ji Chongqing was helpless to have a mother who didn't dare to be the first in the world. Tai Ching Saint said of non-action governance. Tai Ching himself didn't do it, but Noah learned it 100%. In fact, if you really become the best in the world, you don't necessarily need to continue to open up the way forward. Ji Lao Mo's learning ability has always been very strong. It's hard to compare the best, but it's easy to compare the worst. As long as I keep killing the second in the world, the first position is stable. Instead of improving yourself, it's better to belittle others. Learn from Jiang. Nua said faintly, what if I'm the second in the world? Then I'll kill the third in the world. And I'll lie down with my mother. Get lost? Nua herself didn't have ambition. But she was still angry at her eldest son, who was also lying down. Ji Chongqing followed suit. He rolled to the side hall. He went to help Li Huanyan stand up. Li Huanyan was not expecting Ji Chongqing's sudden appearance. Cha Sheng, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Li Huanyan was a little worried that Ji Chongqing would be liquidated afterwards. This matter was hosted by her. If it succeeded in the end, she would get the biggest benefit. If it failed, she would certainly bear the biggest blame. But if Ji Chongqing came out to support her and lost in the end, Ji Chongqing would not be able to clear himself. Although everyone with a discerning eye knew that Li Huanyan dared to do this, she must have obtained Ji Chongqing's consent. But knowing is useless. Without evidence, you can't do anything to Ji Chongqing. But Ji Chongqing openly supported Li Huanyan. The nature is different. At that time, even if Hong Jun wanted to turn a blind eye, he couldn't do it. Surface work is very important. The higher you are, the more important surface work is. This will give each other a buffer space. Ji Chongqing certainly understands this better. But he still came. In front of all the true lords. He held Li Huanyan's hand. He also smiled and greeted several acquaintances. Shall you work hard? After your strength reaches the peak of the true lord realm, I will immediately help you to advance to Daluo. Being promised by Ji Chongqing in public. Yu Lao Mo's face flushed with excitement. Chongqing really still has me in his heart. Although this son must not dare to recognize him now. But it doesn't matter. In his heart, he has already won. If his son is a hero, I must be a hero too. At least I have to become a Daluo. Otherwise I will lose Chongqing's people. Yu Lao Mo solemnly said, don't worry. Cha Sheng. I will become a Daluo within 100 years. Other true lords immediately cast envious eyes. To be promoted to Daluo within 100 years is the dream of almost all the true lords. But Ji Chongsheng shook his head and said, it doesn't take 100 years. Within half a year, I will definitely help you to be promoted to Daluo. Xiao Yu. Don't underestimate yourself. Your potential is unlimited. Ji Chongsheng patted Yu Lao Mo's shoulder. He rekindled Yu Lao Mo's ambition. Chongsheng is such a good kid. Unfortunately, his vision is not good enough. Li Huanyan. This demon girl is not worthy of Chongsheng at all. Yu Lao Mo wanted to persuade him again, but he swallowed his words after seeing Ji Chongsheng holding hands with his ex-wife. Forget it. Heroes are hard to resist demon girls. As long as Cha Sheng likes it, let him go, and I will help him supervise. Yu Lao Mo silently warned himself that he still had to continue to improve his strength to prevent Li Huanyan, the witch, from usurping the foundation that Chongsheng had worked so hard to build. Ji Chongsheng certainly didn't know that Xiao Yu had such rich psychological activities. After a brief chat with Xiao Yu, Ji Chongsheng turned his attention to Jiao Tian Xian Nu. Xian Nu. Xian Yuan will also enter the new world. Jiao Tian Xian Nu frowned slightly. Then he heard Ji Chongsheng continue, but his strength will be suppressed to the realm of Xinjuan. Jiao Tian Xian Nu's eyes suddenly lit up. Ji Chongsheng hinted, Xian Nu. You are Huanyan's senior sister. We are a family. I will try my best to help you where I can. The rest is up to you. Jiao Tian Xian Nu bowed and said, I'm sorry to bother the emperor. I will do my best. Senior sister is a witness to the journey of Huanyan and I. When Huanyan and I get married in the future, I will ask senior sister to be the host. Ji Chongsheng said, I think senior sister also has the appearance of Daluo. This opportunity is rare. I believe that in the near future, we will be able to see the heroic appearance of senior sister's promotion to Daluo. Hearing Ji Chongsheng's words, Jiao Tian Xian Nu subconsciously had the idea of giving Xian Yuan a hat. Emperor Chongsheng is really much more generous than Xian Yuan. I heard that Emperor Chongsheng also likes other people's women. TSK. It seems that she has a great chance. But she thought too much. Ji Chongsheng is really not that kind of person. He is here to help Li Huanyan stand up and share the pressure. By the way, let these true lords get on his pirate ship more wholeheartedly. If he doesn't show up and only Li Huanyan comes forward, those true lords who are still hesitating will continue to hesitate. And even those true lords who have already boarded the pirate ship will still be worried. But as long as he showed up, even if he didn't say anything, he would give the true lords a reassurance. Ji Chongsheng really didn't say anything meaningful. But what Ji Chongsheng said made the true lords feel that he had promised everything. And he was completely guaranteeing Li Huanyan. I think the cultivation talent of San Qingmu is not necessarily worse than you. Yang Jian. If you could become Daluo, then San Qingmu certainly has hope. As soon as Ji Chongsheng said this, Yang Chan immediately became happy. Could Yang Jian refute? He could only follow Ji Chongsheng's words and say, Sanmei's talent is better than mine. Ji Chongsheng and Li Huanyan said at the same time. Forget it. Yang Chan's cultivation talent is at least one level lower than Yang Jian's. Before Ji Chongsheng lowered the price of Daluo, the gold content of Daluo was very sufficient. Although Yang Jian also took a shortcut to become Daluo, he was still a genuine Daluo strongman. Ji Chongsheng and Jiao Mong failed to take the shortcut to Wuji Mountain that time. But Yang Jian succeeded. In terms of pure talent, Yang Jian is still better than Ji Chongsheng. But it's useless. The level of the women around them is too different. Many times, it's not about how long your strengths are, but how short your weaknesses are. Yang Jian's weaknesses are too short, which leads to his huge potential. But he can't play it out. But he doesn't care. There is no need to think that others are wasting their talents because of different pursuits. The pure love god of war wants pure love, not a future at all. Ji Chongsheng has always respected other people's choices. So he decided to protect Yang Jian's pure love. The third Holy Mother holds the precious Lotus Lantern. And her mind is clear and simple. The precious Lotus Lantern is also my mother's treasure. Which means that the cause and effect of the third Holy Mother and the Wat Palace have been established long ago. In the new world created by Nuwa, the third Holy Mother will definitely be favored by luck. Ji Chongsheng said this to Yang Jian. As expected, Yang Jian was completely relieved. And a sincere smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Emperor. Uncle. I tried to refuse, But I can't stop my third sister from running towards a better future. The recovery progress of Hao Tian's injury in Huangji Palace has increased again. In the Huang Palace, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan continued to chat and laugh. Ji Chansheng winked at Li Huanyan. Li Huanyan pulled Yang Chan aside to talk in private. Yang Jian realized that Ji Chansheng had something to say to him, and immediately isolated himself from the outside world to ensure that the content of their conversation would not be leaked. What Yang Jian didn't expect was that Ji Chansheng directly handed him a book. "What is this?" Ji Chansheng said. "I have read a book before. It feels very interesting. The true lord should like it." Yang Jian looked at the book cover in confusion, on which were written 7 big characters. "Life is long and hateful. Water flows eastward." Is this book related to me? Yang Jian did not realize at this time what kind of gift Ji Chansheng gave him. Ji Chansheng patted Yang Jian's shoulder, and at the same time patted the content of the book. "Life is long and hateful. Water flows eastward" into Yang Jian's body. A moment later, Yang Jian's eyes were filled with sadness, and then he was ecstatic. In short, the plot of this book is that the whole world backstabbed and misunderstood Yang Jian, especially Yang Chan, who misunderstood him the most. But Yang Jian always silently protected Yang Chan. In the end, Yang Chan knew the truth, and Yang Jian died, and Yang Chan regretted it. Love that cannot be obtained is the most touching. So after Yang Jian finished reading this book, his first reaction was sadness. The second reaction was ecstasy. He realized Ji Changxing's ultimate goal. As expected, a new world, a new beginning. I will let Huanyan play out the plot of this book in the new world. Yang Jian, I can only help you here. Yang Jian wanted to refuse the olive branch thrown by Ji Changsheng. This is the temptation of the devil. Which cadre can withstand such a test? He couldn't. So, he finally made an unexpected choice. The emperor is so kind and virtuous. Yang Jian has nothing to repay. Ji Changsheng smiled. You don't need to repay. I just hope you can be happy in the new world. Cut off Hao Tian's arm again. Hao Tian will become a lonely man. Of course. In this way, Hao Tian will continue to endure. Ji Chansheng comforted Yang Jian. Your life is complete. My goal is achieved. Hao Tian's strength is greatly improved. Everyone wins. And we all have a bright future. What can Yang Jian say? He can only perform a great gift to Ji Chansheng again. 1 minute later. Have you dealt with Yang Jian? Li Huanyan held Ji Changxing's hand, smiled, and asked in a low voice. Ji Chansheng also smiled. Once and for all. Huanyan, how do you feel now? Li Huanyan looked at the grand occasion of the Hua Palace and was very excited. All heroes in the world are within my reach. Everything is ready. Next, it is to become a saint. Chapter 549, Sainthood. Cha Sheng. As long as you become a saint, these true lords will all be ours. I know. Now he is the weather vane. As long as he becomes a saint, it will be a signal to take action. The situation in the universe will suddenly accelerate. To be honest, Ji Chansheng himself cannot grasp how the situation will develop after the acceleration. So he hesitated a little. Li Huanyan also saw Ji Changxing's hesitation. She was surprised. Bao, are you not confident? This is the first time she saw Ji Changsheng not confident. Ji Changsheng sighed. You have to understand that the opponent we are facing this time is different. Ji Changsheng rarely plays a disadvantageous game. But if the situation really starts to accelerate this time, they will be the underdog. Li Huanyan reacted. Are you under so much pressure? Of course. Before, we struggled under the saints, and our mother would support us even if the sky fell. This time, I have become a saint, and I have to sit at the table by myself. Our mother can't protect us, and the danger is countless times greater, although the chips in my hand are countless times larger, and the strength has increased countless times compared to before. But the remaining games are all high-end games. The chickens are eliminated. Every one of the opponents on the opposite side is stronger than him now. If you lose once, you may be doomed. Li Huanyan thought that Ji Changsheng was sure, so he came out to support him. After finding out that Ji Changsheng was not sure of winning at all, she got angry. Why did you come out to support me when you were not sure? You are hiding behind and fighting the proxy war. Nonsense. Do I really push the pressure to you? Ji Changsheng complained unhappily. Do you think I am Hao Tian? Changxing the Great has been able to gather the Ji party along the way. Not by endurance. Hao Tian is really strong, but he can't gather people's hearts. If you want people to work for you, You must pay enough money, and have enough personal charm. The latter is also very important. Because there are many bosses who can pay enough money. Halpyan is generous when he should be generous. But it's useless. Choices are 2A. Personal charm is an objective existence. Some people are very strong. But you just can't respect them, let alone work for them. Some people are poor and destitute. But you can respect them, and even be willing to follow them when they are down and out, betting that they can rise to the top in the future. There are countless such examples in history and reality. Ji Changsheng is not a lone ranger. So he will not do what he wants. When it is time to share the pressure with the people below, you should take the initiative to share it. No one is a fool to get to this point. If you don't treat others as human beings, why do you think they will work for you? Do you really think that the aura of a king is innate? You have to be down to earth in your work and finally make a call to the people. Li Huanyan is different from other people who work for Ji Changsheng. She is still Ji Changsheng's woman. Then Ji Changsheng can't just sit back and watch. The commander can't lead everything. But the final decisive battle is coming. And the commander is still hiding behind like a turtle. How can he win? Bao, you can't bear it. Ji Changsheng squeezed Li Huanyan's hand. I have become a saint. So there is no need to hide. And there is no need to insult Han Jun Pangu's IQ. The higher you go, the less room there is for defection and manipulation. And you have to compete with hard power. Li Huanyan began to panic. Her palms felt cold. Her ambitions just now were wiped out. Are we not strong enough? Of course not now. But if I become a saint, I can really influence the situation. Although I can't beat Han Jun head on. Then we are too impatient. Li Huanyan began to back down. She had been a little too smooth along the way recently. Although she had prepared for this failure before, she didn't take it as a matter of life and death. So she was still very relaxed. Ji Changsheng's solemnity now made Li Huanyan realize that things were a little different from what she thought. Baby, how about we slow down? Li Huanyan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. We are still young. Time is on our side. No, we are not young anymore. Time may not be on our side either. Ji Changsheng shook his head. Bao. Opportunities are hard to come by. They will never come back. We can get to where we are today because we have seized the opportunities given by God. The more so, the more we should understand that God will not always give us opportunities. Li Huanyan pursed her red lips. It was after Ji Changsheng succeeded in the Nuwa list that she decisively seized the opportunity of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady. And then she had her current status. She, like Ji Changsheng, understands the importance of opportunities. If she hadn't seized that opportunity at the beginning, now, she should still be in the world of immortality. God is not your relative. And he will only give you 1 or 2 opportunities to counterattack your life in your lifetime. If you seize it, you will rise to the top. If you can't seize it, you will be a cow and a horse for the rest of your life. Now the 3 pure ones are eyeing us covetously. Pangu is dormant in secret. And Hong Jun has appointed me to balance the situation. This is a once-in-a-million-year opportunity. If either side is defeated, we, the latecomers, will have no chance to rise again. If I can't grasp this opportunity, the yesterday of the 2 saints in the west will be my tomorrow. Do I still expect Hong Jun to really treat me as his son? And you know our talents. It's useless to rely on time to grind. We can only gamble on the big prize. Ji Changsheng's self-mockery made Li Huanyan realize the reality. Bao, you are right. Such an opportunity is rare. If you don't catch it, you will have to work for Hong Jun to pay off your debts. Although there is nothing wrong with being the second saint of the West to work for Hong Jun to pay off his debts. How many Daluo are vying for it, but have no chance? But if you have the opportunity to be the richest man, why should you have a father? After all, Ji Changsheng is not a congenital saint. There is no masochism. Moreover, whether it is Ji Changsheng or Li Huanyan, their talents are limited. Daluo has been stuck with Ji Changsheng for a long time. Without borrowing, there is basically no hope of becoming a saint. In fact, up to now, in terms of talent and potential, they have no room for improvement. This is also something Ji Changsheng cannot accept. If you follow the routine, there is no chance. You can only take a gamble. If you win the club model, everything will be over if you lose. Bao, I still think you should hide for 2 more days. Even if it's just 2 days, you can do a lot of things in secret. Li Huanyan said. I can't hide anymore. Just like you jumped out to host the Xinjiang conference this time. This is the battlefield for you to prove your name. And so do I. The weak don't have many chips, so they can only gamble their lives. If we want to really get on the table, we need to stand up with dignity. Hong Jun really established his position in several battles, and he personally took action. For example, suppressing Luoho, such as killing all the foundation of the demon clan. I really gained a foothold in the prehistoric fairyland, and I killed Lao Niu in public, and lost the face of Tontian sect master. Ji Changsheng thought it through. So although he had no choice, he could only step forward. I have figured it out. Every time a catastrophe comes, each party has a chance to win. God will not favor one party over another. But if you keep hiding in the back, you will definitely not be the final winner. Our mother is a typical example. She is very strong, but she will not stand up and fight hard. So she will not be able to enjoy the greatest fruits of victory. It's a pity that none of us have the confidence that our mother has. Nua doesn't have to fight for her life, because she can live well without fighting for her life. Ji Changsheng can't do that. He is weaker than Nua, but he is more ambitious than Nua. We are not as good as those veteran masters in every way, so we can only go all in. It is impossible to cherish your body when doing big things. It's really fair and stupid. In the Nua palace, Nua smiled and applauded. Little Changsheng has completely realized it. If you want to become the strongest, you have to do this. It's really too tiring. You have to suffer for Changsheng, and I will bear the blessings. She was too lazy to gamble her life like that. It must be said that the young Changsheng is quite handsome at this time. But Tai Dijuan also thought so back then. Then they all went offline together. Nu and Yang nodded to the projection of the Tai Ching Saint on the opposite side. Down you. You should have the same idea as Changsheng at this time. Right? The Tai Ching Saint also nodded slightly, compared with the teacher. I am also the weaker party. The teacher can sit firmly in the Zixio Palace. But I can't. After all, I have to go down and gamble myself. Li Huanyan believes that time is on the side of the young. But Ji Changsheng doesn't think so. The Tai Ching Saint doesn't think so either. The teacher has a deeper background than me, more resources than me, and probably not less talented than me. Between me and the teacher, time is on his side, and even more on the side of the Father God. The Father God's talent is truly terrifying. Looking at it over a long period of time, the Father God's chance of winning is even greater than the teacher's. The turbidity in the eyes of the Tai Ching Saint completely disappeared, replaced by a calm and calm face. I agree with Changsheng's opinion. If we wait any longer, the chances of winning will be even smaller. I witnessed the whole process of the Lich tribulation. In my opinion, Di Jun and Tai Yi made no mistakes in their decisions. The two tribes of Lich and Wu chose to form an alliance at a critical moment. And the two overlords of the world made peace with each other. They did not make any mistakes in the key choices at the critical nodes. Nu and Yang's tone was very calm. They still lost and became the biggest loser of the tribulation. If they had not chosen to give it a try, they might not be the overlords of the era today, but they would definitely still be the overlords of one side. Down you. In my opinion, you and Changsheng did not make any mistakes this time. But not making mistakes does not mean winning. Thank you for your reminder. Nyang. Tai Ching Saint smiled casually. I have different paths from Nyang. But we still have to fight after all. Indeed, we have different paths. Nu and Yang made her last effort to remind Tai Ching Saint. If Tai Ching Saint could let it go and continue to maintain the current Penga universe pattern, Nu and Yang would join hands with Hong Jun to kill Penga directly. Homegirls like peace. Nu and Yang does not hate the current universe pattern. But the Saint Tai Ching didn't let it go. She wouldn't persuade him anymore. If she continued to persuade him, she would be an enemy of the Saint Tai Ching. Nua was not stupid. Moreover, the Saint Tai Ching was not as strong as Hong Jun. If the Saint Tai Ching won in the end, Nua would be in a better situation. What's more, Ji Changsheng was there to make trouble. The situation accelerated, and the parties went to war. The future was unknown to Nua, but it might not be a bad direction, so she didn't want to intervene too much. Of course, she didn't plan to gain too much. At Nua's point, as long as she could maintain the status quo and grow steadily, she could always keep the second to fourth positions in her mind. She has no ambition to be the strongest, so she is much more indifferent than ambitious people like Ji Changsheng and Tai Ching. I wish you a successful start, Nua said solemnly. Tai Ching Saint performed a Taoist salute to Nua, knowing that Nua said this, which means she agreed to join forces with him in the general direction. Of course, Tai Ching Saint knew that it was impossible to expect Nua to fight for him. Fighting hard, especially at a critical moment, still depends on oneself. Please be prepared, madam. Once Chan Sheng becomes a saint, we will immediately challenge the teacher. Otherwise, the civil war among the saints will break out. I understand. In this matter, she must stand on the side of Tai Ching Saint, because this is related to Ji Chongqing's sainthood. It is also related to her safety. Hong Jun is not idle either. He wants to provoke a fight among the saints. Nua doesn't like this matter because she doesn't want to fight at all. Since she doesn't want to fight, she can only beat Hong Jun back. Just stay at home like me. Why do you have to jump out and cause trouble? Just as the Tai Ching Saint left, Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan returned to the main hall of the Huahuang Palace. Mom, I want to transform the Shanhe Shejitu. How to transform it? Have you watched the live broadcast? What does it mean? Transform the Shanhe Shejitu into a live broadcast room. And do some superficial disguise. As long as you follow the anchor, you will have the opportunity to go to the new world. Give the anchor a little red heart, which means you have applied to work in the new world. Give the anchor a fan light board, which means you agreed to send the true spirit seal. Then we will select the best candidates and send a lucky bag in the upper left corner. The winner will get a ticket to the new world. Nua was stunned. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Ji Changsheng explained, because when I talked to Hong Jun before, there was a clause in the ambition of becoming a saint that strongly supports Huanyan's live broadcast business. Nua was shocked. Li Huanyan was also shocked. Ji Changsheng hadn't told them about this before. Is Hong Jun so boring? Li Huanyan asked in surprise. Nua reacted. Hong Jun thought that live broadcast was real live broadcast. He didn't expect Changsheng to play like this. At most, he thought Changsheng wanted to make you famous. Ji Changsheng gave Nua a thumbs up. Hong Jun thought so. But the clause in the ambition details is to strongly support Huanyan's live broadcast business. If Hong Jun interrupts it on his own initiative, he will have to compensate 10 times the loss. How much is 10 times the compensation? Nua asked curiously. Ji Changsheng pointed to the map of mountains and rivers in his hand. 10 times the value of the map of mountains and rivers and states. Nua. Awesome. This son can really make money for her. The map of mountains and rivers and states is the first space-type treasure in the heavens and the worlds. 10 times the compensation, that would require the innate treasure to compensate. Ji Changsheng told her that it might not be enough. Mom, you are calculating the value of the map of mountains and rivers and states itself. But the current map of mountains and rivers and states is no longer the original map of mountains and rivers and states. When a group of true lords join the reclamation, and there are the remaining elites of the human race led by my uncle Emperor Tang and the 2 races of witches and liches, we will also absorb the essence of other races. The value of the map of mountains and rivers and states will rise. In a short period of time. It is not an exaggeration to increase 10-fold or 8-fold. By then, if it increases 10-fold on the basis of that time, Hong Jun may not be able to afford it. And he can only admit it. Ji Changsheng added, of course. If he can really afford to pay, we won't lose either. This is called a win-win situation. He won twice. Old Devil Ji. Born to win. When Nua heard this, her eyes lit up and she slapped her thigh excitedly. Great. Ji Changsheng felt at ease, and a smile appeared on his face. But I can't transform the map of mountains and rivers and states. Ji Changsheng? He looked at Nua in astonishment. Nua said frankly, why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel shy. Ji Changsheng. Do you think I'm a jack of all trades? Nua complained. This matter has nothing to do with my profession. You have to go to Tai Ching and Yuanshe. Sage Tai Ching is good at refining equipment. So is Yuanshe Tianwang. There is no need to say much about the saint of Tai Ching. One of the 3 pure ones he transformed into. The Taishan Lao Jun is a full-time alchemist and weapon refiner in the Tushita Palace, and has created a series of magic weapons and elixirs. On the journey to obtain scriptures, the Vajra cutter produced by the Taishan Lao Jun can make all the gods and Buddhas helpless, which shows the level of Taishan Lao Jun's weapon refinement. Yuanshe Tianwang is actually also keen on weapon refinement, and is a hidden weapon refiner. Even before the conferred god tribulation, Yuanshe Tianwang's reputation in weapon refinement was greater than that of the saint of Tai Ching. The magic weapons in the hands of the 12 immortals of Yushu were basically made by Yuanshe Tianwang himself. What really made Yuanshe Tianwang establish his status as a grandmaster in the field of weapon refinement was the Fantian seal in Guangchengzi's hand. The first acquired attack treasure came from the hands of Yuanshi Tianwang, and was later passed on to his eldest disciple Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's achievements in the conferred God Tribulation were almost all won by holding the Fantian seal. In the middle, Guangchengzi gave the Fantian seal to his disciple Yinjiao. As a result, Yinjiao later betrayed the Chan sect and didn't practice for a few days. But he actually scared Guangchengzi away with the Fantian seal. He really scared him away. So there have been rumors. It's not Guangchengzi who is strong, but the Fantian seal. And the one who refined the Fantian seal is Yuanshi Tianwang. The Fantian seal is just an attacking magic weapon. Yuanshi Tianwang is the real master of refining weapons. Apart from the skills that Yuanshi Tianwang taught his disciples, the three pure ones are indeed geniuses in the field of cultivation. There is no need to say much about the all-round Saint Tai Ching. Yuanshi Tianwang's refining of weapons and Tontian Jiaoju's formation are all unique in the prehistoric fairy world. Nua pointed out, if you want to transform the map of mountains and rivers into the live broadcast room you probably need Tai Ching and Yuanshi to help. The grade of the map of mountains and rivers itself is too high, and it is very difficult to change it. Ordinary weapon refiners don't have that ability at all. Ji Chansheng guessed that there would be trouble, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. But Noah didn't take it seriously. You can go to them directly. It just so happens that the three pure ones need my help now. If you ask them for a favor, they will definitely be happy to help me. And they will even trust me more. That's right. Ji Chansheng was relieved. If Nua didn't ask for anything, the three pure ones would be nervous. They didn't know what bargaining chips to offer to Nua. Now that Nua has taken the initiative to ask, they only need to complete Nua's instructions, and they can be regarded as a reward for Nua's help. In this way, everyone is satisfied. This can deepen the cooperation and trust between each other. Then I'll go to my uncle. After I finish modifying the map of mountains, rivers and states, I'll start to become a saint. Go ahead, Huanyan. Stay. I'll give you some pointers. Your strength is still too weak. Nua couldn't stand it. Although Li Huanyan relied on Ji Chengxing's Yuanyang to stabilize the Daluo realm, but Nua had never seen such a weak Daluo. Huanyan, you are also a powerful one. You helped Daluo expand the lower limit. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that Daluo could be so weak. Li Huanyan felt a knife in the chest. Bio Palace. Ji Chansheng brought the map of mountains, rivers and states to ask for advice. The three pure ones still didn't separate at this time. It can be seen that after Pengu was resurrected, the three pure ones were indeed nervous. After Ji Chansheng explained his purpose, as he and Nua thought, except for Tontian Jiaozhu, there was no special reaction. Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang both smiled. Yuanshi Tianwang agreed immediately. It's a small matter. Let the queen release the control of the Shanha Shejitu. Big brother, open the Bagua furnace. Big brother and I will work together to complete the transformation soon. Ji Chansheng said, Mother has released the control of the Shanha Shejitu. The current Shanha Shejitu is ownerless. However, they are not worried that the Shanha Shejitu will be lost. They are not worried that the three pure ones will rob it. Dare to rob the treasure of the goddess Nua. Don't want to die. You have to spend it if you have a life. Not to mention the three pure ones. Hong Jun will not rob the things of the goddess Nua. Tai Ching Saint is more stable. He carefully examined the Shanha Shejitu. After a moment of silence, he gave more certain information. It is indeed very simple. Ji Chansheng blinked. Mom, are you ashamed? Things that you can't handle are nothing in front of the Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang. Facts have proved that the Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang are not bragging. In front of Ji Chansheng, the Tai Ching Saint summoned the Bagua furnace. Then he put the Mountain and River Society map into the Bagua furnace and turned on the time acceleration. In just one breath, Ji Chansheng got the modified Mountain and River Society map. Try it, Tai Ching Saint said. Ji Chansheng opened the Mountain and River Society map. Then he transformed into an avatar and withdrew from the perspective of the original body. Immediately, he saw his figure appear on a screen. And Ji Chengxing's original body also saw a lot of operating permissions appearing in front of him at this time. At the same time, he also sensed that the Mountain and River Society map has connected many spaces in the Pengu universe and can summon audiences at any time. Ji Chengxing's heart moved, and he clicked on the 8th scenery palace on the map of mountains, rivers, and states. Then, Ji Chongqing's live projection appeared in the 8th Scenery Palace, in front of Master Xuandu and Yu Linglong. Ji Chongqing's voice also sounded. Wife, follow me. Yu Linglong was confused, but a follow option appeared in front of her. She clicked to follow. Ji Chongqing directly summoned Yu Linglong from the 8th Scenery Palace to the map of mountains, rivers, and states. Then he released Yu Linglong from the map of mountains, rivers, and states. Yu Linglong was confused throughout the whole process. Ah? Ancestor? Meet the two saints. Cha Sheng. What's going on? She didn't know what happened yet. Ji Chongqing explained it to her. Yu Linglong's eyes were blank again. Can you play like this? Ji Chongqing sighed. Uncle and the Heavenly King are awesome. I just provided an idea. But Uncle and the Heavenly King were able to directly implement the idea. I still have a lot to learn. Ideas are the least valuable things. The ability to transform ideas into actual products is the real awesome ability. Ji Chongqing admired it very much. Wife, please click on the little red heart. Yu Linglong clicked it as he said. So a prompt popped up in front of Ji Chongqing. Yu Linglong applied to join the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Do you agree? Click yes or no. Ji Chongqing smiled with satisfaction. Yu Linglong was still immersed in shock. The three pure ones, mainly the Saint Tai Ching and the Heavenly King Yuanshi, looked at each other and opened up a new world at the same time. Brother, it turns out that there is such a way to run it. Ji Chongqing felt that ideas were worthless. But the Heavenly King Yuanshi never thought that he could do it this way. The Saint Tai Ching had never thought of it either. However, he still reacted immediately. This method can indeed be used. But the ability of Shanhe Shejitsu is more important. Shanhe Shejitsu is the first spatial treasure of Panga universe. And it is unique in summoning and teleporting. It is actually very simple for Shanhe Shejitsu to be smooth. In contrast, Sanqing universe does not have the advantage of smoothness. But their foundation is better. If it really develops into Sanqing universe and Nui universe in the future, the two universes will have their own merits. And the styles are obviously different. Nui universe is the style of longevity, quick success. Sanqing universe is very similar to the style of the three of us. Moderate, peaceful, and steady. One has a more stable foundation, and the other will move faster in the early stage. You can learn, but you can't copy. Tai Ching Saint made a summary. Yuanshi Tianwang nodded. He also realized the difference between Yuanshi Great World and Shanhe Shejitsu. Those who learn from me live, and those who imitate me die. He quickly calmed down. Yu Linglong came back to her senses from the shock, and thought of how the Sanqing universe could take advantage of Shanhe Shejitsu one step earlier than Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang. It's not because she is smarter than Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang, but because she has a better relationship with Ji Chongqing and doesn't treat Ji Chongqing as an outsider at all. Cha Sheng, leave me a reception office in Shanhe Shejitsu. Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang's eyes lit up at the same time. Wonderful. Yuanshi Great World does not have the spatial advantage of Shanhe Shejitsu. But who says you must have it yourself to use it? What era is it now? Trade globalization is the kingly way. It is not feasible to isolate the country from the outside. Ji Chongqing has this advantage. Doesn't it mean that they have it? They have cross-invested. Ji Chongqing certainly did not refuse. He gave Yu Linglong a thumbs up. Wife, your thinking is getting sharper and sharper now. Yu Linglong was a little proud, but quickly calmed down. You won't deduct my tariff, will you? Ji Chongqing. He really hadn't thought about it. This time Yu Linglong reacted faster than him. Wife, you said so. If I don't deduct a little, will I be sorry for you? Yu Linglong's pink fist hardened. Ji Chongqing immediately said, the tariff is my betrothal gift. When you want to divorce me one day, I will charge more. That's more like it. Yu Linglong relaxed. Sanqing also relaxed. If Ji Chongqing insisted on collecting tolls, given Sanqing's current situation, they would really have to bite the bullet and agree. But in this way, estrangement would naturally arise. Fortunately, Ji Chongqing was clear-headed and would not be blinded by temporary interests. After the situation accelerated, he was the weakest party, and Sanqing was weaker than Hong Jun, but only slightly stronger than Pangu. They had a basis for cooperation, even if the brothers really wanted to settle accounts. They had to wait until the Sanqing universe and Nui universe were truly formed. Now the two worlds can't catch up with the prehistoric fairyland, so there is really no need to consider things so far ahead. Ji Changsheng has always paid more attention to the present. Uncle, are you ready for a showdown? Ji Changsheng asked. The Great Purity Saint nodded slightly. After you become a saint, we will go to Zixu Palace. Then Uncle can contact the 6 saints and Penganel. Ji Changsheng took a deep breath. I will leave 1 incarnation in the Sanqing universe, and 1 in the Nua universe. And then, I will officially challenge the sainthood. Yu Linglong complained in a low voice. You are just signing a loan contract. Ji Changsheng ignored his wife's complaints. Anyway, everyone wait for the vision of my smooth promotion. The Sanqing didn't want to talk. Yu Linglong didn't bother to pay attention to Ji Changsheng. Becoming a saint is indeed a big deal for other creatures. The former Sanqing and Nua, including Hongjun, all had grand scenes of becoming saints, including other Daluo strongmen who had challenged the sainthood, such as the leader of the Styx, who also launched a charge towards the sainthood after creating the Azura clan. Although he failed in the end, he still shocked the world and earned the reputation of the Blood Sea will never dry up and the Styx will never die. But for Ji Changsheng now, and the 2 saints in the West in the past, the scene of becoming a saint is really nothing to watch. And there is nothing to look forward to or be nervous about. They are not becoming saints at all. They are signing loan contracts. There is no question of success or failure. Everything has been discussed in advance. Rather than saying that they have confidence in Ji Changsheng, it is better to say that they have confidence in Hongjun. The fact is as expected. 5 minutes later, Zixu Palace. Ji Changsheng put down his pen. In front of Hongjun, he stretched lazily. Godfather, from now on, my life is sold to you. Hongjun smiled. It doesn't matter. It's useless for me to take your life. Take Jiang Juanti as an example. There is no need to rush to repay the loan. Just be your saint. I will not show up easily. You are free. Absolute freedom is of course impossible. But Hongjun can really give relative freedom. Hongjun's desire for control is not particularly strong. If Ji Changsheng had the same temperament as Nua, he would have really laid back. What a pity. He still had a heart that was ready to move. Of course, on the surface, Ji Changsheng still said, I understand. Godfather. Then I will start the process. Hongjun nodded. Go and announce it to the world. Ji Changsheng had to walk the path that the 2 saints of the West had walked before. Announce the contents of the loan to the world. When the 3 pure ones became saints and Nua became saints, it was a natural process. The sky was full of flowers. The ground was full of golden lotuses. The world bowed down, and the universe was honored. It was a magnificent and glorious scene. But when Jiayin and Juanti became saints, the style was completely different. I swear to XXXX. I swear to XXXX. If I become a saint, I will do XXXX. If I become a saint, I will XXXX. If I can't do it, I XXXX. This is not a hymn to sainthood at all. It is a scene of public execution. So many years after Jiayin and Juanti became saints, the West was still barren, and no strong people were willing to join them. It was really too embarrassing. Everyone knows that the 3 pure ones and Nua are real saints. Jiayin and Juanti are borrowed saints. Essentially, they are not much different from other Daluo. So what is there to join? The day of sainthood was the most embarrassing day for Jiayin and Juanti. It was not until the great catastrophe of the conferred gods that Jiayin and Juanti successfully ascended to the throne by stepping on the 3 pure ones. And then, they officially established the status of the 2 saints in the West and regained the dignity that saints should have. Jiayin and Juanti have always wanted to jump out of Hongjun's control, which has a lot to do with the public execution on the day of sainthood. Now, Hongjun wants Ji Changsheng to do it again. From Hongjun's perspective, this is not a humiliation, but just to announce to the world their subordinate relationship. This is Hongjun's display of force, and also the military exercise site of Zixu Palace. From Hongjun's point of view, this is actually correct. Ji Changsheng also thinks Hongjun is not wrong. He owes money, and he knows it in his heart. He can't blame others for making the matter public. But let's put aside the facts. Ji Changsheng, like the 2 saints in the West, doesn't want people to know that he owes money. You are not wrong. It's your business. Why do you have to announce the money that you borrowed with your own ability? I don't want face. Jiang Juanti's kneeling posture was too round, and he was completely prepared to be a dog for Hongjun, and he was completely willing to give it up. Ji Changsheng didn't. So his next move made Hongjun's eyes twitch fiercely. lying high on the 9-layer cloud. I have realized the truth of Taoism. Beyond the universe, I am the master of the sect. Panga gave birth to Taiji. And the two yin and yang and 4 images follow. The leader of Xianin. 1 Qi transforms into immortality. I am Ji Changsheng, the son of Noah, who has achieved the status of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian in the chaos and achieved the status of a saint. The rumbling voice of the saint spread throughout the prehistoric fairyland at the same time, causing the prehistoric fairyland to boil. It almost caused the Xixia Palace to boil. Many people thought they were hallucinating, including many Daoyuo. They all thought they were hallucinating. The Daoyuo group was boiling again. The great Emperor Changsheng has become a saint. Didn't he just become a Daoyuo? Become a saint in one day? What's going on? Why would there be such a beast? Is it fake? If Ji Changsheng can really become a saint, there is only one explanation. He followed the example of the 2 saints in the West and signed a loan contract with Daozu. But that shouldn't be the case. If Ji Changsheng followed the path of the 2 saints in the West, he should be making great vows now. I didn't hear the great vows. Of course they couldn't hear them. Inside Xixi Palace, Ji Changsheng was reciting the details of the great vows obediently. Extremely serious. Not a single word was changed. Hongjun couldn't find any faults. Then, outside Xixi Palace, Li Chengxi fired at full power. The moonlight of the moon covered the world. Create a good illusion of becoming a saint for his junior brother. Ji Changsheng became a saint. Daozu Hongjun personally congratulated. The 3 pure ones sent gifts one after another. Nua nodded with satisfaction and drank 3 cups in a row. The heavens and the earth. The heavens and the worlds. All the spirits praised it. And strange phenomena appeared frequently. The main hit was Yoguan Luohuan, the best in the world. Hongjun was so angry that he laughed. You two cooperated well. Will you and Li Changxi switch places later? Li Changxi will read the contract in Xixia Palace. And you will help her perform magic outside? Ji Changsheng gave Hongjun a thumbs up. Godfather is smart. That's what they thought. And they have already done it. Hongjun laughed again in anger. You two are really smart guys. Back then, Jia Yin Juanti didn't dare to cheat in front of him. Never expected that Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi could do such a show under his nose. And they even copied his entrance poem. Ji Changsheng, you are so brave. Hongjun was a little angry. He didn't feel the awe of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi towards him at all. Ji Changsheng comforted him. Godfather, my sister and I want to save face. Hongjun, Godfather, you just need to save face. My sister and I are both vain. You gave us face. And we give you the inside. We became saints? But we still work for you. You let us hold our heads high and be saints outside. You don't lose out on this deal. Hongjun also felt that he didn't lose out. But he didn't like Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi's arbitrary decision. You don't take my words seriously at all. Hongjun said in a deep voice. Ji Changsheng thought that words are meant to be listened to. So how can I take them seriously? It seems that Godfather was really angry and started to speak without thinking. But he didn't get angry, which proves that there is room for negotiation. Godfather, the matter is done. Just accept it. Ji Changsheng said, since my sister and I are about to fight for you, please help us. Hongjun calmed down. Have you decided who to attack later? Yes. Well, I'll give you enough face this time. Hongjun took a step back. After all, Ji Changsheng and Li Chengxi had signed the contract. The matter was done. His loan had been lent out. And it was too late to regret now. And Ji Changsheng and Li Chengxi were indeed his 2 favorite candidates for saints. So Hongjun endured it. And watched Ji Changsheng outside to help Li Chengxi save face with Yoguan Luohuan. Hongjun was fine. The truly sad ones were Jia Yin and Juanti. The 2 saints of the West looked at each other. Juanti covered his chest. Brother, I feel bad. Jia Yin also felt bad. Why didn't we think of using illusions back then? As long as they can fool the world. Wouldn't the status of the 2 saints in the West naturally stand up? It doesn't matter if they can't fool saints of the same realm. Just fooling the world is enough. When the matter is done, the teacher will compromise. Zuni wanted to hug Jane and cry bitterly. Jane nimbly dodged. The West has 2 more sad saints. And Panga Universe has 2 more newly promoted saints, who have just been promoted to the top. The chaos is boiling. In Xixi Palace, Hongjun looked gloomy, looking at the 2 mentally ill people sitting in front of him obediently, and finally sighed helplessly. Tell me, Which two saints do you want to kill? Before Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi opened their mouths, the door of Xixia Palace was knocked again. 7 saints came together. A moment later, the Queen Mother Ho-Tu, who had been imprisoned in the reincarnation, also appeared in Xixia Palace. Hong Jun, long time no see. The atmosphere was instantly solemn. Chapter 550. A man born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Ho-Tu. No. Pangu. Daozu's face suddenly became solemn. Ho-Tu can't leave the underworld at all. But Pangu can. The whole prehistoric fairyland belongs to Pangu. The rules can restrict Ho-Tu. Can they also restrict Pangu? However, Pangu's appearance in Xixia Palace was not the most shocking thing for Daozu. Even Ji Changsheng's sudden change of attitude did not shock Daozu. After all, Daozu knew who Ji Changsheng was. What Daozu couldn't accept the most was Haodian. Haodian? Why are you here? Haodian didn't dare to look Hong Jun in the eye. The accumulated prestige of Daozu was unprecedented in Haodian's eyes. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng, a kind man, helped Haodian explain, adoptive father. Haodian once said to me, a man born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Hong Jun was angry and laughed again. Did Haodian say that? Or did you? Ji Changsheng said without hesitation. Lu Bu said that. Hong Jun, even in the face of a war, he was still amused by Ji Changsheng. This bastard is really good at making trouble. Li Changxi kicked Ji Changsheng from behind. The two of them silently stepped back 3 steps at the same time, protecting the other saints in front of them. They have already got their benefits. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with them for the time being. Just leave the main battlefield to the other saints and Daozu. Hong Jun glanced at the little movements of the two and did not get angry. Now it's just that the saints came to visit him in Xixia Palace. Of course, Hong Jun can't just start fighting without saying anything. Not to mention that there is no disagreement yet. Hong Jun is not Ji Changsheng. He doesn't care about 1 or 2 seconds. This gives Ji Changsheng time. Sister, while the guys who are more powerful than us are in Xixia Palace, you go back to Lingshan and plunder the Hongwang immortal realm and even the heavens and the worlds. Ji Changsheng sent a voice message. Li Changxi's eyes lit up. Then she lowered her head and hid the divine light in her eyes. To what extent do you plunder? Ji Changsheng said, it depends on your methods. Sister, I will let the killing Luoho clone cooperate with you. Li Changxi understood immediately. I understand. Still in the name of Luoho. Of course. Tian Xingjuan and Changsheng Emperor are good. And Luoho is the one who did the bad things. When Luoho has plundered almost all the wealth, we will stand up to uphold justice and set things right. I like this script. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi have now become saints. And the saints, Daozu, and the god of creation who rank before them are now in Xixia Palace. No one outside is their opponent. As long as they send out any one of them, they can quickly pass through the heavens and the worlds. Of course, we have to hurry up. Sister, the first-hand information from Xixia Palace is very important. I am watching the development of the situation here and sharing it with you at any time. Outside, you also have to hurry up. We have to complete this looting before the end of the Xixia Palace meeting. When the saints return to the prehistoric fairyland, they will have to stop. Focus on a time difference. Time is life. Efficiency is money. Sister, leave it to you. Li Changxi retreated immediately. Before running away, Li Changxi did not forget to remind Ji Changsheng, junior brother, if Xixia Palace fights, you should also retreat quickly. Understood? I will just play a side drum. Find out the first-hand information, and see if there is any chance to pick up the bargain. They have just become saints, and they have not stabilized their saint realm. It is useless to stabilize it. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi are definitely the weakest saints now. In the words of Noah, they helped the saints to open up the lower limit. Although the 2 saints in the west at that time also took loans, they were definitely much stronger than Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. After all, they were born as innate gods and demons, and they were also among the top quasi-saints before taking loans to become saints. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. Speaking of it, the realm of Daoyuo may not be stable. Ahem. This once again proves one thing. If the above says you can do it, you must be able to do it. And it is okay if you can't. If the above says you can't do it, you must be able to do it. And it is okay if you can. As the top 2 candidates for saints appointed by Daozu, although Ji Changsheng and Li Chengxi are still several light years away from becoming saints. Daozu's appointment can directly make up for this gap. Li Chengxi's retreat was not blocked at all. The saints didn't care. Ha Jun didn't keep him, because Ji Changsheng hadn't left yet. And Hong Jun really couldn't care less about focusing on Ji Changsheng and Li Chengxi now. When Ji Changsheng and Li Chengxi protected the other saints, the protagonist of Xixia Palace changed. Hong Jun sat on the cushion again, regaining his calmness and confidence as the strongest man in the universe. Sit. 9 cushions appeared in Xixia Palace in an instant. Ji Changsheng chose the cushion at the back near the gate of Xixia Palace with great discernment. Then he kicked Hao Tian, who was a little dazed, in front of Hong Jun. Hao Tian's fist hardened again. Ji Changsheng really is not a man. I will bear it for a while. Feeling Hao Tian's aura getting stronger again. Hong Jun, who had been calm all the time, also had a bit of a stiff fist. Hao Tian's ninjutsu is a bit perverted. So perverted that even he felt it was a bit outrageous. He could simply seize every opportunity to become stronger. Hong Jun glanced at Ho Tun Yang, who was sitting next to Hao Tian. The tone of his opening words was very meaningful. Pangu. How about this prey? Pangu and Hao Tian looked at each other. Hao Tian's eyes gradually regained their composure. Pangu's voice was sarcastic. Changsheng Xinsu reminded me that Hao Tian is unfathomable. If I take action against him, I will definitely capsize in the ditch. Hong Jun, there is no need to provoke. Xiansu has already explained your calculations to me in advance. Hong Jun. Xiansu was furious. Father-in-law, you are the god of creation, but you have so much nonsense. Does this match your identity? What the hell? Why are you talking so much nonsense? A reckless man stopped being reckless and changed to learning the art of war. Ji Xianxu thought that this was a historical regression. Father-in-law, I am very disappointed in you. Where is your invincible spirit in the past? Pangu's eyes twitched. The invincible spirit comes from the invincible strength. How can he have that strength now? If he really had that strength, he would not talk so much nonsense. Hong Jun also heard Ji Chengxing's voice transmission at this time. Adoptive father, don't listen to this guy's provocation. Between you and Pangu, I will definitely stand on your side. Hong Jun silently amplified the voice transmission. It resounded throughout the Xixia Palace. So Emperor Xiaotian was furious again. Adoptive father, when did you secretly learn Youguang Luohuan? While he was furious on the surface, Ji Changsheng also sighed in his heart. Sure enough, after he became a saint, it was no longer realistic for him to jump back and forth. Before he went to the poker table, he had a lot of room for operation, which was essentially because the big guys always regarded him as a chess piece and did not use their main energy to deal with him. But now that he has become a saint, he has officially gone to the poker table. Whether it is Hong Jun or Pangu, they have begun to officially regard him as a threatening opponent. At this point, it is difficult to win by operation. It is more about hard power. There are gains and losses. This is what Ji Changsheng must face. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng also has allies. The Saint Jian helped Ji Changsheng explain. The inheritance of Taiying did fall into the hands of the teacher in the end. The implication is that Hong Jun mastered Youguang Luohuan, and everything is reasonable. Of course, even without the help of the Saint Jian, Pangu would ignore Hong Jun's provocation. In the past, Pangu would be deceived by Ji Changsheng. Now, Pangu no longer cares about this. He knows that he needs Ji Changsheng's authority. Then nothing else matters. Only the best in the world has the qualifications to be willful. Unfortunately, Pangu now does not have that. So he went straight to the point. Hong Jun, don't play these little tricks. It's just a joke. I came to Xixia Palace today to set the rules. You set the rules? Hong Jun heard Pangu's words and looked at the other 7 saints. Do you all think so? Taiching Saint slowly said, Teacher, some rules must be changed. Such as the Pangu universe can accommodate up to 7 saints. Hong Jun guessed that this was the reason. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng would not have cooperated with them so well. Thinking of asking Ji Changsheng before, whether he had decided which saint he was going to deal with. Hong Jun wanted to slap himself now. I never expected that the clown was actually me. But Hong Jun did not panic. Facing the provocation of Pangu and Taiching Saint, Hong Jun even mocked more. This rule cannot be changed. If you insist on trying, then it's up to you. He was too lazy to stop him. Contrary to Hong Jun's expectations, the saints were not surprised by his answer. Pangu continued, if you can't change the rules, There are other ways. Just vacate the saint position. Hongjun's face began to become solemn. What do you mean? Pengu said. The 7 old saints should also make a step forward. Aren't there a few small realms between the saints and the ancestors of the Tao? Hongjun was shocked and even a little unbelievable. Pengu. Are you crazy? Accommodating 7 saints is already on the edge of the Pengu universe. How can it accommodate a stronger existence than the saints? Do you want the Pengu universe to collapse? Pengu was quite calm about Hongjun's surprise. Hongjun. You underestimate the universe's endurance. When you were in power, the Pengu universe could only accommodate 7 saints. If I were to take charge of the heavenly Tao, it would not be impossible for the Pengu universe to accommodate 70 saints. Hongjun laughed in anger. If you were so powerful, why did you fall back then? Pengu was still calm. He had made a decision, and of course, he would not be persuaded by Hongjun again. When I created the universe and the earth, I founded the Great Desolation Immortal Realm, which could only accommodate 1 saint at first. Later, with the evolution of the Great Desolation Immortal Realm, we have the current Pengu universe, which can accommodate 7 saints. Hongjun. The universe is constantly developing and evolving. I could not have imagined that the Hongwang Immortal Realm could accommodate 7 saints. And you cannot imagine that the Pengu universe can accommodate 70 saints in the future. What I could not do in my hands back then, you can do in your hands. What you cannot do in your hands now, I can do in the future. Even if you and I cannot do it, we can trust the wisdom of the later generations. In short, this rule must be changed. Hongjun. Don't go against the trend. Hongjun's face was livid. You are playing with fire and getting burned. 7 saints. 8 saints were also thinking at this time. Ji Changsheng understood. He had felt before, including the previous internal discussion of the 6 saints, that the solution given by Pengu would never be foolproof, and it was likely to be eating up the food of the next year in the current year. In fact, it is indeed the case. This rule has been changed. The benefits are in the present, and the disasters are in the future. The benefits are taken in the present, and the disasters are left to future generations. It can be said to be very typical. Even if the present collapses, it's okay. The ruling party of Pengu universe is Hongjun now. The contemporary world collapsed, and the biggest person responsible is Hongjun. And it has nothing to do with Pengu. On the contrary, Pengu can still stand up and set things right. From Pengu's point of view, he can actually accept the collapse, because when he fell, the prehistoric fairyland was still a wilderness. And the current Pengu universe, even if it experiences a major collapse and depression, is definitely much stronger than the prehistoric fairyland he first opened up. Regardless of success or failure, Pengu actually does not lose. After all, Pengu is now barefoot, and Hongjun is the one wearing shoes. This is also the reason why Hongjun and Pengu react differently now. Ji Changsheng disagrees with Pengu's approach of draining the pond to catch fish. However, he must stand on Pengu's side in this matter. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. It is related to his vital interests. As for the interests of Pengu universe, Ji Changsheng touched the map of mountains, rivers, and states in his arms. No matter how well Pengu universe is decorated, it is only a temporary residence, and Nua universe is his eternal home. You all think so? Hongjun certainly saw Pengu's attitude clearly. Pengu is now looking forward to his collapse. But these saints can't have this hope. The heavenly Tao collapsed, and you guys are the most affected, Hongjun reminded in a deep voice. Then he added to Ji Changsheng, Ji Changsheng, your Yuanshan has just entrusted the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao collapses, you will immediately fall from the holy realm. Ji Changsheng thought that it was not necessarily true. Although I am listed in Pengu universe, my 2 subsidiaries, Ichihua Sanmo, are also listed in Sanqing universe and Nua universe respectively. Although the bankruptcy of the listed company in Pengu universe will affect my assets, as long as I transfer the assets to the 2 listed companies overseas before bankruptcy, it will not affect me. Of course, Ji Changsheng needs time to complete the asset transfer. Li Chengxi is also scavenging assets outside. Therefore, this meeting in Zixia Palace must be held for a longer time. Give Li Chengxi more time outside. Thinking of this, Ji Chengxing's face became serious and he reflected, Godfather, I did go too far this time. I mistook Tian Dao loan for a black online loan. After borrowing the money, I called the police directly and took the saints to shut down the black online loan base offline. I am simply not a human being. Hongjun's face did not ease, but became more solemn. But, Ji Changsheng said seriously, Godfather, I want to be a good person. Let's talk about a deal. You say. Ji Changsheng was very generous, Godfather. If you pay off the Tiandao loan owed by my senior sister and me on the spot, we will write it off. And I will support you. Godfather. The loan arrived 5 minutes ago. Ji Laoimo didn't pay back a penny. Then he wanted to pay off the loan on the spot. Hong Jun?